Before his eyes unfolded an adventurous world that was not as mystical as imagined, but instead carried a very familiar appearance. And Jean Frey was the central character of this story. Special thing was that from childhood to adulthood, no matter what he encountered, he always felt as if everything had already happened somewhere before, as though he thoroughly understood this world, as though he had experienced everything long ago. Even today, when he came to register as an adventurer for the first time, the unfamiliar scene still stirred an indescribable sense of nostalgia within Jean Frey. Only when the receptionist's voice rang out calling his name did he snap back to reality. Sir Jean Frey, thank you for waiting to register as an adventurer. Correct. That is correct, Jean Frey replied, while the receptionist carefully recorded his information. Jean Frey quietly observed her. Strangely enough, though she was a complete stranger, he still felt as if he had met this woman before. Registration procedure was quickly completed. Immediately afterward, an interface window appeared before Jean Frey. Displayed text stated that the adventurer verification process would begin when the registrant waved his right hand. At that moment, all the memories within Jean Frey suddenly surged back. He instantly understood that familiar feeling originated from the memories of his previous life. In his past life, he remembered playing in this world, a world that existed within a game to which he had devoted himself, devoted to the point of becoming a top player. That world was called the Seven Continents, a place where players had to constantly explore, crossing 7 continents to protect order and peace. In his previous life, Jean Frey had also been one of those who took part in that game, and now he had directly transmigrated into the game world. The verification was simple, yet Jean Frey stood frozen, as memories of the 7 continents continuously flooded his mind, accepting the truth that the world he was living in was in fact a game. A game he had once experienced in his previous life made Jean Frey tremble. Everything felt utterly absurd. Once he accepted it, he realized this absurdity was precisely the key that would allow him to become invincible. "Excuse me, sir, are you all right?" the receptionist asked anxiously when she saw Jean Frey trembling and sweating profusely. I am fine. Just the excitement of a warrior," Jean Frey answered calmly. Everything seemed to be becoming more interesting, though he did not understand why the memories of his previous life had awakened at this moment. Jean Frey was certain they would be an advantage that allowed him to go further. The verification process continued very quickly. Jean Frey's personal information was displayed one by one on the status window. Jean Frey, 19 years old, calm and adaptable personality. No level or class yet, HP, MP, and attributes all undetermined. Status window gradually enlarged and transformed into a gate. The receptionist did not forget to wish him good luck before Jean Frey stepped through the gate and was transported to the purification altar. He could not help but let out a cry. Even this purification altar was exactly the same as in the game, completely no different from his memories. Jean Frey glanced around, realized there were several other newcomers who had just appeared here as well. According to the 7 Continents Guide, 5 novice adventurers would be gathered. Including Jean Frey, there were 4 others here. Everything seemed to be unfolding according to the familiar storyline. The only difference was that this was reality. There was no restart button. Death meant a complete end. Although this pressure was enough to make anyone afraid, Jean Frey remained confident because the memories of his previous life were a solid foundation. At that moment, a notification sounded in everyone's ears. Purification ceremony will begin in 30 seconds. Please choose your equipment. The announcement, identical to the game, made many people tense. Only Jean Frey appeared completely at ease. Among the group was a bald man acting extremely hastily. The moment the weapons appeared, he rushed forward before the other adventurers could react and grabbed a guard spear. It was an E+ rank weapon with 21 damage and 50 durability. Coincidentally, this guard spear was also targeted by another adventurer. A dispute immediately broke out. The struggle had not yet been decided when the remaining 2 adventurers also began fighting over a chain sword, an E-rank weapon that dealt 19 damage and had 60 durability. The scene did not surprise Jean Frey. After all, it was all because of the mandatory class system. Performance in the purification ceremony would directly affect the class selection afterward. Clearly, this system was extremely harsh on newcomers. Jean Frey clearly remembered that in his previous life, he had to restart many times to obtain the class he desired. After a period of chaos, the bald man finally secured the guard's spear. With a smug expression, that man turned to mock Jean Frey for his empty hands. "Aizu, look, there is a lazy one." Jean Frey did not bother with him at all. In his heart, he even silently thanked the other party for that remark. That indifferent attitude infuriated the bald man, who muttered that he was arrogant. In truth, Jean Frey was not lazy at all. It was because he had already determined which weapon to choose, something no one even glanced at. It was merely an ordinary longsword, E-rank weapon with exactly 1 attack point, but in return as much as 90 durability. Seeing Jean Frey stop before the sword, the bald man could not resist sneering. It only has 1 point of damage. Choose the wrong class and do not complain. Jean Frey ignored the warning and reached out to touch the longsword, because normally an adventurer's strength was determined by class. But what if that common logic was wrong? How could the knowledge of a novice compare to a hardcore gamer like Jean Frey? The first correct step was this longsword. When the weapon selection ended, the purification ceremony officially began with a 5-minute time limit. The content of this ritual was extremely simple. Defeat as many creatures as possible. Creatures that appeared were winged centipedes, a type of monster that existed only in the purification ceremony. Their venom was enough to paralyze others, causing Jean Frey's expression to become serious. The bald man beside him assumed he was afraid and continued provoking him. Try to survive. Jean Frey sighed, not understanding why he was being targeted by this hairless man. In the end, he could only ignore him. When the signal to begin sounded, the swarm of winged centipedes immediately became ferocious. They lunged to attack the adventurers. Jean Frey observed carefully and realized that from their shape to their movements, they were identical to the game. If that was the case, then their weaknesses certainly had not changed. Although the critical strike mechanism was difficult to grasp, Jean Frey still fully utilized the experience from his previous life. Using the very longsword that everyone had looked down upon, he decisively split a winged centipede in two. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. His movements were precise and clean, so fast that it left those around him stunned. The attack just now could be called flawless, but the bald man believed it was merely luck, not worth taking pride in. Regardless of that unpleasant attitude, Jean Frey did not care because in any game there were always people like that. In the game's 7 continents, there was also a special mechanism that could only be used during the purification ceremony. That was if an ordinary longsword struck the weak point of a winged centipede. It could be completely slain with a single blow. Jean Frey had personally tested it and confirmed that this rule still applied in reality. The crucial point was that here he alone knew this secret. In contrast, the other adventurers were all fighting with extreme difficulty. Aside from the bald man who possessed the guard's spear, everyone else had to risk their lives just to hold on. That only made him more smug. After killing his first centipede, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. Haha, see how amazing I am. If this continues, the strongest swordsman class will definitely be mine. The boastful tone irritated Jean Frey greatly. He clearly understood that the bald man was deliberately trying to humiliate others. He was even more detestable than those who intentionally ruined the game in the past. Even so, Jean Frey had no spare energy to bother with him right now, because the swarm of winged centipedes once again rushed toward him. Thanks to his rich experience, Jean Frey easily avoided their attack trajectories. Vivid sensation of living inside this game world made his fighting spirit boil. Constant evasion was not Jean Frey's style, so he drew his ordinary longsword. Just like before, with a single clean strike, the monster immediately fell. Jean Frey continuously repeated this tactic until the purification ceremony ended and entered the class selection phase based on performance. An adventurer who killed 7 winged centipedes could choose between hunter, craftsman, or shield bearer. Yet he appeared dissatisfied, only sighing because there was no desired class such as summoner. The girl beside him was no less disappointed. However, the worst result belonged to an adventurer who failed to kill even a single centipede. Therefore, that person did not even have the right to choose a class. As for the bald man, he achieved a record of 15 kills, naturally regarded himself as the strongest, and was extremely satisfied when he saw swordsmen appear on the list. But with his troublemaking nature, he could not remain quiet without provoking others. So he turned toward Jean Frey, who was contemplating before the status board, and shouted loudly, "Hey Joe, lucky bastard, how are your results?" Jean Frey had not even had time to speak when he was stunned by the number on Jean Frey's status board. Because Jean Frey had killed 33 winged centipedes, this achievement was more than double his, bringing with it 9 selectable classes, among them of course swordsmen. Though extremely shocked, he still tried to maintain a calm expression. "Oh, quite lucky, I also have swordsmen, that is good enough." Jean Frey replied indifferently, knowing full well that the truly lucky one was him, since the probability of obtaining swordsmen after killing 15 monsters was less than 2%. Most players always believed swordsman and summoner were the 2 strongest classes. However, Jean Frey chose a completely different path. The class he decided to choose was craftsman. Jean Frey operated decisively, without the slightest hesitation. That action made those around him widen their eyes once more. "Are you crazy? Craftsman is the weakest class." The bald man immediately sneered. Despite the insult, Jean Frey remained indifferent because he knew they were not on on the same level. Whether crafting was strong or weak depended on the player's skill, not the class itself. Thinking so, Jean Frey opened his inventory. In fact, what he had aimed for when killing all 33 centipedes was precisely the dropped materials. In his inventory were 5 winged centipede tails, 9 winged centipede wings, and 3 winged centipede blood potions. Jean Frey immediately began his first crafting attempt, fused all those materials with the seemingly useless ordinary longsword. This was also the reason he chose the craftsman class, because it could create equipment so powerful it was unbelievable, powerful enough to overturn the entire balance of the game. The clearest example was the item now appearing before his eyes. After the fusion was complete, the ordinary longsword transformed into a massive weapon named Ngo Kong. An unranked weapon with 66 damage, maximum durability 1500, possessing 3 active skills, among them Keen Eye, which tripled damage to weak points. The other 2 skills were still locked. This was hidden equipment, and also Jean Frey's first hidden equipment. Now watch how a former hardcore gamer breaks the game balance with hidden equipment. Because for most players, power depended only on level and skills, while equipment merely played a supporting role. Aside from Jean Frey, no one knew this world contained secret items capable of reversing that rule. The hardcore community called them hidden equipment. After the purification ceremony, Jean Frey was transported to the town of Rajubijan. The place was crowded with people coming and going. This was understandable, because it was the central town of the continent. Everything was exactly like in the game, and Jean Frey savored every step. He had successfully obtained his first hidden equipment exactly as planned. But at this moment, Jean Frey had not yet clearly determined his next step. In truth, the objective of the game was very simple. Each continent had an S-rank dungeon, and only by defeating all 7 bosses could it be considered clear. At present, Jean Frey was not strong enough to do that, so he needed to grow stronger as quickly as possible by grinding dungeons. Normally, adventurers would begin with F-rank dungeons, but Jean Frey was different. He headed straight to the teleport gate of a C-rank dungeon. The gate brought him to a dungeon called Guardian Forest. The condition to clear it was simple: defeat the boss. The player would not be able to leave. If that condition was not fulfilled, Jean Frey at level 1 confidently stepped into Guardian Forest. HP 122, maximum MP 30, Strength 21, Defense 27, Intelligence 30, Speed 19, and Luck 11. The recommended level was 17 to 30, so for a level 1 like him to enter was no different from suicide. Even with hidden equipment, his remaining gear was still very basic. Having already stepped inside, there was no turning back, especially when the monsters gave him no time to rest. The moment he entered, Jean Frey was ambushed by a level 17 imp. According to his memory, this monster was not too difficult, but a 16-level gap was still extremely dangerous. If he was hit even once, Jean Frey would lose his life. Therefore, he was forced to attack with precision, while defending with absolute caution. Imp immediately struck first. Its speed was terrifyingly fast, but Jean Frey clearly understood this attack pattern. After striking, it would expose an opening, and that was the moment to counterattack. Jean Frey repeated the familiar tactic, identical to when dealing with winged centipedes, with only a single move creating a critical hit. The level 17 imp was instantly slain in the blink of an eye. The experience gained raised Jean Frey 9 levels to level 10. HP increased to 158, maximum MP to 57, and he received an additional 45 free attribute points. Noticing his damage was sufficient, Jean Frey allocated all 45 points into defense. Feeling the clear growth made him extremely excited. This achievement was mainly thanks to the hidden equipment. Ngo Kong's Keen Eye skill was extremely useful. The 66 damage alone was enough to charge into a B-rank dungeon. But that was still not the full power of this weapon. In other words, Jean Frey now possessed strength far beyond his current level. Everything was proceeding according to plan, and he began heading toward the boss. However, before long, Jean Frey was surrounded by monsters within the dungeon. Not ordinary monsters, but 3 level 23 black serpents, the dungeon's sub-bosses. Probability of encountering 3 at once was less than 1%. Yet Jean Frey had fallen into precisely that rare situation. He unleashed his full strength to counterattack. This type of monster was even more ferocious than in the game. But right after that, Jean Frey was ambushed by 2 black serpents, nearly losing his life. He forced himself to remain calm, because he knew exactly how dangerous black serpents were. Although there were 3 of them, Jean Frey clearly understood their attack patterns and fatal weak points. He calmed himself, deliberately slowing his breathing to regain composure. Once steady, Jean Frey charged again. He knew the only spot he could pierce was the neck of this monster. As long as his execution was precise, he could completely kill them with a single strike. However, this time things did not go as smoothly as expected. Just as Jean Frey rushed forward, intending to swing his sword across the neck of a black serpent, the other one suddenly lunged in front of him, clearly protecting its companion. Jean Frey could not help but be astonished to realize the monster reacted so flexibly. In a brief moment of distraction, he paid the price by being bitten on his left shoulder. The sharp fangs of the black serpent sank deep into his flesh, the pain cutting to the bone. Enduring the agony, he swung and Go Kong and severed the head of the monster clinging to him. The moment it collapsed, Jean Frey's level instantly soared to level 23. However, his remaining HP was only 8 points, an extremely dangerous state that forced him to either recover or retreat immediately. Unlike the game, the pain was real. The intense agony nearly made Jean Frey dizzy, yet everything was still under control. Raising his defense from 27 to 72 earlier had inadvertently given him a second chance at survival, ensuring that at full HP he would not die from a single blow. At this very moment, the necessary condition had been met. Jean Frey officially unlocked Go Kong's second-level skill. As soon as the skill activated, his speed stats skyrocketed from 19 to 190 points. This was the effect of the second skill, increasing the user's speed tenfold. However, this effect only activated when the user was pushed to the brink of death. With 190 speed, Jean Frey completely overwhelmed the remaining 2 monsters and swiftly killed them with a single slash each. Though his shoulder still throbbed and the situation was dangerous, everything remained on track. How could a hardcore gamer with protagonist Aura die in the first dungeon? After finishing off the 2 remaining black serpents, Jean Frey successfully advanced to level 17. That was enough to qualify to face the dungeon boss. Jean Frey did not rush, but found a large tree and sat down to rest. At this moment, he should have healed his injuries, but if he restored HP, the tenfold speed effect would disappear. After some consideration, Jean Frey decided to keep the effect. Although fighting the boss with only 8 HP was extremely risky, he trusted his experience. Even so, deliberately enduring severe injury to activate the skill was far from pleasant. After resting for a while to steady his mind, Jean Frey continued on his way. Before officially confronting the boss, he casually dealt with a few monsters along the path. After defeating 3 black serpents, the remaining monsters in this area became much easier to handle. With such steady leveling speed, Jean Frey felt fairly confident about the boss's appearance, but first he needed to craft an item. The required material this time was water. Thorn grass, sour berries, caterpillars, and bone leaf. Blood flower and hiriri seeds were the final 2 components. All those materials were just to create a D-rank item that he still had not fully gathered. This made Jean Frey extremely irritated, but complaining would not solve the problem. Jean Frey stood up, continuing to gather materials before encountering the boss. Fortunately, things went fairly smoothly. Jean Frey had collected almost all 7 required materials. Just as he picked up a sour berry, a familiar voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Hey, are you Jean Frey?" Jean Frey turned around and saw a very familiar face. It turned out to be someone from the same village, moreover an extremely annoying person. He immediately mocked upon meeting him. Well, you became an adventurer too, useless Jean Frey." This blonde man was Julius, an adventurer who had been registered for 3 years yet still wandering around C-rank dungeons. If anyone was more useless, it certainly was not Jean Frey. Julius glanced at the items in his hand and asked if he was a craftsman. Good heavens, so poor you cannot even afford new equipment. At this moment, the person standing beside Julius asked if he was his friend. Not at all, just from the same village when we were kids, Julius replied, and did not forget to call Jean Frey the poorest in the village. Admitting him as a friend would be embarrassing. Rambled about Jean Frey's father dying early and his mother bedridden as if it were a cruel joke, making him extremely uncomfortable. Jean Frey thought that the worst luck today was meeting this man again. The truth was his father had died when he was young, and his younger sister still had to care for their gravely ill mother. That was also the reason he risked everything to become an adventurer and earn a great deal of money. "Hey, are you listening? I am telling your heroic story." Julius continued provoking and threatened him when he saw Jean Frey's gaze change. As he spoke, he grabbed his collar, while Jean Frey was only considering how to deal with this bastard. But before he could decide, both Jean Frey and Julius were startled, as a ferocious roar echoed out. The boss had appeared earlier than Jean Frey expected. A level 31 one-eyed ogre stood towering before them. Julius immediately forgot all personal grudges, his mind filled only with the thought of fleeing to save his life. Jean Frey quickly realized the situation was extremely dangerous, as the one-eyed ogre targeted Julius's companion. Before Jean Frey could react, the monster had already smashed down. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The sight frightened Julius so badly he fell backward, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Even Jean Frey felt immense pressure. The level gap between the two sides was too great, not to mention the one-eyed ogre's defense was extremely high. Dealing damage to it was almost unimaginable. Its weapon was a gigantic wooden mace. A single hit would shatter bones and crush flesh. More dangerous was that its current target was Jean Frey. He could dodge 1 or 2 strikes, but he could not evade forever. The opponent's one-eye skill also did not allow Jean Frey to escape. With no other choice, he had to wield Ngo Kong and face it head-on. The one-eyed ogre attacked again. Thanks to understanding its movements and the tenfold speed effect, Jean Frey barely avoided the fatal blow. He counterattacked immediately, making Julius, who lay not far away, widen his eyes. He could not believe the one he had always looked down on could solo a dungeon boss. But Jean Frey understood. He still had not found the crucial point. Running around only delayed time. He had to close the distance. The moment the one-eyed ogre's mace slammed down again, Jean Frey used the force of the strike to climb upward. Seeing this, the one-eyed ogre reached out with its other hand to grab him. Jean Frey immediately seized that opportunity, using the back of its hand as a foothold to spring upward. Perfect leap made him temporarily vanish from its sight, while the one-eyed ogre rolled its eye searching. The back of its neck exposed a fatal weakness. As he descended, Jean Frey locked onto the target and prepared to strike, but in the end, he only managed to create a small cut on the monster's scalp. Jean Frey had long anticipated that this scenario would occur. Size and weight of the mace were too great, making it difficult for him to approach. But once struck, the damage inflicted was utterly devastating. Moreover, fighting while standing on the ground was never easy to begin with. Realizing it had been ambushed, the one-eyed ogre immediately flew into a rage, its mace swinging wildly in its hand. Jean Frey was forced to leap back to the ground. He continued fighting, using his speed and agile footwork to slowly chip away at the boss's HP. Meanwhile, Julius cowered in a corner, frightened yet unable to take his eyes off Jean Frey, unable to believe that in such a short time he had changed so much. Jean Frey strove to maintain the rhythm of the battle, but his MP was limited, and his stamina was gradually draining. If this dragged on, he would fall even without a critical hit. He had to quickly create that item. Jean Frey calculated silently. Thorn grass was already in his hand. Highly acidic sour berry and fresh cornflower were also prepared. Now only a few materials were missing. Jean Frey believed they were nearby, but he was under constant attack and had no free moment. Even so, he kept observing and quickly discovered the remaining materials were right near where Julius was hiding. Without hesitation, Jean Frey rushed toward that spot, drawing the one-eyed ogre in pursuit. The sight made Julius's heart pound because he thought Jean Frey was running to seek his help. Of course, Jean Frey expected nothing from that useless man. His target was merely the materials growing beside him. The final required material was water. Fortunately, there was a container nearby that held some. Jean Frey immediately dashed over and opened it. At last, the 7 types of materials were complete. He swiftly began the fusion process. Formed was a rare E-rank poison vial. Its effect was to inflict poison, causing the target's HP to decrease steadily each second. Poison, are you stupid? The one-eyed ogre is immune to poison, Julius shouted, just as foolish as he was loud. Jean Frey was a hardcore gamer. Of course he knew that basic knowledge. Because this poison vial was only the first step, Jean Frey aimed for was to fuse in spinal fluid from the black serpent into that toxin, thus creating a rare D-rank deadly poison vial. Its effect was to inflict severe poisoning on the target, causing the HP bar to plummet at extreme speed. What fusing twice? Julius stood stunned. At first he had thought Jean Frey was acting out of desperation. Now there was only one final step left. That was to fuse the deadly poison vial with Ngo Kong. This shocked Julius even more, because he thought Jean Frey would use the poison on the boss, rather than enhance his weapon. When the entire process was complete, Jean Frey could not hide his satisfaction. This was the true form of Ngo Kong, with this sword in hand. Had secured victory in the battle. At that moment, the one-eyed ogre appeared once more. Its roar nearly frightened Julius for a second time. Kept you waiting, you oversized fool. Now round 2 begins. Jean Frey provoked with confidence. The one-eyed ogre's movements were still crude and clumsy as before. The only thing that had changed was Jean Frey. More precisely, the weapon in his hand was no longer the same. Holding Ngo Kong imbued with poison, Jean Frey's aura surged. He made use of the remaining speed effect, circling continuously until the one-eyed ogre grew dizzy. Thanks to that, Jean Frey successfully reached behind his opponent. This time Ngo Kong's slash produced a completely different effect. The one-eyed ogre was instantly afflicted with severe poison. Its HP began to drop second by second. Although it quickly neutralized the toxin, Jean Frey was not in a hurry. He could repeat this method as many times as needed. Each time it detoxified, he simply inflicted poison again. Thus the two sides repeated the cycle of attack and counter. The one-eyed ogre kept dispelling the deadly poison. Jean Frey continued slashing and poisoning once more. Gradually, through each repetition, its body was silently eroded by the toxin. Though each injury was small, accumulated over time, they finally brought the one-eyed ogre down. Now Jean Frey could finish it with a final strike. He seized the perfect moment. Gokong pierced straight into the opponent's single eye. The one-eyed ogre roared in agony. The critical hit was complete. The outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. Jean Frey landed lightly, though exhausted the result satisfied him. Seriously, Julius muttered in the corner after witnessing everything. He could not believe the person before him was still the Jean Frey he once knew. Jean Frey turned to look at Julius, causing him to flinch. Julius immediately turned and ran, while Jean Frey watched him leave and could only sigh in disappointment. Jean Frey lowered his hand, and Gokong gradually faded away. He exhaled softly and summoned the status panel. The status panel appeared displaying Jean Frey's information. He happily noticed his level had increased again. Jean Frey waved to close the auxiliary panels, deciding to handle them later, then confirmed his equipment. An image of gold coins appeared along with a system notification summarizing the rewards. Jean Frey smiled and clenched his fist, thinking this gold would be sent home to his mother. He glanced over the status panel and murmured that the advantage of soloing was receiving all the rewards. An image of an eye appeared. Along with the item information panel, Jean Frey exclaimed, "Exactly what I needed." He gave a faint smile and closed the panel, telling himself there was no need to care about the item's appearance. Jean Frey looked into the distance, realizing he had obtained the material for the next hidden equipment. Scenery changed. Around him stretched a vast plateau and overlapping mountain ranges. The D-rank area text appeared. Jean Frey stretched and took a deep breath, saying emotionally that this place brought back many memories. He raised his head to the sky, his eyes filled with contemplation. Jean Frey analyzed that the ultimate goal was to eliminate the evil god across all 7 continents. Starting from here, the image of a goddess statue appeared in his mind. To surpass it, he needed the second hidden equipment. Jean Frey looked at Gokong and muttered that he needed a cyclops eye and another material. Nearby, a pack of wolf-like monsters appeared, all staring at Jean Frey. Jean Frey charged into battle, thinking that he also needed to continue training. After sweeping away the enemies, he moved forward with the desire to build a peaceful world. The image of his family appeared in his mind. He told himself he would earn a great deal of money so they could live better. Jean Frey lowered his head in thought. Those who once looked down on him would eventually pay the price when he grew stronger. The sound of leveling up rang out. Jean Frey wiped the blood from his face and smiled. That alone was enough. Scene shifted to the city. The voice of the Adventurers Association announcement echoed. Yesterday, a new adventurer eliminated 33 monsters during the purification ceremony. This unprecedented achievement was causing a stir throughout the entire association. The news host revealed the name Jean Frey. Many were astonished at the number 33. Citizens listened attentively. It was said to be a black-haired, blue-eyed youth heading toward the starting town. The broadcast continued with information about excessive hunting of wild birds. The scene returned to the plateau, white clouds drifting lazily when a sound rang out. Jean Frey appeared. At his feet lay the corpse of a monster just slain. He hoisted Gokong onto his shoulder, looked around and muttered, "Strange, I have searched everywhere and cannot find another one." In Jean Frey's mind appeared the image of forest warbler feathers. He told himself he had nearly gathered enough materials, but was still missing this type of feather. Jean Frey swept his gaze around and muttered that forest warblers were not rare. Just then, the familiar cuckoo call echoed in his thoughts. A map quickly formed in Jean Frey's mind. He clearly remembered each continent had 7 zones, 6 ranked from F to A, and the final S-rank zone where the evil god resided. The image of the forest warbler became clearer. Jean Frey hesitated, as he thought that the highest spawn rate of this species should be in the D-rank zone of the first continent, which was exactly here. Jean Frey looked up at the sky, and Gokong in his hand gradually faded. He sighed helplessly and decided to teleport back to town to seek more information. The scenery shifted. Time moved to midday. Warm sunlight bathed a small town nestled deep within the forest. Jean Frey strolled leisurely through the town, observing his surroundings while murmuring that there had to be a general store nearby. Jean Frey suddenly stopped before a signboard. He exclaimed that he had found it. He just needed to ask a few people. Jean Frey stepped forward and placed his hand on the doorknob, when a shout suddenly rang out from inside. "Wait!" From inside, a man with a sack over his shoulder rushed out. laughing as he shouted, "Run, brothers." About to step out with his companions, Henry shoved Jean Frey aside and barked, "Move it, kid." Sap's group fled. He shouted excitedly that this hall was big. Jean Frey watched in confusion, unsure whether they were thieves or robbers. The scene shifted to Sap's group carrying the stolen loot, laughing as they ran. In the distance, Sophia and Maria were strolling. Sophia startled and turned when Sap shouted, "Hey, move aside, you cowards." Sap roughly shoved Maria aside. The girl cried out in pain. Maria stumbled and fell to the ground. A frightened scream rang out. Jean Frey suddenly appeared and caught Maria in time before she hit the ground fully. Holding Maria with one hand, Jean Frey glanced toward Sap's group. The thought of these bastards flashed through his mind. Sap continued running forward, yet his eyes still glanced warily at Jean Frey. Sophia hurriedly embraced Maria and thanked Jean Frey. He softly replied that it was nothing. Sap's group gradually disappeared. Sophia reassured Maria that everything was fine. Lucian stepped forward angrily, cursing those damned mountain dogs. Jean Frey looked at Lucian and guessed he was the shop owner. When he asked, Lucian explained that the mountain dogs were a gang of thieves and poachers. His shop had been completely looted. Jean Frey was astonished such a gang existed. Lucian added that the recent overhunting of forest warblers was also their doing. Jean Frey froze. A mysterious voice echoed in his mind. He looked toward where Sap's group vanished and suddenly understood everything. Lucian removed his hood and sighed that they spared neither women nor children. He would have to close his shop for a while. Jean Frey remained silent for a long time, watching Lucian's retreating figure. Resting his chin on his hand, he thought the mountain dogs were truly troublesome. Adventurer guilds were usually formed by like-minded people. Images of Lucian and Sophia appeared in his mind. Jean Frey thought that although he did not want to get involved, he still felt uneasy. Causing trouble for villagers was bad enough, but overhunting forest warblers was even more unforgivable. Jean Frey felt anger rise within him, largely born from outrage at Sap's actions. Without further hesitation, Jean Frey rushed forward, deciding to chase them. Scene shifted to a narrow alley piled with old items. Jean Frey appeared, hiding behind a wall and observing inside the alley. Nearby, members of the mountain dogs laughed noisily around the stolen goods. Sap held a bottle of wine and laughed that they had nearly emptied the shop. Henry replied that the boss said they had to withdraw soon. Jean Frey observed quietly and thought they carried all kinds of stolen goods. So where were the forest warbler feathers? He scanned around. Sap's group had not yet noticed him. Jean Frey noticed a shelf with many green jars placed upon it. Inside those jars were forest warbler feathers. Jean Frey silently exclaimed, "There they are." Jean Frey narrowed his eyes, realizing they had hunted this species nearly to extinction. Nearby, Sap talked about news of a new adventurer. A companion doubted the number 33. Sap snapped that it was nonsense. Jean Frey hid behind the wall thinking there were too many of them. What should he do? Suddenly a voice behind him asked, "What are you doing here?" Adrian appeared behind Jean Frey. He thought to himself this was bad. It must be their stealth skill. Jean Frey raised his hands to explain, but Adrian pointed his weapon and cut him off, saying they had just dealt with a spy who said the same thing. Jean Frey remained silent, his eyes avoiding an answer. Adrian suddenly swung his weapon and attacked. Jean Frey stepped back and narrowly dodged, thinking the attack was too sudden. Jean Frey opened his palm to summon Ngo Kong and whispered there was no other way. Adrian thrust straight forward. Jean Frey swiftly sidestepped. Jean Frey delivered a powerful kick to Adrian's ankle. Adrian lost balance and fell forward. Jean Frey struck the back of Adrian's neck hard with the hilt of his sword. Loud noise drew Sap and his companion's attention. He asked what was going on. One of the group spotted Jean Frey and shouted. He jolted and thought this was bad. Sap looked at Jean Frey suspiciously and asked another spy. Jean Frey hurriedly explained he did not want trouble. He only needed a few forest warbler feathers. He suddenly paused when he looked at Ngo Kong in his hand. Jean Frey understood that no matter what he said they would not believe him. Henry looked at Adrian lying still while Sap shouted, "Kill him." Jean Frey sighed. If negotiation failed, then force was the only option. He stated he had not killed Adrian. Jean Frey gripped Ngo Kong tightly, facing Sap's group who aimed their weapons at him. Henry roared and charged straight at Jean Frey. Jean Frey calmly sidestepped and pushed Henry off balance. He swung the hilt of Ngo Kong and struck Henry's face hard, making him cry out in pain. Jean Frey stepped back. Henry bent over, clutching his mouth to stop the bleeding. Henry shouted that his nose had been slashed. Jean Frey awkwardly said he had only used the hilt. Mountain Dog's members began retreating cautiously. Jean Frey scratched his face and complained handling so many at once was troublesome. At that moment, Nathan rushed from behind. Nathan swung his weapon Jean Frey crouched and dodged. Jean Frey sprang up and kicked Nathan hard in the stomach, sending him backward. Nathan forced himself up and charged again with his spear. Jean Frey raised his hand and firmly grabbed the spear. He twisted his body, switched hands, and delivered a straight punch into Nathan's abdomen. Sudden notification appeared, startling Jean Frey. You have landed a critical hit. Keen Eye has activated. Nathan clutched his stomach, rolling in pain. Jean Frey softly apologized. Ethan raised his weapon and charged while cursing. Ethan slashed forward. Jean Frey immediately sat down to evade. Jean Frey spun and Go Kong and drove the hilt into Ethan's chin. The blow left Ethan dazed and screaming in pain. Jean Frey rested and Go Kong on his shoulder and said he did not want to fight. Mountain dogs were completely defeated. Jean Frey coldly said, "You reap what you sow." Suddenly Sap appeared behind Jean Frey and asked, "What now?" Realizing the enemy, Jean Frey widened his eyes and froze for a split second. He turned around. Their two strikes collided with a sharp metallic sound. Jean Frey blocked Sap's sword. That man revealed an excited grin. Sap mocked that his rear defense was wide open. Jean Frey looked at Sap and thought he was using stealth again. The image of Sap robbing Lucian flashed before him. Jean Frey realized it was indeed him. The two separated and stepped back a few paces. Their eyes locked on each other. Sap raised his sword and introduced himself as vice leader Sap Manhwa. Jean Frey calmly said he had never heard that name, making Sap angrily shout. Sap tightened his grip and charged, yelling that Jean Frey was the one who caused trouble the other day. Jean Frey parried while asking that Sap's weapon was quite strange. Was he not a thief? Sap sneered and replied, "Keep talking, even if you know how to fight." Sap attacked relentlessly and mocked that Jean Frey only had good weapons because of luck. Sap continued attacking, belittling equipment and praising skill. Jean Frey coldly responded, "Is that so?" Immediately after, Sap slashed down hard. Jean Frey quickly retreated and avoided it. Strike cracked the ground open. Sap sneered that just by looking at his weapon, he could tell Jean Frey was still a rookie. Sap raised his hand and pointed straight at Jean Frey, guessing that armor must have been nothing more than gear obtained from the initial tutorial when choosing the craftsman class. Jean Frey did not respond, silently listening to Sap, yet his gaze was enough to show that the weapon in the opponent's hand was clearly a rare item. Jean Frey frowned slightly, his displeasure evident, his voice about to rise, as if that was why you dared to flaunt yourself so smugly. Sap swung his arm forward, summoning a series of weapons. That man arrogantly said it looked like you had never fought an adventurer before. Sap called forth numerous sharp swords, their tips all aimed at Jean Frey. With just a slight movement of his hand, dozens of blades tore through the air and shot straight at Jean Frey. Jean Frey remained calm and still. He casually waved his hand and easily deflected all the incoming blades. Sap pointed his sword at Jean Frey and continued, "When an adventurer exposes his class in battle, he will surely fall into a disadvantage." Sap smiled confidently, his voice certain of victory. "You are a craftsman, right? If you only know crafting, then I just need to follow the movement of your sword." Jean Frey continued to silently observe his opponent, then slowly said, "What about you? Since you do not know my class, you cannot guess what skill I will use." Jean Frey looked straight at Sap and calmly replied, "You are a thief, the only class that can use the plunder skill," making Sap angrily blurt out, "What?" Sap tightened his grip on the sword and hurriedly defended himself. "That is not true. I am a summoner." Jean Frey let out a soft sound of realization, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes as he suddenly felt a bit sorry for that man. The image of Ngo Kong having his power stripped by Sap appeared in Jean Frey's mind. He thought he needed to see whether that man had truly learned that skill. If Ngo Kong were stolen, it would be serious trouble. Jean Frey gripped Ngo Kong tightly, already making a swift decision in his heart. He had to end this quickly. Without another word, Jean Frey tightened his hold on his weapon and charged straight at Sap. Jean Frey's gaze remained locked on his opponent, both hands lifting Ngo Kong to strike. At that moment, Erlin and Mark suddenly appeared behind him. Jean Frey slightly turned his head, a flicker of shock crossing his face at this unexpected situation. "What is this?" Erlin and Mark both held weapons in hand and rushed at Jean Frey. He immediately realized the two were also using stealth. Erlin swung his sword fiercely. Jean Frey twisted midair, one hand bracing against the ground to keep balance as he completely dodged the strike. Jean Frey landed and quickly retreated, his hand still touching the floor. Taking advantage of the momentum of his slide, Jean Frey shot straight toward Sap, reversing Ngo Kong for a counterattack. The hilt of Ngo Kong stabbed directly into Sap's lower abdomen, producing a heavy resounding thud. Notification appeared, confirming that Jean Frey had just delivered a critical hit to Sap. Sap stood frozen, his entire body seeming to be encased in ice. Sap screamed in agony, the cry so loud that the windows of the surrounding houses shattered. Sap collapsed unconscious. Erlin rushed over shouting Vice Leader, while Mark beside him cried out in panic hoping that man would wake up. Looking at Erlin then at Sap, someone panicked and said, "This is bad. Sap has fainted." Jean Frey raised his hand in apology sorry. A second apology with a critical hit included. Jean Frey lowered his head, sighed softly and muttered, now then. Jean Frey stepped behind Erlin and Mark, speaking as if the outcome was already decided. Sap lay motionless on the ground. Jean Frey warned them if they did not want to share the same fate. Jean Frey raised Ngo Kong, his cold gaze fixed on Erlin and Mark. He demanded they bring out Lam Vu, one hand holding the sword, the other pointing at the two frightened men sitting on the ground. Jean Frey repeated that unless they wanted a similar ending, staring directly at the two of them, his voice firm as he demanded they hand over Lam Vu immediately. At the name Lam Vu, both men instantly turned pale and stammered to ask if he had just mentioned Lam Vu. One hurriedly promised to bring it over, while in the distance Adrian and Henry were approaching. That was him. Henry's voice rang out, confirming this was the one who had beaten our men, surely an enemy faction, while the other two quietly rejoiced at the arrival of reinforcements. Seeing more people appear, Jean Frey raised an eyebrow and lamented, heavens, they are swarming like ants. The four quickly surrounded Jean Frey, forcing him into the center. Adrian tightened his weapon in intimidation. You dare touch the Mountain Dog gang? Kid, Henry frowned and asked, you called us here just to deal with this one guy. Suddenly Henry shouted upon seeing Sap lying there. Wait, Vice Leader. Everyone turned to look at Sap sprawled on the floor. Henry cried out in panic, Vice Leader, what happened? Receiving no response, and seeing Sap still unmoving, Henry declared that man had completely fainted. Witnessing this scene, Adrian asked in shock whether that kid had defeated the Vice Leader. Henry repeatedly denied it, and reassured himself that perhaps the Vice Leader had only drunk too much. Adrian immediately cursed that as cowardly behavior. Hearing their discussion, Jean Frey thought of that man's smug expression, calling himself Vice Leader Manhwa, then realized with disdain that he was not drunk but merely delusional about his strength. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out asking what was all this noise about, causing everyone to turn around. 3 men gradually appeared, led by a burly figure, the group calmly advancing toward Jean Frey. The tall man was Zhu Manhwa, the leader of the Mountain Dog gang. That man glanced at Jean Frey with scrutiny. Recognizing him, the gang members hurried over to Bo, calling out in unison, Leader Guild Master. Several underlings quickly pointed toward Jean Frey, whispering a report of the situation. Jean Frey calmly rested Ngo Kong on his shoulder, observing the crowd and thinking so this is the leader, probably named Du Manhwa. Du suspiciously asked if someone had come to cause trouble for the gang. The underling immediately replied yes. That man gestured toward Sap lying before Jean Frey, saying that even the vice leader had been taken down. Du's gaze darkened, his lips pressed tight as that man narrowed his eyes at Jean Frey as if weighing something. Jean Frey did not avoid it, standing upright face to face, his gaze unwavering. Du suddenly put his hands in his pockets and laughed loudly, guessing you must be from some gang, then asked which gang you came from. Jean Frey looked around at those who had fallen and calmly replied, I work alone. I do not belong to any faction. Hearing that, Du showed clear surprise and incredulously asked if you did all this by yourself. Jean Frey casually confirmed it, making Du burst into laughter, one hand on his forehead as he kept saying he understood now. Du's eyes lit up with interest. That man bluntly proposed, I like you, join my gang. Jean Frey was stunned, his face blank as he blurted out huh as if he had heard something unbelievable. The underlings were just as stunned as Jean Frey, quickly surrounding to dissuade him. Yet Du insisted that normally he would have smashed anyone who dared cause trouble. At that, Du squinted excitedly, and added that since you defeated the vice leader, your skills are not bad. I will give you a spot. Seeing Jean Frey still silent, Du draped an arm over his shoulder and laughed, asking what is wrong, too happy to speak, or shall we go have a few drinks? Jean Frey stood motionless, his face cold and stiff, slowly replying I refuse. Before Du's stunned expression, Jean Frey forcefully shrugged off the arm around his shoulder, sternly said he only wanted Lam Vu, inwardly reminding himself of avenging the grocery store owner and that little girl, then bluntly said who would want to join this filthy gang. Faced with Jean Frey's firm attitude, as he demanded Lam Vu be handed over, the faces of the gang members immediately darkened. Du angrily stepped forward, grinding out whether you just called my gang filthy, kid. Jean Frey showed no fear and calmly replied, yes, your guild only bullies the weak. It truly is a den of trash. Those words enraged Du. That man leapt up and swung his axe high aimed straight at Jean Frey. The axe came crashing down with a violent explosion, the floor cracking into pieces. Fortunately, the blow did not land. Jean Frey had already dodged to the side. Du lifted the axe out of the ruined crater he had just created. Du's eyes bulged with veins popping. That man smirked and said, fine, I changed my mind. That man pointed straight at Jean Frey and declared, this is the first time I have met someone as shameless as you. I will beat you and turn you into a slave. Jean Frey acted as if he did not hear, sinking into speculation that this power showed that man was not a thief. While Jean Frey was distracted, Du suddenly brought the axe down, Fortunately, he dodged in time. Without stopping, Du continued his assault, charging straight at Jean Frey. Jean Frey swiftly leapt to evade, not letting a single strike touch him. Looking at Du, Jean Frey calculated that if that man used a skill it would be troublesome. He had to take him down first. Thinking that, Jean Frey tightened his grip on Ngo Kong and shot toward Du like an arrow. He lowered his body, narrowly avoiding the sharp axe blade sweeping past his head. That light movement made Du's eyes widen and his mouth gape in shock. Without hesitation, Jean Frey immediately counterattacked with a sharp slash grazing Du's body. Looking at the cut on his side, Du ground his teeth and thought he had only used the flat of the weapon, truly arrogant. Even so, Du remained cautious, telling himself that the attacks were very strong, so he must avoid direct confrontation. Jean Frey glanced behind Du's position, inwardly assessing that this man was indeed very strong. Du's expression darkened. After a moment of thought, that man spoke, put away the weapon. The weapon in his hand gradually faded and disappeared before Jean Frey's eyes. Jean Frey was slightly surprised, wondering if that man had retracted his weapon. After a moment of thought, Jean Frey suddenly understood. So that man's class was duelist. Du's body suddenly swelled, muscles bulging intensely. System panel appeared, duelist hidden skill. When putting away one weapon, stamina is doubled for 3 minutes. Seeing that, the underlings cheered loudly. The leader's duelist skill had appeared. Looking at Du's physique and aura, Jean Frey concluded that man was a fighter. Without hesitation, Du clenched his fist and threw a punch at Jean Frey. Punch shot forward like an arrow, only inches from Jean Frey's calm face. A loud impact rang out. Jean Frey had tilted aside in time, causing the punch to slam straight into the wall. A drop of sweat rolled down Jean Frey's cheek, inwardly remarking that if he took a full punch from this duelist, he would surely explode. Du spun around once more, gathering his strength to deliver a punch from above straight down at Jean Frey. He clenched his fist and shot forward, charging while roaring with killing intent. Die, you bastard. Facing that assault, Jean Frey remained calm, his gaze stern, his hand gripping the sword tightly, ready to meet the attack. Du lunged like an arrow leaving the bow, mouth wide as he screamed in fury, "Die, you brat." His shout abruptly cut off beneath Jean Frey's blade, the notification panel instantly appearing to signal that a critical hit had been delivered. Du only had time to widen his eyes, mouth agape before letting out a pained groan. The system immediately issued a notification. The 3 eyes skill has been activated. Underlings all froze, eyes wide and mouths open, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Seeing Du lying face down and motionless on the floor, they panicked and shouted for their leader. Trembling and whispering, they muttered that he had defeated the leader, then suddenly recalled that this was the adventurer mentioned in the news. Watching Jean Frey in the distance stretching and sighing, they pieced the clues together. That is right, the black-haired man with blue eyes. The more they studied Jean Frey's face, every feature matched the rumors: black hair, blue eyes. Thought sent chills down their spines, inwardly screaming it is him. There was no mistaking it. This was Jean Frey with blue eyes, and he stood there with hands on his hips watching them whisper without knowing what to say. Cutting through the noisy atmosphere, Jean Frey called out, "You all." Before he could finish, the underlings scattered in panic, leaving Jean Frey standing there dumbfounded. He frowned and muttered, "How do they know my name, and why would they abandon their leader like this?" Turning to leave, Jean Frey rubbed his head and told himself to forget it. Find Lam Vu first, then return the treasure to the shop. The place echoing with the sound of flowing water, the system displayed a note: Taxi Grand, B-rank dungeon. Jean Frey advanced toward the cave entrance, comparing in his mind that the previous boss fight had ended too quickly, though it was still far from his battle with the one-eyed demon. The system issued a notification recording that he had slain the level 35 boss in Format 3 and gained experience points. With both hands in his pockets, Jean Frey slowly approached the statue of a female angel placed high above. He stopped before the statue, silent, his gaze lowering as he looked aside. The goddess statue had lost one eye. Hands clasped as if in prayer, Jean Frey softly whispered his longing to the fallen goddess before falling silent. Looking up at the statue, he calculated that solving the mechanism here would grant the second hidden equipment. A feather and an eye quickly appeared in Jean Frey's hand. He softly said, "It is time for us to reunite." Staring intently at the statue, he thought that anyone with good intuition would realize at a glance that the key lay in the eye. Placed the eye into the statue's left socket, recalling that few noticed the one-eyed demon's eye fit perfectly there. Next, Jean Frey took the feather and set it upon the wings, thinking no one had discovered the tiny gap behind the wing just large enough for a feather. The feather suddenly shone brilliantly, as if responding to a spiritual call in midair. The system sound confirmed that the wish of the fallen goddess statue had been fulfilled. Immediately after, light radiated from behind the statue, illuminating an entire corner of the space. From the statue's left eye, tears silently fell into the golden cup as if in promise of reunion. The system announced that the fallen goddess had shed tears of joy. Above the rim of the cup, a golden ring appeared floating, the familiar sound signaling the second hidden equipment. Dense information panel appeared, introducing the equipment named Lucifer's Radiance. Holding the golden ring in his hand, Jean Frey laughed. With effects like this, it was only natural that it was hard to obtain. He lifted his head and gazed at the goddess statue for a long moment with calm composure. A satisfied look appeared on Jean Frey's face. He smiled and silently vowed to make good use of Lucifer's radiance. Above, the goddess statue remained with hands clasped in prayer, standing silently. A voice sounded urging immediate equipment, and the ring rose to hover above Jean Frey's head. Turning to leave, he muttered that he looked like a spirit or fairy. Hopefully others would not think this was a bugged item. Jean Frey rolled his eyes, then clenched his fist with a confident smile. Lucifer's radiance secured. S-Rank dungeon, here I come. Blue sky opened, the scenery shifting to another massive architectural structure. Jean Frey frowned tightly, sweat rolling down his cheek as he muttered under his breath, "Damn it." The S-Rank dungeon Mount Agni. Colossal volcanoes erupted violently. Due to the danger, only groups of 7 or more were permitted to enter. He scratched his head awkwardly, calculating since there was currently no recruitment notice for teammates. Display panel noted that, when the S-Rank dungeon boss was defeated, the dungeon would disappear and reappear randomly after a period of time. Upon defeating the first demon god, the player would receive a title allowing entry to the second continent. Seeing that information, Jean Frey lowered his head, determined to reach the next continent as soon as possible. Suddenly noise came from another group, looked at his fire mage Freyna's team, first time seeing them this close. A remark caught Jean Frey's attention. He glanced sideways with his blue eyes, seeing a blonde girl sitting neatly among the men. He wondered inwardly if that was the fire mage. Blonde girl was Freyna Esperi, 23 years old, level 45 class mage. The Lucifer ring above Jean Frey's head rotated slightly and emitted a reminder sound. He listened as the system recorded that the mind reading skill had been activated. Looking toward Freyna, Jean Frey sensed an intense longing emanating from her. Freyna wished to conquer the S-Rank dungeon as soon as possible but lacked members. Knowing that thought, Jean Frey smiled faintly, thinking Lucifer's radiance truly took effect at once. On Freyna's side, the group discussed and decided to disband for today, one person nodding in agreement. From afar, a pair of black shoes approached Freyna, the person apologizing for interrupting the conversation. Jean Frey stepped forward, pointing to himself confidently asking if I may join everyone, thinking they needed assistance. The whole group fell silent, staring at the ring above his head and forgetting to answer. Jean Frey closed his eyes helplessly, thinking he did not need mind reading to know what they were thinking, then heard them ask what he had just said. Marcel, sitting on the ground, said the team had decided to stop today. If he needed teammates, he should find others. Through Lucifer's radiance, Jean Frey sensed Marcel's pity because a teammate was injured and hospitalized. He pressed his lips together in understanding. So someone was injured, which left the team short-handed. Jean Frey glanced at Freyna, then said he wanted to hear the captain's opinion. He continued, gently asking that she seemed worried. Perhaps there was urgent matter in the S-Rank dungeon. Freyna lowered her head and sighed softly. The system notified that Jean Frey sensed Freyna's worry about her father, an adventurer missing for over a month in the S-Rank dungeon. Jean Frey understood inwardly, so she was worried about her father. Freyna pressed her lips and stared into space, her eyes heavy. Another notification appeared, drawing Jean Frey's attention. He sensed yet another worry. Before the notification could fully appear, he rushed forward and kicked it apart in everyone's astonishment. Jean Frey closed his eyes, took a deep breath and introduced himself. Sorry for not saying earlier. I am Jean Frey, and I also wish to enter the S-Rank dungeon as soon as possible. Hearing that, Freyna thought she had heard this name somewhere. Arthur behind was stunned if this was truly that Jean Frey. The others began murmuring. Was he not the one who appeared on the news? Chatter about the one who had slain 33 monsters at the Than Te altar continued. Jean Frey stood listening awkwardly, thinking the system truly kept no secrets. Freyna rested her chin in thought. There is something strange about him, as if he can read thoughts, yet none of the recent adventurers possess such aura. He continued observing Jean Frey, feeling as though he had experienced many things. The system notified that Jean Frey sensed Freyna's astonishment, making him inwardly pleased. It seemed he was about to succeed. After a moment of consideration, Freyna spoke, agreeing to let Jean Frey join the team. The red hem of her robe fluttered in the air with a soft sound. Freyna stood and led the way, not forgetting to warn that if he was useless, he would be left behind. Jean Frey's blue eyes gleamed. He silently thanked Lucifer's radiance for finally allowing entry into the S-Rank dungeon. The group followed Jean Frey into the S-Rank dungeon, Mount Agni. At the front of the formation, He thought he was again in the most dangerous vanguard position, but reassured himself it was fine. Behind, several members of Freyna's team whispered about whether they should trust him. Freyna coldly replied as long as he was useful. If necessary, he could serve as bait. After saying that, she looked at Jean Frey's back as he led boldly ahead. Arthur from behind started a conversation asking if he truly was the one from the news. Jean Frey awkwardly replied perhaps, though inwardly wondering what that news was. Arthur fell silent after hearing that, eyes shifting thoughtfully. The system notified that Jean Frey sensed unease. Arthur still did not trust him. That made Jean Frey inwardly sigh. Such intense suspicion. Cedric behind spoke, telling Arthur that he did not look strong at all, even wearing an angelic halo ring. Jean Frey inwardly wanted to cry, thinking do not poke the sore spot, this ring is truly useful. Suddenly, the system issued a warning. The second skill, magic detection, has activated, detecting an unknown source of mana moving. Receiving the system warning, Jean Frey immediately deduced that the monsters were gathering near the mountain peak. Are they surging down at the same time? Could it really be such a coincidence? Jean Frey snapped his head back and shouted to everyone, "Where is the shield bearer? Activate your defensive skill and protect the team." Hearing him shout, Cedric froze in confusion and only managed to ask what before Jean Frey yelled again, "Hurry, the volcano is about to erupt." Cedric frowned tightly, his voice filled with irritation at being rushed. "Listen here, you." Before he could finish, the distant volcano erupted violently, blazing red rocks blasting everywhere. In that dangerous moment, Cedric still stood stunned without reacting. Jean Frey anxiously shouted again, "Be careful, shield yourselves now." Hundreds of burning rocks from the crater fell straight toward the group's position. Cedric raised both hands before him, gritted his teeth and growled inwardly, "Recoil." An invisible barrier instantly formed like a giant net, shielding the entire group from the lava hail. Observing the scene, Jean Frey quickly calculated, "The lava is falling from above. We must wait until it ends before advancing." Freyna's expression darkened as she suddenly ordered everyone to stay in place. She planted her weapon into the cracked ground, her eyes stern and focused in thought. After a moment, Freyna lifted her weapon, placing her other hand upon it and murmured, "Fire meteor." A magic array swiftly appeared beneath her feet as a massive fireball gathered in the sky. Freyna raised her weapon high, eyes tightly shut, its tip pointed straight toward the heavens. Following that motion, the enormous fireball shot upward at astonishing speed. The terrifying heat from the fireball rapidly melted the falling rocks. Jean Frey stood behind, observing the entire scene unfold. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes as he assessed inwardly, "Fire mage. She uses heat to vaporize the falling stones." Suddenly the ground beneath them trembled violently, cracks spreading rapidly. A massive fissure quickly extended to where they stood, causing panic as people cried out that the ground was splitting apart. Trouble struck Arthur's side. Only his terrified scream could be heard. Everyone turned to see Arthur falling into a newly formed abyss, shouting his name in horror. At the critical moment, a slender arm shot out and grabbed Arthur's wrist. It was Jean Frey who acted, gripping Arthur tightly and keeping him suspended at the cliff's edge. Jean Frey's other hand pressed against the ground as the stone beneath began to crack. Seeing this, Jean Frey gritted his teeth, eyes wide as he cursed inwardly, "Damn it." In the end, both fell into the abyss under everyone's horrified gaze, the speed of descent allowing Jean Frey only the thought, "We are finished. It is too deep." Instead of pain as expected, they collided with a large, white, round, elastic object. It turned out they had landed on the back of a level 38 fluff bat. Jean Frey pushed himself up with a sigh of relief. Just a fluff bat, lucky, thinking the luck effect from the radiance must have helped. Hearing the commotion, the fluff bat narrowed its eyes angrily and turned its head to growl. Sensing danger, Jean Frey cursed inwardly and quickly told Arthur, "Jump down now." The moment they landed, they faced the enraged fluff bat directly. Jean Frey stared at the monster and warned, "It absorbs impact and counterattacks. That fall was likely amplified many times, be careful." Arthur held his dagger in front defensively and replied shortly, "I know." The ground shook violently as a powerful gust surged forward. Jean Frey shouted, "It is attacking." Ahead, the fluff bat flapped its wings and opened its fang-filled mouth in a threatening roar. Heavy footsteps pounded the ground, sparks flying as someone dashed at high speed. Jean Frey rushed forward, wrapping an arm around Arthur's waist and shoving him aside from the strike. Arthur rolled across the ground, face twisted in pain, lying still for a moment. Jean Frey stood in front with sword in hand and shouted back, "I told you to be careful. If you do not want to die, then stay there." Arthur did not rise, sitting on the ground while Jean Frey confronted the fluff bat head-on. Sitting there, Arthur looked up at the deep dents in the rock wall in shock. Felt fortunate. Had he not been pushed away in time, he might have shattered like that wall. Looking at the fluff bat, Arthur thought inwardly, even a normal monster is this terrifying. This truly is an S-rank battlefield. Jean Frey calmly, yet decisively swung his sword at the fluff bat. Everything happened in a flash. The fluff bat collapsed motionless, leaving Arthur stunned. What just happened? Arthur looked up at Jean Frey, thinking he took it down with a single strike. Above where Freyna's group stood, the sensing formation had been activated. Freyna stood near the fissures edge, raising her hand to control the formation with intense focus. Cedric behind her anxiously asked, "Do you see anything, Freyna?" Freyna held a gem-adorned cord and replied coldly, "Yes, Arthur is still alive." Calling the earlier danger, she could not help but inwardly admire that Jean Frey dared risk his life to save Arthur. Not only that, she remembered he sensed the eruption earlier than everyone else. Hearing this, the others rejoiced and suggested going down to find Arthur, but Freyna immediately stopped them. No. Under their gazes, she explained that searching now would only drain strength before facing the demon god. Their goal was to defeat the demon god to bring peace to the continent. Freyna calmly concluded, "Continue forward and sooner or later we will meet them again." She reminded them not to worry. "Arthur is my younger brother. I trained him myself," silently praying for Arthur and her father's safety. Back with Jean Frey, he thought so the captain is his sister. Then Arthur is also searching for his father. After thinking, Jean Frey asked, "Are you all right? Let us move on." Arthur pointed upward in shock, asking, "Where are you going? The demon god is at the peak." Hearing that, Jean Frey advised, "With your level, if you try to fight the demon god, you will only die." Arthur felt conflicted, biting his lip remembering Freyna's words, "I will hunt a bit down below." His mind was in turmoil. System analysis activated. Arthur was conflicted, yet yearned to become stronger. Knowing that thought, Jean Frey said, "If you want to grow stronger, then come with me." Arthur widened his eyes, looking bewildered before forcing a smile. Soon they stood amid a flock of flame bone birds. Arthur thought, this is what you call hunting a bit, surrounded by blazing monsters. The system continuously notified that the flame bone birds were leveling up non-stop. Arthur looked around anxiously. Their levels are even higher than the fluff bat. One-on-one is fine, but a whole flock like this. Before finishing the thought, Arthur saw Jean Frey draw his weapon. Jean Frey swung his sword, each flame bird falling before it could react. He continued slashing relentlessly, pressing forward and clearing the monsters with only a few strikes. Arthur watched in shock, only one thought in mind: he is truly strong. Before he recovered, Arthur heard a loud sound beside him and quickly turned his head. Flame bird charged and spewed fire at Arthur, but he managed to dodge. Thanks to agile movement, Arthur avoided it successfully and swiftly drew his weapon. The giant flame bird circled above Arthur, who gripped his dagger tightly ready to defend. Suddenly the monster dove down in a fierce attack. Arthur sensed the danger and immediately drew his bow. He could not let it get close. He aimed carefully at the flame bird, ready to fire as it approached. Sharp thud sounded as the arrow pierced straight into the monster's head. The flame bird fell to the ground. Arthur exhaled in relief at having shot it down. Wiping sweat, Arthur looked at the result and said, "Do not underestimate me. One-on-one I will not lose." Only then did Arthur remember Jean Frey. Thinking in alarm, what about him? Arthur looked over and saw Jean Frey sitting amid the flame bird corpses. Unable to hide his surprise, Jean Frey was leisurely eating a chicken drumstick and turned to ask Arthur, "Are you done?" Arthur stared wide-eyed, thinking he is eating a drop item, while Jean Frey politely asked if he wanted to try. The system notified, flame bone bird meat a rank rarity, tastes like fried chicken, can be eaten directly but better when heated. Arthur looked at Jean Frey with disdain, as if asking, "What are you doing?" Jean Frey inwardly panicked, thinking he ate too quickly, but needed 50 to increase stamina. System suddenly warned that a massive amount of mana was approaching this area. Jean Frey helplessly chewed the drumstick, while thinking this is truly bad timing. Suddenly a pair of enormous legs stepped before them, interrupting the exchange. What appeared was a level 45 fire chimera, massive in size, flames covering its body, tongue lolling menacingly. Its long tail, covered in sharp scales, looked extremely sturdy. Fire chimera roared fiercely and lashed its tail toward Arthur. Arthur failed to react in time and was slammed into the rock wall. Jean Frey panicked and shouted, "Arthur, are you all right?" Arthur frowned, clearly outmatched before Jean Frey, yet still replied that he was fine. Jean Frey paid no mind and continued, "Let me handle it. You get to a safe place now." Jean Frey showed no fear at all. He stood directly in front of the ferocious fire chimera that was growling fiercely. Fire chimera clenched its teeth, drool dripping down, looking exactly like a predator craving the prey before it. Jean Frey looked at it and sneered, "Do you have a stomachache, moving so sluggishly? You must have just eaten your fill." Fire chimera's body trembled slightly, as if Jean Frey had guessed its condition correctly, and he briefly thought, "It is about to vomit." The thought had barely ended when the fire chimera lowered its head and violently vomited everything in its stomach. Among the foul vomit, a stark white skeleton was clearly visible. Seeing that sight, Jean Frey did not panic at all. He merely confirmed inwardly as expected human bones. Arthur had regained his senses by then, standing up and looking toward Jean Frey and the fire chimera. But Arthur's face turned pale, his eyes wide with terror at the horrifying scene. Jean Frey frowned in irritation and said, "Finish it quickly. I do not want us both vomiting again." Provoked by the taunt, the fire chimera flared with rage, the flames on its head blazing violently. Behind them, Arthur looked at the remaining relics in pain and whispered, "Father, that sword and those clothes." System notified that you sensed intense killing intent. Arthur was forming the intent to kill the fire chimera. Jean Frey was slightly startled, thinking, "What is this?" Arthur's whole body trembled with resentment, his face dark with killing intent as he roared fiercely, "You are dead." Arthur gripped his daggers tightly, hatred surging as he charged at the fire chimera, shouting, "Pay with your life for my father." Fire chimera was drawn by the shout and immediately turned away from Jean Frey to face Arthur. Seeing Arthur recklessly rush forward, Jean Frey shouted in alarm, "Hey, wait, stop right now." With a single sweep of its tail, the fire chimera knocked the weapon from Arthur's hand. Arthur was no match at all, sent flying without any chance to resist. Even so, Arthur shouted defiantly, "I will tear you into pieces." The roar further enraged the fire chimera as it lunged toward Arthur. Jean Frey immediately dashed forward, pushing Arthur to the ground and restraining him. Jean Frey angrily shouted, "I told you to stop." Blinded by hatred, Arthur yelled to let him go. Jean Frey barked back, "You will truly die. The fire chimera is not something you can solo." Yet Arthur kept shouting regardless. Jean Frey tried to shake Arthur back to his senses. "Calm down. If you die here, what will happen to your family?" Hearing that, Arthur froze, his eyes wavering as reason slowly returned. Jean Frey continued reminding him, "You know it yourself. This is not something you can defeat alone." Arthur gritted his teeth and replied, "I know, but what should I do now?" Tears fell from Arthur's eyes. He grieved the loss of his father. "That monster killed my father." The system notified that Jean Frey sensed fury. Arthur was angry at his own helplessness. Seeing Arthur in such pain, Jean Frey gently released his grip. Jean Frey stood up, turned away and said softly, "Sorry for shouting at you." Silence hung for a moment. Arthur gradually steadied himself, then heard Jean Frey call his name. Jean Frey turned back and asked, "You are a hunter, right? What do you currently have in your inventory?" Arthur was still confused, not understanding what Jean Frey intended to do. Arthur slowly listed, "A few recovery herbs, bow and arrows, and fluff bat fur. Why do I even have these in my bag?" Hearing that, Jean Frey praised, "That is the hunter's hidden ability. Seems you have good items." Arthur asked in surprise, "Hidden ability?" Jean Frey cut him off. "We will talk about that later. Listen carefully. I have a plan." Jean Frey appeared extremely confident. "If all goes well, we can take it down." He reminded Arthur sternly, "Remember to follow my instructions exactly." Arthur did not answer, but the thought of a plan to defeat the fire chimera surfaced in his mind. A terrifying monster like the fire chimera, and only two people to face it. Arthur frowned anxiously. He still did not believe in himself. Opposite them, the fire chimera continued staring without making a move. Jean Frey calmly said, "Buff me." Arthur nodded and replied, "All right." Arthur took a deep breath, focusing to activate his support skill. Arthur raised his hand, lifted his head and chanted, "Spirit dwelling within the weapon, guide us to victory." Arthur transferred power to Jean Frey and shouted battle cry. Lightning immediately surrounded Jean Frey. The system notified that you have received a class skill from Arthur. Battle cry activated. For 5 minutes, Jean Frey gains 30% increased strength and speed. The fire chimera watched in confusion, unclear what the two were planning. Arthur took out the requested item and handed it to Jean Frey. "This is the fluff bat fur you need." Jean Frey accepted it with a smile. "Thank you. Battle cry makes me feel much better. Now follow the plan." Jean Frey shot forward, his face filled with the confidence of someone certain of victory. The fire chimera roared, flames blazing across its body as it charged into battle. Before the massive form of the fire chimera, Jean Frey looked small yet did not falter. As he fought, Jean Frey analyzed, "This monster's HP is enormous. Normal attacks would require many people working together." Jean Frey slashed repeatedly, striking the fire chimera in rapid succession without giving it a chance to counter. After the barrage, the fire chimera began showing clear injuries. System notified that the mutated fire chimera has been heavily poisoned. Jean Frey exhaled lightly. The poison from Ngo Kong had taken effect. That moment, an arrow cut through the air. Jean Frey thought, "Here it comes." The arrow pierced straight into the fire chimera's head, making it roar in pain. Jean Frey glanced back and saw Arthur drawing his bow. Jean Frey smiled in satisfaction. Just as expected, the weak point lies between the brows. Arthur stood frozen, still unable to believe he had done it. Arthur thought inwardly, "Close combat is too dangerous. Luckily, Jean Frey is here." Without hesitation, Arthur fired a second arrow, pressing the attack. Jean Frey taunted and drew the fire chimera toward himself. It opened its mouth wide, intending to swallow him whole. Fire Chimera went berserk, roaring incessantly as its tail lashed wildly. A barrage of arrows embedded in its head, causing it to howl in agony. Jean Frey quickly glanced back, seeing Arthur still attacking, and thought confidently, it is time. Driven back by relentless strikes, the Fire Chimera roared in fury and pain. The system notified berserk status. All stats of the Fire Chimera increased by 30%. Arthur was forced to stop shooting, as the berserk state created fierce waves of heat. Arthur wiped his face, clearly feeling the heat waves even from afar, truly a berserk state. Jean Frey did not hesitate, and charged straight at the Fire Chimera without fear. As he advanced, Jean Frey evaluated. When berserk stats all increased drastically. Jean Frey gripped the fluff bat fur tightly in his hand. Everything was going according to plan. He would turn this into an advantage. The Fire Chimera remained vigorous, mouth open revealing sharp teeth and a long tongue. It used its tail to shield itself as Jean Frey launched lightning attacks. Jean Frey held the fluff bat fur and smiled confidently. It is about to end. While fighting, he analyzed. In berserk, the weak point has shifted, no longer on the forehead but at. Arthur drew his bow again, preparing to continue supporting. Arthur released the arrow, aiming in his mind at the front leg. Predicted, the arrow struck the Fire Chimera's front leg. Jean Frey immediately seized the opportunity, slashing hard at the injured leg. The system notified that Mind's Eye has been activated. The Fire Chimera let out a resounding scream of pain. Jean Frey unleashed consecutive strikes across its body, with only one thought in mind: almost done. Fire Chimera's leg was severely wounded, the flames covering it gradually weakening. Arthur sensed something unusual and paused to think. Both watched as the Fire Chimera gradually lost strength. Jean Frey bravely stood right before it as the Fire Chimera's eyes slowly closed. Jean Frey observed carefully. The flames around it were weakening, signs of exhaustion, yet it could still recover from surrounding fire. Sure enough, not long after the Fire Chimera recovered, the system notified recovery state. HP is regenerating. Arthur witnessed this for the first time and was stunned, thinking self-regeneration, truly a monster. Arthur quickly drew his bow, calculating that if they did not finish it within 5 minutes, battle cry would expire. They must end it before the regeneration completes. Arthur drew his bow, clearly intending to finish it quickly. He shouted loudly, "Jean Frey, I am ready." Fire Chimera towered before them, yet Jean Frey stood firm without the slightest trace of fear. Hearing Arthur's resolve, Jean Frey seemed strengthened and replied shortly, "Good." Jean Frey stared straight at the Fire Chimera, the corner of his lips curling confidently. "Time to end this, you lizard." Fire Chimera sensed the provocation and lunged at Jean Frey without hesitation. After recovering, the Fire Chimera had become far more ferocious than before. Jean Frey recklessly continued provoking it, roaring, "Open that mouth and let me see." He repeatedly struck at its throat, deliberately angering it to force its jaws open. The plan was about to succeed. Dizzy from the blows to its neck, the Fire Chimera was forced to open its mouth wide. Seeing the opportunity, Jean Frey immediately took out the tuft of fur, certain in his mind that this was the moment. Jean Frey did not hesitate and hurled the tuft of fur upward, shouting as he threw it, "Arthur, do not miss." Tuft soared into the air, heading straight toward the Fire Chimera's open mouth. Arthur drew the bowstring tight, aiming at both the tuft and the monster's mouth. Arthur's eyes were sharp as he replied confidently, "I will not." The arrow left the string at once, slicing through the air. The arrow targeted the tuft of fur Jean Frey had thrown, pierced through the fluff bat fur at astonishing speed. Carrying the tuft with it, the arrow flew straight into the Fire Chimera's mouth. The monster roared and halted its assault, the arrow and fur clearly beginning to take effect. Arthur hesitated, seeing no immediate reaction from the Fire Chimera, and wondered, did it fail? Unlike Arthur, Jean Frey remained steady, ignoring the doubt, and began counting. Jean Frey stared at the Fire Chimera and said in a low voice, 2. Then he smiled confidently, certain the plan had succeeded. 1. That instant, the Fire Chimera's body swelled unnaturally, and violent reactions erupted inside its mouth. Boom, a horrifying explosion rang out as the Fire Chimera's massive head burst apart. Fluff bat fur now acted like a miniature bomb with devastating destructive force. Jean Frey knew well that the hidden trait of fluff bat fur was to absorb damage and return it triple. System displayed that battle cry had ended and stomach pain status was removed. Jean Frey exhaled in relief. Perfect timing. The Fire Chimera's enormous legs began to lift off the ground. Heavy thud echoed as its colossal body collapsed onto the earth. The system notified that you have defeated the mutated Fire Chimera and received FB. Jean Frey let out a breath and said softly, "Objective complete." Jean Frey and Arthur stood above, both sinking into silence after the fierce battle. Arthur gazed forward quietly, and Jean Frey understood his mood and said nothing. Jean Frey suddenly remembered Lucifer's radiance was still active and told the system, "Remove it." At that moment, a group appeared behind them. The leading girl called out to Arthur, and he joyfully recognized her and called his sister and the others. Freyna and her teammates ran over, anxiously asking Arthur, "Are you all right?" Freyna's gaze stopped on the sword in Arthur's hand, and she softly asked, "Arthur, that sword?" Arthur trembled and replied painfully, "It is Father's." His voice choked as he said he found it in the fire chimera's stomach, along with Father's clothes. Freyna embraced Arthur tightly, wrapping her arms around her younger brother. Freyna gently said, "Thankfully you are alive, Arthur. You did your best." Arthur broke down in her arms, sobbing, "It was not me, it was Jean Frey." Freyna was surprised by that statement and asked doubtfully, "Jean Frey?" The group looked toward Jean Frey and saw him bending down picking something up. Looking closely, they realized Jean Frey was quietly gathering stones from the ground. Witnessing this, they gradually understood and whispered among themselves. Jean Frey lowered his head, his face sorrowful, mourning the passing of Arthur's father. Marcel and several others knelt to gather stones as well, saying, "Let me help." Freyna shed tears, looking at Arthur and saying, "A grave." Before the stone marker and the familiar sword, Freyna whispered softly, "Rest in peace, Father." Siblings knelt before the newly built grave, praying silently. Jean Frey stood at a distance, watching without speaking. He remained silent, deeply empathizing with Freyna and Arthur's loss. Watching their backs before their father's grave, Jean Frey suddenly remembered his own circumstances. His mother's familiar voice echoed in his memory. He had rushed into the house, her trembling voice calling out to the children's father. The two brothers had asked frantically, while their mother covered her face and sobbed. The memory was cut short when someone called Jean Frey's name. Freyna and the others approached, sincerely thanking him for Arthur and their father. Jean Frey humbly replied, "I did not do much. Arthur survived because of himself." Arthur shook his head firmly. "I am not foolish. Everything from defeating the fire chimera to surviving was thanks to you." Arthur added that the rumors underestimated you. "In reality, you are far stronger." Hearing that, Cedric exclaimed, "So it really is him." Jean Frey turned away, not wanting to hear more, saying that is enough now. Jean Frey reminded everyone, "The one behind this is at the mountain peak." Looking toward the volcano, Jean Frey said the Demon King who controls the monsters of this sixth domain is Amber Rose. Freyna's face turned cold, her voice filled with hatred. "I will turn it to ashes." The group immediately advanced toward the summit, Freyna leading with fierce determination. Along the way, countless monsters appeared. Cedric drew his sword to engage. With a mere wave of her hand, Freyna's flames incinerated the charging monsters. Jean Frey remained composed, eating a drumstick while dealing with monsters. After many hardships, the group finally reached the summit of Mount Agni. Everyone cautiously observed their surroundings, as someone whispered, "Where is it?" Suddenly a loud noise erupted, startling Arthur and Cedric. The volcano suddenly erupted, and the group hastily retreated in caution. All eyes focused ahead as Cedric asked in shock, "That is?" From the crater emerged a massive three-headed monster, Ambrose level 50, intense heat radiating. Amber Rose roared, all three heads howling together with multiplied force. The terrifying roar left everyone dizzy, ears ringing. Cedric covered his ears, unable to believe the power of that roar. Freyna also felt immense pressure, and thought the pressure is overwhelming. Amber Rose glared at them and growled, "Have you come here to die, humans?" Jean Frey calmly said, "Everyone retreat. Its first move will be a breath attack." Arthur exclaimed, "What?" Freyna silently observed Amber Rose growling, and quickly assessed the situation. He immediately ordered, "Follow his words. Withdraw from the area now." Receiving the order, everyone retreated without hesitation. Freyna turned back to see Jean Frey, still standing, and shouted, "What are you doing there? Move." Jean Frey merely turned his head back, seemingly unaffected by the roar. Amber Rose suddenly attacked, one head spewing terrifying flames at Jean Frey. Cedric quickly raised a shield for the group, saying with difficulty that even at a distance the heat waves were intense. Arthur realized in horror that Jean Frey was still ahead and shouted, "Jean Frey." Amber Rose stopped breathing fire as the smoke gradually cleared. One of Amber Rose's heads sneered, "Did not run. With such heat even bones would not remain, foolish humans." When the smoke fully dissipated, everyone's vision became clear. The group held their breath anxiously. Marcel could not help but curse. As Amber Rose was gloating, one head suddenly sensed something amiss. Within the fading smoke, a familiar figure emerged. Jean Frey was still standing there. Amber Rose froze in shock at seeing Jean Frey alive, unable to comprehend what had happened. Covered in soot, Jean Frey still smiled confidently. "At most it is just like a furnace." The system announced that the fire resistance effect from the firebone meat had officially been activated. Amber Rose quickly withdrew her look of astonishment, replacing it with an intrigued smile. She looked at Jean Frey and curiously remarked that it was truly interesting. Jean Frey smiled calmly, showing no fear and even provoking him in return. "That little bit of strength of yours is not enough to make me break a single drop of sweat." Everyone around was stunned, not expecting Jean Frey to be this strong. Arthur excitedly shouted his name. Freyna widened her eyes, her heart full of doubt. Without fire resistance, that attack just now would have melted him instantly. Jean Frey recalled the earlier sensation, The pile of meat and the stomachache were truly worth it. After eating 50 pieces of firebone meat, he could resist fire for 5 minutes. Even so, the damage was not completely nullified, so his HP still decreased. At that moment, the system issued a critical condition warning. Jean Frey immediately decided that it was time to activate Godspeed. Jean Frey swiftly drew his familiar weapon from the inventory, the centipede blade. Amber Rose appeared delighted to see such a stubborn opponent. He laughed and said that at least this human was quite tough. It seemed he could have some fun playing around. As soon as Hammer Rose finished speaking, he began unleashing an awakened strike. The space around Jean Frey immediately changed. Amber Rose spread his arms wide, revealing sharp claws, and roared even more ferociously. Waves of enormous sound energy thundered straight toward Jean Frey. The system reminded that the Demon King Hambrose had activated Scorching Heat Wave. No one had time to react to the ambush. The wave of heat struck head-on. Arthur raised his hand to shield his face, feeling the terrifying heat engulf him, and muttered that he had no idea what the hell was happening. System announced that due to the heat wave you had fallen into a burn state, causing HP to decrease every second. Zinfrey was startled upon hearing this effect. Freyna reacted extremely quickly. She shouted for everyone to hide behind the large rocks because the heat wave could destroy equipment. When the whole group had safely taken cover, Freyna silently calculated that even though their gear was specialized for a volcanic dungeon, a single skill had rendered everything useless. The only thing she could not understand was Jean Frey. Even Arthur could hardly believe it. Though he had witnessed Jean Frey's strength with his own eyes, it was still difficult to comprehend how he could endure it. Jean Frey gave a provocative smile and mocked him. "You are done warming up, useless dog." System displayed that the fire resistance attribute had nullified the burning effect. Amber Rose ignored the taunt. He said Jean Frey was different from the other humans, but should not become arrogant just because he could withstand this heat. Amber Rose flew into a rage and roared that he would show him that such stubbornness was meaningless. Immediately afterward, Amber Rose vanished, his entire body sinking deep into the blazing lava of the volcano. Everyone stepped out from hiding. Marcel looked confused and wondered that since he had burrowed into the lava, what exactly was he planning? Jean Frey did not answer. He silently pointed the centipede blade forward, ready to face the enemy. Jean Frey assumed a battle stance with absolute confidence, not a trace of fear showing. Watching the boiling lava, Jean Frey silently thought that based on his memory of that man's fighting style, the next move was likely just that. Suddenly, Amber Rose shot up from underground, heading straight toward Jean Frey. The gigantic steel-sharp claw thrust directly in front of Jean Frey. Jean Frey instantly realized that just by looking at the claw and its terrifying power, he knew this was Amber Rose's ultimate skill. The attack also caused violent tremors that reached even those hiding behind the rocks. Freyna frowned, unable to hide her surprise at Amber Rose's strength, inwardly marveling that the speed was far too fast. Seeing Jean Frey block the ultimate skill with only the centipede blade, Amber Rose could not help but exclaim that he had managed to stop it. Truly interesting. Hammer Rose reassessed his opponent and had to admit that this human had sparked his interest. Amber Rose leapt out of the volcano's crater and charged straight toward Jean Frey with savage momentum. He looked at Jean Frey with arrogant eyes and said he should feel honored. Now he would play with him. Beneath the scorching lava, Amber Rose moved agilely before shooting up into the air. Though no one could see his figure, they still heard his voice echo, "Human, this time can you still withstand it?" Freyna was shocked to realize the voice came from underground. Arthur anxiously shouted, asking what Jean Frey was doing. We heard everything. Jean Frey remained standing like a statue, completely motionless. Arthur looked closer and was stunned to realize Jean Frey had closed his eyes. He could not understand it at all. At that moment, Amber Rose suddenly burst out from the ground behind everyone and leapt high. Amber Rose appeared right behind Jean Frey, raising his hand with the gigantic claw intending to grab him. Arthur and Freyna were utterly horrified, both caught off guard by the sudden situation and unable to react in time. Jean Frey perfectly dodged the attack. He calmly said it was thanks to magical perception. Everyone was astonished. No one understood how Jean Frey could evade Amber Rose. Even Hammer Rose could not believe it, because he had been completely confident that he would capture Jean Frey easily. At this moment, the Lucifer halo above Jean Frey's head suddenly shone far more brilliantly. The system announced that Lucifer Halo Skill 2 helped sense adventurers and monsters within a radius of 5 km. Amber Rose was extremely shocked and exclaimed that his intuition was truly excellent. Jean Frey smiled confidently and replied that it was not intuition, but that he grasped that man's movements like the back of his hand. Hearing that smug tone, Amber Rose coldly warned him not to be arrogant just because of a bit of luck. In the end, Amber Rose sank once more into the molten lava and completely disappeared. Amber Rose shouted a warning that luck would not always stand on Jean Frey's side. Escaping this time did not mean he would survive the next. How long would he keep playing this cat and mouse game? Jean Frey flared up and shouted back, telling it to shut up and come out. Jean Frey quickly calculated, activated magical sensing to determine the enemy's position, then prepared to use swift speed to counterattack. He forced himself to focus, telling himself he had repeated this countless times and could not afford a mistake. Suddenly the ground behind them bulged up as Ambrose used its familiar burrowing move again. Arthur hid in the distance, so anxious that he shouted loudly to warn the rear. Amber Rose surfaced, intending to use its claws to seize Jean Frey, but suddenly lost sight of him. It looked around in panic because Jean Frey had vanished. From above, Jean Frey plunged straight down toward Amber Rose's head, making the monster look up in horror. Jean Frey executed Savage Leap technique. The downward strike came without any warning. Jean Frey's slash fell directly onto Amber Rose's body before it could react. By the time it realized it was too late, Amber Rose was ambushed and could only let out a pained cry. Jean Frey swung his savage technique and coldly demanded Amber Rose answer now, monster. Jean Frey stood upright with confidence, his gaze filled with contempt, as if asking whether Hammer Rose still thought he could not counterattack. Caught off guard, Amber Rose roared in extreme fury. The group in the distance was stunned by Jean Frey's performance. Arthur could not help but exclaim that it was incredible. Amber Rose was almost uninjured. It mocked that he had only landed one hit yet talked so much, then cursed humans for daring to obstruct their mission. Hearing the word mission, Jean Frey was briefly surprised because he had never heard of it before. After speaking, Amber Rose dove back into the lava. Jean Frey muttered angrily, "Great, the same old trick again." Jean Frey cast aside distractions and calmed himself, thinking that overthinking was useless and he should focus only on fighting. Amber Rose surfaced once more, roaring violently as it closed in on Jean Frey. Jean Frey gave it no chance to attack. He immediately slashed straight into Amber Rose's body. The strike drove Amber Rose mad. The system immediately recorded the attack's effectiveness. Notification appeared. You have dealt critical damage. Mind-Eye skill successfully activated. Hammer Rose was stunned. Could it be that this human truly saw through their attacks? Jean Frey smiled in satisfaction. It was not just a critical hit, but something greater. System continued to notify. Ambrose has been afflicted with lethal poison. HP will continuously decrease over time. Hammer Rose finally realized. Poison. It did not expect a human to resort to such a dirty trick. Jean Frey replied calmly that anyone who wanted to defeat it knew it had no poison resistance. He smiled and said that targeting an enemy's weakness was nothing wrong. That was the essence of combat. Everyone in the distance was stunned. Cedric could not help but remark that he was too strong. Freyna was also astonished, thinking that many teams had fallen before this monster, yet Jean Frey could face it alone. After successfully provoking it, Jean Frey shouted, "Hey, idiot," making Amber Rose angrily demand what. Jean Frey continued calmly, "Just keep eating my dust. With this poison you will be finished in about 5 minutes." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground trembled because Amber Rose had been completely enraged. It roared viciously, swearing to tear Jean Frey into pieces. The heat wave created by Hammer Rose spread outward, affecting everyone. Arthur sensed the danger and shouted that they could not get any closer, telling everyone to retreat as the heat wave grew stronger. Freyna immediately decided and ordered the group to withdraw to a farther position. Arthur wiped his face and cursed, realizing he was not even strong enough to face the monster. Jean Frey still stood calmly before Amber Rose, seemingly unaffected by the heat wave. Hammer Rose, its pride wounded, spewed flames straight toward Jean Frey. One head breathed fire, while the other two of Amber Rose watched for other targets. After the fierce flames, Jean Frey remained standing safely as if nothing had happened. Jean Frey was puzzled, thinking this was not its opening move like in the game. Amber Rose refused to accept it, cursing that the lowly human must have cheated to know their attacks in advance. Jean Frey was slightly surprised at being seen through. He asked whether it was looking for excuses because it was about to lose. Hearing that, Hammer Rose grew even angrier and prepared to unleash another move. Even knowing its weakness had been exposed, Hammer Rose growled that knowing in advance meant nothing. Another head of Amber Rose sneered and asked whether Jean Frey could endure it. Remaining head continued to provoke, saying what if all three attacked together. Hearing that, Jean Frey seemed to guess their intention. They were planning something. Watching from afar, Arthur showed a doubtful expression and muttered what? From one three-headed Amber Rose, it now split into 3 separate creatures. Jean Frey was shocked, cursing inwardly that nothing this absurd existed in the game. Hammer Rose suddenly leapt high into the air, completely beyond Jean Frey's expectations. The 3 Amber Roses plunged back into the lava. Jean Frey sighed and thought not this again. Quickly calculated, even knowing the direction of attack, he could not handle all 3 at once. From the boiling lava, Amber Rose coldly declared that Jean Frey would die first. Ambrose suddenly appeared behind Jean Frey. Looking at his HP bar, Jean Frey realized his health was low. Fortunately, he still had swift speed and could not afford to be hit. Jean Frey dodged the strike in time, but his body remained in a dangerous state. Ambrose charged again. Jean Frey thought inwardly that the situation was truly bad. Even with low health and surrounded by three, Jean Frey remained confident because that made it thrilling enough. Amber Rose laughed madly, saying it would drag the others to hell with Jean Frey, so he would not be lonely. Jean Frey breathed heavily, his mind constantly analyzing the current situation. Hammer Rose suddenly shot up from the ground and shouted that everything was over. Amber Rose opened its mouth wide to swallow Jean Frey whole, leaving him stunned. At that moment, a streak of ice shot across, accompanied by a voice that echoed, "Frozen ice." A figure appeared and spoke, saying that 3 against 1 was a bit unfair, Demon King. Freyna rescued Jean Frey in time, and said she did not like being called a burden either. Amber Rose viciously turned to Freyna and cursed that she was truly troublesome. Hammer Rose roared, shifting its target to Freyna and declaring it would kill her first. But Jean Frey swung his savage technique and severed the head of Ambrose that was about to rush forward, astonishing Freyna. The severed head flew far away, its tongue not yet retracted. The Ambrose head fell right near where Arthur was hiding, startling the entire group. Jean Frey panted heavily, looking exhausted as he spoke to Freyna. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Jean Frey told her to finish it quickly. Only 2 remained. The system notified that the active skill Mind Eye had been activated. "You have defeated Demon King Ambrose's right head." Arthur looked at Jean Frey with joy and whispered, "Good." After the fierce battle, Jean Frey was gasping while Freyna stood behind him tense. Thought flashed through Jean Frey's mind that only 2 remained. The monster roared in fury, demanding why he dared kill its brother. It charged forward with insane killing intent, swearing to tear Jean Frey apart. At that moment, Jean Frey and Freyna simultaneously cast powerful magic to counterattack. Jean Frey asked in astonishment that she could also use ice magic. Freyna answered honestly that she was better at fire. Ice was only passable for her. Jean Frey asked about the heat wave. Freyna seriously explained that she had used a burn cleansing buff, but could not maintain it long. Jean Frey clenched his fist and said with determination that just a little more was enough. Pouring all his strength into defense, Jean Frey tried to withstand the monster's fierce attack. He shouted and activated his skill. Power erupted, and he immediately launched a lightning-fast counterattack. Jean Frey gathered force, took momentum, then stomped hard on the ground. In the decisive moment, he rushed from behind to support Freyna. Freyna stared in shock and cried out, "What?" The system continued to notify that the active skill Farsight had been activated. Mechanical voice confirmed, "You have defeated Demon King Hembero's left head." Seeing the result, Jean Frey thought inwardly that thanks to the poison, defeating it had become much easier. His gaze turned forward as he calculated. Now only the final one remained. Jean Frey turned to tell Freyna to hide. From now on it should be fine. She nodded in agreement. Freyna looked at him and said she would do whatever she could. She raised her hand and activated Magic Solar Flame. System immediately displayed that the Solar Flame buff had been activated. Attack power and fire resistance increased for 3 minutes along with many other effects. Jean Frey was momentarily stunned, wondering if his fire resistance stat was still increasing. Freyna further explained that according to the spell's conditions, while the buff remained in effect, she would not be able to cast other magic. She gave a faint smile, turned to leave, and said that for now she could only help that much, wishing him luck. Hearing that, Jean Frey smiled politely in return and thanked her. Honorable Fire Mage. Deep within the dark interior of the Rocky Mountain, Amber Rose had collapsed in utter despair. He roared in hatred, cursing that he had been pushed this far by a mere lowly human. Once he recovered, he would tear them all apart. Jean Frey coldly mocked, "How long do you plan to hide down there, lazy dog? Tired of playing whack-a-mole with me?" From the sky, Jean Frey descended straight toward Amber Rose with overwhelming momentum. A scornful smile curved on his lips, his mocking gaze fixed on the monster below. The monster cried out in panic, "What is this? I am hiding deep within the volcano." He growled furiously, demanding how a lowly human could accomplish this. Jean Frey gestured coldly for him to be silent. Truth laid bare before his eyes left Amber Rose frozen, utterly unable to believe it. Jean Frey swung his sword, his icy gaze locking onto the monster with killing intent. In his final moment, he thought in despair that a demon king like himself would die at the hands of a human. The ground shook violently as the volcano suddenly erupted, lava bursting outward. Cedric stared ahead in shock and shouted, "Is the volcano erupting?" Freyna suddenly sensed something wrong. Her eyes changed at once as she murmured, "No, that is." Arthur frantically called out to Jean Frey amid the scorching lava as he struggled to climb out from the crater. Everyone rushed forward, anxiously asking one after another whether Jean Frey was all right. Cedric hesitantly asked if it was truly over. Marcel immediately shouted for healing potions. Jean Frey exhaled in relief and replied that it was done. Arthur still could not believe it and asked if he had truly killed the Demon King. Jean Frey nodded in confirmation. He choked as he called out sister. She smiled gently and softly answered yes. Freyna looked into the distance and whispered that at last their father could rest in peace. The system announced that you have defeated Demon King Hanbaro's level 50 and received rewards along with FB. Jean Frey could not hide his joy, quickly calculating the amount of gold received in his mind. Mother would surely be very happy. The system listed the rewards: 800k gold, Hanbaro's Claw Rarity S, Hanbaro's Fang Rarity A. Next page. Looking at the loot panel, Jean Frey thought that although the claw and fang were rare, what he truly needed was something else. Freyna said emotionally, Jean Frey, I truly do not know how to thank you enough. Arthur sincerely added that without him, they would have died long ago. Arthur bowed on behalf of the group and expressed his gratitude with utmost seriousness. Jean Frey hurriedly waved his hand and laughed. Why so formal all of a sudden? It was not my effort alone. Freyna laughed and said they had simply followed him yet were still counted as fighting together. Jean Frey honestly said that she fully deserved that reward. He smiled and added that her buff was truly excellent, though Freyna thought even without it he would still have one. Freyna hesitated and then said she at least wanted to give a few more items to express her gratitude, but the highest tier item she had received. She shyly continued that it was only a B-rank fire stone. Jean Frey was startled upon hearing that. Jean Frey exclaimed in shock when he realized it was exactly what he needed, surprising Freyna as well. Jean Frey immediately proposed, would you trade that fire stone for my claw? Freyna repeated the word trade in surprise. Cedric was stunned, and Arthur widened his eyes because it was an S-rank item. Freyna thought for a moment, and then nodded gently in agreement. System announced a new location unlocked, central town of the first continent, Rajabijin. Freyna solemnly said goodbye. They would return to town to arrange her father's funeral and meet again later. Arthur clenched his fist and vowed that next time they met he would be stronger, thanking Jean Frey for everything. Jean Frey looked at him for a long moment and smiled, saying he looked forward to that day. Feeling relieved, Jean Frey thought that thanks to memories of his past life and the people he had met, he had finally obtained the fire stone he needed. Jean Frey continued calculating. The money had already been sent home. Perhaps it was time to head toward the next destination. The system confirmed the journey, teleportation point from the first continent to the second continent. Passerby whispered whether that was the one who had slain the Demon King. Another immediately denied it because the equipment looked like beginner gear. System confirmed the title of First Demon King Slayer and asked if he wished to go to the second continent. Jean Frey chose no. Without hesitation, he stepped straight into the teleportation circle. A passerby cried out in shock upon seeing him vanish. Another waved it off, saying it was just a mistake. The system announced a new area, central city of the second continent, Muktu Duk Vong. Jean Frey took a deep breath and told himself, all right, finally here. The system reminded him of a missed call from Emilia, leaving Jean Frey surprised and worried. Emilia's voice came through the device in reproach. Jean Frey quickly asked what was wrong. Emilia urgently asked how much money he had sent home, where he was, and what job he was doing. She worriedly asked if he was involved in fraud. Jean Frey replied no, and thought to himself that he had hidden the fact he was an adventurer. Emilia called out impatiently again. Jean Frey smiled reassuringly and said he was doing nothing illegal. She hesitated in response. Emilia's voice grew heavy as she said their mother's condition was worsening, leaving Jean Frey stunned. After ending the call, Jean Frey sat silently on a public bench. His heart weighed down. He thought he needed much more money to treat his mother. Familiar image surfaced in his mind, and Jean Frey softly whispered, "Mother." Not far away, someone excitedly whispered to a friend to look at the auction board, featuring a rare high-tier spirit tier. The familiar name made Jean Frey's heart pound. High-tier spirit tier. Jean Frey immediately understood its value, an ingredient for divine medicine that could cure his mother. Before his eyes seemed to appear the image of that shimmering vial. Reason quickly analyzed that this was an auction for the wealthy elite. The value would surely be immense, but he had to obtain it. The scene shifted as the system displayed a new objective, E-rank Dungeon Eternal Snowfield. Jean Frey considered that if he wanted quick money, he had to hunt higher-tier monsters, but this dungeon was still suitable. Suddenly, he stopped in shock at the sight before him. The system warned that a level 66 chainbound spirit beast had appeared. Jean Frey's eyes lit up with joy as he murmured, "Found you." Quickly calculated how to use the items he had gathered along the way. Upon seeing the item, the chainbound's eyes immediately gleamed with interest. Jean Frey gently coaxed, "Come here, little cat, come receive your gift." He introduced the gift as a bed made from warm, soft grass that it would surely love. Seeing the chainbound excited, Jean Frey softly said it could take the gift. In return for the goodwill, the chainbound happily gave Jean Frey a golden coin. System displayed information, chainbound golden coin rarity A, an item that increases luck and doubles earned money. Jean Frey happily thanked it, inwardly thrilled to have obtained the rare golden coin. Satisfied, the chainbound cheerfully accepted the item Jean Frey had offered. Jean Frey assessed the benefit. This was a hidden item only the chainbound possessed, capable of doubling earned gold. Without delay, Jean Frey continued his monster hunting journey. Battle after battle followed. He fought tirelessly to reap rewards. Jean Frey looked at the quest board and decided not to skip the boss. The amount should be enough. The money kept doubling. The system updated the balance to 12,664 gold. Jean Frey decided to return to town to continue earning more money. He entered a familiar place, a small-scale casino. The system voice confirmed the location, underground casino. Jean Frey thought this place was full of those who risked everything for money, a place where courtesy was unnecessary. He glanced around and curled his lips slightly. T laughed loudly and boasted that he had won again today and did not think he would lose. He smugly added that the goddess of luck was on his side. The system detected cheating, and T had earned over 10 million G through deceit. Jean Frey quickly analyzed that this was a fat prey and wondered how he should act. Seeing Jean Frey approach, NT glanced at him and asked if he was new. NT laughed provocatively, invited him to play, and warned him not to run when he lost. Jean Frey pretended to be timid and said he would try. Jean Frey feigned innocence and said it was his first time playing, asking to learn the rules as he went. The dealer and NT secretly rejoiced, seeing him as the perfect target and pretending to be generous by letting him go first. The system detected irregularities. The dealer was preparing to cheat. Jean Frey connected everything and smiled coldly. The game Jean Frey was about to join was called Roulette, also known as Casino Queen. The rule was that the dealer would throw 2 balls and each person chose 2 numbers. Depending on where the ball stopped, if one number was guessed correctly, he would receive half the bet. If both were correct, the bet would be doubled. If no one guessed right, the round would continue until there was a winner, and no 2 players could choose the same number. Ted tilted his head and urged, "All right, tell me your numbers and your stake." Jean Frey replied decisively, "Red 36 and black 8. He calmly added, "I bet 10 million G," making the other party flinch. 10 million. Jean Frey propped his chin and feigned confusion. "Do I need to say it again?" Then he slowly emphasized each word. "Red 36, black 8. I bet 10 million G." Jean Frey coldly pressed, "Hurry up. If you are slow, the ball will stop. If you fail to choose in time, you lose." NT gritted his teeth in anger as he continued urging, "Choose quickly." In his mind, Jean Frey kept calculating, but he was certain the opponent could not turn this round around. Before the betting table, he repeated clearly, "I bet 10 million G on red 36 and black 8. The dealer stared at Jean Frey in shock, unable to understand how he had guessed the ball's landing position. Jean Frey rested his chin and smiled faintly. "Hurry up. The ball is about to stop." NT turned to the dealer and urged, "What is wrong? Call the number quickly," leaving the dealer flustered. The wheel kept spinning steadily, as if Jean Frey had seen through every pattern since the dealer's profession was hunter. At last the ball stopped at red 36. The sharp eye skill allowed him to lock onto the target with absolute precision. The next spin followed. The remaining number appeared, black 8. The result drew murmurs of amazement. Both red 36 and black 8 were correct. Jean Frey smiled and said it seemed he was quite lucky today. Jean Frey clearly knew the opponent used a number locking skill and signaled it to his accomplice. Once he understood the trick, exploiting it was not difficult. Chaos erupted immediately. NT slammed the table and shouted cheating. The dealer turned to call the manager. Within seconds, a man approached and asked what was happening. The dealer pointed straight at Jean Frey and accused him of cheating. Hector appeared with his underlings, smiling amiably as he said betting 10 million and winning double was indeed lucky, then invited Jean Frey inside to talk. Tone made Jean Frey wary. It was clearly not a normal invitation. Perhaps the manager was involved as well. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Hector signaled to seize him by force. Jean Frey sprang up swiftly and kicked the spinning table away. But suddenly another man rushed out in a sneak attack, making him frown slightly. The single clean strike, Jean Frey knocked that man unconscious. Immediately after, the underlings surrounded Jean Frey tightly without leaving an escape. The dealer even drew a bow and aimed straight at Jean Frey. On the other side, NT held a dagger and looked at him with contempt. Bastard. Charged forward, but Jean Frey dodged neatly and countered coldly. Jean Frey swept his leg and knocked NT to the ground, leaving him sprawl. In the blink of an eye, both NT and the dealer were defeated. Jean Frey asked coldly if there was anyone else. Hector cursed inwardly that this brat was too troublesome. A subordinate suddenly recognized him. That man said directly, he looked exactly like the rookie who broke the purification ritual record yesterday. Hearing that, Hector froze. Could it be true? The crowd outside whispered that if he had reached the second continent, he must have killed Demon King Ambrose. Jean Frey appeared picking his ear and said, "What are you still doing? If you want to throw me out, then hurry up. This feeling is familiar." As soon as he finished speaking, Hector rushed forward and knelt to apologize, repeatedly admitting fault for doubting him. Yet calculation filled his eyes. If the news was true, then reconciliation was the only way to reduce losses. Jean Frey smiled with interest and asked who would pay the price. Hector hurriedly said he would compensate. Jean Frey stated his condition firmly. All the money in this casino belongs to me. Hearing that, Hector turned pale. Jean Frey also demanded an auction invitation letter, saying he knew all their tricks. Before leaving, Jean Frey warned that if they did not comply, he would report to higher authorities. Hector had no choice but to accept. That morning, at the vast area known as the Second Life Auction Center, Jean Frey looked at the sign and muttered, "Less than expected, but enough. This opportunity cannot be missed." Thanks to the manager's invitation letter, Jean Frey entered the auction safely and only needed to win the item he required. Scene shifts, the Seconds Club temporarily closed. Hector gritted his teeth in anger after being drained dry, while Jean Frey grinned cunningly, holding the auction invitation. At his most dejected moment, Hector saw someone approaching. That man exclaimed and addressed him as branch manager. The auction began. The MC thanked the guests and introduced a series of rare items. Today's auction items were fully displayed on the information board. The first item was a rank ancient sword for collection. Starting price 2 million gold. Jean Frey calculated silently. All 3 materials needed for the divine medicine were present today, saving time from hunting demons. If all went well, Jean Frey could complete the hidden equipment in a short time. MC announced the 5th item, Frost Demon Fang. Starting at 500,000, Jean Frey bid 1 million. Another bidder suddenly raised it to 10 million gold. Jean Frey turned in surprise. Who would throw 10 million just for this material? Looking at the display board, Jean Frey immediately recognized the bidder. The opponent smiled provocatively and declared he would not let Jean Frey win easily. Jean Frey recalled draining his casino. Perhaps he still had hidden funds. The spirit tier was the final target. Jean Frey had to save money if he wanted to secure it. The announcement rang out. Frost Demon Fang sold to Wind Serpent Guild for 10 million gold. People whispered that Wind Serpent Guild was a global powerhouse. Anyone competing with them would only lose. Jean Frey then realized the scale of this guild was greater than he had imagined. Hector poured out his humiliation to Simon, confirming Jean Frey was the one who wrecked the casino. He had even taken the auction invitation. Hector vowed not to let it go. Simon nodded and said he would teach Jean Frey a lesson. The 7th item, Ancient Red Earth, was auctioned. Jean Frey bid 50 million. Immediately after, Wind Serpent Guild raised it to 200 million gold. Jean Frey was stunned. 200 million was enormous, and he lost the bid again. Hector looked at Jean Frey with arrogant laughter. System warned of malice. The opponent was deliberately seizing every item Jean Frey bid on. Jean Frey gritted his teeth. Without the spirit tier, it would be very troublesome. He began calculating. Competing in money with a large guild was foolish unless there was another way. Jean Frey bid 40 million. Wind Serpent Guild immediately secured the 8th item. Next, the 9th item, Blood Slaughter Sword, also fell into their hands. By the 10th item, Azure Dragon Staff, the price soared to 300 million and Wind Serpent Guild won again. Clearly, this was a duel aimed at Jean Frey. Hector sneered that an individual could never defeat an entire guild. Jean Frey smiled meaningfully. His plan was precisely to let them win first. MC Michael introduced the final item, both sacred and mysterious. Item number 11, High-Tier Spirit Tier, the most beautiful drop in the world. Starting price was announced at 50 million G. Jean Frey immediately bid 500 million. The price enraged many and forced them to withdraw. Jean Frey smiled smugly, determined not to let it slip this time. Hector angrily ordered the price to be doubled. Wind Serpent Guild shouted 1 billion G, but was immediately halted. The MC declared Wind Serpent Guild was not qualified to bid on this item. Jean Frey covered his mouth and laughed with delight. Serves them right. The MC explained the guild had reached its auction win limit. Hector roared in protest. Michael calmly explained that each guest could win at most 5 items. Hector still refused to accept it. He argued that he was a regular client. Jean Frey sneered inwardly. Jean Frey remembered this auction house was backed by the association with hidden clauses. This rule clearly existed to prevent monopoly over rare items. Jean Frey thought Hector was truly foolish for not realizing the special scale of this place. Michael asked one last time if he understood. Hector was furious into silence. Standing behind Hector, Simon remained silent and observed. Michael announced the result. Congratulations to Jean Frey for winning the high-tier spirit tier at 500 million G. Amid the thunderous applause from all around, Jean Frey still felt slightly uncomfortable and spoke up. "Could you please not call me that?" Hector's face flushed red with anger as he shouted that he had known this rule from the start. How dare he toy with him? Jean Frey remained calm, folding his arms and staring at him for a long moment. On the upper floor, Hector raised a blazing energy sphere and roared that it was enough. At the casino he had held back. This time he would not. Suddenly Jean Frey sprang to his feet. making Hector freeze briefly. What was this brat doing? Jean Frey looked up at Hector and suggested they talk outside. There were more than just the two of them here. Do not let innocent people be implicated. He would not run. Seeing him hesitate, Jean Frey immediately reminded him that if he understood, then he should stop and go outside. Hector observed his fearless face and cursed inwardly. Damn it. The energy sphere still hovered in his hand. Hector thought that with a single release he could kill Jean Frey. A voice rang out to stop him enough. Salmon appeared and advised that if he acted, the association would intervene. Although Hector angrily retorted, Salmon cut him off and told him not to waste time. Salmon said nothing more, only casting Hector a warning glance. Do not make me repeat myself. When the situation calmed, Salmon signaled to leave. Hector reluctantly complied. Jean Frey sat outside in the waiting area reflecting. Though unexpected things had happened, at least he had obtained the high-tier spirit tier. The other two items had been taken by that guild, but he would reclaim them soon. Thinking of the Azure Dragon Staff he had failed to obtain, Jean Frey sighed in regret. The image of the Azure Dragon wine kept surfacing in his mind. When he reached the 5th continent, he would still have a chance. But before that, he had to complete several troublesome tasks. Suddenly, Jean Frey stiffened and looked ahead. It seemed he would have to follow those people. Voice sounded from behind. You know, that person looks quite special. Myra stepped forward, her eyes full of suspicion as she looked at the angel halo above his head. She had never seen anything like it. Jean Frey immediately became wary. Myra quickly apologized for the sudden question and asked about his relationship with Wind Serpent Guild. Jean Frey recounted in detail that the branch leader of Wind Serpent Guild on the 2nd continent was the long-haired man standing beside the manager. The image of Salmon instantly appeared in both their minds. Jean Frey refused to say more, asserting he did not know Salmon but had conflicts with the guild. Then he asked who Myra was. She sighed and replied she was an adventurer. Myra's eyes dimmed slightly as she looked down and said she was currently tracking them. Myra revealed that this mission had been directly assigned by the Adventurers Association. Identity made Jean Frey widen his eyes. A mission from the association meant she belonged to the 8 Guardians. The symbol of the 8 Guardians, along with the 8 S-Rank adventurers, appeared in Jean Frey's thoughts. 8 Guardians were adventurers recognized by the association, possessing immense power, honor, and wealth. Thinking of that, Jean Frey smiled nostalgically. When he played the game, he had also received missions from the association. Jean Frey looked at Myra and said they had likely already left. Was she not going to chase them? Myra nodded but wanted to ask him something first. Myra stared at the circle above his head and asked where that thing came from. Question made Jean Frey think. Clearly she did not know about hidden equipment. If the association took notice, it would be troublesome. Jean Frey scratched his head evasively. Ah, you mean this. Suddenly the system displayed a notification. Your strange equipment has attracted Myra's attention. Jean Frey was stunned by the message, attracted her interest. The system recorded Myra's comment. The angel halo is really adorable. She wants it. Seeing Jean Frey hesitate, Myra grew slightly displeased and asked if something was wrong. Jean Frey blushed and shook his head repeatedly, saying the story was long and would take quite a while to explain. The two stood facing each other, the atmosphere turning awkward and indescribable. Unable to get more out of him, Myra shook her head and said never mind. She would investigate on her own. She turned and walked away step by step, leaving behind a brief word of thanks. Jean Frey stood there still unsettled. He had not expected the 8 Guardians to notice this equipment. It seemed he had drawn attention. After taking a few steps, Myra glanced back and said that even after reaching the 7th continent, she had never seen such equipment. Questions kept surfacing in Myra's mind. Who exactly was Jean Frey? Not far away, Jean Frey quietly turned away, realizing these events had never existed in the game. Scene shifts to the rank dungeon Moonlit Desert. The ground trembled violently. All the monsters there had been single-handedly eliminated by Jean Frey. A notification appeared. You have defeated the level 80 giant goblin boss. Jean Frey quickly picked up the loot. Finally, he had it. Goblin Thief Fang Rarity A allows stealing one item from a stronger enemy. Holding the item in his hand, Jean Frey smiled in satisfaction. His level was also rising quickly. Jean Frey covered his forehead in thought. The original plan was to go to Blessing Castle to hunt Bang Chimera, but now hidden equipment took priority. Not far away, Salmon and Hector appeared because Azure Dragon wine was a key ingredient. Jean Frey used magical sensing to determine their position and silently followed, waiting for the right moment. He also discovered Myra hiding nearby. She was on the same mission. Myra glanced at the group ahead, surprised to realize Jean Frey was also tracking Wind Serpent Guild. Suddenly, Jean Frey widened his eyes, as if noticing something unusual. Hector and Salmon stepped into a hidden passage in the wall, leaving him utterly astonished. Beyond the dark tunnel lay a vast space, the private domain of Wind Serpent Guild. Hector asked Salmon's opinion about this year's flower harvest, fearing inwardly that if he failed to satisfy him, he would not live peacefully. Salmon casually said it could be sold at a higher price, making Hector rejoice at the thought of replenishing funds. Hector suggested finding someone to process it immediately, but a familiar voice cut in asking if he liked growing flowers. Jean Frey held a flower in his hand and smiled teasingly at Hector. The appearance sent both of them into extreme panic. Hector angrily shouted and demanded how Jean Frey had followed them here. Jean Frey calmly analyzed that the moonlight azalea in his hand could be used as an ingredient for magical stimulant potions. He emphasized that this potion was extremely dangerous and had been banned by the association due to deadly side effects. Hector stammered in defense, but could not form proper words. Salmon voiced suspicion that Jean Frey was a spy. He quickly waved his hand in denial. Jean Frey laid out a condition. If they handed over Azure Dragon wine, he would not pursue the matter. He folded his arms and smiled, asking Salmon what he thought. During the proposal, Salmon angrily cursed Jean Frey as foolish. Just as Hector finished forming the energy sphere, Jean Frey suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind. Hidden within the flower bushes, Myra observed but could not clearly hear the conversation. Jean Frey merely patted Hector's shoulder lightly and said this was a transaction, not a threat. Hector forced a smile and guessed Jean Frey's target was Azure Dragon wine, refusing to hand it over. Beneath his sleeve, Hector secretly summoned a sharp blade. Jean Frey declared he would report the flower field to the association, prompting Hector to immediately charge at him. Jean Frey calmly dodged the attack with ease, summoned his weapon, and coldly said he would settle it his way. A slash from above came down directly on Hector's neck. Hector collapsed right before Salmon's eyes. Myra stood outside the flower field in shock. Just one slash. Salmon roared in fury upon seeing his subordinate killed. Salmon raised his weapon high and laughed with relish, declaring he would no longer hold back. Simon Bradbury, branch leader of the Second Continent of Wind Serpent Guild, level 97 warrior. Jean Frey replied coldly. He also had no intention of wasting more time. Myra widened her eyes as she observed, curious about the power of Jean Frey's weapon. The two stood facing each other, weapons in hand ready to clash. Salmon made the first move, swinging his blade from behind. Jean Frey raised his sword to meet the attack. The two charged at each other, the sound of impact echoing loudly. Jean Frey was surprised by his opponent's strength. Salmon's level was higher. Force of the clash knocked their weapons flying away. Both immediately launched into a series of rapid slashes. Salmon's attacks were so powerful that Jean Frey was forced to step back. Myra sat on the ground observing, realizing that in pure strength Salmon had the advantage. The momentum tilted entirely toward Salmon as he continuously pressed the attack. Critical slash sent Jean Frey flying backward. Salmon laughed smugly, believing Jean Frey was not enough to defeat him. Jean Frey gritted his teeth through the pain, stood up and declared he did not need to be a hero. He only needed to achieve his goal and would not stop now. Jean Frey's fighting spirit made Salmon sneer. He swung his weapon and charged, so weak yet daring to boast. If you like bragging, then keep talking. Flurry of Salmon's slashes poured down relentlessly, the blade pressing close against Jean Frey's body. Jean Frey took a deep breath, quickly stepping back and planting his foot firmly. Right after that, he tightened his grip on his weapon and braced with all his strength against the sharp blade. Jean Frey's power seemed to erupt. He thrust his arm hard and knocked Salmon's weapon aside. A smug smile curved on his lips. He had finally seized the initiative. The halo above Jean Frey's head began to unleash its hidden power. The third skill of the Angel Halo was officially unlocked. Brilliant light radiated from the Angel Halo, drawing Myra's gaze from outside. The condition to unlock the third skill was to raise the Angel Halo's magical sensing to the maximum level of 252. This skill leveled up by receiving attacks in battle, and experience points were calculated based on the amount of FP gained. After this battle and the fight against the Demon King on the First Continent, Jean Frey had raised the skill to its peak. Feeling the new power, Jean Frey smirked in delight. It should have taken longer, but the opponent's strength had accelerated the progress. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, sensing that something unusual had just happened. Salmon had secretly launched a sneak attack from behind, a slash falling straight toward Jean Frey's body. Seeing Jean Frey collapse, Salmon sneered, "Fool, losing focus in battle, you deserve defeat." He laughed loudly. "The world is vast, and there is always a higher mountain. Do you understand now?" But behind Salmon, a pair of footsteps quietly approached, making him suddenly wary. The person was none other than Jean Frey. He calmly said, "That is enough, old man. Now who is stronger?" His sudden appearance left Salmon stunned. Jean Frey was completely unharmed, wearing a triumphant and provocative smile. Salmon froze and looked back, unable to comprehend why Jean Frey was still alive. He gritted his teeth in confusion. What just happened? A class skill or a special skill? Jean Frey laughed mockingly at his expression. Myra watched from afar, cold sweat forming. Jean Frey clearly had something extraordinary. Salmon glanced at the spot where Jean Frey's body had fallen. The corpse had vanished even though the sensation of striking had been real. Suddenly, Salmon's eyes widened as blood burst from his back. He turned in horror to look at the attacker. When did this happen? Salmon stared at Jean Frey standing motionless with a darkened expression, utterly unable to grasp the situation. In a desperate attempt to survive, Salmon lunged forward but was pierced straight through by a blade. Blood filled his mouth as he cried out in despair. What exactly did this brat do to me? Every movement of Salmon had been completely controlled. Myra observed intently, murmuring that Salmon looked as if he had gone mad. Watching him clutch his head and scream, she could not understand what was happening. Behind Salmon, Jean Frey stood silently with his weapon in hand. Jean Frey smiled proudly. This was the third skill of the Angel Halo Dark Playground. A notification appeared. Lucifer's Angel Halo. Skill 3 Dark Playground creates illusions for anyone who looks into the user's eyes, cooled on 72 hours. Salmon stood as if petrified, motionless. Jean Frey mocked that he thought he would not notice. After observing enough, Myra stepped forward to face Jean Frey. Seeing her slight awkwardness, Jean Frey calmly said, "It is you." Jean Frey turned his head and emphasized each word. "Was it fun following us?" Myra flinched at being exposed. Myra quickly explained that she was not following Jean Frey, but monitoring Salmon on an association mission. Ignoring her explanation, Jean Frey waved and left, wishing her luck and leaving these people for her to handle. Looking at his palm, Jean Frey suddenly remembered the most important matter he had almost forgot. He immediately opened the system panel and operated it rapidly under Myra's puzzled gaze. Moments later, the Goblin Thief Gloves were summoned. Goblin Thief Gloves Rarity A allows stealing an item when the opponent loses combat capability. Jean Frey lightly touched Hector's cold body. "Sorry, but I will take this." Within seconds, he obtained the S-Rarity Azure Dragon Wine. It was finally in his hands. Holding the Azure Dragon Wine card, Jean Frey exhaled in satisfaction. With it, dealing with the next Demon King would be easier. That expression puzzled Myra as she stepped closer to observe. Jean Frey startled and stepped back, asking what was wrong. He had used the item legally. Myra closed her eyes and nodded. She did not pursue the matter further. Jean Frey quickly left, considering it a temporary farewell. Yet Myra's eyes continued to follow his every step. She looked at Salmon standing like a statue. During the battle, Jean Frey had not used any class skill. Myra recalled the Angel Halo and concluded the most reasonable explanation was power from equipment. Unable to figure it out, she helplessly realized Jean Frey was not an ordinary adventurer. That afternoon, Jean Frey returned to Taba's workshop on the second continent. One hand holding a chopping board and the other Azure Dragon Wine. Jean Frey smiled, preparing to craft hidden equipment. From inside the house, two young men rushed out angrily cursing the legendary blacksmith. Jean Frey watched them and thought that without the right materials, the old man would not even listen. Jean Frey took a deep breath and stepped in, offering a polite smile, but immediately using the chopping board to block tools thrown at him. Taba shouted loudly, "Another fool, do not disturb me while I work," cursed and tried to drive Jean Frey out. He thought to himself that Taba was still the same as ever. Jean Frey was pushed to the door but kept pleading. Taba roared at him to get out. Jean Frey played his last card. "What a pity, I brought a bottle of fine wine." Taba immediately widened his eyes and stared at the bottle. He roared how he had Azure Dragon Wine so rare. "Hand it over and leave." Jean Frey was stepped on painfully by Taba and hurriedly cried, "Wait." Taba frantically reached for the bottle. Jean Frey raised his hand, reminding him it hurt. In the game, if Azure Dragon Wine was given to Taba, he would craft S-Rank equipment. And if a B-Rank Fire Stone was added, it would trigger hidden equipment. Jean Frey opened the system panel to show the Fire Stone obtained from Freyna. Taba was astonished. Seeing room for negotiation, Taba invited Jean Frey to sit at the table and talk. Jean Frey poured wine and handed it to him. "Please." Taba emotionally raised his cup, mentioning his late wife who had loved this wine. Jean Frey responded cheerfully, inwardly thinking he had heard this story many times. Jean Frey continued pouring more wine for Taba. The hidden event was triggered. Jean Frey knew combining Azure Dragon Wine and Fire Stone would create hidden equipment. In his drunken state, Taba cried in regret. Jean Frey silently handed him a claw. If one stayed up all night listening to Taba's love story, while he slept soundly, the next morning, Taba happily crafted equipment to repay the fine wine. Jean Frey thanked him, understanding why he was called the legendary blacksmith. The third hidden equipment was completed. Skanda Chainmail, rank unknown, spirit harmony plus 120, maximum durability, skills free movement and teleportation. Usable 5 times per day. Third skill not yet unlocked. Jean Frey felt excited, thinking it was time to continue the journey. S-Rank Red Dungeon Area 2, Grey Castle. Inside the house, Jean Frey received additional upgraded equipment, Idadden's legs. An exquisite bottle was tossed to him as an extra gift. Jean Frey examined it carefully. It was non-alcoholic safe, rank liquor that brought a strong warming sensation when consumed. Taba pointed and asked if he was heading to the Red Dungeon. Jean Frey thanked him gratefully. Taba saw him off and reminded him the Frost Demon King was not easy to deal with. In the snowy mountains, the S-Rank dungeon of the second continent appeared. Before the gate, people trembled despite wearing warm clothes. After a long journey, Jean Frey finally arrived. Lacking enough warm clothing, his body shivered from the cold. Then he remembered Taba's item. Jean Frey quickly took out the non-alcoholic safe. He opened the lid and drank it in one gulp, drawing attention. His body immediately warmed. Jean Frey remarked it was exactly what he needed. A notification panel appeared. Jean Frey was in an unusually warm state, and this effect was expected to last about 100 minutes. When his body returned to normal, Jean Frey lightly touched himself, secretly satisfied that thanks to this item he no longer needed to wear that bulky outfit. Every gesture of his fell under the scrutiny of several people nearby, commenting on his strange clothing, his dismissive attitude toward this place, and the strange object floating above his head. He looked exactly like a novice adventurer. Some even mocked that angelic ring. Notification panel thoughtfully appeared, informing Jean Frey that he was being judged by those around him, making him frown and respond inwardly, "Be quiet, I do not care." Immediately after, a timer appeared showing 1 hour 59 minutes 45 seconds. Seeing the countdown, Jean Frey instantly reminded himself to speed up. System panel continued introducing the rules of the frozen zone in the S-Rank dungeon on the second continent. A 2-hour limit of stay. Exceeding the time would result in being banned from teleporting back to the city, and upon failure losing half of the inventory and money. Returning to reality, he slipped his hands into his pockets and gave a wry smile. Memories of his novice days struggling with this game came rushing back. Every defeat meant grinding from the start again. Not wanting to waste another second, Jean Frey immediately dashed forward, as magical inscriptions had already appeared inside the castle. Before him was a scene of countless players, blocking the path leading into the castle. Jean Frey carefully observed the situation, and calculated that he had to reach the Demon King corridor before them, because the Ice Chimera Fang was the material he needed. In the same area but at another location, 2 young men were struggling against a fierce snowstorm. A pair of sturdy legs stomped firmly onto the ground, trying to find the most suitable direction amid the blinding wind and snow. Noel panted and complained that simply moving forward was already too difficult. Felix fully agreed because at this rate time would pass very quickly. They had not gone far before they were blocked again by a new obstacle, a gigantic monster. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, raised its claws high. It was a level 82 Cunicurus. Both startled and angry, Felix raised his weapon and pointed it straight at it, cursing that they were racing against time, and if they kept being obstructed like this, they would never reach the Demon King castle. Seeing Noel standing frozen, Felix angrily shouted, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and support me." Only then did they realize that above their heads was Jean Frey, using an aerial movement skill. He lightly glided past the 2 of them, leaving the monster staring blankly after him. It was all thanks to the ring above his head that made Jean Frey extremely excited. The feeling of walking through the air was like a dream. This skill allowed free movement regardless of terrain or surrounding environment. Before he could enjoy it for long, an unexpected sight made Jean Frey widen his eyes in shock. In front of him was an entire swarm of level 82 Cunicuros, charging fiercely to attack. Jean Frey calmly drew his sword, glided past their bodies, and apologized because he was in a hurry. Immediately afterward, pieces of the monsters scattered across the blood-stained snow. Felix stood stunned, realizing that person was the fool at the gate earlier, while Noel stared wide-eyed, walking in the air and even wearing an angelic ring. 3 pale faces trembled as they thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be a wandering ghost? No one paid attention to the battle anymore. All 3 clasped their hands and bowed their heads, praying for both monsters and players. System heard everything. Jean Frey felt mocked and helplessly warned it not to say anything more. Shortly after, the scenery shifted and a new location appeared, the castle of Demon King on Moot. After the journey, Jean Frey smiled in satisfaction because he had finally arrived. He curled his lips and calculated. In total, it only took 5 minutes. This result was not bad at all. Just as he relaxed, a new incident occurred that left Jean Frey gaping in astonishment. Beneath the white snow, was the figure of Myra advancing forward. Seeing her move deeper into the Demon King castle, he wondered in confusion why that guard was here and did not want further involvement. Unable to hide his curiosity, he stroked his chin and thought that a member of the 8 guards must be very familiar with this Hong and Gut. Below, Myra raised her hand and touched the engraved characters on the stone slab opposite her. Her mind was filled with thoughts. The intelligence said the target was hiding here, but this place belonged to the Demon King and had a time limit. Not wanting to hesitate further, Myra forcefully pushed her arm forward with great strength. Shockwave exploded. Dust rose into the air, forcing Jean Frey above to quickly cover his face. The dust settled. He looked at the collapsed wall below and exclaimed in disbelief. A notification rang out. "You have entered the castle of Demon King on Moot." Looking at Myra back, Jean Frey could not help but admire that she truly deserved her title as a member of the 8 guards. After she went farther away, he descended and began to move. Floating in midair, Jean Frey observed the inside of the castle and inwardly marveled that her method of using brute force to open the door directly was rare in the game. As if sensing something, he quickly turned his head to look behind. Once again, a group of level 82 and 83 Cunicurus appeared targeting him directly, making Jean Frey annoyed at their relentless pursuit. With their overwhelming numbers, the monsters showed no hesitation and charged together to attack. Seizing the moment, Jean Frey activated the device created by Toba and used the instant teleportation technique. Skill 2 Instant Teleportation, active type, allows movement within a radius of 100 meters with a limit of 5 times per day. In an instant, he vanished from the encirclement of the ferocious monsters. A few seconds later, Jean Frey landed on a rather high floor of the castle. The notification displayed, "You have entered the castle of Demon King on Moot, 9th floor of the main building, corridor before the extreme cold chamber." He jumped up in excitement, proud that he had succeeded thanks to the teleportation skill. Jean Frey placed his hands on his hips and looked at the door ahead, muttering that to enter the Demon King chamber, he had to defeat the boss guarding this place. Twisting the lock and stepping inside, he realized this was his first time using Idate legs in battle. Jean Frey smiled confidently as the door closed. Perhaps this time he would set a new record. At the castle of Demon King on Moot, 7th floor of the annex, hidden ice chamber, panic screams echoed. A group of people trembled and shrank against the wall, frantically asking why they had been led to such a dangerous place. Garuda, with 1 hour, 26 minutes, 7 seconds remaining, gripped his sharp sword tightly and coldly questioned them. He frowned and berated the people before him for their slowness. It was Garuda Gastomi, a swordsman and guild master of Fong Kim. Without hesitation, Garuda swung his sword in a direct slash, coldly blaming them for daring to make him wait. In just an instant, an innocent life fell beneath the ruthless blade. Time continued to increase. Garuda furiously roared about the risk of losing half his treasure and items because of these useless people. He pointed the tip of his sword at another person trembling and begging for mercy. Not wanting to waste words, Garuda swept a contemptuous gaze and declared that if living as useless trash was a sin, then they should die to atone. After speaking with a calculating smile, Garuda raised his blade high. A decisive slash ended everything. Blood splattered across the room, and Garuda time continued to soar. Close servant could only close his eyes and pretend not to see the horrifying scene. The blade once again pointed toward someone crying and begging to live a little longer. It was already too late. He fell into a pool of spreading blood. Seeing time increase more and more, Garuda laughed madly, thinking their lives were worth only a few hours. Not satisfied, he turned to the servant and asked whether there were only this many people today. The servant bowed his head, trembling, and apologized in fear. As the blade moved closer, the servant swallowed and explained that they were still recruiting more people, but it required time. Garuda sneered and threatened to use him as a replacement, causing the servant to panic, run away, and promise to deliver people as soon as possible. Sweat poured down his body as he ran off, realizing Garuda was stealing others' time by killing them. Beneath the servant's feet were countless corpses. Thinking that Garuda intended to hide here for several more months made him shudder. Watching the servant figure disappear, Garuda gritted his teeth in anger. He pondered about Samu, who had been captured by a guard. When the association acted, their target was always someone of high rank. After that, Garuda slowly walked to the window, confident that here he held the advantage in time. His laughter echoed throughout the castle, true to the name Blessing Castle. On another floor, Jean Frey was toying with monsters at the 9th floor of the main building, corridor before the extreme cold chamber. He continuously unleashed decisive slashes, taking each life. Even so, due to their overwhelming numbers, they kept surging forward to attack. The feeling of battle made Jean Frey indescribably excited. This comfort was exactly what he expected from the new equipment. Suddenly he paused, directing his gaze forward and wondering what the immense magical source he sensed was. In his mind appeared the image of tremendous power on the 10th floor, floor. It was the authority of the second Demon King. There was also another magical source even stronger. Though curious, he decided to prioritize eliminating the Demon King first. Finishing off the last monster, Jean Frey gathered momentum and dashed straight ahead. He pressed his lips in delight and glanced back, thinking that now was the time to face a mid-tier boss. The door before the 9th floor chamber began to move, signaling that someone was entering. The one who stepped in was none other than the familiar girl Myra. Jean Frey swiftly clung to the castle's ceiling, realizing he had nearly been discovered and wondering whether she was that magical source. After observing the surroundings, Myra was slightly surprised because there was not a single monster in sight. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 monsters with strange forms appeared behind her. They bore the shape of fused ice blocks. They were level 92 snow golems. Without any fear, Myra crossed her arms and observed, suspecting that some incident must have caused the boss to appear. Myra exhaled a stream of blue mist and spoke loudly, "Summon." Immediately, an element appeared and obeyed her command, emitting a faint resonant sound. Suspended in midair, Jean Frey quickly analyzed the elemental summoning technique. Even as a support mage, it required extremely high professional mastery to use this skill. Not wanting to waste time, Myra extended the hand filled with energy forward and frankly apologized for being unable to delay any longer. A stream of green spiritual power instantly appeared, swiftly enveloping the monsters ahead. All those currents moved precisely under her control. Every element was in position. Myra spread her hand wide and then slowly clenched it. In just an instant, the 2 mid-tier ice-formed monsters were completely destroyed without any chance to resist. Even Jean Frey could not hide his astonishment. With a single move, she defeated 2 mid-tier bosses at once. After finishing, she flicked her hand in disdain. Clearly, Myra's power was on an entirely different level. Myra's gaze immediately shifted, focusing on the door at the top of the stairs. Floating above, Jean Frey quickly realized it. The door only appeared after a mid-tier boss was defeated and led straight to the Demon King chamber. Suddenly, Myra changed direction, turning to walk another way. She glided past without noticing him, observing every movement. It seemed she needed to inspect the annex more thoroughly. Jean Frey silently watched her figure fade away. It seemed Myra was tracking someone, and fortunately she was not targeting the Demon King. After walking a short distance, Myra suddenly stopped when she sensed something unusual. Looked up at the ceiling, probing the suspicious presence she had just faintly felt. Though she detected no one, Myra remained highly vigilant, uncertain whether the feeling of being watched was merely an illusion. Not wanting to waste time, she quickly continued forward, reminding herself to focus on the mission. At the same time, on the next floor of the castle, Jean Frey appeared on the 10th floor of the main building, the corridor leading straight to the Demon King chamber. He spread his palm and pressed firmly against the door ahead to unlock it and step inside. Alone, Jean Frey ventured deeper, both sides of the passage lined with corpses pierced and pinned by ice. He looked straight ahead, smiled politely, and greeted the second Demon King en route. On the throne, the Demon King sat with his hand lightly supporting his chin. The second Demon King on Moot level 100 possessed deadly ice powers, causing all fighters in the room to have their stats reduced below 20%. Moot bared his sharp teeth in a sneer, clearly amused to have another prey offering up his life. The two faced each other, one human, one menacing Demon King. Unable to hide his excitement, Moot declared that Jean Frey would sooner or later become his kind. To the left of the throne was a corpse grotesquely pierced through by ice. To the right were 2 other corpses long dead. Observing carefully, Jean Frey noticed something strange. He could not clearly sense any magic from them. Suddenly, a faint trace of magic entered his perception, making him frown deeply. Jean Frey looked at the corpse pierced by the tallest ice shard and realized someone was still alive. With only his last bit of strength remaining, Richard kindly urged him to leave quickly, not wanting to lose such fat prey. Moot unleashed a barrage of sharp ice spikes straight ahead. The small yet sharp ice spikes shot directly toward Jean Frey, who stood still. With just a glance, he recognized this as a familiar move in the game. But like Hammer Rose, no one could predict when it would break the rules. In the distance, Moot spread his clawed hands, despising humans yet still judging Jean Frey to look fairly appetizing. He bared his teeth in a savage grin, announcing that Jean Frey was the 10th guest today. Moot extended his long tongue to lick his lips, delighted at the thought of a lavish feast. Richard, still alive, witnessed the scene but could only remain silent and endure. Blamed himself for the foolish decision when he once thought he could defeat this monster. Back to Jean Frey, he stood silently without showing any emotion. Wanting to end it quickly, Moot spread his hands and lunged forward. The moment of the hunt had come. Activated his skill, instant teleportation, to seize his prey. But Jean Frey had already detected it and lightly evaded. Skill 2 instant teleportation allowed movement within a 100-meter radius, limited to 5 times per day. Today he could still use it 3 times. Immediately after, Jean Frey counterattacked with a direct slash to his opponent's face, sending blood spraying. The sight left Richard stunned. He had never seen anything like it. As for Moot, he reacted violently, his face twisted as he struggled in desperation. Despite being injured, Richard kept his eyes wide open. Jean Frey coldly reminded him not to pretend because he was not seriously hurt. Indeed, Moot burst into laughter and admitted it, praising Jean Frey for being quite clever. Moot gripped his weapon tightly and stared at him, thinking that some exercise before eating was not bad. Above Jean Frey's head, numerous sharp ice shards began to form. At his command, all the ice masses fell straight toward him. In an instant, the ice fragments fused into an even larger mass. Watching from outside, Moot laughed loudly in delight, unable to close his mouth. He smugly believed Jean Frey could not escape and was surely dead. Yet the unexpected happened. Jean Frey safely thrust his weapon straight through Moot's chest. Caught off guard, the Demon King was heavily wounded, blood gushing from his mouth. Ngo Kong activated Skill 1 Mind Eye in active mode, tripling critical damage. Moot gradually lost consciousness, his legs collapsing onto the blood-soaked floor. His vision dimmed. In his dazed state, he could no longer see clearly. Demon King knelt in the middle of the room, muttering that Jean Frey seemed to teleport in the blink of an eye. Jean Frey sighed in boredom. With 3 hidden equipments, Moot was not threatening, truly a fool. He wanted to end it quickly, but still needed him to summon the Ice Chimera so he could not kill him yet. Thinking so, Jean Frey immediately accelerated and charged forward. In his hazy state, Moot could only grit his teeth and endure the blows. Before he could counterattack, a blood-soaked corpse was thrown straight toward Jean Frey. He startled and stepped back into a defensive stance, weapon ready. Moot laughed provocatively, using the corpse as a shield and mocking that it was merely a meat barrier. Seeing his opponent play dirty, Jean Frey could only grit his teeth and curse inwardly. Not stopping there, Moot arrogantly questioned the power he had just used. One hand holding the corpse, with the other he raised it high, preparing another move. Moot roared and activated the puppet control skill, causing the corpses on the ice to begin moving. Not only a few people, even their right arms were manipulated according to his will. Before Jean Frey appeared a puppet shield formed from corpses. Richard watched the scene with a shudder, cursing the undead bodies before him. Corpses below looked like living people, but in truth were merely puppets under his control. Moot spread his hands and ordered decisively, "Kill him." Following their master command, the undead surrounded Jean Frey, leaving no escape. Sight made him recall a battle long ago. The real-world Demon King acted very differently from the one in the game. Moot noticed Richard was still alive and showed surprise. Richard panicked upon being discovered, his heart pounding wildly. When Moot intended to finish him, his arm had already been severed by Jean Frey. The Demon King gritted his teeth and roared in fury. Richard stood frozen, stunned by the turn of events. To avoid implicating him, Jean Frey pointed at himself, asserting that he was the true opponent. Struck unexpectedly, Moot furiously gnashed his teeth and shouted. His complexion quickly shifted from blue to purple, as if poison. Demon King Moot had been afflicted with deadly poison. Every second he would lose 10 HP. Unwilling to accept defeat, Moot roared hoarsely and summoned the Ice Chimera. Immediately, 3 ferocious chimeras appeared. Level 99 Ice Chimera. Recognizing them, Jean Frey frowned. He had finally waited for this moment. He charged forward at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. Moot laughed loudly, thinking he was about to lose, and mocked him. But the laughter instantly ceased when he saw the level 99 Ice Chimera had been slain. After finishing, Jean Frey opened the system panel and obtained the Ice Chimera Fang as desired. Jean Frey weapon was significantly upgraded. Ngo Kong durability dropped to 493 out of 1500. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. The corner of his lips curved into a calculating smile. Jean Frey glanced at Moot and calmly said, "What a pity, Demon King, but the game ends here." That expression left Moot stunned and furious. The newly updated weapon rested firmly in Jean Frey's hand. The condition to unlock Ngo Kong's 3rd skill had finally been fulfilled. The scene shifted back to the previous room, where the screams of those slaughtered by Garuda still echoed. A man covered in blood trembled as he knelt and begged endlessly, calling out to the guild master in despair. Garuda could not be bothered, waving a hand by his ear and shouting that this place truly was an ideal hiding spot. Not wanting to drag it out, he raised his sword high, yet felt irritated that troubles kept appearing lately. The person below could only clutch his head and await his inevitable end. Suddenly, from outside the room, a violent gust of wind swept in. The wind was so strong it knocked the sword from Garuda's hand. The blade spun through the air before stabbing into the ground. A questioning voice echoed through the room. "Finally found you, Garuda Gastomi, guild master of Fangza." A pair of legs stepped in as an indictment was read clearly. From murder, human trafficking, illegal gambling to manufacturing forbidden items. A cold gaze and flowing hair were directed straight at him, yet that was only the tip of the iceberg. One who appeared was Detective Myra, accompanied by elemental guardians behind her. She coldly exposed that he had killed his own guild members to prolong his time, true to his name, summon spirits. To increase her strength, Myra summoned another element, a water spirit surging with overwhelming momentum. Immediately after came the second element with fierce heat. The fire spirit Ifrit appeared, element that had attacked Garuda before manifested again. The wind spirit with razor-sharp currents. 3 spirits of 3 different attributes surrounded and protected Myra from danger. Observing carefully, Garuda began to worry because among summoners calling a spirit was extremely difficult, yet she summoned 3 at once without the slightest fatigue. Brushing off his tension, he mockingly asked who she was and whether she belonged to the association. Myra calmly introduced herself, Myra Goldlin. Without beating around the bush, Myra bluntly declared that in the name of the 8 guardians, she would arrest Garuda and escort him to the Adventurers Association. Back on the 10th floor where the weapon update was complete, the conditions were met and the 3rd skill was officially unlocked. Jean Frey tightened his grip on the weapon, the corner of his lips lifting. This was the moment he had been waiting for. That attitude enraged Onmut to the extreme. He roared, telling him not to toy with him. Onmut bent forward and pointed straight at Jean Frey, declaring he would not eat him but crush each of his bones. As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted all his strength, his final power about to erupt. Onmut's shoulders began to form something made of ice. It gradually extended outward, not just one but both shoulders forming. In an instant, a pair of ice wings were summoned, lifting him into the air. While flying, Onmut laughed smugly, forcing Jean Frey to stand still and await death. Not bothering to respond, Jean Frey also flew up behind Onmut, casually remarking that the view from above was truly interesting. Shaded his forehead, his mocking tone clearer as he looked down at his opponent. Onmut was startled and hurriedly flapped his wings to retreat, his gaze never leaving Jean Frey. Though sweat poured down, he still tried to reassure himself, wondering how long Jean Frey could remain calm. Then Onmut spread his hand and summoned a green energy sphere. At the same time, a weapon shaped like a trident appeared, Despia. Onmut gleefully swung the weapon and charged forward, roaring that he would kill anyone who dared to obstruct him. Jean Frey merely tilted his body slightly and easily avoided the entire attack. He began his counterattack, softly whispering Ngo Kong Skill 3. New weapon instantly activated its melting state. The blade liquefied and freely changed shape, cooled on 48 hours, and the only limit was the user imagination. Thinking he had given up, Onmut laughed in delight, believing evasion was useless. Yet only seconds later, that smile completely vanished. From above, Jean Frey transformed the weapon into a spear and plunged straight down. Onmut panicked and used the trident to block, his mouth agape in fear. A light slash effortlessly split his weapon into 2 pieces. Seeing that, Jean Frey was immensely satisfied. This would be his second achievement along with a new record. Within seconds, Onmut spat out black blood, looking utterly miserable. Finishing the strike, Jean Frey hovered in midair observing below. The second Demon King, Onmut, had officially been eliminated. On the ground, his corpse lay motionless without any light. The system panel displayed a congratulatory message for defeating the boss successfully in 1 hour, 21 minutes, 35 seconds. Looking at the time mark, Jean Frey admitted with satisfaction that it was a new record. In the distance, Richard stared at his benefactor in shock, unable to believe the Demon King had been defeated by one person. Suddenly, the system announced that Richard's time limit had reached 0. Jean Frey turned his head and saw that he had vanished from the sharp ice block. He smiled faintly, guessing that Richard had been teleported back to the city. Surviving was already good. Then Jean Frey focused on the item he had just obtained. Ice Chimera Fang S Rarity, crafting material. Looking at the information panel, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Only ancient red earth remained. Once gathered, he could refine the divine medicine to cure his mother. Lost in thought, the ground suddenly trembled, startling him. Outside the castle, the snow had accumulated in thicker layers. In Garuda room, he faced Myra with an expressionless face. The wind attack had no effect. Garuda sneered and mocked Myra for being too serious. Myra immediately changed tactics and summoned a new element, Fire Radiance Roar. A blazing red light accompanied by terrifying heat surged forward. Flames surrounded Garuda, forming a suffocating thermal vortex. However, Garuda remained calm, swinging his sword in a few warning slashes. The fire element dissipated, and the atmosphere returned to normal. This development made Myra begin to worry, her gaze turning icy cold. Without hesitation, she raised her hand to summon another new element. Water element appeared, gentle yet concealing powerful destructive force. But before it could attack, the water element was slashed apart. The strike came from Garuda. The water shattered like falling rain. The scene entered Jean Frey's sight from behind the wall. He realized the earlier tremor was caused by the clash between the two. Holding the door while observing, Jean Frey worried for Myra. That man was clearly a high-level swordsman, very likely the wanted guild master. Garuda sneered after destroying two elements, mocking Myra's 8 guardian title. He raised his sword high, his disdainful voice echoing. Light enveloped the sharp blade as he prepared to unleash the decisive strike. Moments later, the smoke cleared. Myra lowered her hand and surveyed the surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, Garuda stepped back to gather momentum. He lunged forward, intending to finish Myra. A slash swept across her motionless body. A storm of wind erupted. The outcome seemed clear. Myra's body shattered into many pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, the scene more horrifying than a horror film. Hiding behind the wall, Jean Frey felt heartache thinking Myra had died. In contrast, Garuda laughed loudly, believing everything was over. But a familiar voice rang out, asking whether he had ever realized the gap in strength. The sound made Garuda shudder, unable to believe his eyes. Myra was still alive, sitting leisurely and looking at him, calling herself Ymira, former member of the 8 Guardians. Garuda turned around in panic, not understanding what was happening. He reassured himself that it was merely an afterimage or illusion. Seeing that he still did not believe, Myra coldly declared she would re-educate the traitor of the organization. She raised her hand aiming straight ahead, asserting that this was the precise strike. A flash of energy appeared behind Garuda, the lightning element. Lightning spirit Chiron was summoned. Garuda's face turned pale upon realizing it was the 4th spirit. He gripped his sword tightly and retreated, a sense of danger rising. Seizing the chance, Garuda turned to flee, but it was too late. Myra immediately closed in and interrogated him, reminding him that waiting was not an option. In an instant, lightning struck down and burned Garuda's entire body. Within seconds, Garuda smoked heavily and completely lost his life. Hiding behind the wall to observe, Jean Frey broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that facing her directly would truly be troublesome. As if sensing something, Myra immediately turned her head toward the wall where he was hiding. Seeing Jean Frey's shadow retreat, Myra quickly called out, "You are there right, Jean Frey." Forcing himself to stay calm, Jean Frey stepped out, cursing inwardly for being discovered, then scratched his head and explained that he was not a spy. Myra continued in a rather relaxed tone, "Tran and Jean Frey, it is fine. You did not interfere with my mission. Let us pretend we have not seen each other like last time." At that moment, Garuda's body was being escorted by Myra elemental spirits. Jean Frey was still curious about that mission when Myra added that she could no longer sense the Demon King and asked whether he had defeated him. Without hiding it, Jean Frey nodded in confirmation. Myra simply replied congratulations, said she was in a hurry and left first. After taking a few steps, Myra suddenly stopped and added that perhaps they would meet again someday. Myra's figure along with the spirits gradually disappeared from Jean Frey's sight. The next morning, sunlight flooded the headquarters of the Adventurers Association. Garuda had been captured, stripped to the waist, and imprisoned in a special isolation area. Someone with hands clasped behind his back praised Myra, saying that thanks to her that bastard had been caught. Myra bowed her head to thank Vice President Nis. He further announced that the Fong Za Guild would be disbanded, and this case would serve as a warning to other criminal guilds. During that, Myra's expression dimmed slightly, as she softly replied that she hoped everything would be as stated. Noticing her unusual mood, Nis gently asked whether she was worried about something. Myra quickly regained her composure, denied worrying about the mission, and said she was merely curious about an adventurer. That sudden change left Nis stunned for a few seconds. Elsewhere, after a long journey, Jean Frey set foot on the 3rd continent. He shaded his eyes and looked into the distance, thinking that if he defeated the Demon King, here the materials for the divine medicine would be complete. However, Ngo Kong was having issues. Attack power 66 and durability only 299 out of 1500. Holding Ngo Kong in his hand, Jean Frey sighed. With this durability, it would disappear after the 3rd Demon King. It was time to find a new weapon. In his mind arose a new resolve, along with the image of the 4th hidden equipment. The 3rd continent, the central warrior district Detam, where houses stood close together and the streets bustled. Jean Frey stopped at a roadside inn named Soaring Dragon Garden. Pushing the door open and stepping inside, a staff member carrying a white towel greeted him with a smile. Seeing Jean Frey at the door, he asked whether he would be staying overnight. Jean Frey raised one finger to signal. One person but 2 rooms. Take the 3rd room to the north and the 4th room to the west. The two exchanged a knowing glance without needing further words. Few seconds later, the staff member smiled and finalized it. wishing him a pleasant rest. Once everything was arranged, an entrance to the basement opened before Jean Frey. He slowly walked deeper, remembering that this dialogue only appeared after completing the hidden event on the 5th continent. As he walked, Jean Frey told himself he was lucky to still remember this detail. In just a moment, he stood before the door leading to the boxing room. In the distance on the ring stood a massively muscular man of the 3rd continent. Hong in Guk unknown level, underground boxing room. The opponent continued repeating his familiar showy movements without change. Introduction voice rang out. The chosen fighter step into the ring, Mike Weiser in out, the strongest boxer of the era. Observing the man before him, Jean Frey sighed, still fond of showing off as always. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his attire, he understood this man was not simple, and obtaining the hidden equipment from him would not be easy. Jean Frey put on his gear and stepped onto the ring. The match between champion in out and challenger, Jean Frey, officially began. In out, wearing red gloves, stood in the red corner. 1m9 tall, weighing 160 kg, a streak of 108 wins, undefeated champion. Jean Frey, wearing blue gloves, stood in the blue corner. 1m7 tall, weighing 67 kg, black hair and striking blue eyes. The two stared at each other. The rules were announced. No personal items, each round 3 minutes, points awarded for successful hits. Referee added that whoever reached 10 points first, or had more points when time ran out, would win. In addition, if struck by a sneak attack, even once the offender would immediately lose. The match was about to begin. The bell rang, and the stands erupted in cheers. Out charged forward like an arrow aimed straight at Jean Frey. Jean Frey did not counterattack, only lowered his head into a guard stance, appearing rather disadvantaged. In truth, he was analyzing. The opponent was huge yet quite fast. The MC continuously praised the champion flexible combos. Punches were avoided as Jean Frey leaned back. He gradually predicted an out-attack trajectory. Another punch was thrown, but Jean Frey had already read it and dodged cleanly. The commentator excitedly shouted that the challenger was far from ordinary. It was time to counterattack. Jean Frey pulled back his hand, then aimed right and struck. He acted decisively, the punch landing precisely when the opponent showed an opening. In a blink, 5 consecutive punches closed in on an out face. Time remaining 2 minutes 27 seconds. Jean Frey led with 1 point, though the blow had been blocked. Jean Frey's face remained cold and expressionless. An out warned him not to think he held the advantage. Jean Frey calmly replied that he had intentionally conceded points and asked an out to fight seriously. That attitude intrigued an out. He smiled and called him an interesting kid. An out tensed his body, muscles bulging, declaring it was his turn. A powerful punch shot straight toward Jean Frey. With only a slight tilt of his head, Jean Frey avoided the heavy blow. Slightly surprised, an out reassured himself that Jean Frey's stamina would soon run out. Even so, the following strikes were still neatly evaded by Jean Frey. Covering his face defensively, Jean Frey reminded himself not to be knocked out even if he lost points. He understood the secret of this ring was that the more points scored, the stronger and faster an out became. Continuous dodging pushed Jean Frey to the edge of the ring. Time remaining 1 minute 38 seconds. Jean Frey 1 point, in out 49 points. The MC roared in excitement. In out cornered his opponent and mocked him for running out of strength. Lethal punch was thrown, heading straight for Jean Frey's face. Jean Frey remained calm because his goal was not victory, but surviving the full 3 minutes to obtain the hidden equipment. At that moment he ducked and slipped past the punch like lightning. Jean Frey countered, delivering a straight punch to an out face. Caught off guard, an out covered his face in shock that he still had strength. Time remaining 57 seconds. Jean Frey 9 points, in out 51 points. Sweat poured down his body as Jean Frey clenched his fists and surged forward. His fighting spirit excited an out. It had been a long time since he felt such joy. Even so, an out still threw a direct punch at his face, asserting that he was the one who decided. Time remaining 41 seconds. Jean Frey 13 points, in out 68 points. An out launched an uppercut aimed at the chin. Jean Frey took the full hit. The commentator shouted that the challenger had fallen. With his remaining strength, Jean Frey struggled to keep his balance and not collapse. His face was drenched in sweat from pain and exhaustion. Jean Frey wiped his sweat. The MC, astonished to see he still stood firm though time was nearly up. In out admired that will, praised him as talented but decided to end the match. He gathered momentum and rushed forward. In out raised his hand, high preparing to throw the final punch. Suddenly Jean Frey's fist closed in on his face, startling an out. Both sides landed 5 consecutive punches. The challenger counterattacked with fiery determination. An out smiled and praised Jean Frey as strong and interesting. Jean Frey replied that now he would not step back anymore. The result was announced. Champion 97 points, challenger 13 points, victory belonged to an out. Notification panel appeared. The rare thrilling match drew endless applause from the audience. As the winner, In-Out thanked Jean Frey for being the first to endure the full 3 minutes against him. An item appeared in In-Out hand. He handed it to Jean Frey as a gift. Jean Frey sat beside the ring happily accepting it and sincerely thanked him. It was a black glove, the 4th hidden equipment for Jean Frey. Weapon name Yu Lin, rank unknown. Attack plus 150. Durability 5,000 out of 5,000. Skill 1 Flame Fist passive envelops the fist in fire, doubling damage, but HP decreases every second when activated. Skill 2 Counter X passive records received attacks and returns them with triple power. Skill 3 Locked only opens upon meeting special conditions. Next is the confrontation with the 3rd Demon King using the new hidden equipment. Jean Frey raised his hand to shield his eyes and looked into the distance. The hidden gear was already in his grasp. He could not continue wasting time. Before him stretched a barren expanse, no different from a desolate desert. S-Rank Hong and Guk of the 3rd continent, the Reuven in ruins. To the left stood ancient pillars that had collapsed, leaving only shattered remnants. Right side was no better, traces of destruction scattered across the ground. Jean Frey slipped his hands into his pockets and walked forward slowly. In this dungeon, aside from the Demon King, no other creature remained. Defeating it would complete everything. He narrowed his eyes at the blazing sun. The 3rd Demon King Jackal was extremely rare to encounter. The probability of meeting it was only about 12%. Absolute patience was required to find it. In Jean Frey's mind appeared the image of a map, along with countless adventurers who had wandered this endless desert until both body and spirit were exhausted, yet still failed to encounter the Demon King. Thinking that, he clenched his fist and smiled confidently. He would not repeat that mistake. This damned dungeon, the time-saving plan officially began. Not wanting to waste effort in vain, Jean Frey immediately turned and left. If Jackal would not appear on its own, then he would force it out. It seemed to be lurking somewhere nearby. After searching for quite a long time, what he needed to find finally appeared before his eyes. It was this very coffin. Jean Frey immediately rushed over, swiftly grabbing the coffin handle and pulling it aside. He had indeed found the right one. Clasped his hands respectfully and bowed before the coffin to apologize, hoping to be forgiven for disturbing the rest of the predecessor. But at this moment he was truly in urgent need. Please lend him a hand. In an instant, the coffin lid automatically sprang open, revealing a mummy that had existed for thousands of years. A few seconds passed, the coffin lid fully open, the shriveled mummy clearly visible before Jean Frey. From deep within, a radiant golden sphere of light shot upward, releasing the slumbering soul. That sphere hovered motionless, silently gazing at him for a long time. Then it suddenly gathered momentum and soared straight into the deep blue sky without looking back. Circle above Jean Frey's head also began to spin abnormally. Skill 2 Friction Positioning activated in passive state, detecting an extremely powerful source of magic approaching. The ground beneath his feet shook violently, the cause still unclear. Jean Frey remained calm, the corner of his lips slightly curling into a smile. It had finally revealed itself. Not far ahead, the ground split apart. Something was rising from beneath the earth. Demon King shot straight up from the depths, his gaze locking onto him. The 3rd Demon King Jackal officially appeared. Jean Frey raised his head to look up. This was the 3rd continent, an S-Rank dungeon, the Revenant Ruins, also known as the Soul Cemetery, where countless spirits rested. Carrying an overwhelming pressure, Jackal coldly questioned him. "You dare to desecrate the dead?" The 3rd Demon King spoke. Jackal, level 150, possessing the special attribute Judgment Scales. Chilling intent surged from his entire body. The 3rd Demon King Jackal existed as the guardian of departed souls and the punisher of the disrespectful. Facing each other, Jackal continued to declare, "The punishment would be extremely cruel. Your life would be taken to atone. The judgment must be carried out." He opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs and claws, introducing himself as Jackal, the Demon King of Judgment, guardian of departed souls. Not wanting to waste words, Jean Frey raised his hand high, activating some kind of recovery support. The spirit equipment was activated, increasing attack by 150, durability reaching the maximum 50 out of 50. On the opposite side, Jackal also summoned the item he carried. Judgment was initiated. The Judgment Scales officially began operating. That very moment, a golden sphere shot straight out from Jean Frey's body. Jean Frey's soul was placed upon the scale. Opposite it was the sphere of light. Your soul would be weighed. After observing the result, he coldly declared, "Your tainted soul would be purified and guided to the heavenly realm." His soul on the scale suddenly shifted beyond expectation. 2 plates of the scale shook violently, as if signaling an impending upheaval. As expected, the scale tilted completely. Jean Frey's soul was heavier than the golden sphere. The judgment had been determined. The judgment ended, the sphere returned to his body. For the sins committed, all your stats were reduced by 30%. Jackal let out a cold smile and pronounced the sentence. One who disrespects the souls of the dead would spend a lifetime atoning. In complete contrast, Jean Frey showed no fear, only a meaningful smile, just as he had predicted. Quickly analyzed that judgment scales was a special debuff for adventurers, in exchange for saving time searching for the Demon King. For him, this price was entirely acceptable. Staring directly at Jackal, Jean Frey decided he had to defeat him before any unexpected event occurred. Jackal at this moment was not truly dangerous. Black Arrow. A barrage of black arrows shot rapidly toward him, but with agile movements, Jean Frey lightly twisted his body to evade. Hovering in midair, Jackal looked down at him. Wheel of Heaven. Illusion skills had no effect on monsters. Jean Frey immediately understood. This battle could only be decided by pure strength. All other skills were useless. He used the gifted gloves, gathering momentum as he lunged upward to unleash a flurry of punches. But Jackal instantly teleported, appearing behind him in the blink of an eye and firing black arrows. Pitch black arrows once again rained down upon Jean Frey. Quickly dodged, then propelled himself high into the air. The moment had arrived. Jean Frey poured all his strength into the gloves and launched a powerful punch forward. Jackal was startled and hurriedly used the weapon he carried to block. He drew out the secret weapon he had concealed, dark magic immediately spreading. The compact shield was enough to unbalance Jean Frey, sending him flying backward. Fortunately, he remained calm, landing steadily and avoiding a dangerous fall. Jean Frey wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking that the debuff had affected him more seriously than expected. At that moment behind him, the system panel suddenly appeared. On the screen, an incoming call from his mother, the caller Amelia, kept ringing. Jean Frey widened his eyes in shock. Could it be that his mother was in trouble? At that very moment, Jackal seized the chance to launch a sneak attack. A barrage of black arrows continued to fire, once again aiming straight at Jean Frey. He forced himself to stay calm, nimbly evading each attack. Jean Frey flipped and landed, his mind holding only the thought that he could not answer the call right now. He quickly dashed forward. He had to end this battle as soon as possible. Not letting him escape easily, Jackal unleashed a new skill, Dark Vortex. Dark Circle appeared, tightly trapping Jean Frey. There was no time to hesitate. With no other choice, Jean Frey clenched his fists, flames igniting as he activated the spirit skill. The unexpected action stunned Jackal. In that instant, his fist blazed brightly. 5 crimson flaming punches. Jean Frey gathered momentum and drew himself in. His attack power doubled, but his HP decreased second by second. A punch carrying a sea of flames was unleashed, aimed straight at Jackal to vent all his fury. The punch struck Jackal squarely in the face, causing him visible pain. Under the terrifying force, Jackal was blasted far away. Flaming punch skill enveloped the fist in fire, doubling damage but causing continuous HP loss. Even so, Jackal managed to steady himself and stand firm on the ground. He exhaled heavily and sneered. It was merely a bit of fire wrapped around a punch, truly ridiculous. Hovering in midair, Jean Frey coldly retorted, "It seems you are only good with words." The remark struck directly at his pride. Jackal began activating a sinister magic circle, growling that he would make him unable to open his mouth again. Seeing the ultimate move before him, Jean Frey could not help but freeze, almost unable to believe what he was witnessing. Within a massive black hole, a gigantic fist emerged, supreme dark heavenly. The fist shot forward like an arrow, aimed straight at the hovering Jean Frey. The tremendous force sent Jean Frey flying, his back slamming hard against a rock wall. Standing and observing, Jackal laughed smugly. How was it? The power of the undefeated punch. Beneath the pile of rubble, a sign of life began to stir. Jean Frey was still alive. He wiped his face and stood up. Just as expected, this was a move he had never seen before. Carrying confusion, he looked at Jackal. The Demon Kings in this world were completely different from those in the game. On the system panel, the call from Amelia continued to ring without stopping. Jean Frey gritted his teeth in frustration. Again, he had no time to answer. He had no choice but to reject the call. Seeing his expression, Jackal laughed and praised. "What if I increase the intensity of my attack? You are quite impressive." Words made Jean Frey tremble with anger. "Do not praise me for such trivial matters." Jackal said little more, lightly gesturing toward the black hole. It was merely a courtesy compliment. Find a chance to counterattack. Jean Frey decided to use 5 more punches. Though the damage was great, his HP would continuously decrease. He had to finish quickly. Suddenly, Jean Frey widened his eyes. The worst happened again. The call from Amelia continued to come in. Seizing the opportunity, Jackal threw a punch straight at Jean Frey. What was going on? He nimbly stepped back, his toes touching the ground safely, an ominous premonition rising within him. Jean Frey stared straight at Jackal, understanding that there was no other choice. He remained silent, spreading his palm and gently pressing it against the ground. Immediately afterward, a move was unleashed that was nearly impossible to block: teleportation. In just a few short seconds, Jean Frey completely vanished from Jackal's sight. Jackal was stunned, his eyes darting around searching everywhere. Where had he gone? Thanks to teleportation, Jean Frey arrived in a completely different area. He quickly opened the system panel and pressed accept on the call. Breathing rapidly, Jean Frey asked what happened. Emilia, why did you call so many times? Emilia's trembling voice replied, brother, where are you right now? Afraid of enemies nearby, he looked around cautiously and reassured her, calmly saying he was a bit busy. Emilia hesitated before mentioning their mother. Emilia's tears streamed down. Their mother's condition had suddenly worsened. The healer said she did not have much time left. Just that simple sentence was enough to leave Jean Frey frozen, unable to utter a word. His eyes narrowed slightly as an invisible pain struck. Emilia urgently urged him to hurry home. At that moment, Jackal caught up and coldly said, you intend to play hide and seek. Looking at the enemy behind him, Jean Frey was stunned. His attempt to leave had been discovered. His face drenched in sweat from anxiety. Jean Frey hurriedly replied to his sister, all right, he would return immediately. Jacko immediately pursued the charge, pointing straight at him. You dared to insult the souls of the dead, and now you intend to flee? Utterly unforgivable. Humans truly are contemptible. He continued to unleash the familiar ultimate move from before against Jean Frey. Supreme Dark Origin Heavenly Fist. Jean Frey had anticipated it, instantly using teleportation to appear behind Jacko and launch a sneak attack. He clenched his arm into a firm fist, fierce flames erupting and engulfing it. As he gathered momentum to throw his punch, Jean Frey spoke an apology. Forgive me, but I am in a great hurry. Let it end here. An unexpected situation occurred. Jacko casually blocked the fiery punch with his bare hand. Jacko maintained a cold expression and questioned Jean Frey again. This much strength is still not enough to kill me. Jean Frey did not retreat, firmly responding, no, I have already given it my all, and the flaming punch has accumulated enough damage. It was Jackal's turn to counterattack. A black hole swiftly formed as Supreme Dark Heavenly Fist was activated once more. A gigantic fist once again emerged from the newly formed black hole. This time Jean Frey stood his ground, dodging the strike while clenching his fist. Flaming punch could double his strength. Without hesitation, he launched a counterpunch and activated another skill. Jean Frey brushed past Jacko's massive fist by a hair's breadth. Spirit Skill second ability activated actively, counter-strike, tripling damage and immediately retaliating. Immediately afterward, his fist closed in on Jacko's arrogant face. An overwhelmingly powerful counterattack blasted him away. His face slightly twisted. Counter-Strike X. Jacko was completely helpless, his body rolling several times in agony. In the end, he slammed his back hard against a solid rock wall and came to a stop. Blood gushed from his mouth and neck in large amounts, falling to the ground like rain. Looking at Jacko's miserable defeat, Jean Frey spoke. My attack power is doubled while Supreme Dark Heavenly Fist was countered with triple damage. I told you, end it quickly. System notification rang out. Defeated Zico level 150. Gained experience and rewards. Enormous reward was granted. 3 million S-Rank Jacko souls and an A-Rank Ancient Chain Gauntlet. With sufficient resources in hand, Jean Frey hurried back home. It was exactly what he needed. He had to return quickly to the house by the forest in the village of the first continent. At this moment, his mother's sick room was already crowded with people waiting. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, causing Emilia to turn her head in search. Emilia. Outside the door, Jean Frey let out a weary sigh, muttering repeatedly, how is mother? Seeing her brother return, Emilia immediately ran out in joy. Brother. Roland sighed and recounted the situation. His mother was in the final stage of mana depletion. Black spots had spread across her body. Isabella's face was now densely covered with dark streaks. Mother. Roland continued explaining. The loss of mana caused a sharp drop in blood pressure. Heart and lungs weakened. Even advanced healing was useless. This news made Emilia even more heartbroken. Seeing his sister collapse, Jean Frey gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. It is all right, Emilia. He will not let mother die. Do not cry. With a calm expression, he decisively said that he would now treat mother. Roland was stunned. Emilia also asked in disbelief, you will cure mother. That night, Jean Frey leveled up and allocated 90 points into the mastery stat. He entered meditation, closing his eyes. Mastery reached 250. Crafting skill officially leveled up. Prepared items were brought out. A rank Ancient Chain Gauntlet. A rank Nanchimera, along with S-Rank High Elf tiers. Preparation complete. Jean Frey shouted to Signal, begin crafting. After a few seconds of refining, a bottle of divine medicine was created, SS quality, capable of curing all illnesses with just once. The rare herbal potion was quickly completed, finally finished. Holding the bottle in his hand, Jean Frey could not hide his joy. Divine medicine. Roland was astonished, having never seen such medicine. Could it be the legendary divine medicine? Emilia was still stunned in disbelief. Jean Frey held the medicine and said to Emilia, "Sorry, we will talk about this later." Then he approached the bed, where Isabella lay, and began treatment. Isabella's face was covered with large and small black spots that were spreading. Jean Frey helped his mother sit up. When crafting mastery increased, it allowed the creation of high-grade items. He had prepared everything in time. He slowly poured the precious medicine into his mother's mouth. Drop by drop, the herbal medicine flowed into Isabella's mouth amid prayers. "Please wake up." Few seconds passed, the room sank into tense silence. Suddenly, the black spots on Isabella's face gradually faded away. Isabella woke up, her eyes opening wide as she looked around. The first sight she saw was Jean Frey and Emilia standing beside her. But Isabella panicked, clutching her chest. "Who am I?" Emilia could not restrain her emotions and burst into tears, calling out "Mother." He rushed forward to embrace Isabella. "Mother, what happened?" Isabella looked at Jean Frey smiling beside her in confusion. Seeing his mother healthy again filled him with boundless joy. A flurry of questions made her stammer. "How is my health?" Isabella tried to recall. She had never lain in bed for so long. Emilia gently reproached that they had been so worried. Emilia continued, startling Isabella. If he had not treated her in time, then she turned and asked, "Was I ill?" Roland stepped forward to explain. "Yes, madam. Jean Frey's divine medicine has completely cured you." Isabella placed her hand on his shoulder and asked about the rare divine medicine. "Have you become an adventurer?" Jean Frey calmly replied, "Mother, do not worry. The important thing is that you are fine." Isabella suddenly shouted loudly, causing him to freeze. Her reaction made the two siblings stand still, without daring to move. Isabella sprang up from the bed, astonishing everyone. "Can Mother already stand?" She pointed straight at Jean Frey and called his name. Isabella scolded him repeatedly. "You left home and became an adventurer on your own." Jean Frey hurried to explain, but was powerless. In the end, he knelt down to admit his fault, not daring to argue. Isabella loudly rebuked that he was exactly like his father. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Roland excused himself to leave. Emilia politely saw him off. Emilia returned and persuaded Mother. "He did it for you as well." Jean Frey stood aside with tears falling. Isabella placed a hand on her chest sadly. She only feared he would face danger. Jean Frey felt sorrow as well. A few seconds later, Isabella softened. "Very well. As long as you are safe, it is enough." Suddenly told Jean Frey to hurry and defeat the Demon King, leaving him stunned. Emilia was bewildered by her mother's change. Jean Frey could not believe his ears. Isabella continued asking, "How many years do you think I have been your mother?" She gently stroked his cheek. "You resemble your father greatly now. You want to achieve something, do you not?" Jean Frey nodded. Isabella smiled. "Then go ahead and do it. Mother is well now." Looking straight into his eyes, she demanded he promise 3 things. The first was to call home every day. The second was that he must absolutely not die. Jean Frey immediately agreed. As for the final one, she reached out and lightly touched his face. Isabella hugged Jean Frey tightly, whispering thank you and telling him to take care. A while later, the 2 most important women saw him to the door. He would return. Emilia supported Isabella as they stood watching Jean Frey's figure gradually disappear. In the vast forest, Jean Frey thought about the illness caused by monsters draining mana. Fortunately, this time the divine medicine saved Mother, but countless others were still suffering. Jean Frey raised his head to the sky. If he eliminated all the demon kings and created a peaceful world, then perhaps this illness would vanish. He recalled that in the game, even after defeating 7 demon kings, monsters still existed. Perhaps the 8 undiscovered gods were the true key. That morning, in a distant, unfamiliar place, the arena of the 3rd continent opened. Strongest warriors had gathered in full for the Olympia battle. After a long journey, Jean Frey finally arrived and blended into the crowd. A notification resounded. The first intercontinental tournament began to find the strongest adventurer. In the stands, cheers echoed throughout the space. Jean Frey covered his ears at the familiar sound. Truly a grand event. The organizers introduced the rules. Adventurers from every continent would participate. Levels adjusted. Skills and equipment unrestricted. Jean Frey stood in contemplation. To confront the gods, he had to become stronger. The 1 billion G reward was not the main goal. He glanced to the left and saw a group moving. What they sought was not merely money. On the right side, it was also crowded. All were drawn by the special reward. Rare scroll appeared. SS-Rank job change scroll. Classification circles appeared before the contestants to measure magical and physical strength. Jean Frey looked at the circle and smiled. Total points would determine ranking, and the top 8 strongest would advance to the main round. Jean Frey followed the instructions, placing his hand at the center of the circle. A voice announced that everyone should place their hands on the array to measure magical power. After some time passed, When the sun had reached its peak, the final magic measurement results were announced. All eyes lifted to the information board floating in midair. First place scored 190 points, second 133 points, third 122 points. When he saw his ranking, Jean Frey was stunned. Jean Frey ranked 189 with 72 points. Was he at the bottom from the very start? He gritted his teeth, his expression darkening though he had expected it. After all, he was a craftsman, low magic was normal. He had not even reached level 150. The next test was quickly announced, requiring the measurement of attack power. Punch measuring machine was placed before Jean Frey. A guiding voice rang out. Use all your strength to strike the device in front of you. Observing the machine carefully, Jean Frey told himself not to panic. Even if his magic ranked last, he still had attack power to compensate. He took a deep breath, clenching his fist until the veins stood out. Jean Frey put on the gifted in out gloves and activated Flaming Punch. Flaming Punch enveloped his fist in flames, doubling attack power but causing HP to decrease second by second. Jean Frey unleashed 5 consecutive punches, crimson flames blazing. Damage doubled and continued stacking thanks to Counter-Strike X. Counter-Strike X was actively activated, reflecting the opponent's move and tripling the damage. Jean Frey drew his arm back and gathered all his strength for the decisive blow. Supreme Dark Heavenly Fist with 6-fold power. Bell rang signaling the end of the test time. The packed stands held their breath awaiting the result. Both the stands and the arena fell completely silent. All eyes focused forward. Those standing near the arena gaped in shock, unable to stop themselves from exclaiming in surprise. Crowd below stared at Jean Frey and murmured in confusion. What was that sound? What did he just do? Amid the noisy stands, the host's voice sounded through the speakers. Thank you for waiting. The attack power test results are in. The ranking board appeared quickly. First place Jean Frey, second Ruta Factor, third Jeanette Shamirian, followed by Gringy Misto and Sibo Fret. Seeing his name at the top, Jean Frey let out a soft sigh of relief. When he ranked last in Magic, he had been worried. Now everything was fine. The host continued announcing, based on the combined results, the 8 warriors advancing to the main round are Rinji Mixto, Ray My Alias, Premier Kiss, Junfrey Van Ridge, Sibo Fretch, Ruta Factor, and Otis Unsass. Hearing the list called out, Jean Frey smiled confidently, while a few nearby ground their teeth in frustration at being eliminated. Suddenly a voice beside him rang out, causing Jean Frey to turn hey. The one who spoke was Myra. She slowly approached with one hand on her hip, her tone unfriendly. Are you stalking me? Recognizing her, Jean Frey was startled and exclaimed that it was her again. Myra immediately shot back that she should be the one saying that. The air between them felt like it was filled with gunpowder. Myra pressed further. Why do I see you everywhere? Jean Frey refused to yield and asked her the same. Myra was irritated, yet inwardly recalled his earlier punch. His equipment truly was strange. Looking back to the moment Jean Frey struck in the arena, her curiosity grew stronger. Thanks to the Lucifer Halo, Jean Frey heard everything clearly. He sighed and asked directly, you came for the job change scroll, did you not? Myra was slightly surprised, lifting her head to look at him when he struck the point. Without avoiding it, she answered at once, yes, to become stronger, everyone must change jobs. Seeing Myra standing alone, Jean Frey secretly speculated, one of the famed 8 guardians of the adventurer world. Perhaps she was using a false name to avoid attention. The host's voice cut in. It was time to enter the main round. The screen displayed the top 8 list. The main round was single elimination. The winner would receive 1 million GAM and the job change scroll. Jean Frey looked at the board and smiled with interest. If you win, you keep fighting. The rules seemed quite appealing. The program continued announcing the first matchup. Jean Frey versus Gringy Misto. Both please step onto the stage. Myra turned back and raised her hand to wish him luck. Jean Frey tilted his head watching Myra leave, thinking she was not so bad. Stood in the middle of the arena with hands on hips waiting for his opponent, ignoring the audience gossiping about his slender build and craftsman class. In the stands, several people argued fiercely, claiming the judges must have made a mistake letting him into the top. The commotion made Jean Frey turn his head toward the stands. Before him stood Gringy in an elaborate and cumbersome craftsman outfit. The opponent's information appeared. Gringy Misto, craftsman, guild master of Silver Demon. The audience immediately buzzed. Was that not the Silver Demon Guild master from the 5th continent, famous for boasting self-made armor with high defense? When it came time to place bets, many sneered, no need to think who would be chosen. Everyone bet on Gringy. The atmosphere heated up. The host reminded both sides to prepare. The match began. Jean Frey could not help being surprised. His opponent was another craftsman with such a bizarre appearance. Gringy arrogantly declared that his luck had run out. This match lacked suspense. As soon as he finished speaking, he was startled because Jean Frey was no longer before his eyes. Jean Frey had not vanished. He had merely rushed forward at extreme speed and unleashed flaming punch. Gringy was too careless, unable to dodge, and took the rising punch head-on. His head spun as he looked around for Jean Frey, even though he stood right in front of him. Seizing the opening, Jean Frey delivered consecutive punches, each blow making Gringy howl in pain. Finally, he coldly gathered strength and struck straight into Gringy's chest, twisting his face in agony. After that blow, Gringy's body shot upward and slammed hard into the nearby wall. Covered in injuries, he fell to the floor sitting and gasping in pain. The audience in the stands were all stunned, mouths open, unable to speak. Cheers mixed with murmurs, "What on earth just happened?" Host exclaimed in shock that Gringy had been defeated in the blink of an eye. Jean Frey scratched his head, thinking he might have hit a bit too hard. At the same time, his victory was announced. Myra watched from afar with a contemplative gaze. Fire attribute equipment truly exceeded expectations. The next match was about to begin. Ojo Sunses and Ray My Alias were called. Myra quickly stepped onto the field. The audience reacted intensely upon seeing Myra. Another beautiful girl had entered the arena. Words of contempt rang out that girls could do nothing. Myra heard everything but did not bother to respond. In another corner, Jean Frey folded his arms against the wall, closing his eyes and thinking that mockery was perhaps the crowd's pastime. Myra's opponent was an old man leaning on a staff who stepped forward. The referee announced the start. He cackled and praised her beauty. Myra merely cast him a cold, sideways glance, her face expressionless at those words. The old man laughed obscenely, raising his hand and rambling that if she let him touch her, he would go easy. Not allowing him to continue his nonsense, Myra immediately summoned spirits. 2 red and blue spirits appeared, Ifrit of fire and a water spirit. Red flames burst forth and charged straight at Ojo in panic. Afterimage roar was activated. The audience witnessing this scene widened their eyes, unable to believe what was happening. Leaving her defeated opponent behind, Myra turned and walked off the field as the announcement rang out. The winner of the second match was Ray My Alias. The thunderous cheers, Jean Frey sighed in admiration, swift and clean. In the vast arena, matches proceeded smoothly. After the fourth match, the first round officially ended. Next was the quarterfinal round, with 4 contestants advancing. The first match was Jean Frey Van Ridge versus Ray My Alias. The remaining 2 would compete in the second pairing, for Ruta Factor and Janet Shamirian. From afar, Jean Frey carefully observed Janice standing ahead. His gaze shifted slightly downward as he pondered silently. Through observation, Jean Frey privately assessed that Jean's was far stronger than the other adventurers, perhaps even comparable to Myra. Before he could think further, the match had begun. Jean Frey donned the Lucifer halo and confidently stepped onto the field. The first quarterfinal was Jean Frey versus Ray My Alias. Ray My also entered with a cold expression. Both were asked to step forward. They stood facing each other on the field, surrounded by unending cheers from the audience. Myra smiled confidently and said that if he wanted to run, now was the time. Jean Frey smiled lightly in response. Indeed, a good opportunity. Then let us settle once and for all who the real stalker is. Host continuously announced the first semifinal between Jean Frey and Ray My Alias. Both were ready in the arena. Tension enveloped the stands were packed, the signal sounded. The match officially began. At the opening, Myra, with an icy expression, spoke, summoned spirits. Following her gesture pointing upward, a red-haired spirit appeared behind her. It was a fire spirit. Jean Frey did not use any skill. He merely clenched his fists and maintained a defensive stance to observe. The audience grew excited and noisy. Summoning spirits right at the start truly heightened the climax. Jean Frey looked at the fire spirit and thought that even one was troublesome enough. Myra did not stop. She continued summoning a water spirit and a lightning spirit. 3 gigantic spirits appeared one after another, towering before Jean Frey. Sight made him break into sweat. Facing 3 spirits at once was indeed tremendous pressure. Myra pressed her lips into a smile standing amid the 3 spirits. The audience roared in excitement at a scene never seen before. She raised her hand and declared frankly that she understood his strength well and would not hold back at all. Still maintaining a defensive stance, Jean Frey let out a soft, mocking laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm, so scary, truly terrifying. At that very moment, a long-haired blue spirit appeared before him and immediately unleashed Water Dragon. The move swiftly took the form of a water dragon head with sharp fangs, charging straight at Jean Frey without hesitation. He remained silent without counterattacking, his agile body narrowly sidestepping at the last instant. Blue light exploded and slammed violently into the ground. Fortunately, he had dodged in time, not giving him a chance to hesitate. Myra decisively raised her hand and launched another move, Thunder Kick. A gray-blue dragon lunged forward, its entire body wrapped in violently flashing lightning. Myra's relentless chain of attacks startled Jean Frey, leaving him barely able to react, only able to think so fast. In the stands, the audience widened their eyes in unison, the dazzling light overwhelming many. On the arena floor, Jean Frey rolled beside a deep fissure, nearly losing his life. Sitting near the edge of the pit, he panted and muttered, "Just a graze, and the power is already this terrifying." Refusing to remain passive, Jean Frey decided to counterattack, activating Fireball. His hand clenched tightly, crimson flames bursting forth, his face turning solemn. Jean Frey dashed forward, widening his stride and throwing a direct flaming punch. Standing on the other side, Myra coldly observed every movement, her gaze calculating something. Her teeth clenched tightly, the corners of her lips trembling slightly, her expression darkening. Smoke rose from Jean Frey's fists. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Does she truly intend to defeat him?" Thinking carefully, he admitted Myra was extraordinary, her skills so powerful that a single lapse meant instant defeat. Myra mocked aloud, "You look more miserable than I thought. It seems I overestimated you." Jean Frey refused to yield and shot back. "Are you only confident because of spirit support?" He underestimated her as well. Myra pressed her lips into a faint smile and replied, "Unfortunately, your goal is far too dangerous." The atmosphere surged to a climax. Cheers thundered. "Finish him quickly, girl." In the stands, men discussed excitedly, "Right, we forgot to place bets. No need to ask for." Everyone believed the entire crowd had bet on that girl. Shouts aimed at Jean Frey rang out, "Get off the stage, cheater, go girl. Do not disgrace the arena with that outfit, kid." Jean Frey could not help thinking, how troublesome, where is the cheating? Myra standing there also felt somewhat awkward for him. This arena was notorious for its rude spectators. Thinking so, her eyes flashed with light, a cunning smile gradually forming. Jean Frey noticed it and narrowed his eyes warily, a bad premonition rising with it. Myra stood before the gray dragon and confidently declared, "Let us end it quickly, Chiron." A giant spirit with radiant horns appeared, Thunder God. Jean Frey seemed frozen, his hands clenched tightly as he silently observed. The newly summoned Thunder God immediately charged at Jean Frey, but he dodged in time. Being chased closely by the spirit Chiron, he panicked and ran straight ahead. Suddenly ahead appeared the water spirit Andit, raising both hands to form a gigantic sphere of water. Everything happened too fast, causing Jean Frey to sweat. Handling 3 spirits at once was far harder than expected. 2 spirits pressed in from both sides, leaving him no escape. Jean Frey cursed inwardly that it was troublesome, but could not deny Myra was extremely strong. While running, he looked up and saw Myra standing leisurely, with Ifrit behind her. Myra's face revealed clear smugness. Ifrit crossing his arms behind her increased the pressure. Jean Frey immediately understood. She had realized his flaming punch could penetrate fire and therefore kept Ifrit aside. Realizing her intent, he no longer hesitated and decided to charge straight at Myra. At that instant, Jean Frey vanished from his position as if dissolving into space. Myra was shocked, her body stiffening as a thought flashed through her mind that he had disappeared. In reality, Jean Frey had teleported right beside Myra, leaving her no time to react. He clenched his hand and unleashed a flaming punch at ferocious speed, flames spiraling around his fist. Fist closing and made Myra widen her eyes in shock, a thought flashing that she had fallen into a trap. Her calm and cold composure caused Jean Frey to freeze for a split second. The system immediately warned that the plan had been detected. Myra had lured him into a trap. Myra raised her hand high, her face filled with confidence as she shouted, "Gale burst." Immediately afterward, a wind spirit appeared behind Jean Frey, forming a sphere of compressed wind that shot straight at him. Seeing the spirit clearly, Jean Frey widened his eyes and thought, "Wind spirit." He instantly realized Myra had sacrificed herself to summon a 4th spirit. The entire arena trembled, everyone leaping to their feet after a massive explosion. Faces turned pale, cold sweat breaking out in fear. Down on the field, Myra stood still thinking that he surely could not stand up again. Suddenly a sound rang out, making her jerk her head toward it. Sound came from Jean Frey. He covered his mouth and coughed lightly amid the dust, believing he had been struck fatally. Yet Jean Frey appeared intact before Myra and Ifrit, muttering that it was dangerous. A bit slower and he would have been finished. System screen displayed a notification, "Wind shift active skill. Limit 5 times per day, remaining 3 times. Seeing Jean Frey still standing firm, Myra angrily growled since when. Taking advantage of her hesitation, Jean Frey rushed forward and unleashed 5 more flaming punches. Under Myra's focused gaze, he charged straight ahead, flames on his hands still burning fiercely. Myra was forced to calculate. Using teleportation repeatedly was extremely difficult. Was he not limited? She hurriedly ordered Ifrit to attack, knowing that using fire against this spirit was disadvantageous. Jean Frey still advanced as if he had a plan. Pressed his lips tightly, his gaze locked onto Ifrit. The spirit Ifrit also charged seriously without hesitation. 2 flaming fists collided midair, sparks flying violently. In an instant, the flames gradually died down, leaving only thin smoke drip. Myra, watching from outside, remarked that it was useless, that flaming punch had no effect. Jean Frey still smiled calmly and replied that he knew, after saying that he continued charging at Ifrit, repeatedly attacking despite knowing it was ineffective. After a while, Myra spoke that no matter how much he tried, it was futile. The same elements would cancel each other. Ignoring her warning, Jean Frey clenched his fist and rushed forward once more. At that instant, the fist suddenly changed as he softly uttered, "Cancel." Myra frowned in astonishment, her eyes filled with doubt. Before she could understand, a centipede sword appeared in Jean Frey's hand. He confidently said that this was a special elemental weapon and would not be canceled. Gripping the hilt with both hands, Jean Frey charged forward with powerful momentum. At the same time, he shouted, "Melt," the blade turning into drifting smoke in midair. The system noted that melt allowed the weapon to freely transform, cooled on 48 hours. Smoke quickly condensed into long strips like living creatures, surrounding Myra and startling her. A notification sounded that centipede durability remained 299 out of 1,500. The centipede lunged forward and tightly bound the target, Jean Frey thinking he needed only one more strike. Strips wrapped around Myra, covering half her face and making her eyes widen in terror. Being tightly bound, her body was lifted into the air. This was the move Guanyin bind. Myra could not move at all, inwardly screaming as she could not control the spirits. Squeezed until tears fell, she still struggled futilely. Her legs dangled in midair, unable to touch the ground. System warned that centipede durability was only 9 out of 1,500, startling Jean Frey. The host announced that Myra alias could not continue. The winner was Jean Frey. When the victory was declared, Jean Frey could not hide his triumphant smile as he looked toward the stands. With victory decided, he shouted cancel to retract them. Myra fell from the centipede, fortunately caught by Jean Frey. Exhausted, she leaned against him, breathing heavily. In the stands, the audience stood up in shock. Myra calmly said it was a pity, but it seemed she had lost. Jean Frey crossed his arms and asked why she was suddenly so gentle. Myra replied calmly that she was not foolish enough to deny an opponent's strength. Jean Frey took out a bottle of blue liquid, handed it to her, and explained it was a special recovery potion he had prepared. Myra held the bottle, silently watching Jean Frey's back as he left. Left alone, she thought that with such ability he absolutely could not be underestimated. A notification from the Lucifer Halo made Jean Frey break into sweat. Myra was curious about his equipment. Myra's mind was filled with thoughts, illusions, teleportation, flaming punch, and a transforming weapon. She had never seen anything like it. Realizing she had grown too excited, she clenched her fists and closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to restrain her emotions. This is not good. She can no longer control her heartbeat. The arena remained heated as the host announced that the second semifinal would be Ruta Factor versus Janet Shimirian. Both warriors please step forward. At the signal, both quickly stepped down to the center of the arena. Ruta Factor smirked and spoke first to Janice. "I will end this match in the blink of an eye." Jeans remained calm and replied slowly, "I understand. It sounds rather interesting." While drinking water and watching, Jean Frey suddenly widened his eyes, his expression turning astonished. Both he and Myra fell into silence. Two almost simultaneously turned their heads toward the same direction. On the arena floor, Jean still stood with hands behind his back, while Ruta Factor lay motionless after a terrifying explosion. The winner was Jean's Shimirian. The match ended so quickly that Jean Frey stood stunned, his gaze darkening in thought. He immediately used his analysis treasure on Jeans. The results showed that he was an elite swordsman after advancing from a regular swordsman. Down below, Janice slightly raised his brow, pressed his lips together, and turned away. Jean Frey clenched his hands at his sides and slowly walked toward his opponent. Thought echoed in his mind. In the finals, he would face this man, indeed not an ordinary opponent. The host's voice rang throughout the arena. The two names entering the finals have been revealed. Jean Frey the craftsman has brought countless surprises. Jeans closed his eyes to compose himself as the announcement continued. Jean's Shimirian with overwhelming strength. The final officially begins. Jean Frey and Jean's Shimirian, please step forward. Myra crossed her arms and teased from the side, "Do your best, but do not die." Jean Frey gritted his teeth and replied coldly that it had nothing to do with her. Inwardly irritated, Jean Frey walked toward Janice, who was closing his eyes, his hands unconsciously tightening. Without a greeting, he simply stared silently at his opponent. Jean slowly opened his eyes, his gaze meeting his as they waited for the start signal. Janice spread his arms in midair, his body seeming to glow as the signal sounded. The match began. Janice's hair fluttered as he spoke coldly. "I will bury you in an instant." Jean Frey mocked in return. You look indifferent yet so passionate. Myra, watching from outside, thought their strengths were fairly balanced. This match would not end quickly. Jean Frey smiled faintly and raised his hand to activate Skill 3, Fame Battle. Fame Battle activated. For 3 rounds and 3 minutes, all stats gradually increase. If he does not win after the 3rd round, the item will disappear. Round 1 began, all stats doubled, time remaining 3 minutes. Feeling power surge within him, Jean Frey grew confident. The activation condition for this auxiliary skill was rather simple. The power boost was great. Losing would mean wasted investment. The following rounds would increase 3-fold, then 4-fold. Jean Frey clenched his fists and looked at Janice holding a sword opposite him. Seeing he had not attacked, Jeans frowned and spoke. No need to prolong time, flame exhaust. Jean Frey was shocked to see Jeans already within mere centimeters. Sword slash struck. Jean Frey narrowly dodged. He retreated, kneeling on one knee with one hand on the ground, eyes highly focused. Jeans gave him no rest, continuously swinging his sword to pressure him. Under the fierce barrage, Jean Frey gritted his teeth and calculated a response. Observing Jeans calmly closing in, he realized the opponent had changed class. Advancing a class allowed a fighter to evolve to a higher tier. After advancement, skills and stats were greatly enhanced. Both rushed forward simultaneously. Jean Frey growled softly and accelerated. Janice remained calm, gripping his sword firmly, eyes locked onto Jean Frey. He slashed horizontally, but Jean Frey leapt aside in time. Jean Frey jumped into the air and landed to the right of his opponent. Using the momentum from landing, he dashed swiftly toward Janice. His fist blazing crimson, Jean Frey charged with full force. Janice softly uttered hidden shift, his body fading before retreating to evade the flaming punch. Holding his sword ready, Jeans calmly said, "Is that all?" Half hidden behind his hair, his face showed indifference. Your movements resemble an insect landing. Jean Frey seriously pondered. This was the elite swordsman's skill, indeed difficult to handle. Round 1 ended. Transitioning to round 2, all stats tripled. The notification startled Jean Frey. Round 1 had already passed. Janice lifted his eyes coldly, pinpointing the source of the sound. Jean Frey immediately rushed forward, thinking that his stats had tripled. Believed with this speed Jeans would struggle to keep up. But in Jeans's eyes it remained ordinary. He sneered, faster indeed, but still slow. Two stood an arm's length apart. Jeans murmured softly, rebound. He moved close to Jean Frey's face and whispered mockingly, too slow. A loud explosion resounded, the arena floor shaking violently. Jean Frey used the shockwave's force to spring backward. The explosion made even Myra widen her eyes in shock. Jean Frey sat on the ground, coughing lightly, inwardly admitting the opponent's strength exceeded expectations. Suddenly a blue beam shot toward him, illuminating his face. Following the light was Janice, the sword tip aimed directly at Jean Frey. His face remained icy amid the dazzling glow. The blue sword beam shot straight at Jean Frey. The spatial slash exploded against the wall, debris scattering everywhere. From above, the audience watched as Jean Frey leapt upward just in time. Before the strike could hit, a shout rang out, burst impact. From midair, Jean Frey slowly descended. He landed firmly before Jeans. Jean Frey gritted his teeth, realizing the opponent had mastered radiant sword art. Sweat dripping. The situation was dire. In the stands, many discussed that Janice was insanely strong. That one is not weak either. That craftsman is formidable, Jeans Chimerian. Myra crossed her arms in silence. Jeans' strength was no less than the 8 Guardians. What would Jean Frey do now? In the center of the arena, Jean Frey stared at Janice standing motionless. System announced round 2 ended. Entering round 3, stats quadrupled. Jean Frey realized this was the final round. His face grew solemn as he let out a sigh. Jean Frey clenched his flaming fist. Flaming punch activated, greatly increasing attack power. If he failed to finish this round, the item would vanish. Facing the blazing Jean Frey, Janice remained calm and unmoving. Inwardly, he sensed the atmosphere had shifted. Observation alone no longer worked. Myra silently judged that the next move would decide victory. Jean Frey suddenly lifted his heel and dashed forward, Jean stepping simultaneously. Janice leapt and slashed downward, shouting thunderstorm. Yet in a blink, Jean Frey vanished and reappeared behind Janice, stunning him. Seizing the advantage, Jean Frey shot upward and unleashed a high-speed flaming punch. Janice swiftly tilted aside to evade. Having escaped, Jeans raised his sword, preparing to counterattack. Suddenly, the centipede sword appeared in Jean Frey's hand. The sight caught Janice's attention, a thought flashing that he had changed weapons. Jean Frey reenacted the tactic he had once used against Myra. He softly uttered melt, and the sword instantly transformed. Purple fragments floated around Jeans, making him realize it was poison. At that moment, a gust tore through the air, causing Janice to turn. It turned out to be Jean Frey's true attack, a feint to distract before unleashing flaming punch. Janice was struck in the abdomen, coughing in shock. Gaining the upper hand, Jean Frey laughed loudly. It is over. At this point, Jeans could no longer remain calm, roaring as he swung his sword in challenge. Without a word, Jean Frey vanished into the air again, leaving Jeans stunned and searching. Where did he go? While he was still fumbling around searching, the image of Jean Frey suddenly appeared floating right above his head. Satisfaction was clearly written across his face as he looked down at his feet, completely unaware that unlocking this would be so smooth. The condition for changing the Explorer class has been met. Skill 3 Swift Thunder Kick is officially unlocked. The sub-skill Thunder Dragon God Thousand Blade Heaven Cleave with a cooldown of up to 96 hours. In midair, the boots he wore radiated a brilliant blue light just as he shouted the name of the Thunder Dragon God. That radiant energy struck directly down on Jeans below, leaving him stunned as he hurriedly looked up. Jean Frey stood firmly on the back of a blue dragon with red eyes, its mouth full of sharp fangs wide open, aimed straight at Janice. The dragon suddenly lunged forward with a ferocious roar. Jeans barely managed to leap back to avoid the jaws snapping down to devour him. With terrifying speed and overwhelming force, the impact slammed Janice Gim against the wall. In that instant, the only thought echoing in his mind was what kind of move this was. In the stands, crowds of spectators pushed toward the railing to look down. Below, the ground cracked apart, his body pinned tightly against the wall in a miserable slumped position. Jean Frey still hovered in the air listening to the announcement of the end. Renee Cimmerian was no longer capable of fighting. The match ended with a spectacular victory for Jean Frey. When his name was announced as the winner, he stretched and smiled brightly, raising his hand in response to the cheers, inwardly thinking it was fortunate he made it in time or that item would have vanished. Myra stood silently to one side, her gaze darkening as she watched him being celebrated in midair. She quietly turned away, no longer following Jean Frey's figure. Step by step as she left, Myra silently told herself that she also needed to become stronger. The host's voice echoed across the blue sky. The third winner of the arena was Jean Frey. The reward included 10 billion GAM and the right to change class easily. In another location, deep within the level 3 dungeon at the Tantic Ruvina Temple, a notification screen displayed the image of a book. At last, the class change scroll was in his hands. Seeing that, Jean Frey immediately decided that if he was going to use it, he would use it right away. The screen popped up a confirmation question. Do you want to use the class change scroll or not? He thought to himself that choosing yes and changing class immediately would be too ordinary, because there was still another path. His eyes were fixed on the selection panel displayed before him. He hesitated, his fingertip resting on the screen without pressing yet, clearly calculating something. Finally, his finger moved to tap the notification panel. The first decision was to choose no. The screen continued to display a question. Are you sure you do not want to change class, yes or no? If yes is selected, the scroll will be used. His finger lightly brushed over the yes option, then immediately pressed do not change class. Immediately after, a new notification appeared. Do you want to equip the class change scroll or not? At that moment, his expression relaxed slightly, looking at the panel and thinking that the final step had come. His finger lifted, then gently touched the screen. A burst of golden light flashed. The book from before reappeared at the same time. This was the hidden fragment that only appeared in the Ruvina Temple ruins. When choosing not to change class, the scroll would automatically become equipment. The notification panel updated. The yes option had been confirmed. The class change scroll had been equipped. System announced that the class change scroll had transformed into the Memoria necklace with an unidentified rank. Intelligence 200. Durability 7,000 out of 7,000. The Skill War Chronicle chain allows free transformation into any class that has been defeated. He lightly flicked the surface of the Memoria necklace and murmured, "All right, that means I now possess the 5th hidden equipment." Jean Frey recalled that now he could freely switch to any explorer class he had defeated. He could even switch during combat to adjust stats and use their unique skills. Truly extremely useful. Bringing the small notebook close to his mouth, he reported that he had obtained the necklace. The third Demon King had also been dealt with. Now it was time. After speaking, he turned around, hands in his pockets as he slowly walked away, inwardly telling himself it was time to head to the 4th continent. Jean Frey stepped toward a circle of light. The screen clearly displayed a teleportation gate to the 4th continent. Step by step, he moved deeper into the center of the glowing teleportation circle. His face grew solemn, sweat forming as he thought that the 4th continent was entirely different from the places he had been. It was the continent with the highest rate of explorers giving up. Jean Frey lifted his foot and slowly placed it onto the dazzling teleportation circle. Burst of light flared up and he vanished, his final thought reminding himself to always stay vigilant. Amid a deep blue beach with brilliant sunlight shining down, this was the 4th continent, the main route Resort Falls. On the sea surface, men shouted excitedly as they surfed energetically. On the shore, beautiful girls played happily, while young men lay back enjoying the sunlight. Many people chatted cheerfully, exclaiming that this place was wonderful, the atmosphere incredibly pleasant. Standing to one side listening, Jean Frey put his hands in his pockets, silently adding that although this place was beautiful, it still hid dangers. Looking at the group of young tourists having fun, he thought this truly was a continent for vacation rather than battle, a paradise of relaxation for explorers who had endured countless hunts and wars. Because of that, once someone fell into this place, it was easy to give up and not want to return to the dungeon. It easily made people abandon their resolve. At that moment, someone spoke up asking Jean Frey if he had come here alone. He pursed his lips, slightly surprised that someone initiated conversation, the thought flashing through his mind of who it was. Before Jean Frey stood a gray-haired girl with a petite figure, her smile revealing 2 small fangs. His eyes widened in surprise, thinking how rare it was, a sea wolf explorer. The girl introduced herself as Kyukuru, a guide of Resort Falls. The little girl enthusiastically promised to take him around everywhere. Before Jean Frey could respond, her information was already displayed clearly. Class Super Thief evolved from Shadow Thief, race Sea Wolf famous for swimming. Seeing him silent, Kyukuru curiously asked again what his name was. Jean Frey replied with his name, and clearly said he had not come here for tourism, so he did not need a guide. But the little girl still excitedly linked arms with him, saying she understood and would take him to the famous spots. He hurriedly explained that she had misunderstood. He did not come here to have fun. Hearing that, Kyukuru immediately dropped her smile, pursed her lips, and coldly responded that it did not matter. Then the little girl pushed Jean Frey away, clearly showing she wanted no involvement. Kyukuru giggled again, waved goodbye and turned to leave, saying see you again. Jean Frey stood still, silently watching the little girl's hurried figure run off. He did not understand what had just happened, scratching his head in confusion before telling himself it was not important and to continue. Now he needed to hide the accumulated XP, check durability to ensure safety, then quickly find the Demon King. A sudden notification appeared, causing Jean Frey's eyes to widen. Inside, he screamed in panic. His spirit familiar had disappeared. Gripping the notification panel tightly, he shouted that he had said not to touch the window. Why had it turned out like this? As if realizing something, he froze for a few seconds, his expression darkening in thought. Remembering Kyukuru's sudden change in attitude earlier, he silently guessed could it be that little girl. Scene shifted elsewhere. A pair of long legs hurried forward, accompanied by a triumphant laugh. It succeeded. It was Kyukuru, the little girl skipping happily while muttering that the explorer was truly naive, but the weapon was top tier. Kyukuru's hand was Jean Frey's spirit familiar. She smugly thought this item would surely sell for a high price. Jean Frey stood frozen, his eyes empty, unable to accept that his spirit familiar had vanished. Recalling the moment Kyukuru hugged his arm, he became certain it was that little girl. Amid the blue beach, someone ran off in high spirits, her mind filled with a single thought of success. Kyukuru mischievously calculated how much would be reasonable to sell this item for. Because she was running too fast, the little girl suddenly collided with someone else. Kyukuru awkwardly lowered her head to apologize. Sorry. The woman in front of her replied that it was fine. Myra held a cup of water. Her gaze flickered before she gently said, it was my fault. Are you all right? Amid the noisy commotion, a clear voice rang out, causing both of them to turn around. Found you. Jean Frey's face gradually darkened, his eyes revealing undisguised irritation and anger. He immediately rushed toward them, unease rising in Kyukuru's heart. It could not be, since when had he? Myra's eyes widened in shock when she recognized the newcomer, her voice bursting out in surprise, Jean Frey. Her expression instantly stiffened, a bad premonition quietly rising within her. Myra angrily questioned what Jean Frey was doing, but he had already brushed past her while running and shouting, do not even think about escaping. Jean Frey's hand tightly gripped Kyukuru's wrist, afraid that if he let go the little girl would disappear. Holding Kyukuru firmly, he lowered his voice and pressed her to quickly return it. Kyukuru froze, then panicked and shouted, what are you doing? Let go. Jean Frey roared in fury, stop pretending, thief. At that very moment, a cup of cold water suddenly splashed straight over his head. Jean Frey jolted from the cold. Myra angrily shouted, enough, Jean Frey. What are you doing to a little girl? He spun around to look at her, surprise mixed with anger clearly visible on his face. Everything happened too quickly, causing Jean Frey to shout again, is it you? Myra remained calm and said, let the little girl go. She does not like being treated like that. Jean Frey irritably said, this has nothing to do with you. Myra immediately retorted that she would arrest him for threatening a child. Kyukuru secretly wondered if the two of them knew each other. With a tense face, Jean Frey hurriedly explained that she had misunderstood. The little girl had stolen his item. At that moment, a panic scream rang out, causing everyone to turn their heads at once. Amid the chaos, a chain shot forward at terrifying speed, making the air seem to freeze. Kyukuru was terrified, as the chain suddenly wrapped tightly around her body. The little girl could not restrain her fear, screaming in terror without understanding what was happening. A group of large men cheered in unison, their voices echoing through the space. All right, all right. Eric and Eve coldly threw a large sack over Kyukuru and restrained her neatly, caught her. Delicious murmurs sounded out, causing Jean Frey and Myra to stand stunned. It is rare to capture a sea wolf. Lucky. Let us return and report to the guild master. Jean Frey gathered all his strength, trying to shout loudly to drown out the murmurs around him. Wait, I still have matters to settle with that girl. Bruno narrowed his eyes slightly, a sly smile spreading across his face as he calculated aloud. So you noticed, I have been secretly tailing you since you left the arena for the new continent. He froze for a moment with a puzzled expression. Bruno coldly said, stop twisting things. That beast girl is only a bonus. Beast folk are valuable. At that instant, Jean Frey realized things were far from simple. Bruno continued, the real target of ours is you, Jean Frey. He wondered inwardly how they knew his name when Myra spoke up. I see now. You are explorer hunters, right? Myra touched her lips, her deep gaze sweeping over the group as she slowly said, those who live by plunder on the 4th continent. Your guild is called Kongu Guild. Jean Frey sighed in annoyance, looking around as he said, so you have been following me from the arena, aiming for that 1 billion G reward. He thought this type was common in the game, and leisurely stepped in to mediate. Since you understand, let us make it simple. We are professionals, do not even think about escaping. Bruno laughed arrogantly and ordered, move, brothers, seize him and strip his inventory clean. Amid the chaotic shouting, Jean Frey stood still like a statue. Raoul roared, target Jean Frey, use the iron flail. In that instant, Raoul rushed forward and swung the iron chain hard toward him. Raoul frowned in irritation, his voice full of frustration. Damn it, too fast, where did he go? Bruno suddenly pointed at Myra and shouted, then aim at that woman. She once reached the quarterfinals. What she carries must be valuable. Jean Frey smiled teasingly at Myra. It seems you are quite famous. Myra replied helplessly that this was her rare vacation. Maintaining her composure, Myra's gaze darkened in thought. This guild has already been marked by the association. The timing is perfect. Her calm vanished. She stepped forward, taking a battle stance under everyone's watch. Trad IP laughed loudly in delight. We will go first. Kyukuru cried out in despair. Jean Frey shouted in alarm, wait, those guys. Raoul grinned viciously and suddenly lunged forward, roaring, it will not be that easy. Jean Frey gritted his teeth, do not block my way, thinking that although they were thugs, they were still 4th continent explorers. Bare-handed would be troublesome. Myra crossed her arms and calmly said, why are you still standing there? Deal with them. Jean Frey replied in surprise, that fast. Jean Frey scratched his head awkwardly and said, I want to, but that beast girl just stole my weapon. Raoul angrily shouted, you dare cause trouble for my friend, die. Myra stood still and asked, so that is why you chased her. Jean Frey dodged while asking if she had a weapon. Myra frowned in confusion. Weapon like alchemy tools, bottles, or tubes. Jean Frey asked if she had ever seen anyone fight with those. Jean Frey shouted, just show me. Myra asked in surprise, why shout suddenly, then sighed and said, I will let you see. Myra said, I have just sent the item to your window. Jean Frey looked and could not help admiring this. For some reason, Jean Frey's face suddenly darkened, a heavy expression clearly visible. Without saying it aloud, he thought she was truly addicted to items. Jean Frey stood still considering. All of them were strange weapons. Looking at the pile, he remarked that there were even weapons she could not use. Truly a strange person. Raoul panted, his voice broken. Why waste time looking elsewhere? After a brief thought, Jean Frey softly said, this one works. Lend it to me. After a moment of hesitation, his finger touched the screen as if having decided. Myra cried out in alarm, that is a thief weapon. You are a craftsman, how can you use it? Jean Frey reassured her, do not worry, it will be fine. System displayed item notification. Memoria necklace, skill war chronicle chain, allows switching to a defeated class. The next notification appeared. Class changed from craftsman to thief. Myra's mouth fell open in shock. Change class? Impossible. Thief is completely different from craftsman. Jean Frey raised his hand, lightly pressing the screen and murmuring, steal. Myra shouted, wait, you promised to return it. Then stared in shock as he used the steal skill in the synchronized window. Jean Frey laughed excitedly. I did not expect you to have such a weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue cloth sack appeared before them. Myra paused, realizing in confusion that it was the common demon's large sack. She looked at Jean Frey rummaging and said, you can borrow it. But this weapon is not for fighting. What are you planning? Jean Frey turned back with a confident smile. Judging by your reaction, you do not know the proper way to use it. After saying that, he thrust his hand deep into the sack. This is the real way to use it. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic golden night demon staff was pulled out. Myra exclaimed in shock, impossible. I did not even know it could be used like that. Jean Frey smirked, the weapon in his hand slicing through the air as it charged forward. Seeing Jean Frey close in, Raoul hurriedly swung his chain up to block. Immediately after, Jean Frey rushed forward and threw a straight punch into his mouth, blood spraying everywhere. Jean Frey passed by Raoul with cold, emotionless eyes. Finished, he sighed, I have wasted too much time. Where did the others go? As he spoke, his gaze turned toward the distance where sunlight poured down. Jean Frey turned to Myra and said, lend me the weapon a bit longer. Myra suddenly shouted, it is gone. Myra trembled in panic and cried out, my muscle string is gone, why? Jean Frey forced a smile, the same feeling as earlier, then guessed it was probably stolen by that beast girl, not me. In the end, Jean Frey only sighed, fine, I will help you find it. Suddenly Myra turned and left. Jean Frey called out, where are you going? Myra shouted, to get my things back. This collection is more important than my life. Jean Frey put his hands on his hips, watching her. She is serious. The scene shifted to the headquarters of Konggu Guild, a vast space immersed in solemn silence. Even Eric dragged Kukurosa in, saying in unison, Guild Master, look, we caught a rare beast folk. The little girl turned angrily and shouted, let me go. Angia spoke up, Sea Wolf Tribe. Agio raised his hand and counted slowly. This girl will fetch a high price, boss. Angio nodded in satisfaction. That is right, little brother. Agio and Angio, Guild Master and Vice Guild Master of Konggu Guild, both high-level mages. Angio asked further, what about the target? Eric replied with a grin, Jean Freiteling has been found as planned. Eric said firmly, we will handle it quickly and return. Before he finished, a loud noise rang out, startling them as they turned. What is that? Before the main door, a vague figure appeared. Myra put her hands on her hips and pointed straight ahead. Found you? Return my collection. Jean Frey helplessly asked, could you not open the door normally? Myra replied decisively, nothing can stop me. Even a door, leaving him speechless. Kukuru widened her eyes at the two who had just appeared. Seeing Myra, Eric and Eve shouted in panic. Why are you here? Where is the commander? Myra ignored them, flipping her hair and saying he is probably at the sea playing. Now hand over the girl. Myra's voice turned cold. Otherwise, I will send you to the next light. Suddenly her eyes sharpened, sensing danger. Gigantic plant tentacles suddenly attacked, but Myra dodged in time. Myra turned back and saw Agio raising his hand and calling, hey, lady. Agio snorted coldly. Breaking in without greeting is truly rude. Angio and Agio looked at Myra with interest. Seems we lost the target, then let us hunt her. Jean Frey sighed, this is troublesome. I do not want complications. Myra coldly said, Bajura brothers, your deeds have been reported to the association. The two of them still crossed their arms silently, unmoved. Angio laughed and said, association people. They must have received many reports. Agio added that girl smells of gold like the target. As soon as he finished, he ordered ended plant tentacles. Tentacles shot forward like arrows, aiming straight at Jean Frey and Myra. Jean Frey immediately leaped up, spinning midair to evade. Jean Frey frowned. Looks like we still have to fight, damn it. Myra charged forward proactively. This guild should be wiped out. She shouted, calling spirits for support. As soon as her words ended, the air trembled. Spirits were summoned instantly. Angio crossed his arms calmly, letting the water spirit attack rush toward him. Angia quickly cast a move to block it. Earth Fortress. Myra widened her eyes, realizing earth magic. Wind spirits could not contend. Angio laughed with interest. That move cannot break the defense. As Angio turned, Jean Frey was already charging with weapon in hand, his aura soaring. Jean Frey said coldly, I bear you no grudge, but if you block my path, we must talk. He dashed close to the ground, swiftly closing in on the target. Angio counterattacked fiercely, summoning plant tentacles, wood binding. Strike came in a flash. Jean Frey failed to block and was hurled far away. Agio and Angio laughed loudly. You are nothing. Arena champion is just an empty title. After that blow, Jean Frey and Myra panted, struggling to stand up. The group restraining Kukuru all turned their heads at once, their eyes fixed intently on Jean Frey and Myra. Seeing that scene, worry was written all over Kukuru's face. The Bajura brothers were notorious human traffickers. They were even involved in murder. This situation was truly dangerous. Not good at all. Jean Frey shot Myra an annoyed glance. This is troublesome because you barged straight in here. Now stand there and support me. Being blamed, she immediately pointed back in protest. What are you saying? Your strength is weak. You should stand there and support me. Two glared at each other, pushing the tension to the extreme. She tilted her head in challenge. What? Jean Frey refused to back down. Do you have a problem? Suddenly a loud explosion rang out, shattering the stillness around the area. Where the two had just been standing, thick smoke slowly dissipated. Eric, Kukuru, and Eve stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, unable to believe it. Gio witnessed everything and burst out laughing. They are dead for sure. He crossed his arms disdainfully. What fools. Eric scanned the surroundings and gave a short order. Check the site. Only take the money. Kukuru trembled in panic, thinking to herself, what should I do? Did those two die because of me? Eric suddenly noticed something strange and shouted, wait. There are no bodies. Where did they go? From another direction came Jean Frey's familiar voice. I told you already. Jean Frey continued. First we take back the stolen items. Myra frowned and snapped back. Do not order me around. Shrugged in reply. You must be tired from dealing with them. Myra sighed and said that is true, but Myra spoke sternly. As a member of the association, I cannot ignore them. I cannot let the reputation of the 8 guardians be tarnished. Jean Frey nodded slowly, understood. Let me lay out the plan, listen carefully. Myra was about to order an immediate charge when Jean Frey hurriedly cut in. Listen to me first. Myra raised her hand and cast a spell that covered the area. Water Dragon Roar. Immediately after, she summoned additional defense that made the ground tremble, Earth Fortress. Myra hesitated inwardly. Earlier she had not called Ifrit due to the risk, but now there was no need to hesitate. She decisively shouted to summon Ifrit. Jean Frey immediately stopped her. Wait. Myra froze when she saw Jean Frey place an ice-cold sea jellyfish on his head. She cried out in alarm, what is this? Jean Frey quickly explained he had just picked it up from the sea. No need to summon. Give me the cypress wood and toad oil from your inventory. Jean Frey added, and lend me Ifrit's signal flame as well. Myra narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Are you planning to use my collection items again? Jean Frey smiled and replied, I will thank you properly if you lend them. Myra repeated the words thank you. Jean Frey nodded firmly, yes, I will craft special equipment for you. Myra froze in thought, the phrase special equipment echoing in her mind. She warned coldly, if you are lying, you are dead. The system immediately listed items pressed cypress wood, toad oil E, Ifrit flame B. As soon as they were summoned, Myra threw all the items toward Jean Frey. Jean Frey received them with an excited smile, calculation flashing in his eyes. He calmly stood in the middle of the battlefield and declared a class change. Jean Frey continued without hesitation. Alchemist. The system displayed the Memoria necklace with the War Chronicle chain skill, allowing class change to defeated classes. The system confirmed skill activation, switching from thief to alchemist. Myra stood beside him bewildered. Another class change. What kind of system is that? Jean Frey smiled and activated advanced alchemy, combined. A metallic light appeared in midair. Then a block of wood gradually formed. System displayed a new item. Oil-soaked wooden stick rank A. Attack increased, great swordsman can equip. Charred wood burned by Ifrit flame coated in foul oil. Myra's face showed complete disbelief. He angrily shouted, what is special about that? You tricked me. Give back my collection. Jean Frey quickly waved his hands, calm down. Jean Frey swiftly activated battle mode, changing class. He declared the new class, Great Swordsman. System confirmed. Skill activated, switching from Alchemist to Great Swordsman. System displayed the completed weapon just created. Ifrit Sword Rank S. Attack plus 149, Great Swordsman equipped. The blazing blade releases flames that burn everything. Watching the wooden stick turn into a sword, Myra stood frozen. Jean Frey calmly explained, this is a great swordsman weapon created from an oil-soaked wooden stick using alchemy. Eric, Eve, and Kukuru were stunned. None could believe what had just happened. Kukuru thought in fear, even his armor changed. What is going on? Angio called out in alarm, boss. Angio gritted his teeth. He distracted us. Angio roared confidently. No matter what weapon he uses, it is useless. Our combined skill is invincible. Angio stomped hard on the ground and roared earthquake. Muddy water suddenly surged violently, blocking the view ahead. Angio continued roaring amid the chaos. Mad dragon roar. He suddenly sensed something wrong. Fear flashing in his mind. Damn it. It is only the smell. Immediately after, he was tightly swept into the vortex created by Angio himself. Jean Frey coldly mocked. That fortress cannot block the water dragon. Where is your arrogance now? Agio stepped forward in horror, only managing to cry out, brother. He shouted in despair, I will tear you apart, wild earth. Jean Frey calmly raised his sword high and shouted one flame sword. He charged forward, unleashing the final blow, named Fire Dragon Burst. Agio gritted his teeth, watching the attack rush straight toward him. Flames engulfed his body. Agio screamed in despair. Kukuru stood in panic amid the ruins, only those two names echoing in her mind. Could not believe the two had defeated the Bajra brothers so easily. Myra warned sternly, Kukuru, what did I say? This time I will spare you, but Myra pointed firmly, do not steal in the hunting grounds again, understood? Kukuru lowered her head and said sorry. Kukuru shyly held back tears and softly thanked them for saving her. Jean Frey muttered, wondering if the girl would remember. Myra suddenly recalled, right, Jean Frey. Myra sincerely said, thank you for the Ifrit sword. I will definitely repay you. She stood before Jean Frey, hesitated and pressed her lips before saying then. Jean Frey waved lightly with a reassuring smile and turned away. Do not worry about it, goodbye. Jean Frey slowly walked to stand before the glowing teleportation gate. He thought to himself Myra truly had all sorts of things. He had secretly switched to thief and taken it. The system displayed the stolen item. Shark head mask SSS-Rank B allows underwater breathing. Has microphone, one use for 30 minutes. Jean Frey smiled faintly. Time to dive. It looks a bit ridiculous, but it works. He clenched his fist with determination. The next target is the fourth Demon King. Must handle it quickly. Jean Frey observed and said, the S-rank Crimson Dungeon of this continent lies out at sea. Even if I prefer prettier items, I cannot be picky. At that moment, Kyukuru suddenly called from behind, Master. Jean Frey turned back in surprise, looking at the girl with confusion. He responded in shock, Master. Kyukuru lowered her head and sincerely thanked him. She continued in a trembling voice, thank you for saving my life. Jean Frey thought in confusion, then quickly asked, everything is over. Why are you still here? Kyukuru looked up seriously and said, because I admire your strength. The system suddenly activated a new notification. Demon respect activated. Notification displayed. Kyukuru has expressed deep respect for your strength. Jean Frey froze and exclaimed, what is this? Kyukuru took a deep breath and firmly said, Jean Frey, no, Master, please accept me as your disciple. Jean Frey stood stunned. Kyukuru beamed brightly, pulling his hand and happily calling, let us go, Master. The girl excitedly said, let us go fight the Demon King together. Jean Frey panicked and stopped her. How did it turn out like this? Jean Frey crossed his arms and refused. If you want to go, then go yourself. Kyukuru asked blankly why. Kyukuru concluded on her own, I understand. To become your disciple, I must prove my strength. Right. Jean Frey irritably shouted, why are you deciding everything yourself? When he was not paying attention, Kyukuru suddenly jumped into the sea. Jean Frey stood silently watching, an indescribable feeling rising within him. He muttered about to leave, when from beneath the water came a call of Master. Turning back, Jean Frey saw Kyukuru had already caught many gigantic sea creatures. Kyukuru looked up expectantly and asked, what do you think? Are my skills good? Jean Frey could not help but be amazed so fast. Winfrey nodded in acknowledgement. Truly impressive, worthy of the Sea Wolf tribe. System immediately provided information. The Sea Wolf tribe are beast folks specialized in underwater movement. On land, they are almost like ordinary humans, but underwater, they are 10 times faster. Maximum activity time is 30 minutes. Jean Frey turned his back and said calmly, I have nothing to teach you. Consider yourself graduated. Congratulations, goodbye. Kyukuru immediately protested, I have not even taken you as master yet. You are too heartless. Kyukuru clasped her hands, her voice trembling as she pleaded, I beg you, I truly want to become stronger. Jean Frey turned back, his expression darkening as if weighing something. Kyukuru's eyes shone with fierce determination, completely unwavering. Jean Frey quickly concluded inwardly, with this type of person, refusal is useless. Kyukuru hurriedly added, let me be your disciple. I will definitely repay you. Jean Frey sighed and relented, fine, but only within this dungeon. Kyukuru froze in joy and asked again, you are truly accepting me as your student? Jean Frey explained, I do not want to waste time here, and I do not want you holding a grudge. Especially do not steal my things again. He continued in a serious tone, I am only accepting you for this period. Kyukuru cheered happily. That is wonderful. Kyukuru gratefully said, thank you, Master. Jean Frey frowned and warned, do not call me that. If you do, I will drive you away. Kyukuru stood straight and replied firmly, understood, teacher Jean Frey. Jean Frey turned and walked toward the teleportation gate, saying decisively, let us go. The system announced entry into a new area, S-rank dungeon of the fourth continent, Pablo Palace beneath the sea. Jean Frey descended onto the sea surface, ripples forming as his body touched the water. Quickly calculated, now that he could breathe underwater, it was time to implement the plan. The conversion necklace on Jean Frey's neck suddenly shone brightly, emitting a strange energy. System displayed activation of the memory necklace skill, switching class from alchemist to summoner. Jean Frey frowned in thought, switching class from equipment. Truly unexpected. He quickly realized this was the Sea Wolf tribe's special telepathic ability, similar to how dolphins communicate. Jean Frey extended his hand forward, focused all his strength and softly called, summon. The system confirmed the summoned beast had appeared. Summon Denden, level 1, rank E. Low-level summoned beast capable of causing paralysis with electricity. Kyukuru thought excitedly, what is that? It looks so cute. Jean Frey assessed realistically. The class level is still low, so I cannot call spirits yet, but this one is usable. Jean Frey turned and instructed, Kyukuru lure suitable ones here. The system added that the shark mask has an underwater microphone. Kyukuru immediately replied, understood. Jean Frey observed and commented, this girl's swimming speed is truly useful. He continued calculating, Leveling up Denden now will be much faster. Kyukuru quickly returned and reported excitedly, Jean Frey, I am back. Jean Frey was surprised that fast. Seeing the number, he was stunned, more than expected. Jean Frey lowered his voice and gave a firm order. Begin. Electric shock. A group of sharks charged from afar, eyes ferocious, movements violent in the water. Denden released a brilliant electric beam, energy spreading through the water. Electric strike hit the charging monsters without hesitation. Jean Frey appeared in front, sword in hand, aura completely overwhelming. Swung his sword and slashed hard into one head, movement decisive. The sharks were violently electrocuted, their bodies convulsing in pain. The system analyzed. Due to level difference, damage is not high, but paralysis effect is excellent. Plan is Kyukuru lures while I finish them. The system continuously reported growth. Experience gain. Denden from level 1 to level 12. Recorded Denning also received support experience and leveled up accordingly. Notification. Denden continued leveling from 12 to 18. Jean Frey was satisfied. A very good start, then told Kyukuru to find more. She replied, understood. He remembered he was still holding the weapon borrowed from Myra. Forget it. Jean Frey continued issuing orders in a serious voice. Electric shock. The system notified continued experience gain. Denden's level increased. Jean Frey thought confidently. At this rate, reaching max level is not far. At that moment, Kyukuru returned excitedly. I brought a very strong one. Jean Frey immediately became alert. What is it? A gigantic octopus appeared, emitting terrifying pressure. System warned of danger. Demon Kraken level 175. Jean Frey calmly praised, well done, Kyukuru. Kyukuru felt delighted at the praise. Jean Frey quickly explained, Kraken is the mid-level boss of this area. Continued, defeating it will force the Demon King to appear. Kyukuru asked worriedly, do we really have to fight the Demon King? Kraken's tentacles suddenly lashed out violently. They slammed down heavily, causing the area to shake intensely. Jean Frey flew up in time to evade the dangerous strike. He laughed and said, I did not expect this, but it saves time. See you in the next video. System displayed remaining dive time, 21 minutes 11 seconds. Jean Frey ordered, now handle all of Kraken's tentacles. Kyukuru understood and would act as bait. Kyukuru rushed forward boldly amid the battle. She waved provocatively and shouted, come here, octopus. Kyukuru smiled confidently and challenged, if you can then catch me. Kraken roared angrily, after being repeatedly provoked. Jean Frey quickly analyzed. Each tentacle functions like an independent body. He concluded, destroying each tentacle counts as hunting multiple creatures. Huge experience, truly worthy of an S-rank dungeon boss. Jean Frey lowered his voice and ordered electric shock. Denden released powerful electricity, striking Kraken. Jean Frey raised his sword high, preparing to strike. He slashed fiercely at a tentacle with a blazing sword. The system continuously reported. Denning leveled from 21 to 27. Next notification. Denden from level 27 to 32. The leveling chain continued, from 32 to 35. Level 35 to level 37. Level 37 to 39. Then 41, 42, and 43 consecutively. Jean Frey maintained the assault, repeatedly activating electric shock. Kyukuru exclaimed excitedly, amazing, you destroyed all the tentacles. Jean Frey observed the result and nodded in satisfaction, very good. The system confirmed level 45. Jean Frey called in a deep voice, Kyukuru. She immediately replied, yes. Kyukuru continued provoking Kraken without pause. Jean Frey stood behind, observing the entire battle calmly. Jean Frey stated confidently, Denden has surpassed level 40 and unlocked sufficient skills. Now use equipment to enter the final battle. He turned to the summoned beast and gave a decisive order. Denden, transmit electricity. System displayed skill 2. Electric transfer, unlocked at level 40, temporarily adds lightning attribute to weapon. Jean Frey felt the new power. The battle spirit had gained lightning attribute. He leaped up and delivered the decisive blow to Kraken. Jean Frey did not hesitate, charging straight into the battle with the Demon King. Focused power into his fist and unleashed the skill Thunder Fist. Demon Kraken was completely destroyed, its body disintegrating in the deep sea. Kyukuru stared in shock. You did it. Denden leveled up. Jean Frey nodded in confirmation. Jean Frey said quickly, good. The condition to face the Demon King is met. He suddenly realized the surrounding water was trembling abnormally. 3 gigantic water vortices appeared ahead, spinning wildly. Jean Frey narrowed his eyes, recognizing the sign of a powerful being's arrival. It is here. 3 sharp vortices carrying terrifying pressure formed before him. They shot straight toward him at high speed with chilling cold. Jean Frey clenched his fist and unleashed Thunder Fist again. A deep voice echoed throughout the deep sea. No one breaks the shell and survives. Kyukuru stared in horror at the scene, her body stiff with fear. Jean Frey and Dendon turned their heads at the same time, toward the direction of that voice carrying heavy pressure. System quickly displayed enemy data. The 4th Demon King Neptunus level 200, trait Mysterious Sea Body, automatic HP regeneration effect. Kukuru swallowed hard as she felt the overwhelming power filling the space. Truly the 4th Demon King. The pressure was immense. Frey clenched his fist, his gaze icy and resolute. This time he would end it quickly. After a brief moment, Jean Frey slowly lifted his head to look at the towering Neptunus before him. He thought that until now all Demon Kings had acted beyond expectation. This world must be changing in ways he did not yet understand. Jean Frey took a deep breath. There was no other choice but to defeat him before things grew worse. Change class. At that moment, a new line of text slowly appeared on the screen before him. Memory necklace skill activated. Class changed to mage. Kuru's eyes lit up. Wow, it is here. Jean Frey's divine job change move. Let us go. Hearing the girls' excited cheering, Jean Frey only gave a wry smile in response. It is not cheating, it is strategy. Immediately after, a magic circle with softly glowing runes appeared in Jean Frey's hand. Jean Frey charged forward at once. The arm bearing the magic circle thrust straight toward Neptunus. He shouted with authority, "Summon lightning." Neptunus remained cold and expressionless, calmly watching the magic circle in motion. Neptunus extended his gigantic hand to block at the very moment of impact. Realizing the disadvantage, Jean Frey immediately retreated to seek another opportunity. Neptunus curled his lip and raised a finger where a sharp bolt of lightning flickered. Right after, he swung his arm, terrifying pressure crashing straight toward Jean Frey. Jean Frey narrowly avoided it with instant teleportation. His figure shot away like the wind, leaving only a faint afterimage in the water. Jean Frey poured all the lightning into his fist. It blazed brightly as he unleashed Thunder Fist. The strike landed, causing Neptunus to roar in fury, killing intent erupting in his eyes. Seizing that moment, Jean Frey did not hesitate and continued his relentless assault, lightning roaring around him. Bolts exploded repeatedly before Neptunus, briefly obscuring vision. Thunder Fist. Neptunus was surrounded by lightning, his massive body submerged in flashing currents. Jean Frey kept throwing rapid punches, his fists glowing with thunder light. Behind him, Kukuru cheered excitedly. That is Jean Frey. Neptunus laughed coldly with disdain. You think this is enough to defeat me? Jean Frey teleported instantly, his figure flashing and appearing right before him. He smiled and replied, I know your defense is high, but I have not used everything yet. Immediately after, Jean Frey summoned green magic around his legs. Wind, dragon, roar. A brilliant blue wave surged forward toward Neptunus with violent force. Raging water devoured the space, bubbles scattering then dissolving in chaos. Kukuru was submerged in the cold current, eyes wide in shock. What is this? The girl hurried toward Jean Frey and exclaimed, Amazing, did you win? He shook his head and said, Not yet. Jean Frey said in a low voice, To defeat him completely, I must use the final move now or he will regenerate. My time is almost up. Shark head mask displayed remaining oxygen. 3 minutes 18 seconds. Jean Frey made a swift decision. Immediately switched class to Summoner. The command, Dendon appeared at once. Let us go Dendon. Summoned Beast Dendon level 50, rank E confirmed. Jean Frey calculated inwardly. Dendon's skill has reached 100% stun if it hits. Then ordered Dendon Lightning Sphere. Before Jean Frey, a violent vortex spiraled, wind screeching loudly. He raised his hand to shield his face, eyes widening as the current surged too fast. This is. Kukuru also covered her face in alarm. Such terrifying power, what is it? Neptunus gradually emerged within the vortex, his majestic figure blending with the roar of water and wind. He looked at the two with contempt. You are disturbing my sea, humans. Neptunus laughed in admiration. At least you dare face me alone. That is worthy of praise. Suddenly he lowered his voice, as a gigantic tentacle shot out violently. Jean Frey turned in alarm, eyes wide as danger struck from behind. What is this? The Kraken thought destroyed suddenly rose behind Neptunus, its massive body bursting through the water. Jean Frey gritted his teeth, tense at the sight that Kraken should have been dead. He fell into extreme tension. They have fused. This was never in the game. Neptunus mocked, Well done, human. You are the first to see my true form. His tentacle touched a glowing jellyfish floating in the dark water. Jellyfish stiffened in pain and melted under the tentacle's contact. Jean Frey stared in shock, completely shaken by the horrifying sight. He realized the terrifying truth. That was lethal poison. Deep hoarse voice cut through his thoughts. There is no time to be surprised. Neptunus' tentacle lashed out, sending Jean Frey flying with immense force. He was hurled into a hard rock, crashing violently. Damn it. Kukuru cried out in panic, seeing him in pain. Jean Frey. Neptunus looked at the girl and laughed mockingly. Quite an entertaining sight. Jean Frey lay motionless beneath piled rocks, completely unconscious. Kyukuru ignored the rushing current and rushed toward him. Impossible, Jean Frey. Suddenly, Jean Frey's breathing steady. He inhaled deeply as if returning from the brink of death. Kyukuru burst into relief seeing him awake, her fear instantly fading. Jean Frey. Seeing him stand, Neptunus mocked. "Oh, you still live, impressive." Kyukuru hurriedly pushed aside the rocks to help him. He wiped his face and thought quickly, touching the tentacle means death. Oxygen is running out. I cannot hide it anymore. With no other choice, Jean Frey had to unleash his final move. Change class, fighter. Activate memory necklace skill. The system announced, battle spirit equipment meets special conditions. Jean Frey immediately unlocked a completely new skill. Consume 80% of remaining HP. Advanced fighter skill battle spirit enhancement unlocked. The system continued. Activate enhanced battle aura, double attack and defense for a short time. Kyukuru stood behind stunned, inwardly astonished. Could it be a special buff? Jean Frey broke into sweat, thinking the activation condition is spirit familiar while in fighter class. That previous strike was beyond expectation. Neptunus laughed loudly in ridicule, changing form again. What is different this time? His gigantic tentacle shot forward in an instant. Enough. I will not allow you to keep insulting me. Sink into the deep sea. The octopus tentacles shot straight toward him, but Jean Frey narrowly dodged in time. Sweat poured down, soaking his face. Jean Frey struggled to slip away from the relentless lashes of the octopus, his mind constantly analyzing as he realized the opponent's strength and speed had both surged dramatically. Shark head mask displayed 1 minute 58 seconds remaining. Clearly the usage time was about to run out. While dodging and calculating, he thought to himself that dragging this out would only put him at a disadvantage. Yet he still had not found an opening to finish it before time ran out. At that very moment, Jean Frey suddenly awakened to a crucial realization. Turning his head, Jean Frey saw the little girl stepping closer. That gaze made his heart skip a beat. Jean Frey Hector immediately warned Kyukuru, "Idiot, do not come closer, it is very dangerous." Yet the little girl kept moving forward with determined eyes, as if she had already made up her mind. He burst into confident laughter, his firm voice declaring he would finish you within a single round. Kyukuru continuing to approach left Jean Frey stunned. His eyes widened, astonishment clearly written across his face. Even Neptunus showed no less surprise. Kyukuru suddenly grabbed him and pulled him away, shooting off like the wind. He glared furiously as the little girl dragged Jean Frey away. Kyukuru stuck out her tongue playfully. Do not underestimate the speed of the Sea Wolf clan. The water pressure around Jean Frey dropped significantly. Her strike was no different from pulling him out of danger. His face twisted, the thought flashing through his mind that the Sea Wolf clan was the fastest race underwater. The situation was truly troublesome. When the two coordinated, their aura immediately surged powerfully. Jean Frey softly spoke into her ear. You saved me, Kyukuru. Can you still dodge his attacks? Kyukuru nodded without hesitation, of course. This is all I can do now. Focus on the Demon King. Jean Frey replied at once, all right, leave it to me. Jean Frey cast her a serious glance. We are out of time, so we can only end this in one strike. When I signal, get close. After the attack, withdraw immediately. The little girl smiled and nodded gently, her sparkling eyes replying, okay. He roared in irritation, his voice shaking the space around them, such childish tricks. A barrage of tentacles surged in violently. Jean Frey and Kyukuru instantly dodged. Neptunus frowned suspiciously, his gaze sweeping around searching for their whereabouts. He rushed about frantically in pursuit amid the storm-like chaos. Jean Frey and Kyukuru swiftly dove downward. He spoke decisively. Now we turn back. A loud explosion suddenly erupted right beside him. Immediately after came a flurry of rapid strikes that left Neptunus completely unable to react. Neptunus howled in fury, the sound echoing through the space, you bastards. Jean Frey clenched his fist, telling himself this was the final chance, no time left. It had to end in one blow. Light flared, he made a firm decision without hesitation. This is the moment. Jean Frey gritted his teeth, tightened his fist, and charged straight at his opponent. 5 punches slammed directly into Neptunus's face, leaving him stunned in terror. A miserable scream echoed through the dark, silent space. Neptunus roared in rage, killing intent erupting violently around him. Do not get smug. Suddenly he stared at his empty hand, his eyes filled with confusion. Kyukuru laughed gleefully, tilting her head teasingly. Are you looking for this? The little girl raised the card in her hand, smiling lightly, her eyes flashing with calculation. I have a habit of conveniently holding things for others, sorry. His face stiffened, then he suddenly roared in fury. Since when did my weapon? Jean Frey placed his hands on his hips and shouted irritably. Such a small habit, yet so fierce. He laughed gently, praising softly. But this time you did well, good job, Kyukuru, Thunder Fist. Jean Frey unleashed relentless thunderous punches without pause. Furious Thunder Fist. An explosive punch erupted, violent electricity instantly scattering in all directions. Sudden voice rang out causing Kyukuru to freeze. Kyukuru. Jean Frey attacked while shouting orders. Grab his weapon and swim to shore immediately. He can continuously recover. I am running out of oxygen. Kyukuru replied at once. Understood, onto land, right? Jean Frey shouted in confirmation. That is right. The Demon King cannot regenerate on land. I will punch him out of the water. Jean Frey continued instructing. Take the weapon and kill him. Understand? Kyukuru startled and asked back. What, I kill him? Jean Frey fought back while shouting. This is not the time to hesitate. I am almost out of time and cannot finish him alone. Kyukuru pondered, her distant gaze weighing his words. Then she lifted her head, her eyes resolute as if she had made her decision. Kyukuru shot forward, replying firmly without hesitation. Understood. I will do my best. Light gradually appeared on the water's surface, shimmering with each ripple. Kyukuru sprang upward into the air at terrifying speed. Once high above, the little girl shouted down as a signal. All right, Jean Frey. Jean Frey immediately roared, raising his fist high like encouragement. Thunder fist. Jean Frey's 5 punches were unleashed consecutively, his will utterly unshakable. A straight punch struck Neptunus's body, making him scream in agony. Great thunder fist. Violent currents surged and swept him soaring into the air amid the chaos. Jean Frey quickly formed hand seals, summoning a roaring thunder lion, lightning tearing through space, advancing to hidden lightning summoner. Neptunus roared in fury. What is happening? My body cannot move. Jean Frey thought the paralysis effect of Denden lasted only 1 second. This was the final chance. Then he shouted, now, Kyukuru, hurry. Kyukuru clenched the card and shouted with all her resolve. Equip. The little girl gripped the sword tightly, pointing it straight at her opponent, her eyes cold and resolute. Kyukuru shouted loudly, her voice powerful as if tearing through space. Holding the sword, the little girl charged straight at him at terrifying speed. The axe slammed down onto Neptunus's face, making him shriek in pain. Kyukuru released the axe, letting it lodge firmly in Neptunus before sinking into the sea with him, the screams echoing throughout the area. Inside the shark head helmet, Jean Frey silently witnessed Neptunus's death alongside Kyukuru. Jean Frey removed the helmet and said to Danden beside him, thus the 4th Demon King has been defeated. The system immediately announced that level 200 Demon King Neptunus had been eliminated. The player received experience and rewards. Kyukuru looked at the system panel and counted in surprise. 1, 10, 100. What, I really received 200,000 G. The system confirmed Kyukuru received a reward of 2,500,000 G. Her level increased from 119 to 124. Receiving such favor for the first time, Kyukuru could hardly believe it. Even the experience was that much. Jean Frey explained that Neptunus's reward was 5 million, so it was split evenly, 2.5 each. Kyukuru protested worriedly, but I did nothing. Would receiving this not be unfair to you? Jean Frey laughed teasingly. You are not shy about stealing things, yet you are shy about taking money. Kyukuru immediately argued back. Stealing is my skill. Defeating the Demon King is not. The little girl placed her hands on her hips and reasoned, countering Jean Frey and leaving him understanding yet speechless. Jean Frey did not want to argue further, concluding, I said it is fine, so take it. We will part ways here, see you. Kyukuru immediately objected. No. Her high-pitched voice made Jean Frey freeze. Jean Frey irritably turned and shouted, hey. But Kyukuru clung to him, pleading to be taught more so she would follow along. Jean Frey lightly flicked her forehead, both annoyed and helpless. Jean Frey silently walked away. Kyukuru angrily called after him, you are ignoring me, right? The little girl hurried after him, calling out as she ran, wait, Jean Frey. Leaving the vast ocean behind, the scene shifted to the 5th continent, the Hell Garden. As she walked, Kyukuru curiously looked around and exclaimed excitedly, so this is the 5th continent. Jean Frey looked at her, slightly awkward, sorry to interrupt your excitement, but I am about to join SSG, the deadly survival game. Are you sure you want to follow? Kyukuru replied enthusiastically, of course. Ignoring Jean Frey's helplessness, Kyukuru grew even more excited. Let us go to SSG. Though slightly worried, Jean Frey chose to trust Kyukuru. If she was determined, then it should be fine. Jean Frey reassured himself. Moreover, Kyukuru's class might be useful. In his mind, Jean Frey calculated the next step. To challenge the 5th Demon King, he had to pass SSG and obtain hidden equipment. Upon arriving, Kyukuru looked at the crowd and marveled. Wow, this is the SSG hall, the starting area. Standing behind, observing the dense flow of people, Kyukuru was excited. There are so many adventurers. Only then did Kyukuru remember and ask Jean Frey, so what is SSG? Jean Frey thought to himself she was bound to ask. Jean Frey awkwardly asked back, "Then how did you become an adventurer?" Kyukuru innocently replied, "I do not know, I never cared about those things." Jean Frey held his head in worry. Perhaps he should not have brought this little girl as a teammate, but since they were already here, there was no choice. Then he began explaining, "Listen, the SSG we are joining is." Suddenly, from the other side of the crowd, an angry shout rang out, drawing attention. "Stop following me and get lost." Everyone turned to look at Dennis and Levin, curious about what was happening. Are they arguing? Dennis angrily cursed Levin. "I thought an elf using advanced magic would be useful. Who knew you were just a fraud?" Dennis continued bitterly, "Even after changing class, you still chose craftsman." Jean Frey heard this and silently noted craftsman. Dennis grew increasingly harsh. He scorned Levin, claiming that a weak class that only brewed potions was truly disappointing. The girl with sparkling eyes replied that he was right, but the character information system did not say so. Levin Luminous Lydia, craftsman class of the advanced class branch. Dennis shoved Levin aside and shouted for her to shut up, saying she was useless here anyway. He slung an arm over the man in blue beside him and sneered that we already have a new teammate. Levin trembled in grievance, choking out that this meant she no longer had a team. Dennis did not bother listening and snapped at her to shut up. Dennis forcefully pushed Levin and spat venomously, "If you want a team, then go find one yourself, idiot." Just then a voice rang out asking if she was looking for a team. "Why not join us instead of following those losers?" Jean Frey and Kyukuru appeared looking at Levin with friendly expressions. The appearance of Jean Frey and Kyukuru cut the conversation short. Dennis and Mark both showed irritation mixed with curiosity. Dennis angrily demanded who Jean Frey was, but he ignored him and told Levin that SSG was a three-person team survival game, and we are missing one member. Jean Frey urged her since time was running out. Levin asked in surprise if he truly wanted her to join. Jean Frey confidently invited Levin to join. "We welcome you, right, Kyukuru?" The little girl smiled and nodded, saying, "If you decide, then I follow." At that moment, an announcement sounded signaling SSG was about to begin. Jean Frey quickly suggested forming a three-person team to prepare. Levin excitedly confirmed that meant, "We are a team now, right?" Levin happily thanked them repeatedly. Kyukuru, though labeled foolish, still enthusiastically cheered that we should do our best in SSG. From afar, Mark mocked that bringing such a useless person into the team was foolish. Dennis sneered, telling them not to be eliminated too early. Ridicule from her former teammates made Levin slump. Just then, the announcement confirmed that SSG had officially begun. As soon as the announcement ended, a blazing red heart appeared on the left chest of every participant. Levin and Kyukuru were the same. Kyukuru widened her eyes in shock at the heart on her chest. The heart appeared on Jean Frey as well, but he was not surprised. He only frowned in thought as SSG wished the contestants good luck. A glowing circle with strange symbols immediately appeared beneath each player's feet. Seeing this for the first time, Kyukuru panicked and exclaimed, "What is this?" Numerous strange pillars of light shot up from one point and scattered everywhere. A powerful beam descended into the forest beside a giant tree. Jean Frey's group of three appeared there, standing on the glowing circle beneath their feet. Kyukuru widened her eyes and looked around curiously, asking where we are, and if there are only three of us. Then suddenly remembered and turned to ask Jean Frey what SSG really was. Jean Frey patiently listened to Kyukuru's question. He explained he would say it only once, so listen carefully. The rules are simple. Within 48 hours, the team that collects the most hearts wins. Jean Frey added seriously that if your heart is taken, you will be eliminated, but you can use hearts to revive eliminated teammates. After hearing this, Kyukuru understood immediately. Her excitement grew even stronger than before. As she walked, Kyukuru said excitedly that we just need to gather as many hearts as possible. Jean Frey turned to introduce himself to Levin and introduced the noisy little girl as Kyukuru. Levin awkwardly introduced herself as Levin, an adventurer of the elf race. Jean Frey immediately got serious and asked Levin if she could craft something for him. Levin understood and said she always carried many herbs. Levin quickly got to work after understanding the request. Explosive grass, right? I understand. She began mixing various herbs using her crafting skill. The result was a rank explosive grass. It would detonate when activated. Levin confirmed they just needed to throw it over there, then immediately threw the explosive grass. Jean Frey stood observing while Levin moved away. The explosive grass activated the moment it touched the ground. Dennis's group was blown into the air. He shouted in panic, "What is happening?" Jean Frey laughed slyly, watching Dennis fall, while Levin beside him observed curiously. Dennis's group landed right in front of Jean Frey. He stared at the ground, blankly asking what just exploded. Jean Frey crossed his arms and laughed loudly. "We meet again. Now hand over your hearts." The three members of Dennis's group did not understand what was happening before being forced to kneel before Jean Frey and Levin. Dennis angrily roared about being ambushed. Jean Frey mocked him, asking how Levin's explosive grass fell. Dennis realized Levin was the one who created the explosive grass and growled that it was her. He pointed and scolded Levin. "If you had such skill, why did you not say earlier that elf girl?" The more Dennis thought, the angrier he became, feeling deceived by Levin. If he had known, he would have kept her on the team. While he was still cursing, Kukuru quickly acted and stole all 3 hearts from Dennis's team. Kukuru raised the 3 hearts confidently. "All taken, that is right." Kukuru's speed was so fast that Jean Frey and Levin were both surprised. Jean Frey silently praised her quick wits. Dennis looked down at his chest and shouted, "My heart." His teammates panicked, saying their hearts were gone. Jean Frey did not expect it to be this easy. He praised inwardly while Kukuru happily boasted that victory was too simple. Having lost their hearts, Dennis's entire team began to fade. Before disappearing, he still roared, demanding them back. Before he could finish speaking, the whole team turned into a cluster of golden light and vanished. Kukuru looked on in confusion. Jean Frey explained that losing your heart meant elimination and returning to the starting point. Kukuru turned and excitedly praised Levin. "So that is how it is. Sister Levin is amazing." Levin waved her hands, shyly saying no. Kukuru stealing 3 hearts was more impressive. Being praised made Kukuru even more eager to continue fighting. "Really? Then I will try even harder." Seeing another group of 3, Kukuru immediately rushed off, saying she found a new target. Jean Frey hurriedly shouted to stop her. Kukuru seemed out of control, her eyes looking at that group like rich prey. She burst out from the bushes with the sole thought of taking their hearts. At that moment, a loud noise rang out, throwing everything into chaos. As she rushed forward, Kukuru suddenly realized something was wrong. She turned to check and cried out in horror, "My heart!" Pascal, Ren, and Leo stood there sneering as if mocking Kukuru's naivety. Jean Frey watched his teammate walk into a trap and helplessly thought that haste always carries a price. Only then did Kukuru realize she had been deceived. She turned to Leo's group in confusion. Pascal mocked Kukuru for not knowing the anti-theft rule. Truly a rookie. Corin hugged the pile of hearts and laughed gleefully, saying they gained 3 more. Kukuru screamed, seeing her heart taken. Ren calmly explained it was a high-level anti-theft used once but very valuable. Even as she was about to be sent back to the starting point, Kukuru shook her head, unwilling to accept it. Seeing her newly met teammate eliminated, Levin tearfully called out Kukuru's name. Jean Frey patted Levin's head. He too felt helpless, losing a teammate so early. Jean Frey understood better than Kukuru that stealing was powerful, but therefore defensive measures were basic in SSG. To win, one could only rely on thorough preparation, knowledge, and proper strategy. The 3 of them intended to press the advantage and attack. Ren arrogantly ordered them to finish Jean Frey's team immediately. Before they could touch them, a bolt of lightning flashed. Jean Frey swiftly took all the hearts from Corin's group. The 3 panicked with familiar expressions. "Where are our hearts?" Under Levin's admiring gaze, Jean Frey confidently said, "Even without stealing, my speed is enough. Now let us revive Kukuru." Ren's group was immediately sent back to the starting point. Leo unwillingly cried out, "It cannot be." Before Leo could finish speaking, he vanished. The game displayed his words as a large badge, making Jean Frey annoyed at the excessive design. Kukuru was revived by Jean Frey. The little girl lowered her head, waiting to be scolded. Knowing she was wrong, Kukuru obediently apologized, promising to be more careful next time. Seeing this, Jean Frey said it was already night, so rest, then asked Levin to craft several necessary items. Hearing her name, Levin brightened because she felt useful. She immediately accepted the task. Night fell, the 3 lay around the burning campfire and drifted into peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, in the forest on the other side, loud unpleasant screams echoed. Jean Frey slightly opened his eyes and thought that with such noise tonight, tomorrow morning would surely be interesting. Beneath the pile of leaves was a heap of items and hearts. A cheerful voice said, "A great harvest." Turned out this was Jean Frey's trap. He looked at the spoils with satisfaction and remarked that Levin stealing grass was truly useful. The system introduced it as stealing grass, a plant that could hook the hearts of adventurers passing by. Jean Frey suddenly remembered his 2 teammates still sleeping soundly. He loudly called to wake Kukuru and Levin. Kukuru yawned, asking if it was morning yet. Levin was also surprised at sleeping so deeply. Jean Frey could only sigh. Jean Frey pointed behind, reminding that a few guests had visited with gifts. Remember to hold your hearts tightly. Kyukuru and Levin were shocked, thinking that without Jean Frey, they would have been eliminated in their sleep. Hugo said they had been discovered. Inessa regretted planning to ambush them while they slept. Jean Frey confidently reminded his teammates not to be careless, because the opponents were survivors of the first day. He assessed that this group was much stronger than yesterday's bunch. The three before them were Hugo, Inessa, and Excel, those who had endured the first night. Hugo looked at Jean Frey's group and realized the positioning trap and old outfit were merely bait, if that was so then. Hugo took out 3 cards, fanned them out, and declared triple split teleport. Immediately, Jean Frey's group was affected by the effect of the 3 cards. Levin had not yet understood what was happening when Kyukuru exclaimed in surprise, "What is going on?" Only Jean Frey remained calm, his mind rapidly analyzing the move just used, splitting the formation. In the blink of an eye, the 3 were separated and flung in 3 different directions, an unpredictable situation about to unfold. The first beam of light descended on the other side of the forest. Who was the one separated? It was Levin. She was directly facing Inessa. The 2 forced into a duel. Another pillar of light appeared in a different area of the forest. Who was the second to be separated? Kyukuru was the next to appear. Her opponent was Excel. Remaining one was none other than Jean Frey. The one facing him was Hugo, the man who split the entire team. Hugo smiled slyly, saying, "Now that you are separated, we used items to divide you, and then my summoned beasts will deal with each of you." Even seeing the anger in Jean Frey's eyes, Hugo calmly declared that was our plan. Hugo mocked Jean Frey, "Worried about your teammates? Do not worry, I will soon send you back to the starting point to reunite with them." Jean Frey casually picked at his ear in disgust. "Your words are truly unpleasant," leaving Hugo stunned in confusion. Jean Frey's gaze turned icy as he replied, "They are not easy to defeat. The ones returning to the starting point will be you." Elsewhere, Kyukuru had already drawn her weapon, her whole body brimming with eagerness to quickly defeat her opponent. On the other side, Levin refused to fall behind, sternly telling herself she absolutely could not lose. The once quiet forest now echoed with fierce battles between teams competing for hearts. Kyukuru moved with extreme agility, her astonishing speed combined with her small frame giving her a great advantage. Excel stood with 3 summoned beasts, his face full of irritation as he observed his opponent. Excel gritted his teeth in anger. It seemed this girl was faster than he had thought. Kyukuru nimbly climbed onto a tree branch and sat there teasing Excel below. "It is not that I am fast, it is that you are slow." The moment she finished speaking, a knife shot toward where Kyukuru sat. Fortunately, she leapt up in time to dodge. While evading, Kyukuru quickly assessed the situation. If she defeated Excel, then the summoned beasts would disappear and the battle would end. Looking at Excel and the 3 ferocious beasts below, Kyukuru grew even more certain of her deduction. Knowing that prolonging the fight would be disadvantageous, Kyukuru decided on a direct assault to end it swiftly and seize the heart. The sound of metal clashing rang out repeatedly as the 2 exchanged blows in rapid succession, throwing one corner of the forest into chaos. Kyukuru thrust her sword straight at Excel, but he swiftly produced a hidden shield to block. Excel raised his brow, acknowledging her strength. "Truly fast, but your attack power is still insufficient." Kyukuru's eyes suddenly changed as she sneered. "Then why do you still need a shield? Stop trembling." Enraged, Excel shouted orders to his summoned beasts. "Tear that girl apart for me." The 3 beasts immediately roared and charged straight at Kyukuru. The battle turned bloody. Facing 3 summoned beasts at once was an immense challenge for Kyukuru. Yet astonishingly, with a single slash, Kyukuru defeated all 3 beasts. She then swiftly leapt onto a higher branch and mocked, moving like that, "You will never catch me." Excel could not believe the defeat of his summoned beasts. He shouted angrily, calling them useless and ordering them to capture Kyukuru. Looking up, Excel discovered Kyukuru had vanished from the branch. He was shocked. Where did she go? Kyukuru's voice suddenly sounded behind Excel. "I told you that you are too slow. Stealth and theft skill activated." Hearing this, Excel turned around in panic. Instantly, Kyukuru delivered a kick straight to Excel's face, the force strong enough to draw blood. Not stopping there, she kicked Excel flying away, her speed so fast he could not react. Kyukuru swiftly snatched Excel's heart and laughed provocatively. "Who said my attack was weak?" Wanting to regroup quickly, Kyukuru said fast, "That means I win. Now hand over your heart." When she turned back, Kyukuru discovered the 3 beasts she had defeated were blocking her path. She was stunned. Was it not that defeating the summoner would make the beasts disappear? Could it be that he was not a summoner? The 3 beasts lunged fiercely. Kyukuru panicked and turned to flee. The situation, completely beyond her expectations, made Kyukuru realize she had miscalculated. Of the 36 strategies, retreat is supreme. Kyukuru used her speed to withdraw safely. In another area, Levin was sitting and crafting a new type of grass to locate her opponent. The system displayed information. A rank-seeking grass detects magic within a 100-meter radius using ultrasonic waves for 10 minutes. After scanning, Levin opened her eyes and noticed no movement around her. She recalled her clash with Inessa when the opponent used smoke to obscure vision and vanished. While Levin was searching, she had unknowingly fallen into someone else's sights. Inessa hid behind observing Levin through binoculars, her other hand already drawing a bow. Whispers echoed in Levin's ears, startling her. The hunter is the master of this forest. Eliminating you is effortless. Levin suddenly realized she had identified her opponent's position. Levin quickly crafted explosive grass and threw it into the bushes behind, shouting, "You are exposed." She directly activated the newly crafted explosive grass. It was violent burst grass. Yet Inessa's mocking voice still rang out. Blind attacks are useless. Failed strike shook Levin's spirit, her initial confidence gradually fading. Levin suddenly sensed danger approaching from behind. Turning around, she was shocked to see 3 beasts appear behind her. Without hesitation, the 3 beasts immediately lunged at Levin. Levin hurriedly crafted a smoke item to escape. The spreading smoke blinded the beasts. Levin quickly hid behind a tree trunk. 2 arrows suddenly shot toward where she had just stood. Fortunately, Levin had dodged in time. Crouching low, Levin analyzed that the narrow terrain made it easy for the opponent to predict directions. Inessa's voice rang out, teasing again. Ignoring the provocation, Levin focused her thoughts. She could not become a burden to her teammates. Remembering Jean Frey and Kyukuru, Levin calmed down and began crafting new grass. System displayed. A rank enchantment grass attracts summoned beasts with its scent. Levin raised the enchantment grass before the 3 hesitant beasts. Giving them no chance, Levin threw the enchantment grass and shouted. 3 beasts simultaneously lifted their heads to follow the flying object. In their eyes, the enchantment grass was like irresistible delicacies. Inessa, hiding in the bushes, witnessed this and was left speechless, her plan ruined. Levin rejoiced inwardly at her successful plan. Now she could fight one-on-one. Inessa confidently replied that even without beasts she was enough to kill her. Levin wondered if she was so confident, then why had none of her shots hit from the start, making Inessa angrily shout for her to shut up. Levin did not provoke further and focused on crafting the final type of grass. She was determined not to lose. Levin quickly completed a new type of grass. System announced it as a rank blazing grass, emitting a blinding light. The blazing grass was thrown high, its light exploding and illuminating the entire area. Inessa cried out in panic. The intense light distorted Inessa's vision. She clutched her eyes and knelt in pain. Losing her sight, Inessa stumbled and fell to the ground. She rubbed her head, groaning, not understanding what had just happened. Seizing the moment of her opponent's distraction, Levin quickly took Inessa's heart. Levin apologized for taking her heart, while she could not open her eyes, and politely thanked her. He added that the light would soon fade, and left while Inessa still did not understand. Inessa blindly searched for Levin in vain, calling out in frustration. When Levin turned back, Inessa had vanished. She was surprised, not knowing what happened. The battle ended with Levin's victory, leaving only the final confrontation. Hugo spoke up with loud laughter to stop it. Hugo confidently summoned beasts, declaring his beasts were numerous and high-level. Jean Frey had no chance. Those words only irritated Jean Frey further. "Thanks to you, I have enough time now." Suddenly, a massive green beast swept past Hugo, leaving him stunned. Hugo stared blankly as the 3 beasts he had just summoned moved toward Jean Frey. They turned to Jean Frey's side, causing Hugo to panic in disbelief. Hugo roared angrily, "Those are my beasts. What skill did you use?" Jean Frey stroked the large bird on his shoulder and calmly said, "It seems they like me more." He looked at the bewildered Hugo and asked, "You see that too, right?" System announced that the Angel Ring skill had evolved after 20 continuous hours into Gloomy Illusion Playground. Jean Frey did not hesitate and ordered the beasts attack him. The 3 massive beasts immediately charged at Hugo ferociously. Hugo hurriedly pulled out a purple book, his face filled with panic. From the purple book, Hugo waved his hand and summoned a gigantic monster. He roared loudly, "Block them." The 3 beasts immediately rushed to attack the giant, the 2 sides colliding violently without restraint. But the 3 beasts quickly showed signs of weakness, completely outmatched and all heavily injured. In contrast, the giant was almost unharmed, still standing firmly in place. Hugo burst into triumphant laughter, mocking that this was the price for opposing the true master. "Next it will be your turn." But before Hugo could finish speaking, the scene before him exceeded all his expectations. The 3 beasts that had just been knocked down suddenly stood up again, blocking right in front of Hugo and making him scream. "What is this?" Hugo panicked upon realizing they had been revived. This was completely impossible. Jean Frey smiled in satisfaction while Hugo shouted in confusion. What kind of cursed spell did you use? Immediately after, Jean Frey's body began splitting into multiple forms. He calmly replied, if you have more numbers then I should balance it a little. Numerous Jean Frey figures appeared, surrounding Hugo from all directions and leaving him unable to react. Hugo was bewildered, unable to tell which was real and which was fake. A single question echoing in his mind, are these clones? Surrounded by countless Jean Frey figures, Hugo helplessly shouted that this was too unfair. Even so, Hugo refused to give up. He raised the book and shouted, you dare look down on me, summon. Another green giant was called forth. It was the giant ogre. Without hesitation, the giant ogre's massive axe slammed down hard where the Jean Frey clones were standing. Wherever the axe swept, clones fell, yet the real Jean Frey had not revealed himself. Clones were successively cut down under the sharp blade of the giant ogre. Seeing this, Hugo laughed mockingly. So they are nothing but paper tigers. Suddenly, the clones that had just been struck down all stood up again, as if never injured. The clones continued to encircle Hugo, fear now clearly visible in his eyes. Each clone spoke in unison, enough. We still have to find our teammates, let us end this here. During that, Hugo's face turned pale. He realized he had no way to counter. The bodies of the three originally summoned beasts lay motionless on the ground. A figure like a colossal Grim Reaper stood before Hugo, waiting to take him out of the game. Hugo's desperate scream echoed, shaking the entire forest. After the series of shocks, foam formed at Hugo's mouth. He had no strength left to resist, and could only wait for his heart to be taken. Jean Frey looked at the result with satisfaction. Truly the power of Gloomy Illusion Playground. His skill was the upgraded version of Illusion Playground within Angel Ring, allowing multiple illusions to affect multiple targets at once, and unlocking only after 20 continuous hours of combat in SSG. Jean Frey bent down intending to take Hugo's heart, but was drawn to something in his pocket. It was a large number of stolen hearts. Jean Frey laughed. This man had stockpiled quite a lot. Thinking of his two teammates, Jean Frey decided to regroup quickly. Three met again. Kukuru excitedly showed off her achievement, hurry and praise me. Jean Frey reluctantly said, well done, while Levin anxiously asked if either of them was hurt. After that, their journey became easier thanks to the traps continuously taking effect. Teams that encountered Jean Frey were furious at losing too quickly. Just then an announcement sounded, time is up. SSG immediately ended and everyone returned to the starting point. All gathered at the original area, the atmosphere buzzing with discussion. Jean Frey's team stood among the crowd, eagerly awaiting the results. Without delay, the organizers announced the rankings, starting with third place at 46 hearts belonging to Team Lone Bear. The three members of Team Lone Bear jumped in joy with satisfaction. The crowd murmured, truly worthy of Lone Bear, third place indeed. Next, the organizers announced second place, with 55 hearts belonging to Team Jessica. Team Jessica rejoiced proudly at the result. Everyone was astonished because 55 broke the previous record of 50 hearts. Then who was the champion? The organizers declared first place belonged to Team Jean Frey with 108 hearts. Shocking number stunned the entire hall. 108, terrifying. Players whispered, this Jean Frey name appeared in the news before, so it was him. Three members of Jean Frey's team became the center of attention. The rewards were announced. The first-place team received 100 million G and a rare keyless treasure. After it ended, the three began dividing the rewards. Levin looked slightly shy at the other two. He hesitantly asked if it was all right for her to take the entire 100 million G. Kuru quickly said she was the one who kept collecting anyway, so it was fine. Jean Frey lightly tapped her head and said, we do not mind. Jean Frey emphasized that they only needed the keyless treasure. Levin nodded in understanding. Money was very necessary to purchase rare medicinal herbs. Jean Frey concluded briefly and asked Levin to concoct one more item now that the materials were sufficient. Levin waved her hand and smiled. That was no problem at all. Jean Frey and Kukuru did not linger, waving goodbye to Levin. Night fell, the two returned to Jean Frey's inn. Kukuru slept soundly in an incredibly awkward position. Jean Frey remained awake outside, opening a control panel filled with dense information. Taking advantage of Kukuru's sleep, Jean Frey decided to finish his tasks. The system displayed changes. Necklace of Memories activated. Jean Frey switched class from Craftsman to Summoner. After changing class, Jean Frey proceeded to summon Danon. What he targeted was the keyless treasure that only opened after collecting more than 100 hearts. Jean Frey tossed the treasure box up. At first glance, the chest without a lock looked useless. He summoned Danon to assist in opening the treasure. Jean Frey ordered the use of the items Levin had crafted. First was the rank Flame Sprayer, capable of launching fire attacks. Next was the rank Ice Sprayer, creating ice to attack. By using fire, ice, and lightning continuously, the mechanism of the chest was activated. Chest opened, and the system immediately displayed. Congratulations, you have opened the keyless treasure and obtained the left arm of the destroyer. Jean Frey lifted the new equipment to observe it. Satisfied at completing another hidden equipment piece, Jean Frey returned to normal state, looking at the arm and thinking he had grown stronger again. Looking at the knight, he told himself that normally he would enter an S-rank dungeon now, but there was still something to do. The next morning, Kyukuru was full of energy, urging them to set off quickly. The little girl curiously asked what they would join next, or if they would enter a dungeon immediately. Jean Frey hesitated and replied that it seemed there was still unfinished business. He thought to himself he was not at ease letting Kyukuru enter an S-rank dungeon when she was not strong enough yet. Jean Frey decided to be clear. I will train you first. Kyukuru cried out in shock. Train me. But Jean Frey immediately assigned a task to gather materials. Kyukuru was overwhelmed by the long list. Jean Frey explained it was preparation for the dungeon and forbade the use of theft. Kyukuru complained it would take a lot of time, but Jean Frey remained firm without negotiation. Gritting her teeth, Kyukuru encouraged herself for the next challenge. The little girl ran toward the mountain, loudly promising to complete it. Jean Frey thought to himself the plan had succeeded. Finally, he could enjoy the feeling of going solo. The place he headed to was the S-rank dungeon of the 5th continent, Gate of Annihilation. Before stepping in, Jean Frey silently bid farewell to Kyukuru. He disappeared with an apology. It is all for you. Jean Frey fell freely through space without any obstacles. The sensation of falling left him astonished. The powerful wind pressure made Jean Frey extremely exhilarated. This was level 5 Crimson Dungeon, the floating sky island. According to Jean Frey's knowledge, the Crimson Dungeon opened its gate in the sky, and players had to land on their own. While thinking, he heard someone else screaming nearby. The man fell while crying out, "Where is the ground?" Jean Frey thought those who did not know this beforehand had almost no chance of survival. The one falling beside him was Sebat. He muttered that in this dungeon preparing a parachute was basic. A brightly colored parachute burst open before everyone's eyes. Clearly, he had prepared extremely thoroughly. Sebat turned to Jean Frey with a mocking grin. See that this is my perfect preparation. Yet right after that, he noticed a massive flock of pitch-black creatures flying toward them. They were not birds, but grotesque monsters charging straight ahead. Before Sebat could react, one monster seized him. He screamed loudly, "Wait, not now." Jean Frey remained calm and thought, having a parachute without skill is useless. Luckily, I did not bring Kyukuru. While Kyukuru still did not know she had been left behind, the little girl elsewhere, after struggling to search, finally cheered joyfully. I found it at last. Jean Frey's sighed. As he was falling, he heard strange sounds close by. Turning his head, he saw a swarm of hideous monsters rushing toward him. Jean Frey immediately raised his hand toward the approaching horde. The hidden equipment on his hand reacted at once, its power clearly activating. Green three-eyed monster was dazzled by the light and halted midair. Jean Frey continued pointing his hand in other directions, pale golden light spreading and deepening. A sphere of energy formed, causing the monsters that tried to approach to flee in panic. The system displayed. Left-hand ring of the Godslayer activated anti-gravity skill, pushing targets away. Jean Frey glanced at the ring and remarked with satisfaction that this skill was truly perfect, worthy of hidden equipment. It is time. He spread his palm. The left arm of the destroyer began releasing bolts of lightning. More and more lightning bolts struck the floating island. This was gale flash transmission. Leaving the blue sky and cool breeze, the scene shifted to the island of destruction and the inner hall of the temple. Jean Frey quickly moved inside. Even alone, he was extremely confident, finally here. Observing his surroundings, his gaze stopped at the mirror ahead, found it. Yet countless strange creatures were silently watching him from around. Jean Frey knew that once an intruder was detected, these creatures would immediately eliminate him. No sooner had he thought so than the monsters burst from the shadows. Jean Frey raised his left hand. The arm of the destroyer instantly released anti-gravity. The monsters were crushed in an instant, the hidden equipment's power truly terrifying. Seeing no more attackers, he thought was that all and removed the ring, directing it toward the mirror. Massive mirror lay deep in darkness, yet clearly reflected everything before it. Jean Frey stepped closer, his own image appearing within the mirror. Then that image gradually distorted, becoming an unfamiliar dark shadow. Voice echoed from the mirror, "I am the reflection creature, what shall I reflect?" Jean Frey merely smiled faintly, his eyes unreadable. He raised his left hand. Understanding this event only appeared after defeating the guardian creature and using the Godslayer left hand before the mirror. Immediately, Jean Frey's image overlapped with the dark shadow in the mirror. Jean Frey clenched his left hand, his gaze fixed on the arm of the destroyer. He tightened his grip more and more without any intention of releasing. As if understanding the rule, the mirror shone and the voice resounded. The voice declared that the Godslayer left hand had been reflected and found a worthy master. Radiant golden light appeared before Jean Frey. The system announced you have obtained the high-rank right-hand ring of the Creator God. Jean Frey received the item, the mirror softly bidding farewell to the courageous one. Jean Frey felt inward joy. The pair of hidden equipment was finally complete. He continued calculating the next step. It was time to use the stored XP. Jean Frey planned to defeat the Sky Dragon that ruled the S-Rank dungeon of the 5th continent, Demon King Bahamuten. Bahamuten stood upon the island spreading his massive wings, clearly waiting. Bahamuten looked into the distance and spoke. It has been long since such a strong human appeared. Jean Frey landed calmly before him. The moment he appeared, the system immediately displayed the full character information. After teleporting, Jean Frey finally set foot in the high sky. Bahamuten silently observed from within, an ominous silence enveloping them. Amid the cloudy sky, the two faced each other for a long time. Jean Frey smiled faintly and spoke. As always, you are still arrogant, Demon King Bahamuten. As soon as the words ended, Bahamuten rose, displaying his power. He asked with slight surprise, have we met before? I do not forget the scent of the strong. Jean Frey remained silent in consideration. Based on previous Demon Kings, his behavior was certainly unusual. Bahamuten raised his sharp claws, creating a sphere of energy. In an instant, a massive sphere of black flame hovered before him. Energy shot forward like an arrow aimed straight at Jean Frey. But Jean Frey merely glanced and saw the flaw. He immediately used Gale Flash transmission to dodge. Then Jean Frey appeared hovering before Bahamuten, focused his gaze, not allowing hesitation in his mind. Jean Frey raised his arm, a golden ring manifesting. A mysterious force activated, anti-gravity erupted. The pressure slammed straight into Bahamuten's face, leaving him stunned. Bahamuten widened his eyes in shock. I was pushed back. This is gravitational power. Jean Frey clenched his fist, unleashing a blazing red punch. Flame fist struck Bahamuten squarely in the face, knocking him backward. Fists wreathed in flames rained down continuously in fury. Bahamuten felt both bewildered and excited, unable to maintain distance, an interesting skill. Another punch was easily dodged by Bahamuten. Jean Frey immediately unleashed Dragon God Tempest, green energy surging. A dragon was summoned, confronting Bahamuten directly. Seizing the moment of imbalance, Jean Frey launched Spirit Kick. Bahamuten took the full force of that strike. Jean Frey crouched, waiting for the result. He looked up at the cloud-covered sky and wondered what now. Bahamuten was unscathed, tearing through the white clouds and stepping out. He said coldly, interesting human, continue to entertain me more. Those words made Jean Frey stand still for a moment. He began analyzing carefully. The long-range advantage and his 50% special effect were major problems. Now Bahamuten counterattacked. He beat his wings and soared high. Spiritual energy surged into his hands. Do not die too soon. Black dragon flame poured down from above. Jean Frey struggled to defend amid the chaos. He immediately activated super anti-gravity to protect himself. Just as he escaped danger, a voice beside him made him break into sweat. You think that is enough? For him was a massive red energy strand, Black Dragon Slash. It was Bahamuten's tail that struck Jean Frey away. Suddenly Bahamuten halted, as if encountering a mishap. Jean Frey had been protected in time by super anti-gravity. Bahamuten said disdainfully, you reduced the damage in time, but this is only the beginning. He raised his claws, creating a stream of red aura. Sky Nether King. Power shot forward like an arrow aimed straight at Jean Frey. A terrifying explosion tore through the sky. Jean Frey was injured and slammed hard onto the stone ground. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, muttering, damn it. Looking up, Bahamuten had already prepared another energy sphere. Jean Frey's face turned expressionless, his eyes filled with ferocity. With no way back, he activated both arms bearing the golden and silver rings at the same time. Fine. Jean Frey slammed his fists together and stared at Bahamuten. It has finally come to this. He gave a faint, meaningful smile, his lips murmuring a chant tinged with darkness. Instantly, a pitch-black sphere appeared, radiating an extremely dangerous aura. Just as expected, that sphere devoured all the energy that had not yet dissipated, which he had unleashed earlier. Bahamut flapped his wings violently in midair, his eyes wide in shock, wondering what in the world was happening. He stared at the sphere draining Bahamuten's power, wondering if it had truly swallowed his entire technique. On this side, Jean Frey controlled the sphere with both hands, a smug smile on his face, declaring that all your attacks would be devoured. Jean Frey sneered while manipulating the sphere, questioning whether he had truly absorbed his attack. On the other side, Bahamuten remained silent in thought, questioning whether such a bizarre skill truly existed. Seeing his reaction, he showed interest and teased, saying he looked like he was panicking. Striving to remain calm, Bahamudin replied slowly that he would not fall for such cheap provocation. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure completely vanished from Jean Frey's sight. An unexpected turn occurred. Bahamudin reappeared, his two claws thrusting toward his sphere. Immediately after, he unleashed a barrage of energy strikes that collided head-on with Jean Frey. Watching him endure the relentless assault, Bahamudin noticed something unusual, remarking that he could no longer absorb them. The more he fought, the clearer he understood. It seemed you could not block every strike, and he guessed you could not absorb physical attacks. That conclusion made him extremely anxious. The opponent was calmly analyzing the abilities of the pair of bracelets. Deciding to end it, Bahamudin gathered his strength for a finishing blow, declaring that the dragon race had always taken pride in their powerful bodies, and telling the human to die. As the final punch was about to hit Jean Frey, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Jean Frey had activated a teleportation spell in time to evade the fatal strike. Not seeing his opponent, Bahamudin turned his head in astonishment to search, realizing it was teleportation. At that very moment, Jean Frey appeared behind him, carrying an overwhelming force. Dark spiritual sphere formed. The condition to unlock the second skill of the two bracelets was to activate the first skill simultaneously. Within the sphere existed a small black hole, absorbing energy and releasing the attacks it had taken in. The sphere suddenly shifted from black to white, accompanied by a dazzling radiance. Then the light erupted across the space, furious spirits rising in wrath. The two opposing forces clashed directly, neither side willing to yield. However, Bahamudin unexpectedly used his own spiritual energy to counter this skill. He was in extreme pain, roaring violently, saying that was not the sky resonance he had once used. A moment later, Bahamudin fell silent, lowering his head in a strange state. When he raised it again, the red spiritual energy covering his body had completely vanished. Bahamudin stood amid the smoke, his tone filled with disdain, saying it was merely a fake. Without another word, Jean Frey held the sphere and rushed straight toward him, asking if that was so. He clenched his fist and launched a decisive counterattack, questioning what this was. On the opposite side, he did not hesitate, smiling confidently as he stepped forward, saying even if it was only a copy could you withstand triple your own power. Bahamudin took Jean Frey's blow head-on, spiritual energy exploding around his face. After that, he lost his balance and fell freely to the ground. Bahamudin's head slammed hard against a rock, the pain evident beyond comparison. Shortly after, Bahamudin lay motionless, completely subdued by Jean Frey's strength. A notification panel appeared with rewards and results that made him extremely excited. Jean Frey returned to the Adventurers Association building. It was still daylight. Nis apologized for summoning everyone while they were busy. He sat at the meeting table. 4 others could not attend due to missions, and beneath the table were 3 more adventurers. Suddenly a voice rang out, drawing attention, saying there was no need to be so formal, Vice President. Wyatt spoke seriously, stating that as long as he gave the order, he would be there immediately. That attitude made the person opposite slightly uncomfortable, saying he was always so serious. Arya rubbed her forehead helplessly, saying she was free and that they should quickly resolve this matter, Vice President. As an adventurer, Myra simply observed silently without speaking. Not wanting to waste time, Nis closed his eyes and said he understood and would get straight to the point. He looked at the other two and said he had recently received some rather strange reports. His words piqued Wyatt's curiosity, asking whether it was a dangerous guild or monsters. Nis immediately denied it, saying no. Folding his hands together, he continued that it was neither a guild nor a creature. The answer startled Myra. She remained silent for a long while. Beside her, both he and Maria showed surprise. Nis lowered his head slightly, his voice turning cold, saying Black Crying Spirit was the first report they had received. Elsewhere, Jean Frey had returned to the bustling capital. The 5th king had also been defeated. He continuously operated the system panel. Having received the rewards, in an excellent mood, he decided to head straight to the 6th continent. Suddenly, Jean Frey hesitated, rubbing his chin and muttering about where Kyukuru was, thinking she was probably still training. In another space, Kyukuru's eyes were brimming with tears as she struggled with the next dungeon. Pushing aside thoughts of the girl, he looked at the crowd ahead, wondering why so many people had gathered. Curious, Jean Frey stepped forward and asked if there was a problem with the system panel. A citizen replied asking if he was also an adventurer, and said that for some reason the teleportation gate to the 6th continent was not working. Hearing that, he froze, his eyes wide as he stood motionless for a long time. Elsewhere, a voice sounded saying the teleportation gate had failed. Such a thing had never happened in the game. Nis was discussing the mist like dark spirits with the adventurers. His gaze was serious, saying those cries had been reported 2 weeks earlier. Returning to Jean Frey, Seeing the crowd gradually disperse, he could not believe he was stuck here, scratching his head in confusion about when it would be fixed. Suddenly, Jean Frey noticed something that made his eyes widen. From afar, mixed within the flow of people, dark shadows moved continuously, clearly not human. Back in the meeting room, holding a cup of coffee, he took a sip to stay alert. Setting the cup onto the saucer, he sighed and said they were not monsters or creatures, but had suddenly appeared and attacked civilians. Jean Frey did not take his eyes off those shadows for even a second. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, making him break into a cold sweat with worry. Crowd continued to pass by. He did not know what they were or their purpose, but they clearly threatened humanity, and he had a very bad feeling. The nameless being paid no attention to its surroundings, calmly walking forward. Wyatt and Maria listened attentively as Nis analyzed, saying before major casualties occurred the four of them had to resolve this matter. As if possessing a strange sense, it suddenly turned its head to look back toward Jean Frey. That nameless gaze sent chills down his spine, though they did not yet know what the enemy was they were forced to defeat it. Turning to Nis, he clasped his hands under his chin and said they were nameless beings. In the sparse space, the nameless black smoke confronted Jean Frey directly. It twisted its lips into a distorted smile, revealing terrifying sharp teeth. Jean Frey stood still in place, like a statue. Sensing an opportunity, the nameless one immediately lunged forward, its massive body closing in on Jean Frey. Its grotesque form threw the villagers into panic, wondering what it was and why it had appeared in the city. It raised its head high and roared madly right in front of him. Jean Frey was tense and sweating, wondering what this thing was and why it had appeared here. He had never seen it in the game and did not understand what was happening. Terrified, the townspeople hurriedly fled in all directions. Only a frail little boy remained, sprawled on the ground, crying out for someone to save him. The nameless one extended its thorn-covered hand, moving straight toward the boy. Fortunately, a shield was thrown in time. He cursed under his breath and activated Super Jet. It was none other than Jean Frey, who had thrown the shield to save the boy. The jet-powered shield blocked its path, causing the nameless one to roar in anger. A moment later, the boy managed to escape. Jean Frey also retrieved the shield. The nameless one ground its teeth in fury, wondering if it was a creature, then denying it since creatures could not appear in the city. Its two arms stretched forward, as if preparing to summon something. As expected, it condensed a blue spiritual energy sphere through its inner power. Without hesitation, it hurled the sphere straight at the still bewildered Jean Frey. He could only stand there and endure the blow helplessly for a long moment. In the end, due to the overwhelming force, Jean Frey lost his balance and slid backward. He tried to steady himself, directing his gaze at the nameless one, wondering what this was. Jean Frey suddenly recalled the moment it used its power. It was the skill of the Fist Warrior Shatter Sphere, questioning why this thing possessed an adventurer's skill. Suddenly, the nameless one changed direction, plunging him into extreme confusion. It turned out its target was the civilians behind him, intending to attack those weak people. With extremely sharp senses, Jean Frey instantly dashed forward. Damn it, wait. He poured all his strength into chasing the nameless figure ahead. This is bad. I am afraid I will not make it in time, his heart pounding wildly. Not far ahead, a skeleton was already standing there, as if it had been waiting for a long time. The nameless one revealed a ferocious expression, grinding its teeth as it stared intently ahead. On this side, the skeleton said nothing, merely gazing straight at it. With its savage nature, the nameless one accelerated and lunged forward, swinging its claws fiercely at the skeleton. Another upheaval erupted. It took the full brunt of blazing slashes from the skeleton's sword. The nameless one screamed in agony, its body trembling as fresh blood continuously spilled from its mouth. In the end, it completely collapsed to the ground right before Jean Frey's eyes. He froze for a moment, then hurriedly looked toward the skeleton. Who is that? From afar, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. It seemed this being was certainly not human. It was none other than Nis, who had been controlling the skeleton all along. His appearance left Jean Frey unable to hide his surprise, his mouth slightly agape. Without stopping, Nis raised his hand to signal the civilians. Everyone listen. This area is very dangerous. Follow my undead soldiers and evacuate safely. Immediately, a squad of undead soldiers appeared, surrounding the civilians to escort them. Everyone clutched their chests in relief. It is Nis, we are saved. One of the 8 great guardians has arrived. Just from the way they addressed him, Jean Frey could guess his identity, one of the 8 great guardians. Jean Frey looked closely at Nis's face, so he was Myra's teammate. After handling the situation, Nis turned to him. Without you, the people here would have been hurt. Thank you, Jean Frey awkwardly replied. It was nothing. Jean Frey curiously asked Nis, But more importantly, what exactly was that monster? At that moment, the system panel activated. Nis spoke up. Jean Frey, please wait a moment, this is White. On the screen appeared Wyatt along with a nameless one. We have secured the target at point N1. In another area, Maria had also stabilized the situation. At point V4, a target under surveillance had been detected. Even Myra's side was safe. Myra reported, "We have located the target at point 52. Letting out a sigh of relief, Nis said, "Understood. It seems everyone has temporarily contained the nameless ones." Standing beside him, Jean Frey finally understood. So Nameless was the name of that mysterious creature. He looked at the corpse of the nameless one on the ground. Wait, that means there is more than just one. Seeing the situation temporarily stable, Nis suggested, "Then handle the rest yourselves. Now where were we, Jean Frey?" Hearing Nis call his name correctly, Jean Frey was startled. "You know me," Nis smiled. "You are more famous than you think. Are you interested in joining the 8 Great Guardians?" After speaking, Nis pressed his lips together and looked straight at Jean Frey, waiting for an answer. Jean Frey remained silent, his gaze shifting toward Nis. After a while, he scratched his head shyly. "I prefer the free life of an adventurer." Seeing that Nis sighed, what a pity. Suddenly memories flooded Nis's mind. During his previous encounter with Myra, I once noticed an adventurer. Thinking that, Nis raised his head to look at Jean Frey. "Myra has mentioned you before. Your aura is indeed very different from others." Meanwhile, Jean Frey casually scratched his head, completely unaware of that evaluating gaze. Without saying more, Nis politely extended a hand toward Jean Frey. With a faint smile, he said, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Nis, Vice President of the Adventurers Association." Jean Frey also extended his hand in return, thinking to himself, Vice President, that means the strongest among the 8 Guardians. Just as they finished shaking hands, the nameless one on the ground suddenly moved again. Nis looked up in annoyance. "Their vitality is exactly as reported. Even though my undead soldiers are among the strongest, it is still not enough." He immediately reassured Jean Frey, who was still stunned beside him. As he spoke, Nis snapped his fingers. "This is an entirely new creature. We call them Nameless. No one knows where they came from or what they are." A squad of undead quickly stood behind him, "But we are certain of one thing. Giant undead can eliminate the Nameless. However, that has not yet been fully verified." Nis's face was icy. Showing no emotion, these creatures could become a threat. A gigantic skeleton appeared behind him, raising its sword, threatening the survival of humanity. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of slashes descended upon the nameless body. When the smoke gradually cleared, its body had been chopped into many pieces. In the end, only remnants of the nameless one remained before Jean Frey's astonished eyes. He stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe what had just happened. His turn to look at the undead. "Therefore, if you encounter a nameless again, I hope you will eliminate it." He turned and smiled faintly at Jean Frey. Of course, there is no need to hold back. Jean Frey was still dazed, listening as Nis continued, "I believe you can do it." At that very moment, Jean Frey broke into a cold sweat. This was the true strength of the Vice President, as powerful as he had predicted. Vice President who controlled undead, with a mindset completely different from anyone he had ever met. On Wyatt's side, another nameless one gradually regained consciousness and slowly stood up. It opened its mouth wide and roared madly at everyone. Seeing it preparing to attack, Wyatt frowned, gripping his golden shield tightly. The nameless one slashed directly at the weapon Wyatt was using to defend. Thanks to the shield, Wyatt timely neutralized the danger from that blow. Sweat streamed down his forehead. Wyatt did not take his eyes off a single movement of the opponent. He quickly analyzed, "This strike is very heavy. Judging by the level, it has certainly surpassed 300, but there are still openings." Refusing to accept defeat, Wyatt roared clearly, "Counterattack." Immediately, all the nameless one's attacks were reflected back by the shield. Seeing the nameless one raise its hand to wipe its face, Wyatt smiled smugly. "At that level, you are still not enough." Not stopping there, Wyatt continued to activate a new skill, Shield Shot. Brilliant golden beam shot straight into the already weakened, nameless body, the damage increasing according to defense stats. Within seconds, its entire body turned black and cracked everywhere. Finally, the nameless one collapsed to the ground, completely powerless and accepting defeat. In contrast, Wyatt raised his head and reported to Nis, "The target has been eliminated. I need to contact the Vice President immediately." At another location, a figure was running swiftly toward a pool of blood on the road. It was yet another nameless one, chasing an adventurer at point W4. With a cigarette between her lips, Maria bluntly complained, "How annoying, all filthy creatures." She stopped, standing with her feet parallel. "These things bring calamity to the world. They cannot be forgiven." Maria kept the cigarette in her mouth and pointed forward, declaring firmly, "Anyone who dares oppose me will pay with their life." After speaking, she shot up into the air following the Nameless One's gaze. Maria created a cross as a weapon and gripped it tightly in her hand. She drew the weapon back, her eyes cold, die nameless. The strike resounded through the space, fresh blood spraying like rain. After finishing, Maria turned her back and strode away from the blood-soaked area. Suddenly stopping, she spoke with contempt. "Because of you I wasted time, go to hell and repent." Returning to Nis and Jean Frey, he looked at Nis and said, "I understand the situation now. In short, if the Nameless are not dealt with, not only the sixth continent but all routes will be sealed." Seeing Jean Frey's contemplative expression, Nis nodded in confirmation. "Exactly as you think." Made Jean Frey even more troubled. Hand on his chin. "The Nameless never appeared in the game. Wait, it seems I once heard a similar rumor." The image of the monster repeated in Jean Frey's mind, though he had never encountered it in the game. If the rumor related to them was true, then he might obtain hidden equipment never achieved before. Well done. This opened the system screen, startling Jean Frey. "It is already finished." Jean Frey tilted his head to look. That was fast. Myra's voice sounded from the screen. "This is Myra." She reported to Nis with slight worry. "Sorry, the target has escaped." Hearing that, Nis's expression darkened. Even Maria the strongest let it slip away, but he quickly composed himself, understood. Through the screen, Nis asked carefully, "Are you injured?" Myra replied while running, "I am fine. They have fled, but I am pursuing with the spirits. The target is heading toward point S5. Grasping the situation, Nis nodded. "I understand. I will head there immediately. Everyone gather at point S5 at once." The whole team responded in unison, understood. Outside, after hearing everything, Jean Frey stepped forward. "I will go as well." Jean Frey spoke frankly. "We need to study the Nameless, both their power and their nature, and most importantly the issue of the sealed teleportation between continents." The analysis left Nis stunned for a few seconds. "That is right." Regaining his composure, Nis encouraged Jean Frey. "We do not have enough information about the enemy. If you join the combat team, it will help greatly, however." His voice turned serious. "All decisions must be under my command. We will ensure your safety." Hearing that assurance, Jean Frey nodded in agreement. "Understood." "Thank you," Nis immediately urged. "Then let us go, Jean Frey." At point S5, Myra's group along with the elemental spirits were still pursuing the Nameless One. It kept running relentlessly, causing Myra to shout angrily, "Stop." Seeing the Nameless One pulling farther away, Myra was furious. "Running away? How disgraceful. This time I will absolutely not let you escape. Letting a worm like you get away would be my greatest shame." Before it could run far, it suddenly halted upon encountering Maria waiting ahead. She raised her cross-shaped weapon and said coldly, "Your skill has already been weakened, Myra. Do not waste any more time." Maria had not even made a move when Wyatt appeared in time to stop her. Unexpected situations can occur at any moment. Wyatt spread his hand to erect a barrier. "Among the 8 guardians, we are one unit. We must support one another." Thus, the Nameless One was tightly surrounded by 3 adventurers, with almost no path of escape. From afar, Nis and Jean Frey also caught up. Everyone arrived just in time. Seeing Nis and Jean Frey appear, Myra could not hide her surprise. Vice President Maria and even. Maria sternly pointed at Jean Frey and questioned, "Why are you here?" Jean Frey awkwardly replied, "Ah, just a coincidence." Noticing Myra scrutinizing Jean Frey, Nis showed displeasure and reminded them, "Talk later. Focus on eliminating the target first. Return my mask to me." Myra broke into a light sweat yet still protested, "Wait, Vice President. There is something we have never reported." She loudly pointed straight at the Nameless One beside her. That Nameless just spoke. Shocking information made Nis stare back in astonishment. The Nameless can speak when they were believed to have no brains. As the air fell silent, a sudden sense of unease made Jean Frey freeze. He quickly opened his mouth to warn everyone, "Retreat immediately." The Nameless One suddenly revealed a sinister smile, cunning clearly written across its face. From behind the trees, a swarm of Nameless poured out. A greedy voice echoed, "It seems this time there is plenty of delicious food. Devour them all." The sight horrified all 5 of them, who quickly gathered together to shield one another. Monsters ground their teeth and charged straight toward Jean Frey and Myra. Maria immediately raised her staff and stood guard behind Myra. Ifrit waved his hand to summon flames. Ifrit, fire strike. The flames erupted instantly, blasting the Nameless Ones in front away. The monsters were gradually burned away within the blazing red sea of fire. The remaining 3 simply stood still, observing calmly. Maria slung her staff over her shoulder and sneered, "See that? Handled cleanly in an instant." Then her tone darkened. "I cannot forgive letting a speaking creature escape." Nis stood at the front of the formation and said gravely, "A creature capable of using human language. Clearly this is not the work of a single individual. The severity has far exceeded expectations." Frowned slightly, proving they possess intelligence. Jean Frey and Wyatt silently lowered their gazes to the ground. Myra and Maria, standing aside, also said nothing. Suddenly, Jean Frey widened his eyes, as if sensing something unusual. He turned toward the deep forest. I sense an extremely powerful source of mana within, another nameless. The three behind him fell into a frightening silence. A sudden question rang out, startling Jean Frey. How do you know that? Jean Frey hesitated without explaining when Nis behind him laughed. Perhaps he was specially trained in sensing mana from childhood. Nis looked at Jean Frey and said, "In any case, we cannot ignore this. Can you lead us there?" Jean Frey felt slightly embarrassed, but still nodded, all right. He led the group deeper into the forest. Inside the forest, a glowing magic circle appeared. This is the place. Jean Frey pointed at the circle. I sense the nameless mana concentrated right here. With his hair shadowing his gaze, Nis spoke in a low voice. This is a spatial gate, a skill of the mage class. Myra concluded seriously. This confirms the nameless can copy adventurer skills. Jean Frey pondered silently. There is no doubt. This is the rumor I once heard in my previous life. They are leveling up like adventurers. This is a catastrophe. Nis smiled reassuringly. With 4 of the 8 guardians and a promising rookie like you, we are still fine. Myra could not hide her astonishment. Jean Frey is the name that appeared in the news, the promising rookie. Maria stroked her chin appraisingly. So it is you. Nis urged coldly, let us go inside. Jean Frey secretly thought, why does it feel like this man always has the upper hand? All 5 stepped into the magic circle. The circle transported them into a dark room filled with countless doors. Strange. This place is nothing but doors. Wyatt took the initiative. I will go first. Everyone follow closely behind. Maria raised her hand in signal. Rookie, stay close to the shield bearer. We will guard the rear. Jean Frey smiled in response. All right, I will rely on you. A hand rested on the door handle. The door slowly opened. Wyatt stepped in first to check the situation. Jean Frey calmly followed. There was nothing inside. Suddenly something moved beneath Jean Frey's feet. Both turned around in shock. The door behind them had been sealed by iron bars. Those standing outside were equally stunned. Maria exclaimed in panic. What is this? The door closed on its own and iron bars fell down. Nis anxiously asked, are you two all right? Jean Frey tried to bend the iron bars with force. He shook the bars violently and shouted, it is a trap, but we are still fine. A shadow gradually formed behind them. Why did this happen so suddenly? Before he could finish speaking, a roar startled them into turning around. Another nameless appeared. Where did they come from? Wyatt immediately rushed forward to block. Target detected. Prepare to attack. Jean Frey glanced at it and said, let me handle this. Wyatt swiftly raised his shield. Shield slashed. Dozens of beams pierced straight through the nameless body. Its body was riddled with countless holes. Wyatt smiled confidently. Its mana is only around level 150. One strike is enough, worthy of a guardian. He gripped the iron bars and shouted, I hear the commotion. Are you two all right? From inside came the reply, fine. The nameless has been dealt with. Suddenly another figure emerged within purple smoke. Oh my, little adventurers lost your way. Purple deathly aura enveloped her body. Both widened their eyes and stared at the opponent warily. Jean Frey silently assessed. This creature far surpasses the previous ones in level. Wyatt hurriedly raised his shield again. Wait. Tibet stood motionless, not moving at all. She lifted one hand, Fu. A surge of power shot forward, shattering the shield. Wyatt was momentarily shaken. Immediately after, his entire body was hurled backward. A large crack appeared on the wall behind. She laughed eerily. Pitiful adventurers, I am Sibat. Jean Frey quickly deduced. That move just now was a swordsman's skill, so it truly can use adventurer abilities, now there is no doubt. Sibat giggled, unable to speak. Surely you are frightened. Wyatt struggled to his feet and shielded Jean Frey. Damn it. I was careless. Fall back. Sibat lowered her gaze. Do not worry. I will entertain you both properly, but why are you smiling? Jean Frey smiled meaningfully. If the rumor in the game is true, then there are 4 named nameless here, and you are one of them. He slipped his hand into his pocket and stepped forward calmly. And the rumor also says that. Jean Frey moved closer to Sibat. He smiled faintly. If all 4 are defeated, then one can obtain. The image of the Grim Reaper holding a staff appeared in his mind. The legendary hidden equipment never attained in his previous life. Wyatt stood not far away watching the two confront each other. Before obtaining the hidden item, there are a few matters to clarify. Sibat laughed, offering yourself willingly. How adorable. She drew her sword. Very well. Then I will slice you into pieces for easier consumption. Sibat charged straight forward with her sword. Blade struck directly at the shield before Jean Frey. Jean Frey exclaimed in alarm, barrier. He turned his head and saw Wyatt exerting all his strength to protect him. That was the knight's skill shield sacrifice. Wyatt avoided his gaze, his voice low. This battle is not over yet. Sibat roared in fury. You dying fool, do not interfere. He shouted loudly. He used a skill, wild calm, do not worry. As long as I am still standing here as a guardian, I will never let Jean Frey come to harm. Jean Frey was speechless, truly always. She switched from sword to bow and sneered. Are you only good at talking? She pulled the bowstring with delight. I always prioritize the tastiest dish first, so stop blocking my way. Flaming arrow left the string, piercing through the barrier and shooting toward him like a rocket. Jean Frey's mouth fell open when he saw the arrow strike someone. Wyatt still stood firm with his smoking shield. I already said it. I will not let you touch him even with a single finger. Sippat roared in fury. If you are so eager to die, then I will start with you. The two of them remained calm before Sippat's rage. She switched to a whip brimming with power. Take this. Wyatt immediately raised his shield to block in front. The large shield stopped the entire whip strike. Do not look so surprised. Without stopping, another flaming arrow was fired, rocket arrow. Wyatt used both hands to brace the arrow. Worry was evident on his face. She really knows how to strike. Jean Frey was stunned at the second flaming arrow, rocket arrow. Blow nearly made Wyatt drop his shield. This skill should have a cooldown. One of his knees buckled to the ground. Sippat split into two figures, both exclaiming at the same time, "Oh my." She laughed wickedly, not bad at blocking. The other Sippat mocked, "I am quite surprised. You are better than I thought." Jean Frey was dizzy at the sight of two identical figures. What is this? Wyatt stared intently. She split into two. Jean Frey fell silent, clone summon. Both Sippat drew their bows at once, die. Two arrows shot straight toward Wyatt. Even the clone can use rocket arrow. Wyatt watched the arrows close in, so the earlier rocket barrage also involved the clone. A violent explosion erupted. Damn it. Blocking two directions at once is too much. Faces of the two were icy without emotion. Before Wyatt, Jean Frey created a small sphere. Wild widened his eyes. Jean Frey. Wyatt knelt on both knees and looked up. You saved me. Thank you. But I told you, I do not need you to sacrifice. Withdraw the skill now. Jean Frey opened his eyes wide and replied, I cannot. He looked over speechlessly as Wyatt struggled to stand. I know you are capable. Otherwise, the vice president would not have let you come. Jean Frey listened silently to every word. Wyatt straightened and faced the two Sippat. Therefore, you are already part of our team, and I have the responsibility to protect you with my life, because I am the shield of the entire team. Terrifying aura radiated from the two. Their movements nearly identical even during cooldown. If we only defend, we will be dragged into a stalemate. Jean Frey clenched his fists. What should I do? Two Sippat sighed in boredom. I am bored, and now I am very hungry. She covered her mouth and laughed viciously. Let us end this warm-up. Both Jean Frey and Wyatt widened their eyes in horror. Three Sippat appeared at the same time. 2 against 3, this is impossible. Wild was bewildered. No, the clone skill should only create one body. Jean Frey thought silently. If the clone can create more clones, she will multiply endlessly. Surprised. You still have much blood to spill. 5 flaming arrows were fired at the two of them simultaneously. All 5 drew their bows at once. The two were stunned and unable to react. Streak of light tore in 5 clones. A huge explosion rang out. Ifrit fire strike. Outside the door, Ifrit poured all his strength into attacking it. Myra was anxious. This is bad, we cannot break it. The door remained intact despite continuous attacks. Even the undead could not scratch it. Please be safe. Inside, Jean Frey shouted when he saw Wyatt lying motionless. Hey, wake up. Blood continued to flow from Wyatt's head. Hey. A faint call sounded, making Jean Frey freeze. Jean Frey. 2 voices echoed. Fortunately, you are safe. Do not speak anymore. You are pushing your body too far. Wyatt smiled. I am the shield of the 8 great guardians. That is my pride. Sippat stood not far away, covering her mouth as she giggled. Jean Frey gritted his teeth and stood up. Bastard. Tears streamed down his face. All teleportation was exhausted. Even the bracelets were useless. Rocket arrow is truly a joke. Suddenly blood burst from Jean Frey's body. Wyatt looked at him in disbelief. Did that strike exceed the limit of sacrifice? Wyatt's entire body was soaked in blood. Sorry. This shield could not protect you. I am about to leave you alone. 3 Sippat stood aside giggling. Blood still ran down Jean Frey's face. HP critical. I need you to help me with something. Sippat looked at the two in confusion. Wyatt smiled gently. All right, I trust you. Tears turned to blood as they rolled down Jean Frey's cheeks. Thank you. Sippat spoke impatiently. Are you done with your farewell? It is irritating to watch. Another flaming arrow flew in. Cooldown is over. Now only 1 life remains. A streak of light tore through the air. One Sippat was suddenly cut down. Sippat's voice trembled. What just happened? Jean Frey gripped the sword tightly in his hand. His face was icy. You had better prepare yourselves. Feeling intent surged violently from Jean Frey. His eyes were sharp. When did he move? 2 Sippat angrily rushed forward, swinging their swords. Dare to disrespect me, die. Jean Frey leapt up, startling both of them. Pat's eyes widened at the sword already pressed to her neck. Jean Frey slashed decisively, her head separated from her body. The remaining 3 Sipat were both frightened and shocked. Jean Frey growled, "I told you to prepare yourselves. There will be no next time." He plunged the sword tip into the ground. The blade began to liquefy. Before their eyes, relentless attacks annihilated the remaining Sipat. An image of 4 cards appeared. A card appeared before Jean Frey's eyes. Jean Frey picked up the card and turned to look at Wyatt lying in a pool of blood. He walked toward him. Wyatt lay with eyes closed. Jean Frey bowed his head and sobbed, "I have one request." He knelt beside him. "I want to reforge a weapon." As soon as he finished speaking, Wyatt opened his eyes. He smiled. "Spirit transference is it?" Jean Frey lowered his head in anguish. "The skill can only be used once in a lifetime, but there is still hope." Wyatt smiled gently. "I understand. I am willing to pass my spirit to you." 3 weapons merged into the sword. When an adventurer's flame of life fades, their will is passed on. That process is called spirit transference. Sword radiated new power. "I will definitely inherit your will." Wyatt closed his eyes with a smile, saying nothing more. Jean Frey focused on him, completely ignoring the noisy sounds outside. He stepped in and called out loudly, "The door is open. We can enter now, Jean Frey." He and Maria clearly showed shock. 4 bodies lay motionless on the cold stone floor. Maria rushed swiftly to his side. "This is Wyatt." He ran over in panic. "Wyatt? What exactly happened, damn it?" His face was still covered in dust and traces of battle. Maria immediately used healing magic. "Hold on. I will heal you right away." Jean Frey turned his back, unwilling to witness the scene before him. Jean Frey. Nis stepped forward and asked, "You are badly injured as well. Can you tell me what happened?" Jean Frey lowered his head. "He protected me." Wyatt's armor still bore clear wounds and dried blood. Nis's eyes flickered in turmoil. Looked at the corpses of the Sipat lying in pools of blood, then turned to Maria, who was trying to save Wyatt. "Wake up. Why did you foolishly sacrifice yourself like that?" Nis placed a hand on her shoulder and said softly, "Maria, he did everything he could." He stepped closer and called gently, "Wyatt." Wyatt did not open his eyes. "I have heard everything Jean Frey said." Nis lowered his gaze at the notification that appeared. "You are the pride of the 8-star Guardians. Rest in peace." Maria's face showed no emotion. Her brows were tightly furrowed in frustration. Jean Frey also did not reveal the pain in his heart. 4 silently left, leaving Wyatt's body behind. "We will definitely avenge you." Moved toward a larger door, yet another door. All 4 stood before it. Nis said, "This time let me go in first." The door slowly opened. 4 stepped into the room inside. Maria placed her hands on her hips and observed. This time the door did not close. Nis replied, "That is right, but..." Hundreds of demons bared their teeth and grinned at them. "It seems we still cannot avoid this welcome." Everyone immediately took battle stance. "Step back, let me handle them." Maria broke into a sweat yet snapped. "What are you saying? I am still furious." Myra added, "So am I, Vice President." Nis nodded, "Yes, everyone feels the same." Nis summoned Undying Army. Immediately afterward, he ordered the attack. Maria charged forward with her weapon. Myra followed closely. "Let me handle these." Said from afar, "At times like this, I cannot let emotions control me. We must eliminate them all." After speaking, he turned his gaze elsewhere. Nis asked Jean Frey, "Are you all right?" Jean Frey replied immediately, "No, I am wondering how reliable your team truly is." Nis struck his thoughts, startling Jean Frey. "You are talking about Wyatt, are you not?" Jean Frey remained silent for a moment, then lowered his head. "Because of me, an elite guardian has fallen." Hearing that, Nis also silently bowed his head. Nis continued, "Jean Frey, did Wyatt ever do anything that made you resent him?" Jean Frey pondered and shook his head. "No." Gave a faint, sorrowful smile. Nis closed his eyes and spoke reassuringly. "Exactly. Wyatt was that kind of person. He accepted you as a teammate and protected you. Continuing his will is the best way to honor him." After saying that, Jean Frey and Nis turned back toward the chaotic battlefield. "Once finished, we move on." In the end, they cast aside their grief and continued forward. Myra spoke up. "The path ahead splits into 2. What should we do? Splitting up is very dangerous." Nis considered 4 together is safer. "But if we encounter 7 enemies, we could still be wiped out. This is a difficult decision." After weighing it, Nis said, "No, split into 2 groups. 2 people each, even if our strength is divided. That way we avoid the risk of the entire team being annihilated by traps or tactics." Maria confidently pointed at Jean Frey. "You go with me, rookie. I am not comfortable going with the Vice President or Myra." Jean Frey sighed inwardly. "What kind of reason is that?" Ahead appeared a gigantic, obese monster. Jean Frey was astonished. "What is that? Charging on its own, it is Bubeka, 2nd rank bull beast, level 299. Myra and Nis stepped forward. A voice rang out, "Humans with top-grade blood scent. It will surely grant me powerful skills." Maria asked, ready. Myra replied, "It is a 3rd rank bull beast, Abe or Abad, level 333. Frey, Myra, Maria and Nis answered in unison, ready. The battle began. Maria and Jean Frey watched Bubeka casually eating. He held a bone and gnawed on it contentedly. While Jean Frey was still analyzing, Maria had already charged. This one is stronger than the fifth Demon King. We must observe its moves first. Jean Frey widened his eyes in shock. Maria laughed loudly and dashed forward. She closed in on him. Impossible. Maria laughed arrogantly. No words from your filthy body deserve forgiveness. He summoned her weapon. Maria gripped a massive hammer with pride. Bubeka froze before he could comprehend. Maria swung the hammer down heavily. Take this. Jean Frey stood not far away with his mouth agape, eyes wide and mouth open. Truly a brutal form of prayer. Maria laughed in delight as he rolled away. Such slow reflexes, fatty. Let me help you lose weight. She rested the hammer on her shoulder in thought, crazy yet precise. Worthy of the 8-star guardians, this strength is not enough. Suddenly, Maria seemed to remember something. She stared at the hammer. Damn it, wrong weapon. With the axe it would be over in one blow. Jean Frey was speechless, truly careless. Both watched him move. Gushy Hishi. A strong human has arrived. He stuck out his long tongue. This scent is mine. Maria switched to a gigantic axe. Either his thick hide saved him or he teleported before being struck. He excitedly discarded his injured arm, higher level than his appearance suggests. No wonder Wyatt struggled. Maria frowned in that case. Flash of light gleamed. She prayed to offer the flesh and blood of this monster to the gods. Maria raised the axe above Jean Frey's head. Sorry. Jean Frey broke into a cold sweat in fear. Stand still, and you will be split in two. Move. He watched Maria charge into battle. What the hell is this? Jean Frey summoned his sword. Not the time to complain, must join the fight. Maria froze when she saw him rush in with his sword. Maria quickly reminded, time it precisely, let me borrow your back. He pushed off and leapt up. A groan of pain sounded. Maria used Jean Frey's back as a springboard to vault high. She swung the axe down toward Bubeka. He managed to dodge, so the strike crashed into the ground. Jean Frey lay face down behind, dodged it. This fatty is really agile. He covered his mouth in admiration. Wyatt was truly impressive to have served as her shield. Jean Frey sat up and observed Maria continuously provoking him. Maria's face was cold and utterly serious. Jean Frey knelt on one knee and looked on. I understand now. Thinking about what Nis once said, continuing to carry his will was the best way to repay him. This was also the path she chose to avenge Wyatt. A voice called out, snapping him back to his senses. She tilted her head and panted. You are the outer guard. Do your duty, kid. Jean Frey raised his head and looked toward her. He sprang to his feet and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. The monster's power was still unclear. Charging in without a plan would only put both of them in danger, if that was the case. Both Maria and he held their weapons ready. Instead of recklessly rushing forward, it was better to focus on supporting that girl. She once again raised her axe high. He laughed loudly in satisfaction. Repent for the sin of gluttony and fall into hell. Amen. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. Spirit thunder roar. Elsewhere, Myra began chanting her skill, ancient chant. Beside her, the dog rushed out and unleashed bolts of lightning that spread throughout the room. Bad rested his chin on his hand, calmly sitting on the chair. That man's entire body convulsed violently from the electric shock. That man suddenly stood up and flexed his muscles. This tingling sensation was truly exhilarating. That man lowered his gaze downward. Bad rubbed his forehead and muttered, my body feels lighter now. Nis stood to the side and called out loudly, Myra. Glanced over as if she understood. She summoned the dragon and the mermaid, and in spirit water thunder. The electricity still enveloped that man's body. Behind him a wave was rising. That man trembled violently. This attack was far stronger than before. The situation was bad. That man's arms were pinned tightly by two reapers. He pushed up his glasses. Your body is indeed sturdy, but if you cannot move and keep taking continuous damage, what then? That man bared his fangs in a grin. Do you humans not always say you must respect the elderly? His gaze turned icy. That is true, but if that elder is a monster harming people, then it is different. Blood Spear stepped forward with his sword. Make your move, Blood Spear. Blood Spear stood directly opposite and assumed a stance. Blood Spear thrust his blade straight into a bad's chest. A hole pierced clean through the middle of that man's chest. Only then did Nis step forward. Even killing you cannot bring my comrade back, but at least this death will atone somewhat for your sins. That man collapsed dead on the floor. He and she looked at the motionless corpse. This side is done. I wonder how Maria and he are doing. You are right. The future is unpredictable, so we should regroup quickly. The two of them turned and left. Suddenly, a noise made both of them immediately turn their heads. The corpse on the floor had vanished. Where did it go? Where did he go? Above their heads, that man's figure suddenly appeared. Blood splattered everywhere. Myra froze when she saw a severed arm fall down. That man landed. Vice Guild Master, impressive, truly outstanding. She stared in horror at his severed arm. Bad bared his fangs and claws. Both of you have quite decent skills. She explained that was the thief's steel skill. And that ability to revive, could it be the warrior's immortality? He remained vigilant. That man must have stolen those skills and can even use them at the same time. This is his true power. That man laughed gleefully. Be careful, Myra. That man ran his hand along his long tongue. Now it is my turn. Sweat dotted both their faces, no matter what they had to bring him down. A deafening explosion erupted. Arya thrust her axe straight into the middle of Bubika's face. She widened her eyes. Jean Frey, standing beside her, was also stunned. Tip of the axe suddenly emitted a small surge of energy. He grinned. This move is vicious, but I have already blocked it. A surge of power radiated from him, forcing her back. Arya watched him stand up as if completely unharmed. Stuck out his long tongue greedily. That was the mage's enhancement skill. He knew he could not dodge, so he buffed his defense. She angrily charged forward with her axe. Do you only know how to defend? She swung her axe down at him. Come here, you fat bastard. Bubika used his bare hands to block her attacks. Maria shouted furiously. How utterly rude. She poured all her strength into knocking him back. You have no right to call me as I call you. He stood observing and noticed something unusual, merciless axe battle. With one hand, she stroked the blade of her axe. I will finish you in the next strike. Guard between his legs for me, understood. Suddenly, he stepped forward and raised his sword in front of her. He clearly felt her fury toward the one who killed Wyatt. She was determined to kill him. Jean Frey looked ahead suspiciously. Something is very wrong. Tumbled over with his legs in the air. The immense magic power from before was now only for defense. He must still be hiding a trump card. What is he plotting? The halo above his head began to glow. Bubika struggled to his feet. I will not hold back anymore. You will not leave here alive. I will tear you apart and devour you. She silently listened to his rambling. He summoned a gigantic sphere, water cannon. He laughed loudly with pride. Sphere shot toward the two of them. Explode, you filthy wretches. The streams of water suddenly vanished completely before his eyes. Small sphere had absorbed everything. Jean Frey used the sphere to draw in the currents. What is this? He smiled faintly. I understand now. This is your trump card, but now it is useless. He raised the sphere for him to see. Bubika's voice trembled. What was that skill just now? He sneered and charged forward. Want to know? He swung a slash that severed one of his arms cleanly. Looked at the fallen arm and screamed in pain. Bubika's whole body trembled as he clutched his arm. You pray have truly excited me. In the blink of an eye, his arm reattached. I can regenerate myself. Maria spoke from behind. It is over, rookie. Entire body and her axe shone brilliantly. Well done, child of the filthy mortal world. She gripped her axe and dashed forward, command. Created a protective shield. This buff cannot block her. I must retreat. Jean Frey stood behind and raised his hand to restrain him. What my body cannot move. His fingers moved deftly. A stitched one must move. By using two pieces of equipment at the same time, he could manipulate his opponent, though only on a single target. Arya leaped high into the air, preparing to bring down her axe. A flash of light split Bubika's body in two. His body was separated into two halves. It is over. His skin immediately turned pale white. His arms still trembled. My lord, I offer you the ugly sheep before me, therefore. She planted the massive axe on the ground. In your next life, eat to your heart's content, you fat pig. 4-leaf card appeared once again. She stopped and stared at the card. What the hell is this? Maria threw it away. He ran up from behind to pick it up. Not a treasure. Then I will not take it. Took a deep breath. Consider it halfway done. She stood not far from him. She frowned. When she unleashed her ultimate move, something had restrained that fat man. It seems his strength is more than just rumors. The whole group moved to another room. Consider the enemy dealt with right. That is correct. She and Jean Frey stepped into the room. Maria led the way and then stopped at a dead end. He could only remain silent because he had assumed she knew the route well. Seeing her walk so confidently, he did not even bother to ask. Their voices echoed down the corridor. Let us go back to the intersection earlier. Got it. Then which direction do we turn? She flared up and pointed straight at his face. Damn it, rookie. At times like this, you should be the one going first. This is truly unfair. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out, making both of them jump in fright. Everything around them gradually faded away. What the hell is happening? In a completely different room, the two of them were transported. He and she stood stunned, unable to grasp what had just happened. Was that teleportation? What is going on? Where is this place? On the floor, Myra and Nice lay motionless beside the Vice Guild Master. Lay face down on the floor, unmoving. Right beside him, she had been motionless for some time. Rushed frantically to where Myra was lying. Jean Frey gently shook her, calling urgently, Myra, wake up. Are you all right? Myra slowly opened one eye and weakly replied, Jean Frey. A burst of laughter rang out, making him instantly wary. You should be thanking me. Bad suddenly appeared before them, standing with his arms crossed in smug satisfaction. He raised a hand to stop Jean Frey. It was I who teleported your weak teammate here. Jean Frey frowned in confusion. At least let me put Myra down first. Glancing at Abad, Jean Frey silently understood. So he was the one who teleported them, and he was fully aware that they were in a different room. In this gloomy tomb, everything lay under their control. At that moment, Maria rushed out and saw Nis severely wounded on the ground, Vice Guild Master. He could only call weakly Maria. She hurried to check and encouraged him. Hold on, I will heal you right away. You will be fine, that arm can still recover. Before she could finish, a black arrow pierced through her body, catching Maria completely off guard. Jean Frey, Nis, and Myra all froze and stared toward Maria. At the same time, an invisible force struck her, blood gushing endlessly from her abdomen. Seeing Maria collapse, Myra screamed her name in panic. Faced with that scene, both sides were momentarily at a loss for how to react. A deep, cold voice echoed from the shadows. Do not rush to heal your teammate like that. It was the light mage technique. Abad had fired a powerful laser beam. Jean Frey stood stunned as a worried voice sounded behind him. Maria, are you all right? Maria trembled as she raised her head and said apologetically, I am sorry, Vice Guild Master. I was too careless. Looking at her, he quickly replied, do not worry about me. Focus on healing yourself first. Hearing that, Maria nodded and immediately began circulating her inner power. Seeing her trembling hands, she realized in fear that she could not use her skill. Just then, Abad laughed gleefully. Look what I have obtained. Following that laughter, Maria slowly lifted her gaze. Seeing the weapon in his hand, she went pale. Could that be? Jean Frey was also shocked. That was the axe from Maria's skill. Had her skill been stolen? How, when Maria was still alive? The activation condition must be different. Abad spun the axe in his hand and laughed proudly. That is right. It is with me now. Maria shouted in grievance. Give it back. That is my weapon. But her heavy injuries made her cough up blood the moment she got agitated. Everyone called out Maria in alarm. Jean Frey's expression darkened. This is bad. Forget the stolen skill for now. We must save her first. Abad raised the axe again and said leisurely, do not be so arrogant. If you defeat me, the skill I took can be returned. He laughed confidently. What does it sound like a lie? Hearing that, Jean Frey grew even more cautious. What a bastard. Looking at Abad, Jean Frey calculated silently. Without knowing the mechanism of the stolen skill, he could not act rashly. In the end, he could only trust his words. After a brief thought, Jean Frey charged forward with icy eyes. But only a few seconds later, he felt something strange with his body. Abad raised his hand mockingly. Calm down, young man. Jean Frey's body was enveloped by inner power, startling him. This was the hand of God, the imperial aura of a high-level warrior. This aura had the ability to restrain opponents for a certain period of time. He struggled to his feet and stared at Abad. Enough. I will not let Maria fall into your hands. Channeling his inner power, he shouted, do not underestimate us. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed Dark Slash. Seeing the attack coming, Abad quickly raised his weapon to block it, refused to be outdone, and immediately summoned another clone. Looking at Nis, Abad sneered, do not be so hasty, brat. He added slowly, as I said, you should respect your senior. Myra could not hide her disdain. A disgusting old man like you deserves only punishment. As soon as she finished speaking, Myra erupted with inner power. She locked her gaze onto Abad and charged straight at him. Stroking his white beard, Abad chuckled slyly. This move looks rather dangerous. Before finishing his words, he continued gathering inner power, but this should be enough. And that was the Iron Wall skill, a defensive skill specialized in blocking the opponent attacks. Seeing this, Myra was astonished. He had erected a protective shield around himself many times. Observing his movement, she calculated silently. The skill was not too strong, but if activated continuously then. Abad laughed with delight. Even in this situation you still have strength. Youth is truly valuable. Myra replied sarcastically, rest assured, at least you are still far from experience. Immediately after, she commanded the 3 spirit weapons. Ifrit, Andon, Kirin, lend me your power. Hearing the command, all 3 immediately transmitted their energy to support Myra. Next, the elemental blessing skill was activated, increasing the elemental power of her attack. Nis glanced at Abad and added, respecting someone like you would only make society regress. Right after those words, a massive explosion resounded. Thick smoke billowed up. Nis and Myra stood waiting for the result. Myra asked anxiously, did it work? Nis replied softly, I am not sure. Do not lower your guard. But as soon as he finished speaking, a long streak of blue light swept across the air. The beam carried terrifying destructive force and shot straight toward them, startling them both. Nis realized in shock that just now was. Myra was equally shaken. That was the Vice Guild Master skill. Slash, Abad's face showed clear triumph, but his sly smile did not fade. Let me return it to you. Over here, Jean Frey stood frozen, unable to believe his power had been copied in such a way. Looking at the old man before him, he was filled with doubt. How exactly had he stolen it? At this moment, Jean Frey realized he still could not move at all. Before he could finish thinking, his eyes filled with panic. Jean Frey shouted a warning to his teammates. "Behind you, both of you move away." His words ended. A roar echoed through the space, Ifrit. The wall behind them cracked open with a large fissure. Nis and Myra were both blown away. Seeing that they were not dead, Abad laughed coldly, summoning an elemental spirit to counter that move. Fortunately, it was thanks to that move. The two of them narrowly escaped danger in time. Looking at his injured eye that was smoking, Abad's smile grew more terrifying. "Not bad. You managed to scratch me." Arya lay helpless on the ground and cried out, "Do not use my skill, filthy old man. Now then, let me taste all of your skills." Nis forced himself upright and shouted, "Myra, run." But in the end, her speed could not match Abad. Seeing the axe about to come down, Nis was so tense that sweat poured down. Arya, lying on the ground, also called out in panic, "Myra." On Myra's side, she froze for a brief moment. The sudden attack threw her into disarray, her mind only managing to register that her body was being pulled away. Not only Myra, Nis also stared there in horror. Where Abad had just attacked was empty, which surprised even him. The one who acted was Jean Frey. Somehow he had completely broken free from the restraint. Looking at Abad, Jean Frey's face was cold. That was the super gravitational pull skill. Abad pretended to remain calm. "It seems you can move now." But inwardly he wondered what kind of skill this was. Nis asked in surprise, "Was that you just now?" "Thank you," Jean Frey replied coldly. "The three of you stay here, I will handle him." Hearing that, he hesitated slightly. Jean Frey added, "The condition for him to steal a skill is to witness it with his own eyes and obtain the owner blood." Bad expression turned ugly as he looked at his opponent. Nis was about to continue speaking when he suddenly paused. Blood. Immediately after, a flood of memories suddenly surged back into Nis' mind. Based on what he recalled, he quickly deduced, that is right, that man can observe the entire dungeon. Therefore, he only needed to take the blood of the target he wanted to steal from. Myra was only lightly injured on the outside, so she never realized her skill had been taken. Jean Frey continued, "If that is the case, the longer we fight, the stronger he becomes, while we gradually weaken, correct?" Hearing that question, Nis immediately fell into deep thought. Jean Frey kept analyzing, "But if my intuition is not wrong, the true advantage is actually leaning toward us." Nis hesitated briefly, feeling as if the group was being led into a dead end. Then he glanced at Jean Frey to assess him. With his composure and unfathomable strength, perhaps there was still hope. In the end, Nis made a decision. "Fine. Although I am one of the 8 guardians, this time I will leave it to you, Jean Frey." Without turning back, Jean Frey replied firmly, "Rest assured." Abad sneered, "If you protect those people, then it seems I must deal with you first, fool." His memories surfaced clearly. Every strike from Jean Frey had been terrifyingly precise. In his mind, he muttered, "It was because this one was troublesome that I used the Imperial Aura yet." Looking at Jean Frey's calm expression, he thought to himself, "It seems he is even harder to handle than expected." Abad maintained a defensive stance, weighing in his heart whether to finish it quickly. Jean Frey stepped forward and asked directly, "Let us confirm first. If I defeat you, the skills will return to their owners, correct?" Abad looked amused. "As long as the owner is still alive, the skill is only in a borrowed state. Theoretically, that is so." At that point, he laughed slyly. "My father has never lost, so I cannot be certain." Hearing that arrogance, Jean Frey silently calculated. He was still hiding something, and Maria could not wait any longer. It had to end quickly. The moment the thought formed, Abad had already rushed forward. Seeing Jean Frey appear tense, he grew more delighted. "What is wrong? Afraid? Do not worry, I will devour all of you." Jean Frey immediately saw through him. "You absorb more than just blood." Then he replied coldly, "Do not underestimate me." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his inner power and counterattacked at once. Not expecting Jean Frey to be so difficult, Abad was forced into a sweat. He did not stand there to take it, immediately soaring upward to evade. This was Jean Frey's first skill. Anti-gravity used to repel the target. Abad shuddered inwardly, so it is anti-gravity truly troublesome. Thinking that, he quickly regained his composure. The more troublesome it is, the more delicious. His excitement had not even lasted when a strange force suddenly enveloped him. Jean Frey still stood calmly there, while Abad was completely unable to move. He reminded himself, this feeling is exactly like before. After a brief thought, Jean Frey clenched his fist tightly. The bracelet on his wrist began to glow. Abad was violently pulled back, shock following surprise. Jean Frey drew his weapon and shouted, "Foolish strike." The moment his words ended, he slashed fiercely toward Abad, who could only grit his teeth and glare. The pain made Abad howl, while Jean Frey's gaze was frighteningly cold. His smugness vanished. The vicious light in his eyes gradually dimmed. But only moments later, Purple light burst from Abad's body again, along with a cunning smile. Breaking free from the restraint, he sneered. That attack was decent. It affected me more than before. Jean Frey evaluated inwardly. As expected, it is not easy. His defensive ability far exceeds my estimation. He calculated quickly. The risk is great, but I cannot trade Maria life, either victory or death. I can only seize the opportunity. Immediately after, Jean Frey raised his weapon and spoke. Abad watched with suspicion. He is putting away his weapon. Jean Frey suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought of apologizing to those whose skills you stole?" Abad was stunned. Apologize? What nonsense are you talking about? Then he laughed arrogantly. I enjoy watching the weak die by their own skills after losing their power. He glanced toward the 3 injured people he had knocked down. I will laugh. Who needs to apologize, idiot? Jean Frey's expression darkened. I understand. Then I will not hold back either. He shouted loudly, change class, great swordsman. This is the necklace of memory, allowing the user to switch to any class once defeated. Jean Frey immediately switched from alchemist to great swordsman. This could not help but be startled at the sight. What is this? Abad still showed disdain toward his new equipment. What is this, a performance? Jean Frey shouted. You are the one who will dance. I will not listen to any pleas and will bury you immediately. Abad instantly vanished and reappeared behind Jean Frey. He laughed gleefully. Threats are useless. You will dance and then die, rookie. Your blood I will take. Blood splattered. Abad laughed in exhilaration. Die and become my food. Jean Frey had already swiftly slid back to create distance. Though blood ran down his face, he felt no major problem. The contrary, joy surged within Jean Frey. I have found it. It was Abad's turn to be stunned. What, I cannot use the skill. He stood frozen, while Jean Frey calmly observed. He was satisfied that his judgment was correct. He could only steal class skills, unable to copy skills from items. With a cold smile, Jean Frey summoned his weapons again, foolish strike. As soon as he spoke, 2 swords appeared in his hands. Everyone was astonished, especially Nis, twin swords of the same type. Abad tried to steady himself. Even with extra weapons, it is useless. But right after, his body began to show strange reactions. Red marks surfaced, causing Abad to panic. What is happening? My body poison. Jean Frey calculated. I only need one finishing blow if I prevent him from using skills. Abad breathed heavily, unwilling to accept this outcome. Jean Frey's face was icy. Once dead, regret is too late. Immediately after, his twin blades slashed across Abad's body. Blood did not even have time to flow. Abad's eyes gradually dimmed. In the end, he collapsed to the ground. The system announced that the enemy had been defeated, obtaining Black 4-leaf clover number 3. Jean Frey held the card in his hand, examining it carefully. Then he turned his gaze toward everyone. Jean Frey asked Maria with concern. Fortunately, everyone had regained their classes and were recovering. He asked further about the skills. Maria replied joyfully, just as he said, it has returned. She smiled at Jean Frey. Thank you so much. Jean Frey paused, recalling what Maria once said, rookie, you are my teammate, just do your job. Maria turned and said, I am done. Give me your hand, Vice President. I will restore your HP as well. Nis laughed. I will let the ladies go first. Myra, go ahead. She frowned. Your condition is worse than mine. Seeing everyone at ease, Jean Frey also felt relieved. After the battle, a satisfied smile finally appeared on his lips. But then Jean Frey's gaze suddenly stopped on the person beside him. Nis spoke up. I still have many questions, but later. Thank you, Jean Frey. I am truly grateful. Jean Frey felt slightly embarrassed. No, that is what I should do. After a brief pause, his expression turned serious. It is not over yet. As he spoke, he looked at the door from which black aura was pouring out. Jean Frey warned, this presence feels even stronger than the previous one. As soon as he finished speaking, a young boy slowly stepped out from within. Maria was also startled. He looks like a child, but not something normal. Do not be careless. Under his sinister gaze, the boy was already standing right in front of Jean Frey. That sudden appearance left Maria and Myra stunned. 2 of them were momentarily speechless. The boy looked at Jean Frey and smiled brightly. Are you the strongest here? Play with me. Not only the others, but even Jean Frey froze for a moment. Nis had not lowered his guard at all, thinking to himself, I did not even have time to react. Jean Frey quickly asked again, play how? He replied calmly, that is right, I like playing with the strong. Playing with the weak like earlier makes them break too quickly. It is boring. Hearing that, Maria's expression grew even more unsettled. Feeling belittled, she could not hold back. Who are you calling weak? Myra startled and pulled her back. Maria, watch your words. Do not provoke him. He showed clear irritation, baring sharp teeth as his voice lowered. How noisy. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark power instantly engulfed the entire area. He said coldly, right now I am talking to him. His sharp and eerie gaze swept over them. Do not interfere. Looking at the 3 people being confined, Jean Frey immediately deduced, it was Fear Barrier Blade, a mage skill that created a confinement barrier, inflicted fear, continuously reduced HP and nullified skills and equipment. Realizing this skill, Jean Frey broke into a cold sweat. Fear Barrier Blade, this is bad. A countdown appeared on the system interface. Jean Frey glanced at it and told himself, must save them before their HP drops to 0. He laughed in disdain. See that? You fell into the trap so easily. The weak are truly amusing. He smiled brightly at Jean Frey. Ignore those ones and play with me, right? Jean Frey immediately shifted to offense. He leaped back lightly as if merely playing around. Fighting, Jean Frey shouted, I did not come to amuse you, release them now. He narrowed his eyes coldly. You are fast. It seems you are the strongest among them. He stared at Jean Frey. Stay here and play with me forever. I have always wanted a friend like that. He began listing. Sibat is dull. Bubakar is fat and lazy. A3 is fake. He shrugged. They are far weaker than me, so I get bored. Agree. Jean Frey kept slashing and shouted, shut up. He sat down on a chair, watching Jean Frey intently as if observing a toy. He revealed his true nature. Do you think you have the right to refuse, human? I will play with you until your limbs are torn apart. As he spoke, he licked his lips perversely. Then I can eat you as well. Jean Frey took a deep breath, looking at the boy before him. I will beat you across this playground. Prepare yourself. He stood up and laughed with delight. Interesting, now it is my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned lightning. Bolts of lightning carrying fierce destructive power immediately struck down. Jean Frey forced a smile, his expression turning grave. Bolt struck straight down. Jean Frey narrowly dodged at the last second. He laughed triumphantly. Dodge it. One hit and you die. Jean Frey kept evading, sweat pouring down his forehead. Looking at his opponent, Jean Frey cursed inwardly. This brat is truly troublesome. What a headache. Not to mention, he had not yet been healed by Maria. Current HP was only 1 point. One hit would truly be the end. Realizing that, he paused briefly. Jean Frey quickly activated the left ring of the world-ending god, the black hole skill. He sprang up excitedly. That is it. That is the one. You used this to kill Sipat and Bubeka. Show it to me again. Jean Frey clearly understood he was toying with him. Maria shouted angrily, I should have healed Jean Frey first. I must break out. This was also alarmed. Fear barrier blade cannot be broken from inside. We must defeat the mage or force him to dispel it. Jean Frey. On the other side, Jean Frey kept running while dodging lightning. Not stopping there, he kept pace alongside him. He drew twin swords and activated a swordsman's skill. Try this. Can you absorb it? Jean Frey gritted his teeth, glancing at him with concern. Even though he blocked the attack, he was inwardly shocked. His speed was too fast, maintaining the barrier while attacking with immense force. He laughed loudly. Weapons do not work, then try this. Fireball was summoned, consecutive fire element attacks appearing. Seeing 4 fireballs rushing toward him, Jean Frey calculated quickly. Not satisfied, he doubled it, summoning mirror. Summoning mirror copied the target skill. He laughed proudly, but a surprised voice rang out. What? Light burst forth. He watched intently. Expression turned excited, his smile growing wider. He unleashed a counter defense strike. It was a counter effect, usable only once. Jean Frey refused to yield, summoning the right hand of creation along with the white hole skill. He said coldly, I thought you would absorb the fireballs. I did not expect you to use the lightning absorbed earlier. Very good, Jean Frey. I look forward to it even more. Charged straight toward Jean Frey. Jean Frey gritted his teeth to resist, thinking the ring skill is not strong enough. HP is only 1, all options are limited. His mind wavered. Even if I switch class, the skills are only level 1, not enough power. Idaitin is still on cooldown. The level gap is too large. Is there no way? Before he could finish thinking, he laughed coldly and rushed forward. You are slowing down. Keep entertaining me. Black-white fist was unleashed. A combination of light and darkness strikes. Brilliant golden light exploded, enveloping both of them. Jean Frey froze, his heart shaken. Immediately after, he was blasted away, unable to suppress a cry of pain. Seeing Jean Frey collapse to one knee, he asked disdainfully, Is this your limit? He laughed loudly. I told you, keep entertaining me. Jean Frey gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, this is over. No one spoke. The atmosphere grew heavy. He smiled brightly. What is wrong? Giving up. You are ruining the mood. Jean Frey revealed a strange smile. Indeed, I did not expect you to be only this strong. Playing with you is like playing with a fool. Hearing that, he was instantly stunned. He roared, You say I am weak. I will defeat you right now. Glared in fury. I am very strong. How dare you call me weak? Jean Frey smiled confidently. Do you not understand? A truly strong one must use at least 6 elements. He continued, and you only use lightning, fire, wind, light, and darkness. That is only 5. Burst into laughter. I thought you had surrendered. He gathered power. I will make you take back those words. Water sphere was launched, a powerful water element attack. Jean Frey smiled slyly but said nothing. The water sphere shot straight toward Jean Frey. Everyone stared, unable to hide their shock. Jean Frey smiled brightly, teasing, neat and clean. Continued, I did not expect you to fall for such a cheap provocation. Thank you, brat. He was stunned. You absorbed the water sphere, then exclaimed, Why the previous strike was weaker yet you could not absorb it completely. Jean Frey replied, Ah, the black-white fist earlier, it was only bait. He sneered, Only then would you look down on me. Jean Frey smiled. two circles of different colored light appearing in his hands. Seeing the light surrounding him, everyone was astonished. Myra could not help asking what that was. Jean Frey immediately replied, "You are strong but still a child, easy to deceive. If you had used them as hostages, I would have lost." He roared angrily, "Do not look down on me. I do not need despicable tricks to win." Glanced at the three of them with disdain. They are only fit to be spectators. As soon as he finished speaking, he stubbornly gripped his weapon. "This is not over." Jean Frey smiled and replied calmly, "No, it is over, at least for you." His gaze turned icy. "As for me, this is victory." He frowned, unable to believe he was about to lose to someone he had only treated as a toy. He charged straight forward, trying to remain calm as he shouted, "Shut up. You are truly troublesome. I will sever your limbs and let those ones watch." Yet Jean Frey was utterly composed. He continued circulating his inner power once more. Great world. Witnessing that scene, he froze briefly, never expecting this opponent to be so strong. Immediately after, he felt as if he were being pulled into a mysterious black galaxy. Looking around, he stiffened in disbelief. He slashed wildly in panic. What is this darkness? Before he could understand what was happening, Jean Frey had already seized the initiative and appeared behind him. The condition to activate Great World was to absorb at least 6 elements from attacks within a limited time. Cooldown of this skill reached 720 hours, equivalent to 30 days, which alone proved its terrifying nature. Watching Jean Frey drift farther from view, he shouted, "What is happening? I cannot use my skills." Jean Frey explained calmly, "Great World is a supreme skill that can devour any target. I told you, this is my victory." Losing his arrogance, he now looked like a confused child trying to comprehend what was happening. From below, sinister currents surged upward and enveloped him. A desperate cry rang out, "The darkness is swallowing me." Staring at Jean Frey back, he begged helplessly, "No, play with me, please, Jean Frey." Great World gradually faded along with a miserable scream. "I do not want to be alone, no." Jean Frey did not turn around, his face solemn and devoid of emotion. He said to himself, "Stay in there and play forever, brat." Feeding Echo granted Jean Frey Black 4 Leaf Clover number 4. When he was destroyed, the countdown clock gradually disappeared as well. The three who had been confined were finally freed. Arya looked toward Jean Frey. "The barrier is gone. You defeated that brat." Jean Frey replied calmly, "Yes. Now he is probably drifting somewhere in space. In theory, we will not meet him again." Maria sighed in relief, understood. "Before thanking you, let me borrow you for a moment." Before finishing her words, Maria pulled Jean Frey over. "This time I must heal you properly." Miss smiled brightly and continued, "You truly risked your life to save us, Jean Frey. I express my gratitude." Jean Frey felt slightly embarrassed. "Not at all. Along the way, everyone helped me greatly." Maria still refused to let it go. "Next is the Vice Guild Master." Myra also spoke up. "It seems this place is no longer dangerous." Jean Frey silently observed the surroundings, thinking indeed the atmosphere had become much safer. Even the Angel Ring detected no further signals. Perhaps once the boss was defeated, the subordinate monsters vanished as well. That moment Myra cried out, "Vice Guild Master, the door leading into this room has disappeared." Hearing that, Nis showed a trace of confusion. He stepped forward to check. Indeed, the door had been sealed shut. Nis confirmed, "You are right," Maria panicked. "Does that mean we are trapped here?" Jean Frey frowned. "It must be that brat final trick." His sly laughter echoed in his mind. "Stay here and play with me forever." After a brief thought, Jean Frey analyzed. If the dungeon was created by a mage skill, it should have vanished. Wait, that is not right. Immediately after, he quickly accessed the system. Maria asked in surprise, "What is it?" "Did you discover something?" Jean Frey replied, "I can take everyone out." She widened her eyes. "Really?" Jean Frey added, "I am not certain, but if my intuition is correct." After saying that, Jean Frey took out a stack of cards. They were the complete set of 4 leaf clovers from 1 to 4. Jean Frey calculated silently. "If I combine the 4 items obtained from the bosses with this item." Acting on his thought, he shouted, "Change class, Alchemist, transmute." Immediately after, Jean Frey obtained the Death Scythe. Everyone was stunned by this artifact, especially Myra, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Holding the scythe, Jean Frey was also astonished. Hidden fragment number 8, Death Scythe. I had only heard rumors before. That moment loud laughter rang out. Finally some fresh air, how delicious. The voice made all 4 freeze, none daring to speak. Myra asked in surprise, "This weapon can talk." Maria shouted irritably, "Jean Frey, lower its volume. Do you take me for a toy?" The Death Scythe yelled, "So you are the one who summoned me, finally a new master." Jean Frey thought to himself, "The rumors are true, hidden weapons can speak." The scythe spun around, chattering and teasing everyone. Jean Frey told himself, "They say its power is terrifying, but its personality is truly too noisy." The scythe laughed cheerfully. "From now on I will help you, partner. Let us cooperate happily." Jean Frey swung the scythe in a powerful slash. Immediately a passage opened. Group followed and left, everything proceeding smoothly thanks to Jean Frey. Maria inhaled deeply in awe. "Amazing, we really made it out." Scythe rambled again, leave it to me. I can tear apart anything except romance. After all, I am a gentleman. Maria snapped irritably, shut your mouth. Because it was too noisy, Jean Frey had to store it away, though he silently admitted its stats were very strong. The four were busy chatting. None noticed a gaze watching from above. Finally, Jean Frey noticed and glanced in that direction. But in the distance, no one could be seen, making him wonder if he had imagined it. Nis called out at that moment, Jean Frey. He said, this time you helped us greatly, thank you. We intend to return to the guild to report. What about you? Jean Frey looked at him in surprise, waiting for what came next. Nis continued, as someone who contributed greatly, would you come back to the guild with us? Jean Frey asked in surprise me. Nis nodded firmly, of course. The guild is very interested in you. Jean Frey inwardly groaned, guessing they would ask about the hidden equipment and might even detain him. Better find a way to slip away first. At that moment, another voice sounded. Our president also wishes to meet you. Jean Frey asked again. The president of the Adventurers Guild. Nis explained, because of the nameless monster issue. If you volunteer, it would be even better. Hearing that, Jean Frey fell into thought, the president. Immediately after, he revealed a sly smile. The scene shifted to night on the 8th continent. Voice reported, the 4 pawns including E have been eliminated in the human raid. Hearing that, the 4 figures seated above remained silent. The other continued reporting. There was a human who used divine weapon. Last they spoke, it has been a long time since we heard that name. It seems our efforts are still insufficient. The wish of the Abyss Lord must be fulfilled. Any who stand in the way must die. Jean Frey was still unaware that danger was drawing near. Entering inside, Nis spoke. President, we have arrived. Before them stood an elderly man with a gentle face. Hank smiled. You have defeated the Nameless. Well done, Nis, Myra, Maria, and Wyatt. Nis stepped forward. The president nodded and replied, what happened to Wyatt is truly regrettable. We have lost a powerful friend, both personally and organizationally. Jinxman looked at Jean Frey. Allow me to express my deepest gratitude as the guild representative. Jean Frey assessed silently. This is Zinsman Ji, the guild president. His bearing is indeed different. He continued, allow me to introduce myself. I am Jean Small J, president of the guild, and the reason I summoned you here. Naturally, because I am very interested in you, causing Jean Frey's expression to darken. He added, in truth, the matter has not been fully resolved. With a wave of his hand, a system panel appeared. Both Jean Frey and Nis were astonished. On the screen were massive, ferocious monsters. Nis was stunned. That is, Maria panicked, are monsters inside the city. Jean Frey muttered, that is absurd. He thought, cities always have defensive walls to block all kinds of monsters. Jean Frey wondered, could this be the aftermath of the Nameless monster? Zinsman explained. After the Nameless was defeated, many monsters appeared on the 6th continent. We have dispatched elite forces to evacuate civilians and adventurers. Nis continued, then we should head to the 6th continent to regroup, correct? Zinsman nodded in satisfaction. You understand quickly, Nis replied. Thanks to Maria healing, we have stabilized and are ready to depart. Zinsman said, I apologize for assigning this urgent mission, but the situation is extremely critical. I know this is a difficult request, but I ask everyone to head to the battlefield immediately. Nis responded at once, I agree. Maria lit herself a cigarette and spoke. If we look at the overall picture right now, the number of monsters appearing is enormous, yet there is absolutely no sign of the Nameless. Zinsman replied, according to the latest reports, that is indeed the case. Maria nodded in satisfaction. That is good. If the Nameless as strong as those in the dungeon appeared, then everything would already be a disaster. At that moment a voice interrupted. I fear it is still too early to lower our guard, Maria. Zinsman added, because we have not received any confirmed report yet, so we cannot guarantee they will not appear, or that this is not a trap they have set. Jean Frey silently recalled, they are intelligent beings by nature. This quickly supplemented the report. President, what is the situation of the 8-star guardians on the other continents? Zinsman answered based on the information just received. Luluka has defeated the C-rank dungeon boss. Afterward, all monsters in the city and the dungeon vanished. Ira was astonished. Monsters disappear after clearing the dungeon, Maria panicked. Then if we eliminate the boss on the 6th continent, the monsters in the city will also dissipate. Jinx smiled. That is the temporary conclusion. But the key remains why only monsters from dungeons can breach the defensive walls. If we cannot answer that, the cycle of monster resurgence will continue. Hearing that, Maria felt the information was truly hard to digest. Nis continued, the connection between this wave and the Nameless is still unclear, but seeing him hesitate, the 2 girls immediately turned to look at him. He continued, at present we have no other choice but to purge the monsters in the cities. Zinsman nodded. That is also the immediate objective. Luluka is handling an A-rank dungeon. Leon and Gigan are advancing to a B-rank dungeon, and Ryo is clearing an E-rank dungeon. Nis immediately responded, understood. Then leave the F and S rank dungeons to us. Let us act quickly. Jean Frey thought to himself. He did not mention the hidden equipment at all. It seems the vice president has not said anything. For now it is still safe. Just as he was about to leave, he was called back. Jean Frey, I still have something to say to you. Hearing that, everyone turned their heads at once. Zinsman looked at him. Earlier you helped us eliminate the Nameless. For that I am very grateful. Jean Frey forced a smile. His expression slightly stiff. It was nothing. He paused, then continued. But that is another matter. The two girls sighed inwardly. Here it comes again. Without another word, Zinsman suddenly fell silent, lips pressed tight. Immediately after, he released a powerful surge of inner power. Jean Frey had not yet understood when his vision darkened. Zinsman said coldly, forgive me. I cannot rely only on words, unless I confirm the strength with my own eyes. Jean Frey cried inwardly. He is monstrously strong, even stronger than E. Even with hidden equipment, the chance of victory might only be 50%. Thinking that, a stiff smile appeared on his lips, sweat forming on his forehead. But in the next second, it was Zinsman's turn to show surprise. Nis panicked and stepped in front of Jean Frey. President, now is not the time. Killing intent was withdrawn instantly. The gentle smile returned to his face. Zinsman patted Jean Frey's shoulder. Sorry, old habit. I hope you will continue to lend your strength to the guild. We need you greatly. His gaze was deep. This boy has rare talent and can even eliminate Mannies. He thought to himself, letting this seed slip away would be truly foolish. Jean Frey said coldly, I have no obligation to obey the guild, but I owe the vice president a favor, so I will cooperate. Nis warned anxiously, Jean Frey, please be careful with your words. Jean Frey added, I guarantee I will eliminate more monsters than any other guardian. His gaze was sharp. Let me prove my capability. I will handle the hardest one, the S-Rank dungeon. During that, a satisfied smile appeared on Jinxman's face. The two looked at each other, each carrying their own thoughts. Then he nodded, very well, I accept that request. Jean Frey immediately flew upward. Then let us not waste time. He also had his own calculation. The Nameless could appear at any time. He had to seize the chance to gather the next hidden equipment. Scene shifted to the S-Rank dungeon, the team consisting of Jean Frey and Myra. Monsters were continuously cut down, their screams echoing without end. Myra provided fire support and shouted, Ifrit, fire over there. After the attack, the monsters instantly turned to ash. Myra wiped her sweat. Their numbers are terrifying. No matter how many we kill, it never seems to end. And the key target is still the boss. At that moment, her eyes glanced to the side. Jean Frey acted decisively, severing a monster head with a single slash. A voice rang out, causing him to startle. You are trying hard. Myra asked loudly, is it because of the agreement between you and the president? Jean Frey answered honestly, partly. I also need to secure myself. Myra exposed him. You are plotting something again, right? Do not turn yourself into a criminal. He laughed and said, I am helping the guild. It benefits both sides, does it not? Hearing that, Myra said nothing further. Just then a call came in. She answered, this is Myra. Jean Frey continued thinking, to find the next hidden equipment I need that item. But the drop rate is extremely low. I must patiently hunt continuously. In this chaos, the probability may be higher. Zinsman asked with a smile, how is the situation, Myra? Anything unusual? Myra replied, nothing except the large number of enemies. Then thought Jean Frey is truly stable. Zinsman asked further, are only two of you enough? Jean Frey interjected, no need to worry. If I cannot handle something this minor, how can I prove my strength? Zinsman chuckled softly, I understand, then I leave it to you too. Jean Frey said while eliminating monsters, thank you. Myra thought to herself, Jean Frey is truly different when facing the president. Looking at the monster corpse before her, she had to admit he is indeed very capable. Zinsman continued speaking about the situation in the other dungeons. Leon, Gigan, and Ryu team is progressing smoothly. The boss has been defeated. Vin and Maria are also doing well and are finishing the remaining tasks. Myra smiled and replied, understood. But immediately after her gaze froze. Remembering something, she asked, what about Luluka? Zinsman replied the same, we still cannot contact him. Hearing that, Myra's expression darkened slightly. She thought to herself, that is right. There is still one eccentric equal to Jean Frey and the president. Zinsman said, the last contact was before Luluka entered the rank dungeon. There was no request for support. Perhaps he is soloing. If it is him, there is no need to worry. Myra reassured herself as well, yes, if it is Luluka, it will be fine. Speaking of Luluka Anvis, the strongest among the 8-star guardians, Zinsman instructed that if there is any change, they must report immediately. Myra replied, understood. Jean Frey stepped over and asked if she was done. Hearing his voice, Myra startled slightly, then turned. Jean Frey turned his back and smiled. Let us continue toward the boss. Zinsman continued calling the other teams. Leon, Gigan, Ryu, how is the situation? Leon replied cheerfully, no problem, these ones are too weak. Ryu remained silent as usual. merely looking at the monsters he had defeated. Gigan reported confidently, "We are about to face the boss." Zinsman was satisfied. "Very good. Everything is progressing smoothly, old man. It is me. How are the other teams?" At that moment, an unexpected voice rang out, surprising him. Zinsman smiled. "You finally called, Luluka. I should be the one asking what you are doing." Luluka laughed brightly. "I just entered the rank dungeon. Now I will continue deeper." Zinsman was surprised. "You just entered? That seems rather late." Luluka replied calmly, "That is correct." He added, "I encountered a bit of trouble on the way, but it has been handled. I will try to finish quickly." Zinsman was satisfied. Zinsman instructed everyone, "If anything happens, contact immediately." Luluka replied cheerfully, "Understood." Paused, then added one final remark. Leon laughed loudly after hearing it. "That rookie is truly arrogant, but I like that courage." Ryu remained silent as usual, not saying a word. Gigan frowned coldly. "That is not arrogance but insolence. Daring to be disrespectful to the president, truly rude." Zinsman only smiled. "No, he has some pride, but he is not a bad person. This is my report. Returning to the main mission. I rely on all of you. Good luck." Luluka revealed an interested smile. That rookie Jean Frey, the one who caught that old man attention. This moment, he also began to feel a trace of curiosity about that person. The scene on Jean Frey's side could be described as utter chaos. Monster corpses were scattered across the ground. Not a single one remained standing. The Iron Goblin raised his voice in disbelief. He had not expected anyone to overcome countless dungeon trials to reach him. That arrogance stemmed from his status. The level 400 Iron Goblin possessed the Steel Fortress trait. His defense was heavily reinforced. Only attacks surpassing the required threshold could inflict damage. Jean Frey placed his hands on his hips resolutely. Surrendering was out of the question, especially with Myra standing beside him. The thought alone felt awful. He turned to Myra and said he was sorry, but would personally finish off that monster. Myra let out a helpless sigh and replied, "Fine, do whatever you want." Luluka suddenly appeared, arriving at just the right moment. Myra was astonished, while Jean Frey remained expressionless. The moment she saw Jean Frey, Luluka stepped forward and asked if he was Jean Frey, saying she wanted to see how strong he was. Jean Frey looked at Luluka, wondering who this person was. That demeanor was difficult to read. As he observed and evaluated, Jean Frey clearly sensed the opponent's strength was on a completely different level, perhaps equal to the chairman or even superior. In contrast, Myra appeared agitated, asking why Luluka had shown up here. Hearing the familiar name, Jean Frey suddenly recalled what Zinsman once said. Luluka had been handling a nearby rank dungeon. Thinking more carefully, was he not an 8-star guardian? Luluka smiled casually and said the reason was simple. She heard rumors of a rookie daring to challenge the association, so she came out of curiosity, leaving Myra stunned. After saying that, a bright smile appeared clearly on Luluka's face. Jean Frey remained silent, his vigilant gaze never leaving her. Myra quickly asked, saying the chairman mentioned she was at an ranked dungeon. Luluka nodded in confirmation and said she had finished there, so she stopped by to help. Hearing that, Myra could not help but be startled. Jean Frey was also astonished, thinking perhaps she cleared that place before coming here. Luluka then cheerfully extended her hand in a friendly greeting. Though she appeared amiable, Jean Frey remained wary inside. He had just contacted the chairman and now encountered this person. It was truly strange. At that very moment, a massive boulder shot straight toward them from afar. All three turned their heads at once. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. A demon appeared in a fury, shouting that they dared to be careless while he still stood there, saying they looked down on him too much. Luluka burst into hearty laughter, saying it seemed to be her fault, demon. As soon as she finished speaking, she lightly leaped onto a nearby large rock. Luluka smiled and said she would sit and watch, leaving the rest to Jean Frey to handle. Myra shouted in frustration, asking if she would only observe. Luluka calmly replied that was right, leaving her speechless. Jean Frey drew his weapon and told Myra to step back. Demira. Myra pointed at Luluka and asked if he was not concerned about that person. Jean Frey frowned and replied that of course he had to be cautious. Demon looked at Jean Frey in surprise, saying he wanted to face him alone, truly overestimating himself. That man paused and sneered, saying even with more people the outcome would not change. Very well, he accepted. Myra glared angrily at the Demon King, while Jean Frey gave a wry smile and reminded her he had told her to stand aside. So the battle between Jean Frey and the Demon King officially began. Luluka watched with hidden interest, thinking there was only one way to eliminate an S-rank demon. Wondering what this rookie would do, thought had just flashed when Jean Frey charged forward. The Demon King refused to be outdone, roaring as he unleashed all his inner power. A massive hand reached out and seized Jean Frey tightly, the crushing force enough to pulverize others. Yet contrary to expectations, Jean Frey immediately twisted free and counterattacked. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, shouted loudly, his eyes filled with determination. Jean Frey brought down a thunderous slash toward the Demon King. Only then did the Demon King feel inwardly alarmed. This person had slain many monsters, yet still possessed such stamina. Jean Frey relentlessly unleashed a barrage of frontal slashes at his opponent. While observing, Jean Frey wondered if the nameless monster event had made it stronger. Under normal circumstances, its level would be around 350, yet now it had reached 400. He calculated silently. Even at the same level, the Demon King was far inferior to EA. Despite enduring a rain of blows, the Demon King stood firm without the slightest sign of weakening. Left with no choice, Jean Frey retreated to seek another approach. Myra observed from outside and realized the opponent's toughness far exceeded normal standards. She analyzed in her mind that the 6th S-Rank Demon King might lack pure strength, but that armor was nearly impossible to break. Luluka also secretly watched Myra. The two exchanged not a single word. After that, Luluka's gaze shifted to Jean Frey. Luluka could not hide her disappointment. She had thought the rookie who caught the old man's attention would be different, yet all she saw were ineffective strikes that left not even a scratch. Thinking so, she remained silent. Luluka muttered softly, "How boring." Even so, she reassured herself that counting Myra's support, a rookie reaching this far was already rare. But that was all. Luluka's eyes clearly showed a lack of interest. Nothing remarkable. Why did the old man care? At that moment, Jean Frey seized the decisive opportunity. He rushed straight toward the Iron Goblin, while it also extended its hand to grab him. Luluka behind them widened her eyes in shock, blurting out. Jean Frey had accurately struck the critical weak point. The Iron Goblin cried out in astonishment. Luluka realized something had fallen out. Before Jean Frey's confident expression, Luluka was utterly stunned. She had not expected that move to be effective. She thought it would take much longer, then suddenly realized something. Luluka softly called Myra. She asked if Myra had taught him how to hunt a demon lord. Myra flusteredly denied it repeatedly. Luluka rested her chin on her hand in thought. If he was a rookie, then this must be his first demon lord hunt after guidance. Then how did he know this method? The 6th demon lord possessed a core within its body. This core changed rank depending on the power used to eliminate it. Jean Frey told himself that using 100 leg strike would be enough. This time he decided to go all out to showcase his skill. As soon as the thought ended, Grim inside him exclaimed excitedly that it was finally his turn. Oh, could this girl be the main character? He asked what nonsense was that, dating inside a cave. Jean Frey felt helpless while Myra angrily denied it. Luluka continued observing. If Jean Frey went on, the final core would emerge. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence combined with a rare special weapon. Now was the crucial moment, whether he would receive an S-Rank reward or not. In the past, only Luluka, Zinsman, and a few rare others had obtained this reward. Grim excitedly looked at the fallen Iron Goblin and laughed loudly, praising their luck as the second skill was unlocked. The system announced the activation condition. Level difference exceeding 200 compared to the target. The second Death God skill unlocked, allowing one strike equal to the total stats of the target, limited to 4 times. Conditions completely matched what Jean Frey had previously heard. He took advantage of the Demon Lord's increased level in this situation. Luluka could no longer maintain her composure. Sweat seeped out as she forced a stiff smile. Jean Frey shouted loudly, pouring all his strength into the final strike. The Iron Goblin stared at him with wide eyes. Jean Frey shattered the iron core inside it. Fatal blow descended. The Demon King roared in agony. It helplessly watched its body gradually disintegrate. Witnessing that scene, Luluka felt slightly more pleased. Myra remained silent, quietly observing Jean Frey for a long time. As for Jean Frey, he could not hide his satisfaction, a confident smile clearly appearing on his lips. At last, the Demon King collapsed under his finishing blow. Jean Frey stood still, waiting for the result of the hunt. Card in his hand lit up. The strike on the core was classified by the system. An S-Rank reward was granted, an S-Rank suppression skill, and a sealed core stone described as a strange stone bearing a sealing mark. Death Scythe cried out in excitement, laughing loudly that this display of power was only the beginning. It even whispered that it would teach a few lines of poetry enough to make hearts tremble. Jean Frey's face darkened as he looked at it, and coldly told it to get lost. Luluka appeared astonished, his gaze fixed tightly on Jean Frey without wavering. Luluka showed clear interest. What exactly was that strange weapon? The way he looked at Jean Frey had completely changed, saving the strongest move for the final moment. Truly interesting. Did not expect that strike to be recognized by the system at S-Rank. Truly impressive, even breaking a personal record and becoming the youngest to achieve it. Thinking of that, Luluka revealed a calculating smile. The feeling was genuinely unpleasant. Jean Frey looked at the card in his hand, inwardly satisfied. The S-Rank reward had fallen into his hands just as expected. He began calculating his next move. With this item, then, the plan would be. Returning to Zinsman estate, he spoke in a deep voice that, thanks to everyone's cooperation, the city had been brought under control after the monster disaster. He smiled gently and sincerely expressed his gratitude to everyone. No one spoke. They all fell silent and listened attentively. Leon burst into loud laughter, breaking the atmosphere, saying that with enough enthusiasm he alone could have handled it. Zinsman glanced at Nis. The young man immediately responded, "Yes, sir." After that, Nis introduced all the spoils obtained from the recent suppression. Leon enthusiastically remarked that this was the combined strength of the 8-star Guardians. Maria smiled in agreement. Nis added that Jean Frey had also contributed greatly. Being suddenly called by name, Jean Frey flinched slightly, straightened his posture. Gigan, standing beside him, immediately asked if he was that rude brat. Clearly he held no goodwill toward Jean Frey. I have no intention of befriending someone who does not realize his own rudeness is an insult, Gigan said coldly. Zinsman immediately stepped in to mediate. That is enough, Gigan. Jean Frey was a key factor in this campaign. Jean Frey responded frankly, "I did not come here for your recognition. I only kept my promise to the chairman." After saying that, he completely ignored Gigan and continued with his business. Jean Frey took out an item and placed it on the table. Nis' eyes immediately followed in astonishment. Leon and the others were likewise stunned. The room buzzed. Was that not the reward for suppressing the 6th demon god, an S-rank item? Gigan's mouth fell open. Do not tell me he also recorded an S-rank attack like the chairman and Luluka. Luluka spoke up to confirm. Before Gigan could recover from his shock, Luluka continued, "I witnessed it myself. Myra and I can both testify." Leon laughed heartily. "We have already seen your enthusiasm, rookie." He patted Jean Frey firmly on the shoulder. "Well done." Seeing Gigan discomfort, Zinsman's smile only grew brighter. He added that not only had he eliminated a large number of monsters, he had also brought back an outstanding S-rank suppression skill reward. Very well, according to the agreement, he had the right to choose any item here first. Jean Frey nodded. "Then I will accept this offer." In his mind, he quickly calculated, with these rewards then surely. Suddenly, Jean Frey's gaze stopped on one item. That was the one. It was a card shaped like a tail. Jean Frey picked it up to examine, pressed rope monkey tail. Description material from a rope monkey, low quality, non-tradable. The entire room could hardly believe his choice. Everyone's eyes widened. Leon curiously asked what he intended to do with such a worthless material. Maria was astonished, asking if Jean Frey was all right. That was not a treasure. Zinsman also reconfirmed, asking if he was certain about choosing it. Jean Frey answered decisively, yes. His gaze was firm. "I need exactly this." Luluka secretly evaluated. One look at that face was enough to know he was plotting something. Zinsman did not stop him. If he had decided, then I will not object. But he asked further, did he want to join the 8-star Guardians? Everyone fell silent at once. Leon looked full of expectation. Yet Jean Frey spoke up with an apology. He refused frankly. "I do not think I am suited for teamwork." Luluka did not seem surprised, standing beside them and casually whistling. Zinsman maintained his smile. Perhaps he was the first person to refuse this invitation. Moving elsewhere, Jean Frey reflected on the Nobody incident and the recent monster riot. There were still many unclear points, but they promised to contact him if they needed him. He thought he walked alone. Might as well go retrieve the next hidden equipment. The scene shifted to the 7th continent, an S-rank dungeon. Voice echoed, "To revive the Abyss Lord, countless living souls were still needed." Power had already descended upon the 6th continent, yet they were unexpectedly wiped out completely. Truly disappointing. Hearing that, Orochi's body trembled violently. "Bow deeply, my lord. We must devote all our strength to the resurrection ritual." Grima replied coldly, "You must also wholeheartedly gather the sacrifices." Orochi vowed in anguish that he would surely gather enough souls and personally kill that human to bring back the spiritual energy. When his words ended, his eyes darkened. Grimoire slowly stepped forward. "That had always been the sole purpose of existence for your inferior race." That man raised his hand. Orochi, though shocked, did not dare resist. In an instant, a miserable scream of agony rang out. Grimoire warned, "Do not repeat the mistake of the 6th one. Failure is absolutely unacceptable, understood." Orochi, after evolving, replied in a cold voice, "Yes, my lord." Returning to Jean Frey, he reached out and touched the glowing screen before him. Began examining each item, obtained from the S-rank dungeon earlier. Red Bull Tiger Milk level E, Rahab Rabbit Scale Fur level D, Three-Headed Boar Fang level E. After that, Jean Frey took out another card. Next was the reward from the association. The system sounded, pressed rope monkey tail, confirmed and transformed. You have successfully converted 12 materials. You have received the 13th cat eye scope level A. Jean Frey gently touched the scope. If this item is used, then. In an instant his vision expanded dramatically. I see it. Jean Frey could not hide his joy. A hidden path appeared only when using the scope. Following it would lead to that door. With his expanded vision, the door he sought gradually became clear, and then, immediately after, the door was flung completely open before his eyes. Jean Frey spread his hands and pushed the door. Dazzling light from within poured out. He stepped into the space inside, a vast empty chamber. Above Jean Frey's head, the halo suddenly shone brilliantly. System voice sounded. You have discovered a magic item 10 km away. Jean Frey closed his eyes and raised his hand. The halo responded. In the room there existed only a single item. Right in his hand, a stream of light condensed at his fingertip. Jean Frey's eyes widened. Hidden equipment discovered. You have obtained the Athena outfit consisting of top and trousers. From the stream of light, the outfit materialized neatly in Jean Frey's hands. He smiled excitedly, joy shining clearly in his eyes. Wonderful. Athena outfit top and trousers, defense plus 300. Durability 8,000 out of 8,000. Skill 1 erases all form and presence 5 times per day. Skills 2 and 3 unlock later. Jean Frey rejoiced inwardly. With Athena secured, it is time to head straight to the 7th continent. The 7th continent appeared under radiant sunlight, covering the entire space. Jean Frey stood high above, looking down at the scene below, his gaze deep. He looked at the screen beside him. Finally reaching this place, time had felt both long and short. The screen lit up, showing a missed call from Kukuru. Jean Frey reproached himself for being so absorbed that he forgot the girl, then asked what happened. From the other side came a hurried reply that she had gathered enough materials he needed. Jean Frey smiled and praised her hard work. Suddenly Kukuru's eyes widened, astonishment clearly visible. She asked in confusion what was wrong. Jean Frey was also surprised. Kukuru said she had just returned to the inn. Kukuru shouted angrily to look at the quantity, nearly double the previous request. Jean Frey gave an embarrassed smile and asked her to gather them for the next raid, then regretfully said he could not leave immediately. Upon hearing about the next dungeon, Kukuru's eyes widened with excitement. She huffed softly, then lowered her head. All right. Jean Frey turned away and stuck out his tongue, wishing her luck. After a while, Jean Frey put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked under the sun. The battle with the Demon King was not suitable for her. Sorry, Kukuru. Suddenly he stopped in the sun-drenched desert. Jean Frey shaded his eyes from the sunlight. The 7th continent was completely different. One had to conquer dungeons from F to A to enter S. Kukuru's stamina would not endure. After a while, Jean Frey stood before a towering colossal door. The 7th continent, F-rank dungeon. He immediately gave the order, his decisive voice echoing clearly through the silent space. The Athena outfit had been activated and fully equipped. The heavy door creaked open with a dull groan. Jean Frey strolled inside at ease. Corner of his lips lifted into a confident smile. All right, time to aim for a new record. The first monster that appeared was swiftly dealt with by Jean Frey. Pressed Dangian. The second green monster quickly collapsed right after. Bound fate sever. One after another, both green and red monsters were slain by him without hesitation. Even the giant serpent was brushed past and killed by Jean Frey in a single instant. Deep severing slash. Green wolf howled in agony before collapsing, its body twitching before going still. Cross-cleaving strike. Finished, Jean Frey stood amidst the field of corpses, the surroundings gradually falling silent. He could not hide his excitement. Everything was smoother than expected. Athena invisibility skill was truly perfect. They did not notice at all. As Jean Frey prepared to maintain his pace, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. Attention. From now on, this place will become our base. Turned his head, his gaze lowering as he silently looked at the group standing below. Jean Frey focused on the red-haired man enthusiastically giving orders. That person was. He searched his memory. One of the 8-star guardians, seemingly named Leon. Jean Frey thought to himself that he must be on a mission. Leon clearly ordered each person to move and investigate, using passion to search for clues. The subordinates responded in unison. Indeed, that was Leon's Supreme Fang squad. Jean Frey quietly activated invisibility and silently approached the group. He suddenly remembered that Athena invisibility effect made it impossible for them to detect him. Jean Frey glanced over and saw Leon inhaling deeply, a strange scent spreading, pure and cool passion. Suddenly Leon exclaimed excitedly, his voice resounding in the stillness, "We meet again, Jean Frey." Before he could comprehend what was happening, Leon suddenly pointed straight at Jean Frey despite his invisibility, causing him to stiffen. Jean Frey's face paled for a moment, his expression tense. Was this a joke? He could not believe it. He was still invisible. Leon burst into loud laughter. What is wrong? Come out. Jean Frey forced himself to remain calm and swallowed. It seemed Leon had not used a skill but sensed him by instinct. Taking a deep breath, he gave a command, his firm voice echoing. Immediately after, Jean Frey fully revealed himself before Leon, clenched his teeth anxiously. This is bad. How could he explain the invisibility? Leon's eyes shone brightly upon seeing Jean Frey, clear appraisal in his expression. Leon eagerly asked about his skills and equipment, openly envious, then guessed Jean Frey was also aiming for the 7th Demon King. He gave an awkward smile and admitted it, receiving a wish of good luck. Jean Frey let out a breath of relief. Perhaps no further explanation was needed, then asked Leon if he was on a mission. Leon nodded to confirm. There had been reports of missing explorers, so they were searching for survivors and clues. Jean Frey paused, surprise flashing across his face upon hearing that. Leon continued, "It might be related to the Nameless. Nothing was clear yet, so they had to remain extremely cautious." Leon clenched his fist with determination. If they discovered anything, they would defeat it with passion. When it was time to leave, Leon waved goodbye and said he would continue investigating. Jean Frey smiled in response. Jean Frey watched Leon's departing figure while laughing loudly. This person truly had many admirable sides. After that, he muttered evenly to himself. Perhaps he should continue as well. A massive beast suddenly appeared before him, a terrifying aura filling the air. B-rank dungeon boss, Acid Werewolf. Jean Frey chuckled softly, his eyes full of confidence, defeated and move up to a rank. Just then, the monster behind was suddenly blasted away, crashing hard against the stone wall. Jean Frey turned around and saw it lying motionless on the ground. He recognized that green monster as the rank boss Horaceville. Jean Frey wondered why a rank boss was here. A familiar laughter rang out. "You lack passion." Leon was delighted to see Jean Frey. "We meet again," causing him to jolt in surprise. Jean Frey stiffly returned the greeting, inwardly unsettled by this premature encounter. Leon observed for a moment before asking about the current situation. Jean Frey replied awkwardly. Leon waved his hand reassuringly, apologizing for interrupting. Leon pointed toward Horaceville, explaining that while investigating it attacked him, so he casually struck it to frighten it away. Jean Frey lowered his gaze awkwardly, his emotions tangled and difficult to describe. Horaceville stood behind Leon trembling, with such a small display enough to terrify it. The acid werewolf behind growled threateningly. The violent aura of the werewolf made Horaceville shrink back in fear. Jean Frey softly said it seemed bosses from other dungeons had also arrived. Leon scolded while striking Horaceville, telling it to toughen up. Jean Frey suddenly realized something was wrong and shouted a warning in panic. Leon immediately dashed toward the two monsters at high speed. Both monsters roared and charged toward Leon simultaneously. Leon focused power into his legs and leapt decisively. He swiftly circled behind the two monsters, exploiting their opening to move flexibly. Leon raised his sword high, its tip aimed straight at the target. He smiled faintly and spoke calmly, "Take this." Sword shot forward, piercing straight through the bodies of the acid werewolf and Horaceville. Leon shouted the skill name. Both monsters were impaled through the head, blood spraying out with agonized screams. The acid werewolf and Horaceville collapsed one after the other just as Leon landed firmly. Jean Frey could not help being astonished, the scene replaying in his mind. Two bosses handled in a single strike. Watching Leon stand calmly, Jean Frey inwardly marveled that this person was truly strong. Suddenly he realized something was wrong. Wait. Jean Frey analyzed the situation again. If Leon had killed the A and B rank bosses, then the condition to challenge S rank would no longer remain. Leon calmly said there was nothing interesting. There was also a message from the chairman. On the screen, Zinsman smiled and asked Leon whether he had found any clues. Leon confidently reported that the cause of the disappearances was still unclear, but he had dealt with a rank boss that should not have appeared. Zinsman asked in surprise why a rank boss was in a B-rank dungeon. Leon casually replied, "Who knows?" Zinsman slowly opened his eyes and looked toward Jean Frey. He asked in a calm yet probing tone. Jean Frey replied that he was not exactly traveling with Leon. They had merely met by chance. Zinsman inquired gently and received the answer that there was nothing unusual. Jean Frey turned his face away. His heart heavy, it seemed he would have to wait for the boss to respond. Zinsman sternly called both of them, apologizing for the sudden mission. He ordered the Legion to continue investigating, while the two of them proceed directly to the S-rank area. Jean Frey asked what was happening. Zinsman replied that although not certain, Zinsman announced there were signs suspected to be caused by the Nameless. The other Guardians were occupied, so the two of them were the closest. Leon cheerfully responded, "Understood." Leon laughed lightly to break the tense atmosphere and called out to Jean Frey. Leon turned back and extended his hand, smiling warmly, "Form a party." Jean Frey looked at the screen thoughtfully. A party formation request appeared with two options. As he ran alongside, he thought that forming a party would allow both of them to challenge the S-rank boss. Leon laughed loudly in confirmation. "Let us go, Jean Frey." The two stopped before an ancient temple, the 7th Continent S-rank dungeon. Leon inhaled deeply, sensing the air. The scent seemed intriguing. Jean Frey remarked in a low voice that the number of monsters here was too great, comparable to the 6th continent. Leon glanced at him, the corner of his lips curving with hidden meaning. Leon stepped forward, saying that if so, then the likelihood of it being related to the Nameless was even higher. Let us see how many they must deal with. The temple remained lit, the dim glow creating a sacred and mysterious atmosphere. Jean Frey and Leon fought side by side, sweeping away each wave of monsters. Jean Frey pondered, just as expected. Not only were they numerous, but their levels were higher. Leon swung his sword in a spinning arc, decisively clearing the surrounding monsters. Leon smiled calmly, saying they were stronger than usual, but still not strong enough. After that, Leon pointed directly at Jean Frey. "Let us compete." Jean Frey stared blankly and asked again, his eyes full of surprise and confusion. "Compete in what?" Suddenly a clear and decisive voice rang out, drawing all attention at once. Leon lightly raised his hand and pointed forward, his firm voice declaring that the match would decide who was stronger. Behind him, monsters appeared one after another, the contest of strength organized by Leon, sponsored by the Adventurers Association and the 8-Star Guardians. Jean Frey stood at a distance, silently thinking to himself. The name sounded both exaggerated and heavily sponsored. Leon calmly continued, "The only contestants are me and you." Jean Frey inwardly found it puzzling. This was no different from a forced format. Whoever killed more monsters would win. Leon bared a sly grin and slowly said, "Get ready." Leon tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze firm as he charged forward without hesitation. "Begin." He calmly cut down each monster, counting aloud as he fought, one down. From all directions, hordes of monsters surged in, causing the ground to tremble violently. Leon carried an overwhelming presence, his sharp eyes plunging straight into the horde. A monster fell. Leon calmly recorded the count. 2 more were eliminated. Leon continued counting 2, 3, then glanced at Jean Frey with a fleeting shift in his gaze before it steadied. Jean Frey thought to himself, even when facing A and B rank bosses, he had already sensed it. This person truly. In his mind, the deductions linked together. Leon's strength ranked high among the 8-Star Guardians, every movement clean and frighteningly precise. Amid his thoughts, Jean Frey suddenly remembered Luluka. That person magic was powerful, but in terms of physique, Leon was no less formidable. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a hidden danger, silently closing in from behind. Jean Frey immediately spun around, his cold gaze sweeping toward the source of the disturbance. With a single decisive slash, the monster was cut down before it could react. Leon slightly turned his head to look behind Jean Frey, his deep eyes as if evaluating something. After observing, Leon was inwardly astonished. This was an S-rank pink-eye monster of the 7th continent. Even seasoned explorers could lose their lives here. Looking at Jean Frey, Leon silently admired his composure and superior skill. Truly not ordinary. Suddenly a sharp cry pierced through the quiet forest. A monster screamed in agony and collapsed, its body convulsing violently. Jean Frey stood still for a moment, letting Leon make his own judgment. Leon spoke evenly, a total of about 775. "What about you?" Jean Frey calmly replied. "I also reached exactly 775. Leon confidently pointed at himself, his voice firm. "Matching me is not bad, but the final winner will still be me." Jean Frey responded in confusion. Winning or losing is not that important. Though he thought so, he silently admitted that losing would still feel unpleasant. Leon suddenly asked, "By the way, Jean Frey, why did you become an explorer?" Jean Frey fell silent in thought, not yet understanding the implication behind the question. A doubt flashed in his mind before he slowly replied, "Because my family is poor." Hearing that, Leon froze for a moment, and tears suddenly streamed down his face. Jean Frey stood stiffly, completely unsure how to react. Leon said in a trembling voice, "I understand. Your father passed away early, your mother is gravely ill, and you have a younger sister. You had to shoulder everything." Jean Frey was speechless, his mind filled with question marks. He had not said any of that. How did Leon know? Immediately after, Leon burst into sobs, his choking cries uncontrollable. He rushed forward and tightly hugged Jean Frey. "You have worked so hard at such a young age," leaving Jean Frey flustered and confused. Jean Frey tried to push Leon away, telling him to let go. Leon whispered that he also grew up in a poor mountain region. Jean Frey stood stunned, not expecting Leon to share so suddenly. Leon continued sobbing, "I had 20 siblings. My entire childhood was tied to poverty." Jean Frey realized he had touched upon Leon's pain. Leon clenched his fist. "After leaving the village, I struggled for 10 long years." Pausing briefly, Leon shouted proudly that he could finally earn enough to support his entire family. So he understood Jean Frey better than anyone. Leon pointed at Jean Frey, asserting that he had worked very hard, while Jean Frey did not know what to say. Leon still refused to stop, rambling and wanting another hug. Jean Frey quickly declined. Both suddenly turned their heads at a sound behind them, almost at the same time. New boss appeared, the mid-tier boss of the 7th continent S-rank dungeon, Sick New. The two stood facing it, their gazes unwavering as the space fell into tense silence. Leon excitedly said the mid-tier boss had arrived. The heartfelt talk was over. Jean Frey merely rolled his eyes and called to continue fighting. Sick New spoke in a hoarse, deep voice. "You will not go any further, humans." Hearing the monster speak, both were stunned, shock clearly visible. Leon whispered to Jean Frey, "Did it just speak? Could it be the Nameless?" Jean Frey frowned and replied, "I am not sure, but mid-tier bosses usually cannot speak." Leon paid it no mind and drew his weapon, saying it was too late to overthink. He smiled in satisfaction. The score was still tied. Defeating the mid-tier boss and the Demon King would settle it. Leon did not hesitate and immediately charged towards Sick-Nu. The monster gritted its teeth and roared that it had received orders from Demon King Orisi to kill them. As soon as it finished speaking, Sick-Nu cast a mage skill, stone arrows shooting out violently. Leon was stunned upon realizing that it truly was a mage skill. He swung his weapon to block, thinking that the entire dungeon had been contaminated by the Nameless. Jean Frey shouted loudly from afar, "Leon, it is not the Nameless, but it carries their power." Leon turned his head upon hearing the warning, further convinced that this was Nameless power. Sick-Nu laughed coldly. "Stop struggling, you will not meet Orochi." It launched relentless attacks, giving Leon no time to breathe. Leon excitedly shouted that he had finally traced the Nameless trail. They could steal explorer skills. Jean Frey behind him suddenly realized the crucial point. Leon's body shone brightly, Will of the God activated. All stats surged dramatically. Leon declared that if Sick-Nu thought it could endure, then it should try. He would reach the desired number. The monster clenched its teeth, its cold eyes filled with fury. Leon took a deep breath, gathering all remaining strength into the decisive strike. He unleashed a full-force frontal attack toward the monster. Sick-Nu screamed in agony and collapsed miserably, struggled to rise, its arrogant voice saying that he was not ordinary. Leon was astonished to see it regenerating before his eyes. Leon questioned whether it even had a healing skill, stolen from another explorer. The monster laughed hoarsely in reply, merely a gift picked up along the way. Jean Frey immediately grasped the truth, warning Leon that the condition to steal a skill was direct eye contact and blood absorption. Leon's expression darkened as he repeated in disgust, "Absorbing blood." Leon smiled provocatively. "If you can do it, then try." He immediately charged forward at astonishing speed. Jean Frey shouted in alarm upon seeing Leon rush ahead too quickly. Leon swung his sword repeatedly, each strike carrying terrifying power. The monster trembled, unable to believe a human could dominate it so thoroughly. Leon taunted while attacking, "If you are capable, then take my skill." Jean Frey stood stunned, watching the overwhelming assault. Jean Frey was astonished. Even the mid-tier boss could not touch Leon, and he inwardly felt frustrated by this reckless fighting style. Leon proudly said to look carefully. His will of the god was stronger through being tempered by courage. Leon asserted that was why his power had surged. Jean Frey grew increasingly uneasy at the thought of this power being copied. Jean Frey worried that if Leon feared skill theft, then the battle against the Demon King would become more difficult. Leon turned and noticed the tension on Jean Frey's face. Leon smiled reassuringly, his eyes full of trust. Leon transmitted his thought, "Use my god will. I will share it with you." Jean Frey replied mentally, "Sharing skills can only be used when forming a party and meeting conditions." Right. Leon nodded in confirmation. They had already defeated more than 300 monsters together. Leon laughed, saying he normally would not share, but now Jean Frey was family. Leon reassured him to just use it, Jean Frey. Leon joked that if he wanted he could call him brother. Jean Frey immediately refused and told him to focus on fighting. System explained that Will of the God was a high-tier skill increasing all stats, but with side effects. Leon eagerly urged him forward. The system notified that Leon Will of the God skill had been shared. System added that time and rigorous training were required to use it effectively in real combat. Leon laughed loudly in encouragement. Everyone was once a rookie. Just try it. No need to hesitate. Jean Frey immediately voiced his objection, his tone serious with a hint of pride. "I am not embarrassed at all." In his mind, he quickly analyzed that a shared skill did not mean instant mastery. It was never that simple. Taking a deep breath, he decided to try channeling the power Leon had just passed to him. Seeing this, Leon nodded in satisfaction, his voice full of praise. "That is more like it, Jean Frey." Leon shrugged casually and added that it was only 1/10 of his strength. Half joking and half serious, he urged him to be bolder and release it. Jean Frey thought this teaching method was exaggerated, but if he could learn it would be beneficial, so he decided to try. Jean Frey closed his eyes, steadied his breathing, and focused his inner force to unlock the new source of power. Quickly realized that empty theory was not enough. Real training was required. Leon shook his head and denied his approach, not right. Leon demonstrated as he spoke. "It should be like this. Add a little more courage." Jean Frey sighed. Easier said than done. Mastering it would surely take time. Leon nodded but still urged him. "That is why you must grit your teeth and learn faster. Try again." Jean Frey frowned, thinking it truly was reckless. Jean Frey changed his approach and adjusted himself, perhaps like this. Leon tilted his head to assess and commented that he was still clumsy. Leon directly corrected him, "Not like that. Feel it this way." Jean Frey nodded and replied that he understood. Jean Frey asked again if it was like this. Leon replied in satisfaction that it was right. Add some courage into the flame of battle and supplement it with pure boldness. He gritted his teeth and told himself he had come this far. Try once more. Though he still did not fully understand this so-called theory of courage. Even so, Jean Frey began to feel a clear change within his body. When that sensation became distinct, He opened his eyes wide as scorching energy spread through him. Leon smiled and confirmed that he was heading in the right direction. Jean Frey felt his stats boiling intensely. Leon acknowledged that he had reached about 50% of his strength. Jean Frey joked that half was enough. The system suddenly reminded them they had forgotten something important. Jean Frey thought he had only touched half of the will of the god, yet already felt its power. The system analyzed that shared skills were useful, but their true value depended on the recipient mastery. Leon clapped his hands and moved on to the next lesson, pointed straight at the enemy, his tone serious. Use the will of the god in real combat and fight it. Jean Frey was startled and asked, fight it. Jean Frey instinctively tried to stop him. Feeling it was too rushed, the system announced that the battle continued. Jean Frey realized in confusion that the fight was not over. Leon laughed loudly and provoked the mid-tier boss to duel Jean Frey without holding back. The monster gritted its teeth and cursed. Leon urged Jean Frey to try immediately. Jean Frey adjusted his stance and prepared to engage using his new power. Leon watched attentively, hoping Jean Frey would unleash his full potential. Jean Frey told himself that if he could master it, he would no longer waste the skill. The monster gritted its teeth, thinking that if it did not try harder it could not face Orochi. It roared as killing intent erupted, declaring it would kill him. Jean Frey looked straight at the enemy, his gaze unwavering. He swung his sword and unleashed a powerful slash. Blade flashed and severed one of its horns. Jean Frey realized that even with his current speed, was not enough to dominate. Glanced at Leon and felt his body grow lighter. Jean Frey suddenly understood this was the sensation of Leon World, the power of courage. The monster growled in despair and tried to counterattack. Both were stunned when an unexpected change occurred. A terrifying force descended and crushed the mid-tier boss. Orochi's voice rang out with contempt across the battlefield. He coldly declared that he would personally deal with them. System rapidly announced 7th Demon King Orochi level 500, with the Yamada no Orochi trait, increasing 50 levels upon entering battle. Jean Frey and Leon looked at Orochi ahead with concern. The mid-tier boss trembled and raised its head to beg Orochi. Orochi coldly stated that there was no place for the weak. Mid-tier boss convulsed and collapsed in a pool of blood. Leon tilted his head and mocked that it had originally been his 776. He shifted his focus to Orochi. Jean Frey felt uneasy. This Orochi was completely different from what he had known. He lowered his voice and judged that perhaps Orochi had also been influenced by the Nameless. Orochi slowly turned his head to look directly at them. In his thoughts, he noticed Jean Frey as the one carrying a divine weapon. His gaze locked onto the abnormal power surrounding him. The corner of Orochi's mouth lifted into a cruel smile. He declared that he would not let them ruin his plan. Leon glanced at Jean Frey and saw that he was ready. Leon took a deep breath and said it was time for Lesson 3. Jean Frey froze. Leon seriously told him to defeat him using only the will of the god. Jean Frey protested that it was too much. Leon replied that if he believed he could do it. Jean Frey sighed, thinking he could not argue with him. Leon confidently said that if he defeated Orochi, he would win 776 to 775. Jean Frey gritted his teeth at that absurd reasoning. A dark energy serpent lunged toward them. Two immediately split apart to evade. Orochi raised his hand and activated the true and false skill. Jean Frey turned back and saw a massive tree crushed to pieces. Leon sternly reminded him not to lose focus. Jean Frey irritably thought who was talking. Jean Frey calmed himself and treated it as training. Leon crossed his arms and said weapons were allowed but no skills. Orochi sneered in disdain at him. Jean Frey took a deep breath and focused his gaze on Orochi. Orochi assessed that there was no need to fear a nameless one. He launched a dangerous attack. The giant serpent opened its mouth and lunged at Jean Frey. He raised his sword and faced it calmly. Jean Frey gathered his strength and slashed straight ahead. The strike passed through, but the recoil made him stagger. His body lost balance and fell to one side. Pain surged as he gritted his teeth and opened his eyes. Jean Frey realized that the sudden surge in stats could easily cause loss of control. Orochi mocked that it was merely a farce. He continued to belittle him, saying that even stealing skills would be useless. Jean Frey dodged repeatedly and realized that forcing the will of the god only distracted him. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath to regain calm. Jean Frey decided not to force it, but to adapt to the new stats. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt and felt the power spreading. Jean Frey gathered strength and charged straight at Orochi. In his mind there was only one thought: test it, will of the god. Leon stood at a distance with his arms crossed watching. Leon narrowed his eyes and commented that it was too slow. A burst of light erupted, warping the space. Orochi extended his hand and stopped Jean Frey's sword. Jean Frey was stunned and could not believe it. Orochi realized something important. He glanced at Leon and said the stronger one was the man behind. Leon laughed in satisfaction. Leon gently said that his spirit had appeared and the rest could wait. Jean Frey and Orochi both turned to look at Leon in surprise. Leon raised his hand casually and declared that now he allowed him to use skills again. Orochi curled his lip in a scornful smirk, his eyes filled with contempt, believing that adding one or two more moves would not change the situation. Nguyen Van's power was still something unshakable. Yet before he could utter another word, Jean Frey's figure vanished from sight as if he had never existed. Orochi immediately raised his guard, a fierce sense of unease surging through his mind. Had he truly disappeared? He hurriedly analyzed the situation, calculating how to counterattack. Was the opponent using invisibility or relying on a divine artifact? If so, he would unleash a wide-area attack to flatten everything around him. Suddenly, a frigid blade pierced straight through Orochi's body, blood spraying everywhere and staining the space red. His chest was torn open, blood gushing wildly and covering his front. Orochi's eyes widened in disbelief at what had just happened to him. From behind, he spoke in an indifferent voice, "Just to make sure you do not possess ridiculous powers like that brat." By the time he realized the situation, it was already too late. Jean Frey stood firmly right behind Orochi, giving the enemy no chance to retaliate. He swung his sword again in a decisive strike. Orochi roared in fury, the humiliation driving him insane. "You despicable human, are you trying to avoid facing me?" Jean Frey replied calmly in a freezing tone laced with mockery. "Was it not you who said a few trivial skills were not worth worrying about?" Deep within Orochi's memories, the image of someone suddenly surfaced in a haunting manner. Fear mixed with despair strangled his mind. He could not allow himself to fail again. Orochi howled in extreme rage, his cry echoing as if the very space itself trembled. That violent reaction made Jean Frey pause, his eyes widening at the abnormal transformation. Leon slowly lifted his head toward Orochi as well, his face turning solemn as he sensed the imminent danger. Orochi's energy erupted violently, a massive surge of power spreading out and overwhelming the entire area. Jean Frey stared in shock, his heart pounding as he realized the truth before him. It was. Familiar memories flooded back abruptly, leaving him frozen, the images of Emily and his mother choking his thoughts. Immediately after, space twisted and distorted as multiple figures identical to Leon appeared one after another. He spoke calmly in a steady voice. "Lionel, Shishimaru, Toro, Zagorin, and Chitin, they are all my family." Orochi let out a mocking sneer. "You humans are weak before something called hostages, are you not? My snakes can sense everything through scent, from gender to magic rank, and one of them reached where they live after absorbing the explosive bomb skill." Jean Frey stiffened, a chill running down his spine at those words. "What did you say?" Torrent of dark power surged as Orochi gathered all his strength right before the two of them. His maniacal laughter echoed, while Leon and Jean Frey both showed clear tension. Looked down at them with disdain, his tone dripping with mockery. "Where has your earlier courage gone?" Orochi bellowed savagely, hurling successive violent masses of energy toward the two of them. He reacted at once, swinging his arm to block and forcibly repel the incoming power. Burning heat spread across Leon's arm, his skin turning red as if violently scorched. Leon clenched his teeth and shouted angrily, "Do not act so recklessly." He carefully observed every movement of that man, his eyes filled with worry and heightened vigilance. Jean Frey quickly pieced together all the clues. The biggest issue with the explosive bomb skill was that it would automatically activate when its user was killed. If that snake was not dealt with first, they could not touch Orochi. Orochi burst into cruel laughter and threatened, "This is your retribution. Who gave you the right to resist? If you dare block my next move, I will kill each hostage one by one." Hearing that, he glared straight at him, fury surging uncontrollably. He lowered his voice in a curse, helplessness and anger twisting in his chest. "Damn it." Orochi narrowed his eyes, a mocking smirk curling on his lips, his voice dripping with ridicule. "Now how much longer can you endure?" As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of violent energy spheres that shot forward at extreme speed. Jean Frey turned pale as he watched the spheres tear through the air, toward them at terrifying velocity. Leon also glanced back, his gaze darkening as he realized there was no path left to evade. The spheres struck directly into his body, shattering his defenses and staining Leon red with blood. Drop by drop, his blood slowly fell onto the freezing ground below. Leon's body was drenched in blood, wounds scattered everywhere, yet he remained standing without collapsing. He cried out in panic when he saw Leon amid the crimson haze. "Leon." That man sneered cruelly and coldly told them to worry about their own lives before thinking of others. Jean Frey stared at Orochi in horror, fear gripping his chest like a tightening hand. Spheres continued to rain down, blood splattering as neither of them could dodge in time. The two were blasted to the ground, utterly exhausted and unable to rise again. Jean Frey gritted his teeth against the pain, bracing himself with one hand as he forced himself to sit up despite his drained body. That man laughed like a madman, his eyes filled with contempt. I truly do not understand why you humans are so weak just because of others. Panting from pain, he still turned to ask Jean Frey, "Are you all right?" and received a faint reply. In Jean Frey's mind swirled a vortex of despair. The situation was too dire. They had to do something. Leon clenched his teeth and spoke the cruel truth: if we make a mistake and the bomb explodes, then everything ends. We might as well just die. His mind was in chaos with no escape, unable to defeat that man, and with no way to stop the bomb. Frey felt cornered, helplessness and fury rising until they choked him. As despair engulfed them, a familiar teasing voice echoed, "Seems like you brothers are in trouble." He jolted and turned around, his eyes widening in shock at what had just appeared. Jean Frey frowned in disbelief. "How did you get out? And why are you so small?" The staff trembled smugly. "I am a genius. My class is far beyond ordinary equipment." It continued with a hint of reminder. "The important thing is, what are you doing? Have you forgotten my skill?" Leon lay nearby, his face full of confusion as he looked back and forth between Jean Frey and the staff. Jean Frey searched his memory. "Your skill, if I remember correctly, it was just unlocked the other day." The staff immediately replied, "That is right." And suddenly the fragments in his mind connected, causing Jean Frey to freeze as he realized the crucial point. The staff laughed in delight. "It seems you have remembered. That idea is completely correct." Jean Frey looked at it and thought inwardly, "Did he come here to save me? Then it is time to make them pay double." He took a deep breath, his stern gaze turning toward Leon. Jean Frey spoke decisively. "Confidence and determination clear the bomb. Leave it to me. We focus on taking him down." Leon paused for a moment, his gaze slowly shifting as if weighing those words. Few seconds later, after understanding, Leon burst into an excited laugh. He placed his hands on his hips and teased, quite confident, "Jean Frey." Then his tone grew serious. "What do I need to do now?" He calculated swiftly and gave the order, "Deliver a fatal strike, but do not let him die immediately." Two turned back at the same time, their eyes locking onto the enemy ahead. Leon exhaled confidently. "I can kill him thousands of times over, but for now we will do it this way. Leave it to me." Richie laughed disdainfully. "You still have the strength to chat. If you die too easily, then I will lose my fun." Without hesitation, Leon gathered strength into his legs and shot forward to stand before that man. His voice was cold. "The nameless will die, except for that old one." Orich's eyes widened, clearly not expecting Leon to attack so decisively. That man shouted in panic, "You do not care about the hostage. If you attack me, then the bomb will." Before he could finish, he was struck by a direct punch that left him no time to react. Leon roared the name of his move, as all his power erupted, hell-crushing strike. That man screamed in agony as his massive body was crushed by the force. From above, Orich's eyes suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. The staff shouted excitedly, "He has fallen, brothers." In Jean Frey's mind flashed the skill death hunt of souls. He thought to himself that he had never imagined he would use it to hunt a skill like this. System's voice rang out coldly, "Skill. One soul hunt can tear apart anything without a physical body." He immediately poured all his willpower and charged straight toward the opponent. Jean Frey's gaze locked firmly onto the enemy, giving no chance of escape. He continued to stir his energy, pushing his power to its peak. Jean Frey spun and swung the staff fiercely through the staff trembled violently, blue lightning flashing across the space. In that instant, he felt success. "I have captured the skill." Jean Frey shouted, "It is done, Leon. Unleash your full power and finish him." Leon stood firmly below, his whole body taut like a drawn bow preparing the final strike. He smiled in satisfaction. "Well done, Jean." Killing intent surged as Leon pronounced judgment for daring to take my family hostage. "Die in regret, Orochi." That man screamed in despair as Leon unleashed the decisive blow, pouring all his strength into a single moment beast spear devastation. Thrust straight forward, the blade piercing through Orich's defenses. That man spat out a mouthful of blood, his body no longer able to resist. Oricido's massive body collapsed in front of Leon. Blood poured from that man's mouth, staining the ground red. Leon stood upright and coldly concluded, "Not worthy of being my opponent." From above, Jean Frey withdrew his power and calmly observed below. Leon brushed off his hands and laughed lightly. "Sorry, Jean Frey. I defeated the Demon King, so I earned 76 points. Hearing that, he paused, his eyes unconsciously glancing at Leon. Jean Frey said in disbelief, "You are still thinking about points at a time like this." Leon crossed his arms and replied seriously, "In theory, it is cooperation, but whoever lands the final blow gets the points. That is the tricky part." He frowned. "Then what are those points for?" Leon shrugged with a smile. "So this round I win." Jean Frey reluctantly replied, "Yes, well done." Leon chuckled softly, but do not be upset. You are quite impressive to be able to fight evenly with me. Suddenly a cold aura swept past, putting both of them on guard. Without exchanging words, they immediately assumed battle stances. The space above distorted, as a figure gradually appeared in the sky. That figure hovered, icy eyes radiating heavy pressure. Grimoire spoke with disdain even when granted power by me. Inferior creatures remain inferior. He sneered, his words full of insult, not even comparable to trash. Leon tilted his head and asked who is that. Jean Frey shook his head. I do not know. He said in a low voice, but he is certainly not a decent person. Jean Frey felt uneasy. This situation is truly unstable. Is there another nameless? Grimoire slowly spoke, as if opening a tragedy now then. Both of them instantly raised their vigilance to the utmost. He landed lightly, yet the impact still made the ground tremble. Grimoire stood proudly. I am Grimoire, the Annihilation demonic tome, though I dislike interrupting your celebration. Obediently accept death. The two remained silent, their sharp eyes observing the opponent. He curled his lips. It seems you do not agree. Leon laughed mockingly. Introducing yourself first is quite polite, but the latter part sounds unreasonable. Are you also a nameless? Grimoire tilted his head. Nameless is merely a name you humans gave me. He smiled faintly. If you group them together, then it is almost correct. He unclenched his fist and asked, what is your purpose? Grimoire replied calmly, to help the Abyss Lord revive. Leon frowned. Who is the Abyss Lord? I have never heard of him. He waved his hand. Do not worry. Grimoire's eyes were fanatical. Soon the entire world will know and worship that name. Jean Frey narrowed his eyes as he sensed the terrifying power radiating around him. He silently observed, his worry rising without end. Jean Frey speculated perhaps the Abyss Lord is the master of the Nameless. That thought weighed heavily on the group. If so, he must never be allowed to revive. Grimoire suddenly turned his head, his sharp gaze as if detecting something. Smiled calmly. There is no need to rush. Grimoire's gaze settled on the circle floating above his head. Clear interest revealed in his eyes. His gaze lowered, stopping at the transformation ring floating before Jean Frey's chest. At last, Grimoire focused intently on the sword in his hand, as if weighing something. He gave a slight nod, his voice firm. I knew the divine artifacts had once again appeared in this world. Rima continued, a rare hint of surprise in his eyes, but I am truly astonished that you alone gathered all of them. Jean Frey paused slightly, his gaze wavering. Divine artifacts? Is he referring to my equipment? At that very moment, Leon suddenly dashed forward and shielded him in the blink of an eye. His body shot straight toward the opponent, battle intent erupting fiercely. Leon curled his lips into a smile amid the tense atmosphere, so in the end, he clenched his fist, his voice provocative. You just want to fight, do you not? A burst of white light flared as Leon charged forward with all his strength. Right in front of him, a familiar figure suddenly appeared to block his path. Jean Frey's eyes widened in shock. Demon King Orochi. How is he? He undrew his radiant sword and spun, slamming down hard enough to crack the ground. He muttered, is he still alive? And what about the competition? Jean Frey immediately cut him off. Now is not the time to mention that. The two turned their heads and clearly saw Grimoire standing behind, manipulating Orochi like a puppet. Jean Frey gritted his teeth, a speculation about that terrifying ability flashing through his mind. Grimoire spoke calmly. It would have been better to speak peacefully, but as you see, this is the outcome of the negotiation. He raised his hand high, murmuring strange incantations that echoed everywhere. Instantly, a pitch-black rift opened behind him, grotesque creatures pouring out. Jean Frey's eyes widened at the swarm of monsters, a powerful sense of danger surging. Leon exclaimed in shock, what the hell is that? What skill did he just use? Grimoire's voice was filled with arrogance. This is a power entirely different from your skills, a noble strength possessed only by the Lord's weapons. Do not compare it to the inferior borrowed abilities of humanity. Continued chanting, dark energy swirling violently around his body. The monsters roared and rushed forward at terrifying speed. Jean Frey let out a short cry as the situation spiraled out of control. What is this? He immediately activated the familiar skill Super Repulsion to push them back. The first wave was blown away. The monsters kept surging forward like a tide. Jean Frey gritted his teeth at the overwhelming numbers. Damn it, there are too many. He glanced at the sky and realized it was filled with enemies as well, every escape route blocked. In that brief moment, he understood there was only one choice left, to eliminate them all. Leon called his name, his voice deep with fury, eyes sharp as he stared at the monsters. Leon roared, you appear out of nowhere, and do as you please. Do not dream of succeeding, you damned nameless. Rima's face darkened upon hearing those words. He slowly turned his head, his voice icy. What did you just say? Grimoire waved his hand, a dense stream of black energy shooting toward Leon. Leon froze for an instant, as if bound by something invisible. The black energy stretched into sharp spikes midair and shot straight at him. Jean Frey turned back in alarm as danger struck. He shouted Leon, his voice filled with concern. Grimoire said coldly, I told you not to equate me with inferior beings. Meanwhile, Leon still smirked. Seems you are not too bad. Rima's eyes widened, not expecting Leon to still react. Frey also stood stunned before that sight. Leon lowered his stance, his voice confident. Now it is my turn. He shouted loudly, gripping his spear as he descended from above straight toward Grimoire. He tilted his body and easily avoided the strike. Leon continued swinging his spear, thrusting repeatedly at the opponent. Grimoire dodged while sneering, your technique is too poor. You do not control it at all. Leon laughed loudly. You say I cannot master this spear. Foolish. As he attacked, he shouted, this spear has its own will, and that is clear proof. In the distance, Jean Frey heard the entire exchange, while fighting and inwardly sighed, such incomprehensible logic. Leon spoke almost madly to the spear, keep up with my rhythm. The speed of his thrust surged, yet Grimoire remained uninjured. He raised his hand to block. Increasing strength and speed is useless. Leon leapt high, pointing the spear tip straight downward. Grimoire's eyes widened as he watched the strike descend. The spear came crashing down, light surrounding it as everything seemed to slow. Jean Frey sensed something unusual and turned his head. Before his eyes was a dense cloud of dust, obscuring his vision. Jean Frey looked irritably at the monsters. What was that sound? I saw nothing. Grimoire had created a layer of black energy to block the spear tip. He said with contempt, your spear cannot touch me. He added, you are still unqualified. Leon laughed, that is true, but I am not finished yet. Grimoire glared at the weapon before him. He thought inwardly, is he planning to pierce through it by force? Leon shouted loudly, pouring more power to drive the spear into the black barrier. And then he pierced through that layer of dark energy. Grimoire stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Leon laughed loudly, I am still not done. Saying that, he spun the spear fiercely and executed the move spear spiral break. The spear whirled rapidly, forming a vortex that struck at him. Rima watched with disdain such a crude technique. Even so, the spear tip still grazed his cheek, blood seeping out. Grimoire grew furious, do not be so smug. Dark domain. Immediately, a gigantic black foot appeared behind Leon. He released the spear and used his bare hands to block that foot. Leon strained and shouted, pouring all his strength into resisting. Not long after, he was forced down to the ground. Jean Frey anxiously called out to Leon. Leon trembled as he crawled up and cursed, do you see others as insects? Grimoire coldly chanted dark territory, and a sinister hand pressed Leon down once more. Leon was pinned to the ground by the shadow, and angrily said, I cannot move. Raised his hand to control the shadow, it is useless, while Leon struggled. Rima explained, I have controlled your shadow. The body and shadow are one, so you cannot move. Leon replied, I understand. During that, Grimoire paused and stared at Leon. Leon lifted his head and laughed, so that means I am fighting myself. He burst into laughter and unleashed his inner power. Strength directly clashed with the shadow. The darkness gradually dissipated before that force. Rima was astonished. If the shadow is restrained, how is he still moving? Leon broke free from the restraint and shouted in exhilaration. His roar made Grimoire widen his eyes. Leon clenched his fist and laughed. Dark territory has been broken. Grimoire's face darkened. Impossible. What exactly is this human? Leon pointed his sword at him. Unfortunate for you. Now you cannot control my shadow anymore. He closed his eyes and smiled with interest. It seems I must get serious now. I have toyed with him long enough. He began chanting. Leon stared blankly without understanding what was happening. Grimoire raised both hands high, reciting a strange ancient language. Leon still kept his sword pointed at him, standing still and observing. He thought inwardly, I do not know what it is, but my instincts tell me it is extremely dangerous. Thinking that, he tightened his grip on the spear. He had to bring him down before that ritual was completed. Leon roared, the spear tip thrusting straight toward Grimoire ended. Nameless spear strike. Yet he continued chanting, while calmly evading every single attack. Grimoire kept murmuring, the corner of his lips curling in contempt. He unground his teeth in irritation. His eyes locked onto the opponent. He observed every movement and flow of his aura. He had to stop him before it was too late. Ignoring Leon, Grimoire continued reciting the incantation without concern. When the demonic realm judgment was spoken, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Leon clenched his jaw, his gaze turning gray. He froze when he saw the shadow beneath Grimoire's feet, connecting to his own. He slowly explained, this move has its price. I am fixed in place as well, but in return you cannot evade and will suffer damage. Die, inferior human. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow beneath Leon pierced straight through his body. Leon immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He laughed in delight at the miserable sight of his opponent, turned his back and said, now, it is the turn of the other one. Suddenly Leon spoke Ruby Spear, causing him to pause. Leon's spear tip had already pierced through Grimoire's body. He gaped in disbelief. What is happening? He stood frozen, wondering how the spear had lengthened. Leon laughed loudly. It seems your move does not affect the shadow of the spear. His face burned with fervor. Never let your guard down, nameless. I am not dead yet. Gritted his teeth and touched the wound. Hateful human. The shadow beneath Leon withdrew toward its owner. Leon's eyes widened as his body stiffened again. He cursed inwardly, I can move again. but the wound is deeper than I thought. Damn it. Grimoire's body gradually faded, his eyes noticing Leon's weakening state. He smirked. You have reached your limit, yet still pretend to be strong. This time die. The shadow under his control shot straight toward Leon. At that moment, Jean Frey managed to pull Leon away from the fatal strike. He glared at the two who had just escaped. What? He spun around in astonishment. When did he eliminate all those monsters? Jean Frey gently laid the severely injured Leon on the ground. Leon coughed blood and looked up at Jean Frey, softly calling his name. He asked with concern, but Jean Frey shouted, "Your condition is what matters." Jean Frey yelled, "You cannot die before me, Leon. Hold on. I will deal with him immediately." His voice rang out arrogantly, "You want to defeat me? Ridiculous." He held his stomach and laughed, "I will kill you with just one move." Jean Frey immediately rushed forward, his fist clenched. He had no time to react to that punch. One side of his face was struck and snapped aside. He spat blood and staggered back a considerable distance. Sweat poured down as he stared at his opponent. Jean Frey dropped to one knee, breathing heavily in exhaustion. He mocked, "You are barely staying conscious. After such a long battle, you probably do not even have the strength to use skills anymore." Jean Frey lowered his head and replied, "Yes. Because of you, I have exhausted all my skills, so now I will take this chance to recover." He wiped the blood from his chin, stunned by those words. Jean Frey smiled confidently, staring straight at him. He called Athena equipment, and the attire on his body instantly transformed. The wounds on Jean Frey's body gradually closed. He was astonished to have his wounds completely healed. Jean Frey gave a faint smile. "Perhaps I should thank you." He spoke in a low voice. "It was you who forced me to unlock it, so thank you." On the system panel, HP and MP were fully restored. The system reported that 10 skills had been used within 1 minute and unlocked Divine Blessing, fully restoring HP and randomly refreshing 5 skills with a cooldown of 48 hours. Skills such as Unmelted Recovery, Dragon Transformation, Roar, Theft, Super Gravity, Vision Shift were refreshed. Jean Frey activated the Divine Artifact. He could only stare in disbelief. Jean Frey felt inward satisfaction. "Now I can continue fighting." He circulated his inner power. "Leon is in danger. I no longer have time to play with you." Jean Frey flipped in midair and landed behind Grimoire. He stared intently and swung his sword, preparing to slash. His back immediately spurted blood, and he cried out in pain. Blood dripped from his mouth onto the ground. Jean Frey continued slashing fiercely, blood splattering everywhere. He thought that with Leon's pressure, he would end this quickly. Jean Frey tightened his grip on the sword and shouted, "Melt." His body was once again covered by darkness. Jean Frey was stunned by that power. A layer of purple aura surrounded Grimoire's body. He turned his head, his eyes icy, inferior human. He roared, "You dare to look down on me." Power erupting violently. Before Jean Frey, darkness enveloped him into a cocoon. He merged into the black shadow, his entire body turning pitch black. Grimoire turned back with a ghastly smile. Jean Frey stood frozen at the sight before him. He said, "I hate using this move. I never wanted to use it." Jean Frey thought, "What is this?" Laughed loudly, "Especially against humans like you." Jean Frey was horrified to see a shadow identical to himself. He laughed cruelly, "I have copied you perfectly. Now you are me and I am you." Jean Frey wondered, has he copied even my abilities? What kind of move is this? He laughed loudly, surprised. "You are trembling." Jean Frey thought, if he can use even my hidden equipment, then it will be disastrous. His eyes turned cold. That thought is truly dangerous. He raised his blade and laughed, "Being killed by yourself must be quite unpleasant." Jean Frey stared straight at his opponent with unwavering eyes. Copy smiled in response. Jean Frey thought, there is no time to hesitate. Even if I do not fully understand this dark power, I must defeat him. As soon as that thought ended, he circulated his inner power and attacked. Grimoire mirrored the exact same movement. 2 identical streams of power collided violently. Jean Frey could not help but feel astonished. He realized his skill was neutralized. He laughed loudly at that expression. Jean Frey raised his sword, Melt. Grimoire also executed Melt. Jean Frey slashed down Poison Heaven Gate, and the other side did the same. 2 equally matched swords clashed without a victor. After that, both stepped back half a step. Jean Frey broke into sweat as he copied even Melt. He speculated, Melt can freely transform. Why is the copy so perfect that it can even nullify my skill? He spoke, "It is useless. Shadow and body are one. Your move is also mine." He frowned and asked again, "So that means you cannot freely use my skills, right?" He gave a faint smile and replied, "You do not need to know too much. My shadow only copies the target. Unless you stop using your skills, it will continue endlessly." Jean Frey pondered and glanced at his opponent, silently realizing he had just unintentionally revealed a weakness. He said coldly, "It seems you have not told the whole truth." Calmly admitted, "Sharp observation. Indeed, I cannot fully wield your skills at will." Jean Frey paused when he sensed a disturbance behind him, turned his head. Before him, the giant monsters were closing in. Cold sweat broke out. The monsters he had slain earlier had reappeared. He said evenly, "Because I am a shadow, I can nullify all your attacks. Now do you understand?" Jean Frey looked at him and suddenly understood. "So that is how it is." He continued, If we cancel each other out, then only moves that do not originate from you can. Under me, he laughed smugly. This is the real trap, standing amid the monsters declaring the outcome already decided. Jean Frey cursed inwardly. The situation is terrible. I have exhausted my skills and cannot recover on my own, clearly at a disadvantage. He bit down and thought, what should I do now? If this drags on, I will lose the chance to turn it around. He laughed loudly. This is the end for you humans. Then shouted the order, crush him. The monsters roared and lunged, bearing sharp fangs at Jean Frey. At the critical moment, a thought echoed in his mind, use divine. Instantly, Jean Frey's body shone with a radiant aura. In that instant, he glanced in one direction. There Leon lay unconscious on the ground. Jean Frey called out inwardly in shock, Leon. Light also began to envelop him. Seeing that sight, he suddenly realized, there is still this way. A faint smile appeared on Leon's lips, pointed and shouted, it is too late, you cannot change anything. A massive sphere appeared among the monsters, forming a defensive barrier. He immediately erected a similar shield, but his sphere was far smaller than Jean Frey's. He was astonished, he can push me back. Panicked, I have completely copied his skills. Why am I still suppressed? Around Jean Frey spread a majestic aura facing Grimoire. Leon closed his eyes and smiled. Even if you copy his skills, without training and experience, you cannot fully unleash divine. The monsters gradually vanished, the ground soaked in blood. He looked around in confusion. What is happening? From above, Jean Frey said, placing heart and will into a skill is something you cannot do. He raised his sword high, shouted and slashed down. He hurriedly used his sword to block. The blade could not withstand the terrifying force and shattered. He stared in disbelief at the broken weapon in his hand. Immediately after, Jean Frey delivered a fatal slash to his body. The darkness around him dissipated. He fell, blood spraying everywhere, screamed in agony, and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Jean Frey thought it was over, and inwardly called Leon's name. Leon told himself, finish him, Jean Frey. He roared, courage, divine will, fire, dragon. The system announced the strike was enhanced to triple damage. Jean Frey shouted loudly, pouring all his strength into the final blow. Immediately after, Grimoire, completely obliterated by the terrifying force. Jean Frey stood upright, calmly watching the enemy disintegrate. Leon smiled and praised inwardly. Well done, Jean Frey. Grimoire lay motionless on the ground, silently gazing at the sky. The scene shifted to the Adventurer Association Castle, at the Advanced Medical Center. Inside the Grand Hall, Myra stood alone before the tall doors. She lifted her head to look at the ceiling. Seeing the two descending from above, Myra called out Jean Frey, Maria. As soon as they touched the ground, they rushed forward. Maria asked where Leon's room was. Jean Frey replied this way. Myra called out, wait. The two hurried through the silent corridor. Jean Frey recalled that 3 days had passed since defeating Grimoire and bringing Leon here. But Leon's condition exceeded the healer's abilities. Therefore, the chairman called Maria back, and he used teleportation to pick her up. As he ran, Jean Frey prayed, Leon, do not die, I have not thanked you yet. The name Leon was written on the sign before the door. Yet the room inside was completely empty. Both froze. Jean Frey muttered, gone. He broke into sweat. The room had been cleared. Maria exclaimed, could it be that we? Jean Frey remembered Leon's face and silently called his name. From behind came a familiar voice. Jean Frey, is that you visiting me? Two slowly turned around in astonishment. Jean Frey shouted, Leon. He smiled and asked, Maria is here too, long time no see. Maria angrily asked Jean Frey, where is the man who almost stepped through death's door? What is going on? He awkwardly replied, I do not know either. Myra leaned against the wall and said, he woke up already this healthy, perhaps the fastest recovery ever seen. She recalled when Leon woke up saying he slept well. Leon laughed loudly and said, treatment is troublesome. One sleep is enough. Jean Frey thought, this man's wild vitality surpasses human limits. He breathed in relief. Thankfully, you are fine. Maria snatched Leon's cake, declaring she would eat it all. Jean Frey said seriously, thanks to your quick response, I could defeat him. Thank you. Leon laughed loudly. I should be the one thanking you. Hurry and fight another round to see who is stronger. Jean Frey widened his eyes at him, then smiled softly in response. Jean Frey stood on the ground looking up at the vast sky. Thought after the Grimoire incident, the chairman and the 8-star guardians are on high alert. I wonder if they can track them down. Walking alone, Jean Frey pondered there must be someone stronger than Grimoire. I must obtain the final hidden equipment soon. At night, fireworks blazed across the dark sky. Below, the citizens gathered densely at the festival at Serpent Spirit Lake of the 7th continent. The food stalls bustled, the atmosphere lively. Jean Frey slipped his hands into his pockets, strolling alone among the cheerful crowd. He smiled, this place is crowded, but the annual race always sells out. The loudspeaker announced the beloved practitioner tournament has returned. Everyone is invited to participate. As the name suggests, this is a race between ancient demons and participants. The prize is in a ranked demon script scroll. Crowd cheered at the valuable reward. Jean Frey stood among the sea of people smiling excitedly. He thought it has been too tense lately. A change of pace will do. Must win the scroll for the next hidden equipment. The MC announced participants gather at the starting line of the temple arena. The rules are simple. Race against the fairy NPC on a 500-meter track. Whoever arrives first wins. The reward is precious, so many have joined. However, all equipment must be removed, and no magic is allowed. Players are not permitted to carry any items. The MC raised his voice and asked, "Is everyone ready? Fairies, prepare to take your positions." A citizen shouted excitedly, "Last time the fairies were all champions, but this time the winner will be me." Another immediately retorted, "It has to be me." MC's voice rang out loudly, "To your positions, ready, begin." As soon as the signal ended, both fairies and humans dashed forward at the same time. Jean Frey watched the crowd accelerate and muttered, "So fast, in the blink of an eye they are already far ahead." Suddenly crying was heard. He smiled and turned toward the sound. Lin sniffled and said, "My fan is broken." Jean Frey rejoiced inwardly. "This is my chance." He stepped over and asked, "What is wrong? Are you in trouble?" Girl pointed at the fan. "It was blowing wind just now, but now it is broken." Jean Frey thought smugly, "This time victory is certain." Then softened his voice, "Let me see. Fairies can use skills and items." He held out his hand. "Let me make you a better fan." The system notified that the fan had been refined and returned in an upgraded version. Jean Frey handed over the new fan. "Is this all right?" The girl jumped in delight. "This is great, thank you so much." She waved the fan and said, "To repay you, I will help you take first place." Immediately the girl fanned strongly. "Let us go." Powerful gust of wind propelled Jean Frey shooting forward. The crowd was still running behind, and Jean Frey had already taken the lead. He reached the finish line. The loudspeaker announced, "The winner is Jean Frey." He raised 2 fingers and smiled in satisfaction. "The reward is in my hands. I just need to use the scroll to break the seal." Without hesitation, Jean Frey stepped toward the reward table before the shrine. The presenter said cheerfully, "Congratulations, here is your Night Walker scroll." Jean Frey accepted it and thanked him. Holding the scroll, he turned away at once, a thought flashing in his mind. Next is. His gaze swept toward the demons still gathered around the shrine. He quickly devised a plan. Take advantage before they disperse. A one-eyed demon exclaimed, "What, you want my signature as a souvenir?" Another laughed awkwardly. "Just a signature is fine," the one beside chimed in. "I will sign for you too." Before long, the demons crowded tightly around Jean Frey. Voices buzzed. "Oh, it is the winner. Let me sign." Jean Frey smiled smugly. First step complete. Just need their signatures on the scroll and continue. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded behind him. "Wait a moment, human youth." A big-headed elder stepped forward, each step making the demons give way, his eyes cunning and unreadable. He spoke meaningfully. "If you want my signature, you must offer something worthy in exchange." Jean Frey immediately recognized that the supreme leader Nurari Hyung had appeared. He raised one finger, of course. Without hesitation, Jean Frey offered 1,000,000 silver coins. "Is this enough?" Seeing the number, Nurari Hyung's eyes lit up. He squinted and laughed. "The boy knows manners. With this amount I will sign for you." Jean Frey swiped to confirm. "This is the signature of Nurari Hyung, leader of the demons." Not stopping there, he transferred 10 million more and calmly asked, "Is that all?" He was astonished, thinking this boy is truly wealthy, worth befriending. His voice softened. "Human youth." Nurari generously took out an item. "I have taken a liking to you. Take this." The system notified that an item was received from Nurari Hyung. Demon Bell Rarity S. Jean Frey watched him leave and smiled in satisfaction. Step 2 complete. Left the crowd and saw Kappa in the corner of the shrine. Only the final step remained. Kappa was munching on a cucumber happily. "Eating after the race is wonderful." Jean Frey held out a card. "Mr. Kappa, thank you for the signature earlier. I have a gift for you." Card activated and a turquoise sphere appeared floating, emitting cool mist. It was the ocean's sacred gem Rarity S. Kappa widened his eyes. "What is that?" Jean Frey explained. "The gem creates rain and keeps things moist." Immediately cool water dripped onto Kappa's head. He excitedly tossed away the cucumber and cheered in delight. Kappa happily handed over more cucumbers. "You are a good person, take them." Jean Frey's eyes brightened. Now the materials are complete. At night, amid brilliant fireworks, he stood in a quiet forest, silently circulating his spiritual power. In his hand were the signed scroll, the demon bell, and the cucumbers. Spiritual power enveloped the 3 items as the system announced synthesis. Nightwalker scroll, demon bell, and cucumbers have fused. You have obtained a new item. Origin Turtle Talisman Rarity S. Jean Frey waved his hand, and the talisman spun in response to his spiritual power. He poured all his spiritual power into his right arm, and the air trembled. Red flames burst around his hand as he growled softly, "Fire fist." Flames shot forward and burned the talisman according to the guidance in his mind. The talisman trembled violently, then shone brightly. illuminating the night sky. Amid the ashes, a misty hand appeared. The hidden equipment revealed. The system announced the talisman had been burned, and the sealed item had appeared. It was the Origin Turtle Guardian Hand with attack, defense, agility plus 300 in special skills. Looking at the item before him, Jean Frey was delighted to have obtained it. But his smile quickly faded. Memories of his previous life flooded back. He had never unlocked skills 2 and 3 despite every attempt. Jean Frey sat down and thought, this time I must unlock them, but the clues remain unclear. As he rubbed his forehead, thinking, an impatient voice sounded, "Hey." Tu then appeared above his head and grumbled, "You are making a big move again." Jean Frey pulled it down. "Do not appear so suddenly." Tu then replied, "I like surprises." As soon as it finished speaking, a new idea flashed in Jean Frey's mind. Scene shifted to a desolate land under a misty dawn. Crows cawed coldly. In a vast palace, 3 figures gathered. A man asked, "Are you ready?" Glanced at Achai beside him. Achai frowned. Grimoire was useless and ruined the plan. He was the water destruction staff Achai. The wizard beside her flinched slightly when named. Aizen laughed chillingly. "Do not ruin things, Nightmare. Should I kill you first?" Nightmare stood still like a shadow in the great hall, eyes icy. He said, "We only need one more soul for Abyss to revive. Achai and I will gather them, and you must kill the one who possesses the sacred equipment." The other 2 remained silent without objection. Nightmare concluded, "We only need to eliminate him." In his mind, the image of Jean Frey appeared clearly, the obstacle to a race for Abyss to dominate. The next morning, sunlight shone into a Tier 7 C-rank dungeon, the air thick with the smell of blood. Jean Frey was locked in fierce combat with monsters. One sweeping strike felled 2 creatures, blood splattering across the stone floor. Tu then cheered, "Take them down, brother." Jean Frey unleashed continuous attacks, monsters collapsing amid their screams. Looking at the piled corpses, Tu then clicked his tongue in praise. Laughed loudly. "At this rate, unlocking the Origin Turtle Guardian Hand skill is nothing." Jean Frey said, "I am surprised you know the unlock condition." Tu then proudly replied, "No equipment surpasses me." Though monsters closed in, Jean Frey remained calm in conversation. "You help me a lot, but you are too noisy." Laughed, "That is about to change." Jean Frey's eyes locked onto the final monster. He leapt forward. "This is the last one. Let us make it impressive." Corner of his lips curved. "This will unlock skill 2 of the Origin Turtle Guardian Hand." When the battle ended, they left the dungeon. Jean Frey sat leaning back on a chair in a quiet street corner with a pensive expression. "You raised your voice, thick with unmistakable disappointment. Are you making a joke out of me?" Tu then forced an awkward smile, trying to ease the tension. "Do not be so upset, brother." Jean Frey shot him a cold glance tinged with irritation. "Did you really say that?" Memory of last night's conversation in the silent forest suddenly flooded back. "At that time you had asked what the condition was to unlock the second skill. It answered firmly that you had to defeat one of the monsters in ABC order. A sense of disappointment instantly overwhelmed you. The more you thought, the heavier it felt." Jean Frey Jack mocked. "I trusted you and did exactly as you said, yet I still cannot unlock it." Tu then froze. His expression stiffened for a moment before he awkwardly defended himself. "Well, perhaps I remembered it wrong." Tu then flushed with embarrassment. His figure gradually blurred, then vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only a distant, echoing voice. "It is my fault, completely my fault." You let out a weary sigh. "Damn it. All that hope and effort have become meaningless." Jean Frey felt weighed down with thoughts. In the end, he had returned to the starting point without even knowing the condition to unlock it. It seemed the only option left was to return to town. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from afar, drawing closer and tearing apart the surrounding silence. Immediately after came a panicked shout, "Mister, over here. There is someone over here." You startled and whipped your head toward the sound. What? Before Jean Frey stood 2 children, the girl behind. Jun pointed toward him while the boy rushed forward breathlessly. The boy's eyes were full of panic, though he was gasping and stumbling. San still ran as if being a second late would mean it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the boy was standing before Jean Frey, trying to catch his breath. His throat choked out a faint sound. You steadied yourself and lowered your gaze to the child in front of you. "What happened?" The boy took a deep breath, then urgently asked. "You are an adventurer, right?" The boy continued. "You are very strong, right? Then please save us." Jean Frey crouched down to San's level. "Yes, I am an adventurer, but what happened?" The boy bit his lip hard, his eyes red with fear. "My parents suddenly disappeared." You frowned in surprise. "Disappeared? Do you mean they got lost?" San shook his head vigorously. "No, they were taken by a red-eyed monster. It suddenly appeared in our house." Hearing that, Jean Frey stiffened, his gaze gradually darkening. Images of the monsters he had faced surfaced in his mind, twisted and grotesque bodies. Most striking were their blazing red eyes like burning embers. His thoughts drilled into that detail, red eyes. Jean Frey rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If they were capable of neutralizing the town's protective barrier, then that possibility was not small. The boy pleaded desperately, "Please save my parents." Seeing Jean Frey remain silent for too long, The hope in San's eyes gradually faded, leaving only helpless sorrow. Chip beside him could not hold back and burst into tears. Dad, Mom. After a brief moment of consideration, you finally nodded. All right, I will go find them. Hearing Jean Frey's offer, the two children's faces lit up. Take me home. Boy spoke excitedly without pause, turning around and pointing toward the path ahead. Thank you, this way, please. For long they stood before a house steeped in desolation and gloom, the air so heavy that even the light seemed hesitant to touch it. The sight made you pause. This is the place. San hurriedly said, the black monster is in the back room. Jean Frey pointed toward the corridor, his voice lowering. Understood. You two wait here. I will go take a look. The heavy wooden door creaked open. Before stepping inside, he still cast a quick glance back at the two children, his eyes briefly probing before turning away. Jean Frey slowly advanced, each step light yet cautious, his gaze scanning every dark corner of the house. You thought to yourself, this place is covered in cobwebs and dust. There are no signs of anyone living here. Jean Frey scratched his head, thoughts overlapping, setting aside the matter of the two children for now. What troubled him more was the issue of the red eyes, even though he had stepped inside, but quickly pushed open the back room door, your gaze turning sharp and cold. If this is a trap, how will they activate it? As soon as the door opened, the scene inside left Jean Frey stunned. You gaped in astonishment. The house ended right there. Jean Frey stood frozen, staring at the pitch-black void ahead as if space had been gouged out. The wooden floor stopped at the edge of a complex pattern carved across the ground, and that drawing was a magic circle. You immediately recognized it as a summoning circle. A sense of danger surged. Jean Frey did not hesitate to unleash the supreme movement technique Tempest Steps. Thunder erupted violently like a cascading torrent. In the blink of an eye, lightning engulfed the formation, locking the entire house within a cage of thunder. On the other side of the palace, Hyzen fixed her gaze tightly on the magic circle. Blue light continuously flickered, reflected in her pupils. A delighted smile slowly spread across her lips. It seemed a little mouse had fallen into the trap. Not long after, the image of the house suddenly appeared within the formation at the center of the grand hall. After casting the spell, you leaned against the wall wearily and coughed softly. As soon as he raised his head, Jean Frey saw the unfamiliar scene before him and muttered blankly, "Where is this?" Suddenly a bizarre laugh tore through the space. Your eyes swept toward it. Hee. No matter how many times I see it, holy equipment is still irritating. Hyzen sneered, yet the one using holy equipment falls into a trap so easily, truly pitiful. Her eyes gleamed, the corner of her lips curling smugly as the thought of holy equipment crossed her mind. Hyzen recalled what Grimoire once said, I know holy equipment has reappeared, but opposite her you pondered in silence, lowering your gaze. These are Atasau's lackeys. That moment the two children's voices sounded behind him. Chip laughed mockingly, that is right, that is right. San jeered Big Brother was too careless. Jean Frey replied coldly, so it was you. It seems there is no need to pretend anymore. Those words startled them. Their cheerful smiles instantly froze. Said with contempt, I know you are not human, but using such despicable tricks to deceive me is truly sickening. She frowned slightly in surprise. Oh, you noticed, holy equipment really is troublesome. Hyzen put on a facade of righteousness, her voice icy. I say this for your own good. Hand over the holy equipment, then die. Jean Frey let out a cold laugh. I have no idea what you call holy equipment. Than and Go Kong appeared in his hand in an instant, the curved blade reflecting a chilling gleam. But you are mistaken. The ones who must die are you. She slammed her staff heavily onto the ground. Do not be so hasty. Hyzen's dark magic surged forth, enveloping the two children. Unlike Grimoire, I do not intend to handle you personally. Her next words shocked Jean Frey. I have gone through great effort to reverse summon you to this eighth land. Hyzen turned to leave, her indifferent voice echoing back. Why not stay and play with those two children? Your mind churned violently. The eighth land, where is this place? Jean Frey called out in alarm. Wait, where are you going? Her smug laughter echoed through the space like a thin blade slicing past. Where am I going? Is it not obvious? Hyzen tilted her head slightly, killing intent flashing in her eyes without concealment. I will slaughter all of humanity. The Abyss Lord is about to revive. It is time for this world to be overturned. After speaking, Hyzen hurriedly left, leaving Jean Frey calling after her. Wait. You shouted angrily. I still have countless questions to ask you. Before the shout ended, a dry scraping sound rang out. The heavy blade of a weapon dragging across stone sent chills down the spine. You startled and turned around. Two children had now transformed into tall adults, weapons in hand, killing intent clearly revealed. San said coldly, shut up, human. Hyzen is busy, do not interfere. He laughed with great delight. Then I will leave the rest to you. As soon as the words fell, Hyzen's figure faded, then was swallowed by darkness. Your furious roar echoed throughout the grand hall. Stop. Jean Frey tilted his body to dodge the flurry of attacks, clicking his tongue and muttering, damn it, they have escaped. Suddenly sensing killing intent surging toward him, Jean Frey shot a quick glance in that direction. You leapt backward just in time to avoid the horizontal lash of a whip. Immediately after, Jean Frey twisted midair, then shifted his weight upon landing, his foot grinding hard against the stone floor, leaving a long trail of sparks. He tightened his whip until it let out a dry hiss. "This is Heisen's order. We will kill you here." The boy sneered. "It seems defeating Quattro and the others made you arrogant, but they were mere small fry. Do not be so conceited, human." You narrowed your eyes and probed. "What exactly are you plotting?" San roared impatiently. "Are you deaf? Heisen already said she will overturn the world." Jean Frey shouted back. "Are you truly stupid? I am asking about its real meaning." As soon as the words fell, the boy's blade whistled through the air toward him, cold steel grazing past his face, reflecting startled eyes. Jean Frey reacted instantly, spiritual power erupting beneath his feet. Lightning burst forth, propelling his body straight into the air. At that very moment, a chilling aura pressed against his back. Chip had appeared at some unknown time, his eyes dark with anger. "Your confident expression irritates me." The whip cracked repeatedly, striking the stone floor and scattering sparks, leaving behind smoking black scorch marks. You gritted your teeth, twisting midair, then landing in the narrow remaining space, the tip of your foot touching down so lightly it only stirred the stone dust. The two did not give Jean Frey time to breathe. They darted back and forth like two shadows, leaving afterimages, the air tearing with sharp whistles, killing intent weaving into a net. Immediately after, both stomped hard on the ground for momentum, then shot upward. In an instant, they appeared behind him. Chip roared hoarsely with excitement, "Die, die." Dan's face twisted with agitation, eyes wide, "Die, die, die." In that critical moment, Jean Frey sprang upward, escaping the pincer attack. Below, the two howled madly, "Die." Not long after, they realized he had escaped the sneak attack. Both immediately looked up, their eyes locking onto Jean Frey hovering above. A thought flashed through his mind. These two are completely different from the previous ones. Their reflexes are extremely fast, but their weapon usage is. The girl shouted angrily across the vast space. "What is wrong with you?" The boy gritted his teeth and hissed. "Do you only know how to run, coward?" Jean Frey coldly swung his sword. Streaks of lightning tearing through the air, pouring down like bullets aimed straight at the two below. Fresh blood splattered, red streaks spreading amid the blinding flashes. You slowly descended with icy eyes. "In terms of dodging, I was tempered in hell. Do not underestimate me." The two clutched their chests where blood seeped out. Their breathing caught, their eyes filled with both hatred and disbelief. Jean Frey added, "And do not act noble when all you have is brute strength relying on weapons. You have no right to look down on Quattro and the others." His face showed clear irritation. "How troublesome, you nobodies just appear at will and spout nonsense. Get lost." Chip's expression shifted slightly, his gaze wavering. "Why has this human suddenly become like this?" San immediately cut in. "No. If Heisen has taken notice, then that human cannot be simple." The boy vaguely sensed a dazzling aura radiating from Jean Frey, an invisible pressure tightening around him and making San's heart tremble. He said in a low voice, as if to himself, "Lately my sense of invincibility seems to be eroding." Jean Frey concluded that perhaps it was because he had involved himself too much with humans that had never suited his style. The boy was stunned. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do not you humans always have to form teams to accomplish anything, right?" He shook his head calmly and replied, "No, you are mistaken." Jean Frey's expression darkened. "That might work for others, but not for me. The most fitting stage for me is still fighting alone." He continued, "Thanks to you, I have remembered my original purpose." In Jean Frey's mind, thoughts surged. The eighth continent remained shrouded in mystery. The existence of these nobodies only deepened the unknowns. That was what truly excited a veteran. The corner of his lips curled coldly. "If you want something done, then do it yourself. That is the mark of a true master." At that moment, a faint luminous panel appeared before Jean Frey. Skill unlocked. Skill name, Return of the Veteran. He raised the Ngo Kong blade, a confident smile dazzlingly bright. With a single decisive swing, a dark violet flash tore through the air, ripping through the bodies of the two before him. They fell flat onto the cold stone floor, their breaths broken, their faces still frozen in terror. San thought in horror that he did not understand what that man was saying, but this human was truly far too strong. The boy ground his teeth in fury. "Damn it." Chip trembled as she pushed herself up from the ground, her eyes filled with hatred. "I truly despise him." After a brief hesitation, she made up her mind. "I will use that to finish him as quickly as possible." San nodded in agreement. Both fixed their eyes on Jean Frey, their hearts burning with impatience. "Come here." In contrast to their urgency, he remained standing in contemplation. "I am indeed curious about the eighth continent, but first I must return and stop Heisen." Jean Frey recalled Heisen's words about overturning the world before she left, his gaze darkening. He did not understand the meaning, yet felt deeply uneasy. He raised the Ngo Kong blade again, his thoughts in turmoil. "How do I return from here? Perhaps I must rely on Grimm's skill." While killing intent still churned fiercely, an unexpected turn occurred. The blade in Jean Frey's hand was suddenly knocked away, clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. Ryu then abruptly appeared, causing him to lose balance and nearly fall flat on his face. "Wait, I remember now, brother," it said excitedly. "I finally remember how to unlock the second skill of the cursed guardian hand." He cursed angrily. "You damned thing." At that very moment, the Ngo Kong blade was removed, since each person only has one weapon slot. Before he could steady himself, he roared, "How many times have I told you not to appear so suddenly?" Tu then replied calmly, "This time I am serious." It spoke in a serious tone. "Listen carefully. The condition to unlock it is..." The next words left Jean Frey stunned. "You must level up 100 times on the 8th continent." He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "With your track record, I find that hard to believe. Do you have any proof?" Tu then replied indifferently, "The fact that I remembered at this exact moment is proof." Only then did it notice the strangeness of the surrounding space, its eyes lighting up as if it had found treasure. "This timing is perfect. We are on the 8th continent, brother." Jean Frey stood frozen, eyes wide and mouth agape in shock, unable to speak. He asked curiously, "Wait, how do you know this is the 8th continent?" Tu then answered leisurely, "Because I have been here before." Suddenly it froze blankly. "But what did I come here for?" Hearing that, he immediately reasoned, "So it truly has memories. If I help it remember, then perhaps I will learn what those nobodies are aiming for." Switching to the 1st continent, the sky was blue with white clouds drifting lazily, gentle golden sunlight bathing the land in peaceful calm. At the same time, Hyzen appeared where Achai and Name were standing. Achai asked coldly, "Did you capture him yet?" Hyzen curled her lips arrogantly. "How could I possibly fail?" Achai sighed. "Grimoire has disappeared and the burden has grown heavier. Are you all right?" Hyzen replied confidently, "No problem." Soon as the words fell, the three of them channeled their magic power, streams of light intertwining to form a massive magic circle. "Then let us begin." Dark violet magic flared across the sky, the anomaly causing everyone below to look up in alarm. Before long, a colossal beam of light descended like wrath, swallowing the entire 1st continent, the ground collapsing violently and leaving behind endless pitch-black chasms. At the Adventurers Association, a panicked voice rang out, "Chairman, there is an emergency." The chairman's office door burst open with a loud bang, the hinges rattling from the urgency. Zinsman calmly asked, "Why are you so flustered? What happened?" The man bowed his head, gasping with cold sweat pouring down. "The 1st continent." He shouted in fear. "We just received a report that the 1st continent has disappeared." He was stunned. "What?" Everyone who heard Zinsman speak was equally astonished. "Has the 1st continent truly vanished?" A few seconds later, he confirmed sorrowfully, "Yes." Since it was rare to see Zinsman like this, Maria laughed teasingly. "That does not suit you, Chairman. Is this the first time you have told a joke?" Leon chimed in. "Then it is my turn to tell a funny story." Gigan snapped irritably, "Shut up, Leon. Do you think the chairman called an emergency meeting for a joke?" Hearing that, she immediately became serious. "Yes, a continent disappearing is no laughing matter." Ira asked worriedly, "What exactly happened, Chairman?" He replied in a low voice, "Seeing it live will make it clearer." When they saw the image he provided, everyone was utterly shocked. Arya blurted out, "What the hell is that? The entire continent is pitch black." Nis was so tense that sweat poured down, and he could not speak. Zinsman quickly explained, "This is the current state of the 1st continent. We have lost contact with the local guild. The radar gives no response. According to confirmation, it seems to have vanished from the world." Leon said thoughtfully, "I cannot understand it, but only one force has the power to do this." Luluka continued, "The Nameless One's right." Amid the tense atmosphere, he nodded in confirmation. "Very likely." He asked curiously, "So they have finally made their move?" Maria hesitated and said, "But what exactly are they plotting?" Nis frowned and replied, "Their goal is to hunt humans." Higgin shouted angrily, "Are they planning to hunt on the scale of an entire continent?" He shook his head in frustration. "Bold indeed, but this has crossed the line. Our duty is to protect civilians from threats, which means we must stop them." Zinsman agreed. "Exactly. We have more information, we will inform you. For now, everyone must remain vigilant." At that moment, Ryu asked in alarm, "Chairman, can those nameless ones fly?" He immediately replied, "Leon mentioned this before. What is it, Ryu?" He looked up at the sky and said, "I think I have seen them. There are 3 nameless ones in the sky." Zinsman urgently confirmed, "Are they truly there, 3 of them? Ryu, do not take your eyes off them. I will dispatch people immediately." Ryu reported, "They are doing something in the sky. It is not good. You will not make it in time. I must stop them." After speaking, he jumped onto the dragon's back despite Zinsman trying to stop him. "Wait, Ryu, if they are as strong as the one Leon once fought, then it is extremely dangerous." Ryu, but he did not respond and charged ahead. Name, Achai, and Hyzen looked surprised when they saw Ryu rushing toward them. Of them spoke. It seems someone discovered us earlier than expected. Ryu did not attack immediately, but stood facing them for a moment. He gripped his umbrella tightly in his hand, ready to fight at any moment. Then he said decisively, "I will not let you do whatever you please." The three merely looked at him with contempt. Name laughed. "It does not matter since we will erase everything anyway." Back to Jean Frey, Grimm shouted angrily, "Wait, the most important part is this. How do you know about the 8th continent and why did you come here?" Jean Frey shouted back, "Remember carefully." It broke into a sweat and gritted its teeth, replying, "No matter how many times you ask, I cannot remember." That answer annoyed him and he thought to himself, "This thing is truly useless." While Jean Frey was still thinking, two figures rushed from behind intending a sneak attack. He immediately detected it and turned sharply with surprise. Next second his eyes turned cold. The ones who had just appeared were Chip and San. Seeing him distracted, she said smugly, "Got you, then it is over." The boy chimed in, turning his back on the enemy to talk is truly foolish. At that moment Jean Frey raised his voice, "Title match." Leaving Chip and San stunned, both were shocked and could not believe that he remained unharmed. Jean Frey immediately activated the skill. The system approved the skill title match. In 3 rounds, each lasting 3 minutes, all stats double with each round. If he fails to win after 3 rounds, the equipment will disappear. Jean Frey looked at his hand and thought to himself, "Even in my previous life, I never set foot on the 8th continent. This time, no matter the cost, I will conquer it." First, Jean Frey continued to activate Cursed Guardian Hand. Skill 1, Cursed Lure, reduces the opponent's stats. Feeling the power radiating from him, Chip and San were so frightened their mouths fell open. Without hesitation, Jean Frey charged straight toward them. Continued to activate another skill, and it was immediately approved by the system. Jean Frey's second skill was officially unlocked. With a single strike, he dealt severe damage to both of them and shouted a warning, "Do not trifle with me." Two who were hit immediately spat out blood repeatedly. In the end, they collapsed onto the floor, completely motionless. Having finished them off so quickly, Jean Frey exclaimed in delight. That was satisfying. "If you hold any grudge, then blame that useless loudmouth." The system then announced that he had risen from level 277 to 283. Jean Frey looked at his hand and murmured, "I do not know if it is true, but I will keep hunting monsters. There are still 100 levels left. Last time I gained 6 levels. 94 levels remain. But if the condition to unlock the second skill of Cursed Hand is to eliminate enemies." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly trembled, startling Jean Frey in confusion. Carrying his doubts, Jean Frey constantly scanned his surroundings. A few seconds later, glowing bubbles suddenly appeared. He reached out to touch one and blurted out, "What the hell is this?" Those bubbles appeared more and more densely, their light growing increasingly brilliant. The radiance spread straight up into the sky. Jean Frey did not understand what was happening and wondered what that thing had been. As soon as he spoke, San shouted curses, "Damn it. Lord Hyzen has completed a great feat. You will be the next to be sacrificed." When the boy collapsed, the system announced that he had risen from level 283 to 289. Immediately after, another army of monsters surged forward. Jean Frey sneered, "It seems that one still refuses to stay quiet. This saves me the trouble of searching outside. We'll turn all of you into experience points." Jean Frey resolved to fight seriously. At that moment, Jean Frey's area echoed with screams. Before unleashing his move, he also roared in anger. Immediately after, Jean Frey delivered a critical strike to the monster's abdomen. System promptly confirmed an increase from level 291 to 300. Seeing Liam fall, Rory roared in fury. Taking advantage of the opponent's opening, he launched a sneak attack from behind. His companion nearby witnessed it and shouted in alarm. Even dragged Silas along to charge at Jean Frey. With just a single flaming punch, he knocked both down in an instant. The system continued to confirm an increase from level 300 to 307. Jean Frey let out a breath of relief and realized that after a series of battles, he had discovered 2 new things. First, these were different from those who only stole skills because they used weapons. Second, at that very moment, 3 more rushed toward him. Jean Frey calmly counterattacked and swiftly dealt with all 3. Shortly after, he received a notification that the enemies had dropped weapons, and he had obtained rewards. Jean Frey thought to himself that defeating them could yield items. The rewards made him fight even more fiercely, and the system reported again. Increased from level 307 to 312. Surrounded by monsters, he suddenly thought that if he used the alchemist's dismantle skill, he could extract materials from the weapons, then combine them to create a coating that reduced wear and even craft items that shortened cooldown time. While calculating, he suddenly remembered something that made his eyes light up with interest. Jean Frey murmured in delight, "That is right. This is what a true dungeon should be. Accelerate." Immediately after, Brian shouted and launched a sneak attack from behind. Before he could touch him, he had already inflicted heavy damage and shouted. A second later, Ryan collapsed to the floor, coughing up blood. Scene shift. Name unleashed a strike so powerful that Ryu was severely wounded, blasted far away and lost blood. Blown away, he panicked, while the opponent disdainfully remarked, "We." Meanwhile, the trio of Achai, Hyzen, and Nightmare remained calm and unharmed. The three stood watching Ryu fall freely. A few minutes later, that man cast magic while saying, "Too weak. Is that all humans have?" Hyzen continued, "Ignore him. Let us proceed." As soon as the words ended, the three immediately teleported. Ryu was astonished and could not understand what had happened. The sky where he stood was now covered by Nightmare's magic. Scene shift. Zinsman walked hurriedly, knowing that Ryu had fallen and the second continent had lost contact. He urgently convened a meeting and assessed that the next target might be the third continent. Everyone immediately headed to the third continent. "I will handle civilian evacuation." They all responded clearly. Gigan worriedly said that just as Ryu reported from the third continent, 3 enemies could be seen. When they reach a certain kind of power, the entire continent turns into pitch-black void. It is unclear whether it vanishes or is transferred to another dimension. Nis added, "I am also worried about Ryu. We must stop them at all costs." Scene shift to the third continent. Nightmare's trio had already appeared early. That man said, "Then let us begin." As he spoke, Name detected a sneak attack and focused his observation. After identifying the direction, he blocked the strike while showing surprise. Achai spoke irritably, "It seems the insects have gathered in full." Just as that man said, everyone had arrived. Those who came included Leon and Nis, along with Gigan, Maria, Myra, Luluka, and the others. Name said with interest, "You are quite capable of tracking us time and again. You must have an excellent reconnaissance team." Leon responded by using his extraordinary vision to observe the opponent. Nis whispered to everyone, "We need to verify the accuracy of that vast intelligence source." He replied that they erased a continent through combined power. If separated, perhaps they cannot do that. He seriously considered Gigan's proposal. The next second, that man was puzzled by the changing scenery. The reason was that Luluka was activating her skill. He looked at the opponent and smiled meaningfully. Aim sensed that power and thought to himself, "This one is not ordinary." Nightmare also admitted, "I thought they were just small fry. It seems there is an exception. I will handle him." Luluka said, "I will take the one in the middle. The rest are yours." After both sides chose their targets, their gazes turned sharp and cold. Mila, standing nearby, thought to herself that Luluka had once again volunteered for that match. Maria also sensed something and wondered how strong that man was. Was he truly a difficult opponent? A few seconds later, Leon laughed loudly and pointed, "Let us see if you can destroy a continent without standing together as 3. Those words startled Maria. Myra and Nis felt disappointed, thinking he had just revealed the plan. Even so, Nis understood that confirmation was necessary, and the guild leader needed time to evacuate civilians. Once the continent is empty, their attack will be meaningless. We must stall them until then. Hearing Leon, Name mocked, "So that is your plan, humans? We cannot overturn a continent if one of the 3 is missing." That admission made her hesitate. Were they overly confident or hiding something? Name disliked beating around the bush, so he directly cast magic and said, "If separation is what you want, then we will oblige." Achai and Hyzen responded in unison, "Understood." Hyzen immediately chose her target. That man said, "Do whatever you want with the small fry, but that one is mine." Luca laughed, "Being famous is troublesome. People keep choosing me whether I want it or not." Scene shift back to Jean Frey. After defeating Cyrus, the system immediately announced, increased from level 374 to 377. Confirmation that 100 level increases have been achieved on the 8th continent. The second skill of Cursed Guardian Hand, Soul Grasp, has been unlocked. During that, Jean Frey said excitedly, "Let us continue." At this moment at the Adventurers Association, first basement level, Zinsman turned back and instructed his subordinate, "I leave the rest to you." Felix immediately replied, "Understood, Mr. President." Immediately after, he closed the door without hesitation. Zinsman casually drew a circular magic formation. He stood silently looking at the circle and thought, "This is the emergency teleportation circle created by the 8 guardian spirits for the worst-case scenario. I never thought I would have to use it one day. If activated, it can evacuate all residents on the continent in an instant. But the destination must remain absolutely secret. That is certainly not simple." Zinsman stepped into the center of the formation, placed his hand upon it, and silently entrusted everything to the 8th spirit. Scene shift to a desolate desert. Maria appeared according to plan with her mission on her shoulders. Looking around, she exclaimed, "Is this not the S-Rank arena of the 3rd continent? What the hell happened? We were just in the sky a moment ago." Gigan glanced at Stella and explained, "I do not know the details, but it is likely due to that witch's power. It seems we have all been scattered to different places." Hearing that, Stella angrily cast magic at once. Scene shift to the fourth continent. Leo laughed loudly and teased, "Hold your ground, Vice President." Elena did not reply, and silently unleashed her magic. Scene shift to the fifth continent. Mirai looked at her opponent with unease. She did not understand why she had been teleported together with Luluka. His power far surpassed the ordinary, yet the other enemy was no less dangerous. Their opponent was Bevis. Luluka paid no attention to her feelings and focused intently on the opponent. Bevis returned that gaze with a provocative smile. Scene shift back to Maria. Stella laughed loudly and threatened, "I will crush you insects and then welcome the revival of the Abyss Lord." Those words made both Maria and Gigan tense. A similar situation occurred on Leon and Nissa's side. The atmosphere around Luluka and Myra was no less suffocating. To Jean Frey, he cheered in delight. "Here it is." The system confirmed the second skill of Cursed Guardian Hand, Soul Grasp, allowing him to seize the soul of a defeated enemy and turn it into a soldier. Maximum 100, and the limit increases with level. Jean Frey looked at the status panel, excitement clear on his face. The system continued to display the skill description. Seize souls to turn them into soldiers, with a limit of 100 that increases with level. After reading it, he frowned in confusion. What is the true meaning? Grimm spoke up. "I told you, brother. This time I remembered the condition correctly." Jean Frey nodded. "Yes, but the key is how to use it." Grimm smiled and replied, "You can build your own army by turning the souls of those you defeat into subordinates." Jean Frey asked in surprise, "So I can turn the defeated into allies and make them fight?" Grimm immediately confirmed, "Of course. Those souls will be absolutely loyal and obey unconditionally." Jean Frey replied, "Interesting indeed." He suddenly thought of Nis and pondered, "She is near the Vice President's witch. The only limit may be the number of souls I can control. But that limit increases with level. The eighth continent grants enormous experience, so leveling is very fast, not to mention collecting countless weapons. Dismantling them will yield heaps of materials to craft powerful equipment. Truly a top-tier skill." Jean Frey continued to check the system once more. In his heart arose thoughts of the strange earthquake and the odd feeling from the soul earlier. It seemed even the Reaper did not clearly remember. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling him. "I did not expect to meet you again." The one who appeared was Ambrose, a demon. The moment he saw that man, Jean Frey was shaken. The next second he shouted, "You are." Immediately Jean Frey swung his sword at that man. Ambrose quickly retreated and shouted, "What the hell is this? I am talking." Jean Frey was annoyed. Damn it, he dodged. Attacked suddenly, Ambrose was displeased. What is wrong with this one? From Jean Frey's perspective, he only saw a pile of experience before him. Ambrose gritted his teeth, still as arrogant and detestable as before. Jean Frey shouted, "Shut up, Amber Rose." "What are you?" That man replied, "I am the demon god of the first continent, Amber Rose." He was stunned and asked again, "The demon god of the first continent." Old memories flooded back, leaving Jean Frey speechless. He murmured, "Ah, that digging fellow, I nearly forgot." Ambrose raged, "Do not call me that. This is the true form of the demon god on the eighth continent. I am far stronger than before. Prepare yourself." Jean Frey sneered, "So you are one with a past. That makes the game more interesting." Ambrose looked puzzled while Jean Frey sighed, "Perfect timing. I will turn you into my first soldier, unit number 1. Those words left Amber Rose stunned. Scene shift to Maria. She shouted, "Hey, Gigan, is that old woman older than you?" Gigan replied bluntly, "I am clearly younger than her." "Maria, are you not only sharp-tongued but blind as well?" Stella laughed disdainfully upon hearing that. "How rude. We're both ugly and unlucky." Switching to Leon, he warmed up and said, "At least we separated them according to plan. Now we settle this with strength." Nis saw Leon's body glow and calculated silently. Recognizing a formidable opponent, Nis decided to summon reinforcements. An army of skeletons appeared at once. Elena asked coldly, "Do you even understand tactics, you blockhead?" In shift, Luluka's hand pierced straight through Nightmare's body. Strike was so fast and precise that man could not react. Gravely wounded, Nightmare roared and spat blood. Blood splattered onto him, yet Luluka remained cold and expressionless. Then Luluka withdrew his hand from that man's body. His blood-soaked hand dropped before Myra's eyes, leaving her stunned. Myra was so shocked she could not utter a word. As Luluka prepared to strike again, Myra wondered if that man had already been defeated. Few seconds later, Nightmare collapsed to the ground. Even so, Luluka remained still and examined carefully. Realizing the opponent was pretending, he smiled and said, "Is this your fighting style?" Just as expected, Nightmare appeared behind Luluka. That sight left Myra utterly astonished. Nightmare looked at Luluka and thought faster than I expected. He recalled the earlier strike and realized it had only been an illusion. Luluka teased loudly, "Why the long face, lonelier than you look?" Myra watched them and thought everything happened in an instant. She did not even see them move. They were on a completely different level without any openings. Switching to Maria, Hyzen cast magic and summoned a meteor shower. She cast it both Maria and Gigan grew worried. Hyzen called it a meteor shower, but in truth it was a colossal meteor that made them tense. Maria shouted in alarm, a gigantic meteor. Gigan also nodded. Taking advantage of their distraction, Hyzen appeared behind them. She shouted, "Be crushed together. You cannot block this attack." Maria shouted for Gigan to fall back. Gigan replied, "Shield me." Without a weapon, Maria shouted and summoned. The Valkyrie axe appeared before her in an instant. She immediately leapt onto the axe. The next second, Maria cried out loudly. The axe split straight into the meteor, causing a Chinese letter explosion. Witnessing that scene, Hyzen froze for a few seconds. He said angrily, "She destroyed the meteor with a single strike. Truly a violent girl." Maria did not bother to respond. Hyzen was startled when Gigan took advantage of the opening to erect a magic formation. Gigan shouted, "My attack is not finished yet." The reflective barrier appeared, leaving Hyzen stunned when she saw the magic net Gigan himself had erected. The next second she burst into laughter. "I did not expect you to counter my attack so perfectly, but how could my technique turn back on me?" However, as soon as she finished speaking, Hyzen suddenly realized she could no longer continue casting magic. Maria immediately explained coldly, "Insolent witch, be sealed at the center and rot under the ravages of time." Within minutes, Hyzen was tightly bound in chains, her face filled with disbelief. Maria even pointed her thumb downward in mockery. "Die by your own technique, old hag." Unwilling to accept it, Hyzen cursed while struggling to break free. Immediately, after a massive explosion echoed everywhere, Hyzen shattered the formation and sneered, "Not bad." She prepared to counterattack and shouted, "Summon Acadia of Destruction." The moment she saw Maria's axe spinning rapidly, Hyzen recoiled and shouted, "What is this?" She hastily raised her staff to block and snapped, "You brat." Maria replied smugly, "Relics who live too long deserve divine punishment." Gigan also praised, "Well done, Maria." Then it was Gigan's turn to unleash Glory Erasure. A blazing surge of energy shot straight toward Hyzen. Seeing that torrent of power, she felt a flicker of concern. Then Hyzen laughed, "My attack is not over yet." Soon as she finished speaking, a wolf with an antelope head appeared behind Gigan. When it roared, Gigan immediately turned around. The wolf lunged at him, making him cry out in surprise. Maria shouted his name in alarm. Then she saw Gigan lying in a deep crater, his body soaked in blood. In shift to Jean Frey, Amber Rose was screaming madly. That man roared, "Witness my true power." Jean Frey ignored him and focused on checking the system. He murmured, "Dismantle, synthesize, dismantle" again. He reselected his weapons and equipment. In the end, Jean Frey chose a katana and said, "Switch class and equip." He looked thoughtfully at the hammer and another sword before continuing to synthesize. When he changed weapons, his attire also transformed, leaving Amber Rose stunned. Changed equipment. Curious, that man asked, "What are you doing?" Jean Frey did not reply and only muttered, "Combine, dismantle, switch class, prepare, and finally complete." After a series of operations, Jean Frey created a special fruit, and the system announced that he had obtained an S-rank unworldly fruit. He happily placed it before his chest. Jean Frey concluded that dismantling weapons allowed him to gather materials 3 times faster than usual. "It is time to eat. Thank you for the delicious meal." Amber Rose seethed with envy. "I will make you regret daring to insult me." Jean Frey calmly consumed it, and the system confirmed. S-rank unworldly fruit used. Temporarily gained 1 additional weapon slot. That attitude enraged Amber Rose, and that man launched an attack. Able to harm Jean Frey, he grew even more furious. Jean Frey lightly blocked the strike of the 3-headed wolf. He even teased, "All right, child, now I will teach you how to kneel." Ambrose roared in fury. Trembling all over, that man thought he could not believe he was being overwhelmed in his perfect form. The system continued to announce that equipment fragments and souls had been set up. Special condition achieved. Hidden skill preparing to unlock. Amber Rose was utterly shocked. The system added a hidden skill causing targets within a 10-meter radius to suffer extreme poison and extreme burn. Amber Rose shouted in shock, "What is this?" Extreme poison reduces strength to 0 and drains 20 HP per second. Extreme burn reduces defense to 0 and drains 20 HP per second. His body went numb, and that man howled, "What kind of poison is this?" Before he could finish, Jean Frey cut him off. Suddenly, he charged forward to attack. Jean Frey swung his sword from behind and delivered a finishing blow. In a state of terror, that man was struck, and he shouted, "Kneel." Ambrose screamed in pain and spat blood. With no strength left to resist, Amber Rose collapsed to the floor. Jean Frey looked at his sword with satisfaction. It has been long since I used it, yet its performance is still excellent. Fire being effective means the 8th demon god has no elemental attribute. He glanced once more at the defeated foe, then sheathed his sword. Now the real show begins. Open the system panel with thoughts of the curse at hand. The system asked whether to use the second skill Soul Grasp on the first demon god. Jean Frey smiled and confirmed of course. System immediately processed Amber Rose. Seeing the result exceed expectations, he sighed in admiration. Amber Rose's body glowed and burst into flames, leaving Jean Frey astonished. The system displayed first demon god level 606, along with detailed stats and soldier count 1 of 100. Jean Frey remarked in satisfaction that intelligence and luck were miserably low, while the rest were extremely high as expected. At that moment a voice laughed, "Remember me, pet?" He turned around in surprise. The one who arrived was the demon god of the second continent, Oma. That man excitedly declared that this time he would crush him. Jean Frey replied, "What a coincidence. Oma also said I wanted to meet you." Jean Frey grinned wickedly, "I will take your soul." Oma hesitated. "Excuse me, what did you say?" Scene shift to the sky above the third continent. Hassan asked Elena if she had finished. He confidently replied, "Of course. Those insects were weak and not interesting at all. By now Leon, Miss, Maria, and Gigan had all been defeated." Hassan agreed. Elena asked if Nightmare had not arrived yet. Hassan said there was still one human at a different level. She asked if they should help. He refused, fearing Nightmare's anger. In the end, she concluded that no matter how strong he was still only human. Scene shift to the fifth continent. Nightmare continued battling Luluka. Luluka could only dodge and had yet to counterattack. Nightmare grew more excited with each strike. Luluka paused briefly in the clash of swords. All of his techniques were neutralized. Luluka unleashed his ultimate technique. Nightmare sidestepped to evade, seizing the chance that man countered with a sword slash. Luluka was blasted far away. Nightmare's power shook the entire forest. The aftershock reached Myra, forcing the spirits to assist. Myra thought she could only defend against the flying sparks. This was the first time she had seen Luluka pressed so hard, and he ground his teeth unwillingly. In contrast, Nightmare fought with exhilaration. The sound of clashes echoed throughout the forest. After a while, both paused. Luluka sighed, "It has been years since I was pushed to this extent. Truly refreshing." Nightmare mocked, "I thought you were the strongest among them. Is this all you have?" Luluka immediately cast magic and replied, "I return those words to you. Double enhancement." Nightmare retaliated with a dark surge of magic, like a haunting melody echoing across the battlefield. Luluka continued his assault, his punch rolling forth with the roar of a thunder beast, yet that man calmly stood his ground. Last Nightmare appeared before both of them, Hyzen and Achai. The moment they saw him, neither could hide their astonishment. Achai softly exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, is that not Nightmare?" She continued, "You arrived at just the right time. That human is more persistent than you expected. Is he not, Nightmare?" He lowered his head, his expression heavy, unable to utter a word. Few seconds later he spoke with regret. "He simply overestimated himself. Everything is about to end." She asked blankly, "What do you mean?" Hyzen stepped forward to explain. "That is only a clone of Nightmare." Achai was stunned. "Is that true?" Name found it hard to believe. After all, he is only human, not worth our fear. What matters is quickly overturning the third continent. The two looked at him with interest and replied in unison, "Understood." The scene shifted to Luluka. He was still battling Name's clone. At this moment, Luluka was clearly exhausted and collapsed to the ground. He lifted his head to look at his opponent, while that man remained silent. After a while, Nightmare asked with feigned concern, "Is this your limit? It seems I overestimated you." Luluka stubbornly replied, "The battle is not over." Though his words were firm, his heart was uneasy. Does this man possess endless magic? He is the first since that old man who can block my attacks like this. Just then a sudden tremor struck, startling him. Everything settled. Luluka wondered, what was that just now? Could it be an earthquake? No, that is impossible. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately sprang to his feet, leaving Nightmare's clone confused. Before long he spoke as well, quick to notice, "Just as you thought. We have just overturned the third continent." Those words left Luluka even more bewildered. He angrily demanded, "Did you not say you could not destroy it alone?" That man replied, "I did not lie. I joined forces with 2 others, so it is the result of all 3 of us." Hearing that only deepened Luluka's confusion. Thought suddenly flashed through his mind. "Do not tell me this is only a clone." As if reading his thoughts, Nightmare loudly confirmed, "That is correct. Your comrade's battle has already ended." Instantly Luluka thought of Gigan, Nis, Leon, and Maria. That man even pointed toward the ground. After overturning the fourth continent, this place will be the next target. Upon hearing that he froze, this is bad. Even a clone can destroy an entire continent. Even if I defeat the original body, I stand no chance if he joins forces with those two. At the very least, I must get Myra to a safe place first. But with that thought, Luluka immediately cast a spell beneath Myra's feet. Seeing the circle of light appear, she could not hide her shock. As Myra gradually faded away, he grew even more astonished and confused. Immediately after, Luluka also used magic to leave this place. The events unfolded so quickly that Nightmare was stunned. He stared at the empty space before him and thought, have they vanished? No, that is a summoning spell. Nightmare laughed with interest. Resistance is futile. Whatever you do, the ending will not change. The scene shifted to the Adventurers Association, the restricted underground. Due to a system malfunction, the two of them were transported here. Luluka looked around in confusion. Where is this place? At the same time, a voice called out, Luluka, Myra. You two unharmed? The one who appeared was Jinxman. Luluka exclaimed in surprise, old man. He calmly walked toward them. Myra asked Zinsman, Chairman, where are we? He replied, this is the restricted underground area of the Adventurers Association. Luluka then understood. So this is the gathering point for forced teleportation, she continued. Summoning us back means. Before she could finish, Zinsman interrupted, that is right, thank you both for buying time. The evacuation from the fourth continent to the sixth has been completed. Luluka wondered, among the 8 Star Guardians only we were brought back. What about the others? Zinsman sadly apologized. There was not enough time. We could only teleport the two of you. Hearing that, Myra clearly showed sadness. A trace of regret also flashed across Luluka's face. Zinsman spoke to encourage them. The 8 Star Guardians have done very well. It is just that the enemy is stronger than we anticipated. There is no other way, Luluka softly replied. I understand. So we were the final line of defense. I do not fight for revenge, but we will certainly stop them. Zinsman nodded in agreement. That is right. Next encounter will also be their final decisive battle. The scene shifted to Jean Frey's side. It successfully eliminated an enemy and gained additional spoils. He said with satisfaction, good. I now have the Demon King of the second continent. The system immediately displayed detailed information. Demon King of the second continent. Level 651. HP 6480 over 6480. Mana 623 over 623. Strength 610. Defense 637. Intelligence 315. Agility 688. Luck 198. Total Warriors 2 over 100. Jean Frey checked the system panel and smiled. Everything is going smoothly. At this rate, I will recruit more and more warriors. Just then an uninvited guest appeared. The opponent laughed and said, I did not expect you to continue to toy with souls. That human is quite bold. It seems my ocean was not enough to satisfy you. Now you want to disturb the 8th continent. The ones who arrived were Jackal and Neptunus. Jean turned to look at them and calmly replied, oh, you decided to appear together. That man raised his voice in threat. This time I will take your soul. Jean confidently responded, no, I will be the one to take your souls. At the same time, he thought of using the third skill of the newly unlocked Athena ceremonial set. The Great Goddess's Protection was activated along with a system notification. Skill 3, Great Goddess's Protection, greatly increases stats. The effect scales with level unlock condition is to defeat 50 creatures level 300 or higher while in stealth state. Defense increased from 501 to 777. Intelligence from 428 to 777. Agility from 524 to 777. Luck from 369 to 777. Jean said excitedly, it seems I am about to enjoy this power. Luluka stood outside casting spells. A voice echoed, how are you feeling now, Luluka? He turned around and saw Zinsman approaching. Luluka replied, I have fully recovered. There are no more issues. Behind him, Myra also said, Chairman, we are ready. Elite adventurers are responsible for countering offensive magic, while selecting those capable of erecting barriers to nullify spells. In addition, there are volunteers supplying mana to protect the entire continent. After hearing the report, Zinsman nodded. I understand. Though each person's mana is limited, combined they can resist a massive force. Hearing that, I feel more at ease. On Kyukyuru's side, he was thinking, so I just need to keep channeling mana into the magic circle, as Sister Myra instructed. While setting up the barrier, an unexpected voice suddenly interrupted. Kyukyuru, it has been a long time. Recognizing a familiar face, Kyukyuru happily called out, ah, it is Levin. Instead of asking about Kyukyuru, Levin asked, is Jean Frey not with you? Kyukyuru replied irritably, listen, that Jean Frey told me to gather materials and then left on his own. Because of him, I had to run everywhere searching for all sorts of things. Upon hearing that, Kyukyuru was stunned. Materials for an Asian hot pot, a dish from Jean Frey's homeland. What does that have to do with conquering the dungeon anyway? Jean Frey shot back. How can anyone fight on an empty stomach? Kyukyuru argued. Then just use the plunder skill and be done with it. Jean Frey replied casually, "Idiot, are you planning to make Master eat stolen food?" Kyukuru shouted angrily. "What is going on here?" After that I lost contact with him, Levin said in confusion. "So that is how it is, so that is what happened. But even so I still feel something terrible is about to happen." The scene shifted to Luluka, standing guard outside. Suddenly strange objects plunged down from the sky onto the battlefield. They had arrived. The three beings said to be capable of destroying an entire planet officially revealed themselves. First was Nightmare. Next came Achai and Hyzen. He spoke in a mocking tone. "I thought you were preparing some grand scheme on this continent. So the desperate resistance of humanity amounts to nothing more than this." Nightmare continued. "Only the seventh continent has yet to fall. The moment of the Abyss Lord revival is drawing near. No matter what, all of you will be wiped out." Zinsman stood silently listening, without bothering to respond. He could clearly sense that their power was truly terrifying. Everyone had poured all their strength into resisting them. Thinking that, Zinsman shot upward and launched an attack toward Achai and Hyzen to vent his fury. The two had not even reacted before their heads were severed from their bodies. She only had time to think in horror. What is happening? Where is my head? What the hell just happened? Did not even see the attack. Zinsman landed safely and said calmly, "Secret art." Frenzied hunt. Those two had actually fallen unconscious the moment they set foot on this continent. Zinsman turned his back and sighed. Defeating them brought no joy at all. Why does my body feel so heavy? Luluka silently observed, inwardly assessing that the old man's rampage warrior class was truly extraordinary to defeat an enemy that even 8-star guardians working together could not overcome in the blink of an eye. Achai and Hyzen collapsed. Everyone curiously gathered to look. Zinsman spoke up, "Now only you remain. What do you plan to do now? Without your companions, that burrowing move is useless, is it not?" Contrary to expectations, Nightmare showed no panic and merely looked at Zinsman in silence. Then he revealed a sinister smile. "No need, I alone am enough." Nightmare absorbed the souls of Hyzen and Achai. He continued, "No one said we must keep each body intact. As long as the soul exists, everything can be accomplished." Zinsman and the others were stunned by that sight. Realizing something was wrong, Myra immediately signaled, "Everyone stay alert." All of them charged at Nightmare at once. A violent explosion resounded, causing those below to hold their breath as they watched. Myra also focused intently to see whether Nightmare had been destroyed. But no, he effortlessly brushed away every attack like a passing breeze. Everyone cried out in terror, "He truly is a monster." Nightmare spoke coldly from above. "I have no interest in worms like you, but being attacked by you is truly irritating." Sensing imminent danger, Myra shouted loudly, "This is bad. Everyone retreat." At that moment, Zinsman and Luluka arrived in time to reinforce. Luluka taunted to draw his attention. "Your opponent is right here." He unleashed triple enhancement Thunder God Toad Strike. At the same time, Zinsman closed in. He executed Berserk Bone Breakthrough. Yet Nightmare's expression remained calm without the slightest change. He simply raised both hands to block. Zinsman thought in shock. He blocked that attack so easily. Nightmare spoke in a bored tone. "I have had enough. Fighting humans like you disgusts me." Luluka replied, "Then why do you not get lost?" Nightmare curled his lips in disdain. Ridiculous. Luluka and Zinsman both sensed a bad omen. Immediately after Nightmare unleashed Return to Dust. Destruction, the scene shifted to another island. Begin. Subordinates obeyed and began counting down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jean Frey laughed smugly. "My soul force has grown quite numerous now. As long as I add the Demon King of the 7th continent to the ranks, everything will be perfect." The ground trembled the moment he finished speaking. Is it that familiar style of entrance again? Zinsman and Luluka were suddenly blasted over here from Nightmare's location. Jean Frey cried out in shock, "Chairman and Sister Lulu, why are you here?" Another voice followed behind them. "You humans truly are stubborn. Even at the very end you refuse to let go." Nightmare slowly approached. He had pursued the two all the way here. Jean Frey still did not clearly understand who that man was. Zinsman called weakly, "Jean Frey, what are you doing here?" He turned and asked, "Chairman." Zinsman briefly recounted what had happened and asked, "More importantly, are you all right?" He lowered his voice to apologize for his weakness that allowed the continents to be erased. Jean Frey was stunned. "The continents have all been destroyed. What are you saying?" Zinsman explained, "That man is an ally of the one you and Leon once faced. It seems he wants to annihilate all humanity for some reason." Jean Frey murmured, "The continents erased, humanity as well." Zinsman continued, "Even with Rampage Warrior, I nearly could not preserve my life. Perhaps only we and you remain alive." Jean Frey suddenly understood. So that was what she meant. Nightmare spoke, "So you are still alive, the one clad in holy armor." Jean Frey gritted his teeth and cursed, "Bastard, what did you do to my homeland?" Nightmare laughed mockingly. "You have nowhere left to return to. I erased the continents along with all humanity. That is the fastest way to gather souls." Jean Frey's face darkened with rage. "What about my family? Did you kill them all for your own selfish purpose as well?" While casting magic, he replied, "Of course, they are nourishment for the revival of Abyss. This world belongs to my lord. Humanity is merely a sacrifice." Jean Frey immediately stepped in front of Zinsman and Luluka. The image of Mother Emilia surfaced in his mind. A few seconds later, he roared, "Now only the three of you remain." Before he finished speaking, that man saw Jean Frey charge forward. With a single slash, he forced the opponent back. Nightmare cried out in shock as Jean Frey shouted, "Give them back. Restore everything to its original state." Nightmare replied bluntly, "I cannot accept that demand." Jean Frey said coldly, "This is not a request. This is an order." As soon as he finished, he swung another strike. Relentlessly pressed the attack, forcing Nightmare to retreat. Though he had not yet inflicted serious injury, Jean Frey still clenched his teeth with determination. Nightmare was forced to exert his full strength to block each sword strike. Finally, when Jean Frey's blade cut him and drew blood, Nightmare shouted in fury, "What?" Seeing his own blood spray out, he panicked and screamed. Nightmare looked at Jean Frey and thought to himself, "Truly the one who bears the divine armor. I did not expect you to be this strong, enough to become a threat to Lord Abyss. I will kill you right here. This world belongs to Abyss." Jean Frey replied sternly, "I will say it one last time, restore everything as it was." Nightmare said in a low voice, "If you believe you can take everything back, then try." Jean Frey took it as a challenge and looked at him with icy eyes. No room for negotiation, he switched skills and said, "I understand. Defeating you is enough." The system quickly displayed information. Third skill, Great Goddess Protection, greatly increases all stats according to level. Jean Frey level 750. Strength 782 out of 999. Defense 755 out of 999. Intelligence 642 out of 999. Speed 774 out of 999. Jean Frey was satisfied with this choice. Truly a precise move. While Nightmare stood stunned under the overwhelming pressure, his body stiffened, unable to move or use clones. Jean Frey warned coldly, "Never touch us again." After saying that, he casually unleashed a decisive blow. Nightmare swung his attack while screaming, his mind in utter turmoil. When he took a direct slash from Jean Frey, his body was instantly petrified. Unwilling to accept it, he roared inwardly, unable to believe he had been defeated by an ordinary human. Not only Nightmare was stunned, even Luluka and Zinsman could not believe the scene before their eyes. The one who had been as fierce as a tiger was now as weak as a rat before Jean Frey. Zinsman stammered. He was that strong and still defeated. Jean Frey stood silently, observing his condition for a while longer. With icy eyes, he looked at Nightmare and thought, "I have defeated him, but he is surely a crucial link for Abyss revival. This will likely trigger something. Moreover, if one interprets the implication in his words, then those who were erased may exist somewhere else. No matter the price, I will bring everyone back." At that moment, Zinsman called out to him. Before he could finish speaking, Nightmare's body began to glow, causing all three to tense up immediately. Nightmare's soul quickly separated from his body. Zinsman hesitated, his soul, while Jean Frey worried inwardly. It has begun. Just as expected, Abyss borrowed Nightmare's body to be reborn. He smiled and said, "Now let us begin." The development exceeded their calculations and left all three horrified. Luluka could not help asking, "Is this teleportation or summoning?" Zinsman replied, "No, we are still in the same place." That answer caught Jean Frey's attention. Before them now stood Abyss, the one Nightmare worshipped. As soon as he opened his eyes, he spoke, "At last I have revived. This entertainment has lasted long enough, and to be welcomed by the divine armor from the very start." Zinsman tried to remain calm, but inwardly trembled before the sharp and terrifying surge of magic power. Lulula also realized that Nightmare and Abyss were completely different in rank. Jean Frey silently assessed that this existence far surpassed anyone he had ever faced. He spoke to confirm, "You are Abyss." He answered calmly, "Yes, I am Abyss, god of the Abyss and master of this world." The sudden encounter left Jean Frey momentarily speechless. Abyss recalled his defeat 1,000 years ago and declared that this time he would reclaim the world from humanity. "First, I will destroy the cursed divine armor and the one who uses it." Hearing that, Jean Frey asserted, "You are the true final boss." An idea flashed through his mind that if this were a game, then this was the final battle. He raised his sword and declared, "This time I will defeat you and complete 100%. The oath of a steadfast gamer rang out as Jean Frey charged straight toward Abyss. Zinsman anxiously called out his name. Jean Frey responded, "My family, my friends, and humanity, give them back." He poured all his strength into the slash. Abyss blocked the attack while letting out a faint laugh. "You not even distinguish dream from reality. Step aside." With a single wave of his hand, he sent Jean Frey flying back. Jean Frey roared, "My defense is being overwhelmed. There is only one way left, to go all out with the hidden equipment." He immediately used flames to burn Abyss. The fire was completely ineffective. Abyss looked at him with contempt. Provoked, Jean Frey switched moves continuously, and the system confirmed activation. Super gravity, super thrust, high-speed wind teleportation, counterattack X, and invisibility were used. Abyss said calmly, "Such a barrage. How nostalgic and also quite interesting." Grimm shouted, "I am here." Jean Frey grasped it and unleashed Transcend Death. The strike was so powerful it created a thunderous explosion. Seeing Abyss control the axe with magic, Jean Frey could not help being surprised. Abyss said the divine armor you wear once obstructed my ambition. What I hate most is the absolute dark greatsword, ancient tome spear, holy spirit death arrow, and sundering war axe. Jean Frey had no idea those weapons were hurtling toward him from behind. Abyss ordered his beheading. Turning back, Jean Frey was horrified to see the divine weapons about to strike him. He immediately summoned supernatural power. Abyss floated in the air watching indifferently. Jean Frey looked at the weapons on the ground and speculated about Abyss' ability to freely control them. That was originally the ability of peak explorers. Abyss coldly unleashed Frost Fang Demon Staff. Thunder Dragon Scale Staff shot straight toward him, but Jean Frey managed to dodge in time. Silently assessed that each weapon possessed terrifying damage along with unique skills. Abyss said 1,000 years ago 8 heroes who claimed to be humanity hope faced me. Jean Frey asked, "What are you trying to say?" Abyss replied, "Even if you gather all divine weapons, you still cannot defeat me alone." Abyss' pitch-black arm rose. He summoned power that enveloped his body. Jean Frey did not waver and asked again, "What do you mean? Do you think strength comes from numbers? How ridiculous." "And try this." Looking at the power Jean Frey summoned, Abyss softly praised, "Interesting, as long as they are not merely for display." A barrage of swords conjured by Abyss shot toward Jean Frey. Did not retreat, but advanced instead. The two streams of power collided violently. Outside, Luluka and Zinsman watched in silence. Abyss in the air showed a hint of surprise, then laughed. He commented, "Quite impressive." Jean Frey replied, "You are not bad either." Luluka and Zinsman held their breath as they watched. Zinsman thought that even in his best state, he would have no chance in this battle. Jean Frey said, "Abyss, stop this meaningless probing." Abyss let out a cold laugh. "Arrogant one. Very well, I will get serious with you as a prelude." Blinding light from above shone down, forcing Jean Frey to shield himself. Luluka was affected in the same way. Dark magic power surged violently from Abyss. "It has been 1,000 years since I used this form. Abyss perfect form." Luluka and Zinsman felt uneasy. Luluka thought that earlier he had not even been serious. Zinsman worried for Jean Frey. He blamed himself for failing to save anyone and prayed that Jean Frey would save the world. Abyss said confidently, "It is your turn. I believe this is not your limit." Jean Frey replied, "Of course not. Though not as grand as yours, it is still acceptable." Abyss silently observed his display. Jean Frey shouted to bolster his spirit. "I officially descend." Grim Reaper God Perfect Form appeared. Abyss suddenly recognized that name. He had once heard of the God of Death and the mid-core manifestation skill, unlocked upon reaching 300 soul soldiers. Strange fruit appeared. Jean Frey took it and decided to eat what he had long kept in reserve. Thanks to the effect of the fruit from beyond this world, 100 legs and soul vision became paired equipment. The hidden skill 100 Venom Soul Burning Fire Karma Sword was activated and directly affected the 3 pieces of equipment. Grim Reaper screeched, "Hey, hey, do not keep me waiting too long, Abyss. This time we must end everything." Jean Frey asked in surprise, "Have you recovered your memories?" Grim replied, "Yes. This mid-core manifestation state is more perfect than ever before." "All right then, let us charge, old friend." Jean Frey reminded him, "Do not steal my command." Abyss snorted coldly and replied to the God of Death, "The one who ends everything must be me. I will not let anyone obstruct my ambition ever again." Jean Frey shouted, "Advance, Grim." Abyss raised his pitch-black arm before his chest, shot toward Jean Frey like lightning. Jean Frey immediately sidestepped to evade. Right behind Abyss, Grim also appeared and closed in. The moment he turned to look at Grim, Jean Frey seized the chance to attack. But Abyss was a step faster and slipped out of the pincer. He soared into the sky. Before vanishing, he left behind a mocking remark for Jean Frey and Grim. A violent strike descended straight at the two of them. Jean Frey was forced to retreat to avoid it. Grim gritted his teeth. That bastard is still as strong as ever. Jean Frey silently observed his every movement. He asked, "What is your true purpose, Abyss? Why target this world?" Abyss replied calmly, "If you wish to know, I will tell you. I am the Lord of the Abyss, the one who devours and rules all things. Therefore no world lies beyond my conquest. I do this merely to affirm my existence. I need no other reason." Jean Frey rested his sword on his shoulder and answered curtly, "A selfish final boss to the point of absurdity. But that makes it easier. There is no need for further negotiation. It is already clear." Abyss curled his lips into a cold smile. Jean Frey turned to Grim and asked, "How did you defeat him before?" Grim recounted that 1,000 years ago his former master and the other heroes confronted Abyss. They were the 8 heroes he mentioned. Abyss cut in, "You are mistaken. They did not defeat me, they merely sealed me. That is why I still exist." Jean Frey asked Grim again to confirm. Grim nodded yes. "Back then we were only able to seal him." Abyss admitted they were very strong, so he dragged them into the spirit world. and wore them down one by one as their mana was exhausted. In the end, they sealed one another and only a few survived. This time you stand alone. Mid-core blazing slash. While Jean Frey was listening intently, Abyss suddenly launched an attack. Jim hurried over in alarm and asked if he was all right. Abyss coiled within a vortex of power and said, "You did well, but this is the end." Jim quickly asked Jean Frey, "Are you all right, my friend?" Abyss declared coldly before ending this, "I will erase the cursed divine armor so it vanishes forever." Jean Frey was bewildered. What is he saying about the hidden equipment? Abyss continued, "This spirit world was created by me solely to seal divine equipment. It consumes enormous mana, so it can be used only once. After absorbing it, I will destroy it with my supreme technique. Once there is no divine gear, your power will no longer be frightening. Disappear, cursed equipment." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying force crashed down upon Jean Frey. The sword in his hand vanished. The halo above his head also disappeared. The power beneath his feet dissipated, causing Jean Frey to cry out what is happening. All of his hidden equipment gradually turned to dust. Grimm suddenly shouted, "Brother." He flew over and grasped Jean Frey's hand before fading, transmitting that 100 years ago I was struck by this move, torn apart and lost my memories. Jean Frey reached out, but too late. Grimm had turned to dust. He roared. Grimm then fell silent as his close friend vanished. Abyss laughed loudly. "It is overhuman." Jean Frey forced himself to stay calm and realized all his hidden equipment had been stripped away. Abyss continued, "Each piece of divine gear is now the foundation of my spirit world. They will never return. Offer your soul and become part of me." Having said that, he shot a sword toward Jean Frey. Jean Frey was struck but clenched his teeth and endured. His mind was in chaos, yet he kept telling himself to find a way. In the hardest times before I always prevail. There must still be one move left. Abyss gave him no time to think and continued attacking. "This world belongs to me. Vanish." Jean Frey broke out in cold sweat. Damn it, the situation is dire. Suddenly Luluka appeared before him and unleashed triple enhanced thunder strike. Jean Frey snapped out of his daze and quickly called Luluka name. Abyss was also slightly surprised by her appearance. Luluka encouraged, "Do not give up, Jean Frey. We are still here." Jean Frey was stunned. "What?" Luluka asked, "Did you not hear?" Voices echoed. Jean Frey said, "I hear them now." Abyss shouted, "I hear nothing. How can the weak exist?" However, Abyss suddenly felt something wrong within his body. Another voice rang out to encourage Jean Frey. "Fight with your will, do not give up." Jean Frey recognized Leon's voice. Leon replied, "I am right here, Jean Frey. We are all inside this, still alive thanks to unyielding will." Arya spoke, "Did you think locking us here would end it? We will not let you have your way." Nis also said, "Are you all right?" Jean Frey and Luluka as well. Hearing that Jean Frey regained his resolve, "Abyss, you said." He suddenly understood that inside Abyss was where everyone had been drawn into. Levin spoke, "I have heard everything clearly. I will lend you my strength to bring everyone back to reality." Kukuru added, "Do it, and you still have not paid for abandoning me." Jean Frey was moved, realizing Kukuru and Levin were still there. Abyss panicked. "The souls I absorbed should be completely under my control." He recalled that before being sealed, the Holy Scythe had cut away a portion of his spirit world. That very slash had weakened the internal structure. "Damn it, return that cursed equipment to me." Abyss' body convulsed in pain and he roared, "Impossible. The souls are resisting me." Jean Frey realized Abyss' state was unstable. Myra spoke, "So your equipment is an ancient relic." Jean Frey recognized her voice. Myra analyzed that choosing a master for a relic is risky. But if we break the spirit world, he absorbed the equipment may return. This is a gamble, but with millions of souls, we can overload Abyss and shatter that spirit world. Jean Frey choked up and called out everyone. Abyss clutched his head from the intense pain within. He roared, "You foolish humans. Do you think I will allow it?" His body reacted violently all at once. Leon shouted, "Advance and break Abyss spirit world." Maria, Myra, Nis, Gigant, and Ryu responded in unison. The others also agreed to lend Jean Frey their strength, because he had ravaged them with nothing more than a single feather. "My name is Sapmaso, remember it well. Return the bottle of wine I won at the auction thief. I've heard of Jean Frey Azure. I please return us to our world. Count me in as well, I will fight too." Abyss clutched his head and roared, "Stop, humans. Whatever you do is useless. Everything will belong to me. I will not allow that seal." Zinsman suddenly charged out and unleashed a furious punch straight at Abyss. The overwhelming pain inside and out made it unbearable for him. Zinsman continued to close in and relentlessly pursued him. Jean Frey and Luluka were stunned by that lightning-fast counterattack. Stood with mouth agape, eyes wide in sheer astonishment. Zinsman shouted loudly, "Now strike." The layer of barrier exploded and shattered into pieces. Zinsman immediately withdrew to the rear. Luluka observed and realized, "We are back. Abyss barrier has been broken." He still stood motionless, unable to utter a word. A glowing sigil appeared before him. He reached out to touch it and absorbed the stream of light. Light flared brilliantly. His power had returned. Everything that belonged to him had now fully returned. He looked over his body and exclaimed, "My equipment has returned." The system announced confirmation of the complete unsealing of all hidden equipment and simultaneously confirmed full re-equipping. Conditions have been met. He raised both hands as the system continued announcing that the special conditions had been fulfilled. Hidden class has been unlocked. Converted from alchemist to hidden gear master. Was stunned, what exactly is this power? The summary panel appeared. Jean Frey level undefined. Strength plus 999 immeasurable. Secret class hidden gear master. And HP exceeding standard limits.